On a dark night, a sacred sword appeared in the world of people, the purpose of which was to turn the entire history of mankind upside down. The young man who was watching this event was very tense. He noticed clouds of dark energy enveloping the sword. The boy's mental struggle was so intense that his body froze like a stone. In the silence, a majestic voice rang out from the sky, addressing our hero and asking only one question. Did he consider himself worthy? That was the question that caused the young man to think hard, sweat pouring down his forehead. He closed his eyes from the tension, realizing that this voice would determine his entire destiny in this world, his entire future life path. And so the decision was made. The guy stood right in front of the shining sword, and it was clear from his face that his doubts had receded. The hand extended towards the sword testified that the choice had been made, no matter how difficult and complicated it might be, because the voice of fate turned out to be the voice of the sword itself. Opportunity must be provided honestly, Leon, the sword said as the boy's fingers closed around its hilt. Whether this vision was real, we will find out very soon. The events that followed took place in the academy, which, among the mountains under a clear sky, prepared young men and women to become worthy comrades of the emperor. Crossing their wooden swords on the training ground, each of them dreamed only of winning the battle. The dark-haired guy named Leon, whom we already knew, was fighting with a tall blonde guy, while his thoughts were that our world was terribly absurd. After another lunge, his training sword was thrown aside, and Leon himself practically flew back, grimacing in frustration. The enemy's sword drew a line on the ground. The sound from this was so unpleasant that it made our hero grimace even more. Sitting on the ground and rubbing his hand, Leon cursed and asked his opponent to take him seriously, since he had knocked the sword out at the very beginning of the duel, not giving him the opportunity to fight. The handsome blonde man, smiling radiantly, replied that he was serious and always ready for the tournament, because in this Imperial Academy he had only one worthy opponent. Our hero decided that he was being mocked when he heard that they really fought him at half strength, but he became much more skilled. This was the last straw. Leon became furious, and it was clear from his face that something incredible was about to happen. He raised his training sword, his arm so tense that it seemed the weapon would not hold up and would shatter into pieces. Shouting that he couldn't stand being pitied, the boy raised his sword over his head and rushed to attack his enemy again. Since the blonde again did not allow himself to be hit, deftly stepping aside, the duel did not take place. But instead, snide remarks from other students rained down from all sides. With a face twisted in annoyance, Leon listened as his opponent, Lion, fought him only because their names sounded the same, and that otherwise he would be destroyed in one blow. Lion himself was smiling kindly at this time, and it was obvious that he liked both Leon's rage and what he heard behind their backs. Suddenly, a disgruntled voice from the sky joined the chorus of students. A dark shadow hovered there, hissing that another defeat was a bad sign. Completely devastated by the failed duel, Leon sat down in the shade of the trees, placing his training sword next to him, his thoughts blacker than night. The young man thought sadly that it had been 3 years since Lion had been transferred to the academy, and he still had not been able to come close to his level of strength. Gritting his teeth in rage, our hero whispered that he would never surpass Lion in his mastery of combat and weapon handling, even with diligent training. Having imagined the image of the enemy, Leon noted that he was completely different, not at all similar to himself, despite the almost identical names. He imagined Lion walking majestically past a crowd of female fans and concluded that the young man's look, manners, and personality itself resembled a fairy tale hero, not a living person. Leon, sweating profusely, thought that the enemy's place was in the elite class. He was above them all, and besides, the guy was tormented by the thought that such behavior could be a show. At this time, Lion leaned towards him with a smile. He extended his hand to help him up and asked if everything was okay. His face was incredibly good-natured and literally glowed with joy, while our hero was ready to burst with anger. To the young man, most of all, I wanted the opponent to simply disappear, not remind me of the defeat, not show superiority, not be condescending. Leon was almost ready to accept help out of politeness, but suddenly he heard his blonde friend Chloe calling out to him. The guy's face became stony and dissatisfied again. The tension surged even more than before. Sweat streamed down his cheeks and his hand. The hand made a dismissive gesture towards Lion. The young man seemed to wave away the offered help, ordering him to leave. Despite Chloe asking him to wait, Leon turned around and walked resolutely towards the academy building. Chloe's questions flew at his back about why he continued to fight Lion when he couldn't win. The girl spoke indignantly. Leon didn't look back, but both the gate and the guy's figure itself indicated that he heard everything and was embarrassed. Lion tried to explain to the beauty with a smile that nothing serious had happened, but she didn't listen to him and continued to catch up with her friend. Grabbing our hero's arm to stop him, Chloe quickly noticed the blood. His finger was cut and a little swollen. Leon refused the offer to treat and disinfect the wound. He was angered by the increased attention to his person, and he saw mockery everywhere. The guy didn't want to be pitied, thereby admitting that he was a weakling, so he turned around again and walked away, shouting for them to leave him alone. Chloe looked at her friend with confusion as he ordered her not to worry about little things and walked towards the school building. Lion, who had been brought up very well and therefore simply could not understand that anyone could behave like that, looked after him in bewilderment. The last rays of the setting sun illuminated the towers of the academy, which looked more like a knight's castle than an educational institution. As dusk fell, Leon decided to continue his training and went to the sword practice ground. He struck the wooden weapon with all his might, time after time, at a log driven into the ground and wrapped with a special rope. Raising his hands to strike, the young man imagined Lion in place of the deck, who at that time was having fun at a celebration in honor of his birthday. This fact angered Leon so much that he stabbed, cut, sliced, and punched the imaginary opponent with incredible intensity. He wanted to be fair-haired, strong, and noble like Lion. But it wouldn't change anything, the young man decided, and hit the log so hard that he broke his wooden sword. And then again, as if he wanted to convince himself that strength is not in weapons, but in his iron muscles, which will defeat everyone and everything. Looking at the broken handle, the guy muttered that even if he were of noble blood, his life would be the same. There are so many obstacles and peaks in this world that one desire alone cannot overcome the mountain, Leon decided, and suddenly imagined Lion's chic party. Everyone was smiling and raising full glasses of champagne to the health of the birthday boy. Lion, of course, stood in the center of this luxurious feast and accepted congratulations. Throwing the fragments of the sword aside, our hero seemed to have cast aside all thoughts about his opponent and his holiday, calming down. The guy lay down under a tree, put his hands behind his head, and asked himself if he was ready to continue his thorny path to success tomorrow. He slightly regretted that he had spent 3 whole years at the academy, but had never reached the required level of skill, and now another wasted day had been added to those years. Leon turned sharply on his side and began to cry, curled up at the foot of the tree in a fetal position, so much so that he looked like a child. Tears were flowing from his eyes, the ground was becoming wet, and only one thought occupied the young man's mind. He wanted to give up and stop everything. Suddenly he sat up abruptly and looked at the moon. The heavenly body seemed to confirm that everything was predetermined and nothing could be changed. Leon screamed and screamed, asking the heavens and the moon and the trees and all the forest creatures why he had suffered such a sad fate. The guy asked himself why his efforts were never enough, why everything he did didn't bring results. At some point, he realized that silence would be his answer, no matter how many questions he asked or how furiously he shouted. This calmed him down and even stopped him. But suddenly a red glow appeared in the sky. It gradually approached, illuminating Leon's face. When the flash of light became huge, and the glow was so bright that it seemed almost white, Leon simply gasped in surprise. At the same time, at the party, Lion was a little surprised by Chloe's question about whether he had seen Leon, because this is not at all what the birthday boy wants to hear from such a beauty. The girl was puzzled because her friend did not come to the party, and she did not find him in the hostel, neither in his room nor in the dining room. Chloe wondered out loud where Leon had disappeared to, which puzzled Lion. He had invited his friend for a completely different reason. Saying that she had to find him, the beauty turned around and walked out, leaving the puzzled birthday boy in a state of confusion. An elderly man watching the scene said ironically that in his opinion, His Majesty had just been refused. These words made Lion afraid, narrowing his eyes. He asked Sir Gilbert to be careful in his statements, because if someone heard, his identity would be revealed. He added that he had no right to the title yet, to which Gilbert, raising his glass, replied that an emperor was obliged to be better than others, and therefore he was simply congratulating him on his 17th birthday. In a year, the prophecy about the imperial family, whose crest is on the Academy's emblem, will come true. On the day that a member of the Clyde family comes of age, the emperor will die and a new era will begin. A new young emperor will sit on the throne, and he will be helped in this by a special sacred sword, intended for the best of the best. At the thought that he was destined for the throne, while everyone would mourn the holy Emperor Roderick, Lion became sad. Looking into a glass of champagne, he felt like a villain. But remembering that Roderick, mentioned in the prophecy, lived 300 years ago, the guy became a little more cheerful. He was no longer sad and did not listen to Gilbert. Lion thought hard and said that in a year he would really like to have two people on his side. Chloe, who had already reached the 4th level of magic and had every chance of being the best in this type of martial arts. And Leon, a young man with superhuman strength and the determination of a buffalo, sweeping away everything in his path to achieve his goal. To these words, Sir Gilbert made no reply. All that interested him at that moment was whether the prophecy would come true and how it would happen. On the day when the man named Lion becomes an adult, a sword will descend from the sky to destroy evil. The sword will appear among the mountains and will plunge into the stone. Its red glow will gradually turn pink and then white. At this moment, the chosen one must take it in his hands. However, for some reason, when Gilbert thought about this, he saw not the fair-haired Lion, but the brunette Leon, staring intently at the shining sword. At this time, the real Leon was looking straight into the center of a bright, blinding spot of light and trying to make out the object located there. It was a magnificent, incredibly beautiful, shimmering with all possible colors at once, magic sword. Its tip was stuck into the stone and seemed to command the young man to come closer and take the weapon out of the rock. The powerful voice grew louder, but Leon was so frightened that he could not move. It seemed as if all his muscles were filled with lead. The voice continued to escalate the situation, asking if the guy knew who was in front of him, which made Leon feel like he was going to split in half. He was at once both eager to obey the order and doubtful that he was truly worthy of wielding such a weapon. Leon looked at the sword and thought that this was some kind of joke. The blade couldn't talk to him like a person and also give orders. The guy suddenly realized that in front of him was the holy sword from the ancient prophecy. And in response to these thoughts, the voice said that the guess was correct. The sword revealed that it was Leon himself who had summoned him, which caused the young man to panic since he had not done it. It was all because the world was unfair, the sword continued, and Leon immediately remembered today's duel and the somewhat arrogant face of his opponent. The guy also remembered the voices behind him and the thought that someone gets everything, for example, Lion, and he gets nothing, made him very bitter. It was as if he saw himself from the outside, standing alone in the middle of nowhere with a broken wooden sword. Then Leon's face suddenly became hard and very angry. He imagined Chloe with Lion. Beauties always choose noble winners. The young man thought over and over again about how hard he had worked for the past 3 years, and suddenly felt that he had earned this sword with sweat and blood. The weapon belonged to him. This sacred sword would be a reward for his efforts, making him invincible and the most powerful of all, the boy decided. Leon looked at the sword one last time and decided to take the weapon because he really deserved it. With a wild cry that he deserved it, the boy rushed towards the sword to take possession of it as quickly as possible. Stopping right in front of his target, Leon suddenly realized that this was not his decision. This weapon manipulates thoughts, makes you not be a weakling. Our hero remembered Lion's friendly face and helping hand, once again doubting his rights. The next image in her mind, where Chloe stayed with Lion while he walked away, reminded her that life wasn't fair. After all, he trained like crazy for many hours every day, but he only defeated a wooden block, not a living opponent. Leon shouted that he was not a coward and tried to prove it with his own strength. But when reality turned out to be cruel, he decided to destroy it. The glow from the sword became brighter. My efforts will not be in vain, Leon decided, and clenched his fists, looking menacingly and decisively at the magnificent sword. Opportunities should be equal for everyone, the guy whispered, and the light of the sword reflected in his sad and huge eyes. The sword was silent, and our hero decided that even the weapon didn't care about him. The guy angrily turned his back on it, waving his hand. True, the warrior had proven his honesty, the voice proclaimed, and the sacred sword began to glow more brightly and rise from the rock into which it had been thrust. The rays of light literally blinded Leon. He covered his eyes with his hand and was ready to obey the voice that ordered him to raise his sword. The young man could not believe that the weapon had been entrusted to him, that he was now a warrior and would fulfill a sacred mission, that the desired reward was almost in his hands. This is not trust, this is my will. The hero is the heart of a broken fate, born not of noble blood. You thirst not for glory and riches, but for justice, the sword proclaimed. Leon was no longer sure he wanted to continue, calling him a hero who deserved reward and praise. The sword seemed to be lying. For a moment, the boy felt an irresistible desire to resist the will of the sacred weapon, but its power was enormous. This is his reward, the only chance to prove to the whole world that he is truly a warrior and a hero, Leon finally realized. Letting out a battle cry, he clenched his hand on the hilt of his weapon with a force he had never even suspected he had before. It was ecstasy. However, the boy's face was distorted with anger, not virtue. His eyes glowed blue, and he practically did not listen to what else the sword was saying. and he said that he was the sword of the Holy Emperor, Rodrigo Caldeas el Vivar. He would direct the light into a new era, and Leon must do this with him, the weapon ordered. A new vision suddenly overtook Leon, as if in the sky the face of a beautiful fair-haired hero, either an angel or a demon or a god, was darkened with sadness. He explained to someone that he had not given the holy sword to a simple hero on a whim, because at least the prophecy passed on to the Clyde family spoke of a young man with a name that translated means lion. It didn't say that the sword was intended for anyone of their kind, he continued, adding that Lion had not lived up to his expectations at all, unlike Leon. The first one had talent and destiny. The second one had the will to achieve the goal and a pure heart. Besides, you liked him more, the fair-haired hero chuckled. Leon suddenly realized that this was the same Rodrigo, and he was speaking with his sword, explaining that it was not necessary to use the heirs to pay off debts. Then the voice of the sword asked Rodrigo to watch over the youth from heaven, and the Holy Emperor nodded, winking at someone invisible. The next moment, Leon realized that he was lying in bed, looking at the ceiling of his bedroom in the academy dorm. A bright beam of moonlight fell from the window. The young man's face and clothes were covered in beads of sweat and tears. The emotions he was experiencing did not fit any of the possible characteristics. He stood up to close the curtain, still not understanding how he could have seen such a strange and impressive dream. But if it was a dream, where did that beautiful shining sword in the corner come from? The young man thought in panic. It turns out that everything really happened. Leon climbed onto the bed with his legs and covered his face with his hands. It was obvious that the guy simply didn't know what to do with the weapon. Suddenly he heard the voice of the sword, which cheerfully informed him that this was not a dream, but his only chance to become stronger. The sword asked not to think that by using it one can instantly become better. Many serious tests await them ahead, the weapon clarified. The voice became more and more material with each phrase, and Leon suddenly noticed that he was visualizing himself as a blue ball with an eye, mouth, and eyebrows in the form of golden wings. The ball somehow reminded him of Rodrigo, but Leon didn't have time to think about it, because the voice of the sword added that the life of people with great power is terrible. It might be necessary to sacrifice relatives, a lover and close friends, the sword summed up, and an image of Chloe and Lion appeared in Leon's mind. The sword tried to hint that the young man had chosen this path himself, but the boy interrupted his speech in indignation that it was too thorny. But then our hero remembered that this was the very chance to prove that he was better than all these people, no matter how strong they were. Seeing Leon's enthusiasm, the ball added that now was the time to set out on the predestined path and complete the first test. Frowning, the ball ordered to prove that the guy was worthy of it. In order to teach him correctly, it was necessary to know the level of previous training. Leon's face expressed readiness to defeat all invisible enemies with one blow. He was sure that in reality this could very well happen. A few more seconds passed, and suddenly the ball, visualizing the voice of the sword, thoughtfully said that it was already dawn, the sun was about to rise. Leon was no longer able to count how many hours had passed since the beginning of the test. He was completely exhausted, and shaking with nerves that morning had come, and he was not yet at the academy. Besides, if anyone sees this weapon, they will immediately recognize it, the young man added, looking at the sword in his hand. The glowing blue ball calmly replied that there was one way to solve this problem, raising its index finger to confirm its importance. The blade glowed brightly again and slowly floated in the air towards the hand, scaring Leon literally to death. Our hero, overcoming a flash of pain, watched as the sword became transparent, while the already familiar sign with 2 golden wings appeared on the guy's hand. Now at any moment, you can simply take the sword out of your hand. It is hidden inside, invisible to outsiders, the blue ball said, slyly squinting its eye. Leon was scared of what to do during sleep because at the academy they were taught that safety comes first. The ball calmed his fears by explaining that the sword would not cause any harm, but he did not like the way Leon reacted to these words, as if he was now a superhuman. Now is not the time for jokes. As he already said, from this day on we train hard, the mentor said sternly, once again threatening the guy with his finger. Leon sighed and muttered that the new teacher would most likely be somewhat disappointed with his fighting skills. Suddenly the ball started screaming that it was necessary to fight with all his might. A dream was at stake. Besides, since he had not yet been disappointed in it, after that Leon had to start training. The guy was smashing a wooden sword against a deck and doing push-ups until he was exhausted. It seemed like his energy was enough to burn down the entire world. At some point, the young man realized that he had incredible power. The voice of the sword confirmed that this was so, and that now the result depended not only on the student, but also on the teacher. It seemed that Leon was literally cutting through reality with his wooden sword. What would happen when he had a real weapon in his hands? The young man's eyes in this state emitted a magical blue light, and he got used to his new power so quickly that it seemed he had always possessed it. At the same time, our hero did not stop being himself and suddenly realized how much the power of a teacher's word can inspire and fill one with energy. He swung his sword again, feeling the full force of the trust placed in him, but suddenly heard the order to stop. The ball told the boy that the sword might not be able to withstand such a flow of force and pressure, so he should restrain himself a little. At that very moment, the wooden weapon began to crumble into pieces right in Leon's hand, as if confirming the words just spoken. While the guy was looking at the chips in amazement, the ball was praising him, delighted, as if he hadn't expected that instead of the basic one, Leon already had the level of an aura carrier. Realizing in time that Leon did not understand what was being discussed, the teacher became strict again and said that if he continued in the same spirit, he would not learn anything, and there was a lot of work ahead. While our hero was trying to pick up the training sword that had shattered into pieces, the ball sighed that his student was still very immature. They still had a lot to learn. The first thing you need to do is bring your body to an ideal physical condition. Folding your arms, the ball summed up. When asked why the body and not sword swings, the teacher explained that proper physical training and a trained body are the basis of martial arts. If you train it constantly, you can achieve incredible results, the ball said, while Leon imagined all the types of muscles he would have to work on. The ball said that first he would have to run around quite a bit, and the young man set off to complete the task, asking as he went how long it would last. Until he told him to stop, or until the boy achieved the result they all needed, the ball encouraged the running young man. He raised some concerns in Leon, adding that after this it would be time to train the muscles with exercises and one-legged stands. The young man decided not to show that he was scared, performing an incredible jump and somersault in addition to running. At the same time, horror was reflected on his face, since never before in this life had our hero stood for too long on one leg, and especially not on one arm. But he is ready if this way he becomes stronger, Leon decided, winding another circle around the entire territory of the Imperial Academy. So far, everything is going exactly according to plan. The previous owner of the sacred sword, watching this scene from the sky, said slyly, narrowing his eyes. Quite a peculiar taste, he muttered, and continued that Leon himself was an empty cup in this case. According to an Eastern proverb, it should be filled with the necessary skills and abilities. Then an unrivaled swordmaster will emerge. Remembering himself, Rodrigo added that he had not waited 300 years for his successor to become simply a master of the sword. His mission was to bring the Demon King to his knees, the ball concluded, imagining the desired picture, although he did not know then how strong this king was. He continued that in the future the youth would need about half of his own strength, but for now he should wait for the gates of hell to open before Leon. Leon meanwhile went to lectures, where he fought sleep quite unsuccessfully, since he had exhausted all his resources during training that morning. Once again, right in the middle of a lesson, our hero was awakened from sleep by the voice of the ball, calling his name several times. The teacher was talking enthusiastically, having drawn a rather complex diagram on the board with chalk, each point of which required an explanation. Too much energy was spent training with Elsid trying to concentrate, Leon thought. Everything the teacher said flew in one ear and out the other. Mindlessly drawing a line in his notebook, the student suddenly began to feel sorry for himself and lament that going to class was too much. Only training was really important. Elsid seemed to read his thoughts and said that he had come up with a new task for our hero that would help him not to get bored during the lecture. He asked what he thought Leon lacked, and the boy immediately thought of fencing skills, endurance, and strength. The sword's answer surprised him, because it stated that, first of all, our hero lacks attention to detail, and simply attentiveness. There is an Eastern proverb that 1 eye, 2 legs, 3 hearts, and 4 powers make a warrior invincible, Elsidor proclaimed. He explained that mindfulness is most important, followed by endurance, and then courage and strength in that order. Leon was somewhat confused. The young man had not expected that strength would be named last, since he had just recently been told about physical training of the body. Noticing this, the sword clarified that he meant that there are 3 more important indicators than strength, which does not cancel out its importance. In many things, it is precisely attentiveness that plays a fundamental role, he concluded, laughing at Leon's thoughtful face as he digested what he had heard. Perhaps it was a matter of training his eyeballs, the boy thought, turning his head left and right to get the best possible view of everything around him. Now his student will be better, Elsidor proclaimed, and asked permission to show how useless the boy's eyes had just been. At this moment, our hero was afraid that the sacred sword would deprive him of his sight. And anyway, he had no problems with his eyes. What kind of talk was this? The sword's voice asked the boy to look closely at the teacher standing at the board to prove his statement. He wrote with chalk on the board and did not even suspect that he had become the center of attention not only of his students, but also of a magical entity. Leon concentrated all his attention on the teacher's actions, trying to catch the slightest movement of his quick fingers and remember his appearance well. It was a middle-aged man with gray hair, standing in front of a blue board with a pointer in his hand. That was all Leon remembered when Elsidor asked him to close his eyes in 10 seconds. The next question caught the guy off guard. The sword asked how many lines were written on the board behind the teacher, but only the image of the man himself appeared in his memory. No matter how hard Leon tried to remember at least some details, beyond this, he could not remember anything at all. Realizing that he was completely unable to cope with the task, he was indignant that he was told to look at the teacher. Elsidor chuckled and explained that he said to concentrate and not just look at him. At that time, the teacher just raised his finger up, explaining another formula. It looked like mockery. Apart from the teacher, nothing else came to Leon's mind. He didn't even think to count how many lines were behind him when he finally opened his eyes, and he continued to squint. The sword's voice kept asking why he hadn't looked at the board, as if he was trying to draw the boy's attention to something important. You looked at what you considered necessary, discarding everything secondary. That's what actually happened, he said finally. Leon's face expressed complete shock. He suddenly realized that he had carried out the instructions at his own discretion, acted as he was accustomed to, and that this was a mistake. The eye is a much more complex organ than is commonly believed, and quite wasteful, the mentor continued to explain. Few people use the full review, referring to unnecessary information that the brain simply does not have time to process. But the eye sees, he continued. By relaxing your eyes, you can see much more than you expect, Elsidor advised the young man to try. Leon, meanwhile, once again decided that all of this was too much for him. He never thought that training the holy sword would be so difficult. But there was no turning back. He learned to look in a new way, and when the mentor asked him to pay attention to the top of the board, the boy concentrated on everything at once. For 10 seconds, he seemed to fall out of reality, and this did not escape the eyes of those present. It looked too strange. Chloe became wary. She was worried about her friend and did not understand at all where he had disappeared to and what was happening. The sun gradually sank below the horizon, illuminating the building of the magnificent Imperial Academy with its rays, and the whole day flew by unnoticed. Leon was so exhausted by the additional information that had fallen on him, loaded into his brain by his newly seeing eyes, that he could no longer comprehend anything. He muttered under his breath, offended that his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his head hurt as if it would immediately explode. Excellent, quite good, his mentor summed up, noting that soon both the boy's eyes and mind would adapt to the new vision. The sword seemed completely unconcerned by our hero's fatigue or his complaints. Elsidor was clearly satisfied with the result. He reported that the student had successfully awakened a brain function that he had not previously used, hence the special effects. But this did not apply to the muscles. "Isn't it muscle pain?" Leon asked, rubbing his tired eyes so hard that they could not stand it and moved to the back of his head. The guy could barely move his legs as he walked along the corridor and listened to Elsidor insisting again and again on training his attention and, of course, his body. Playing along with him, our hero raised his hand in approval, frightening the students passing by. After they passed by the candlestick that was hanging on the wall of the corridor, the holy sword suddenly asked how many candles there were. Leon answered that there were 2, although in fact there were 3, so Elsidor asked again whether the boy who had overtaken them had glasses, and this time the answer was correct. There was a light on in the 12th window of one of the dormitory floors, and as they passed by, the question was asked again. This time Leon noticeably tensed up, but still gave the absolutely correct answer, which earned the teacher's approval. Slamming the door to his room behind him, the young man loudly and decisively announced that the light was off. It was some kind of joke. Having fallen onto the bed fully clothed, our hero dreamed only of falling into a deep sleep and waking up no earlier than the sun rose. Suddenly the voice of the sword said that for the first time the young man had done well, which frightened Leon, who thought that he was left alone in the room. The young man looked at the blue ball with hope and asked to finally give him a break. Hearing the refusal, he raised his hand to his forehead and, sighing, asked how much longer he would have to suffer like this, not knowing a moment of peace. Getting used to something new is a difficult process, and sometimes the body and brain can give false results that cannot be counted, Elsidor explained. When the body starts to lie, it means that it has gotten used to another new workout, He spread his hands like a blue ball. You can jump on one leg or stand. The body training should also be different every day from the previous one, the mentor continued, while Leon mentally imagined his jumps. Elsidor said that it was necessary to find out his weaknesses, which made Leon think hard about what exactly he meant. The sword seemed to read his doubts and added that regardless of how someone lives, trains, and behaves, each person's body develops differently. He ended his speech by saying that a sailor's sense of balance, a hunter's sense of direction, and a sailor's excellent vision are qualities that are recognized as the standard. Leon considered swordsmanship to be one of his strong skills, but he didn't know how it could help. Elsidor identified weaknesses as a lack of flexibility in thinking and reactions due to the monotonous repetition of the same actions. You need to develop flexibility for fencing with aura, the blue ball finally exclaimed, releasing a ball of steam. After all, fencing is just a way of handling a sword, but interacting with an aura is 100 times more difficult. Of course, the sword itself is also incredibly powerful. But in our case, the ball decided not to go into details ahead of time and simply winked. Suddenly his mood changed diametrically, and the voice of the sword threateningly asked if this theory could perfectly teach anyone fencing. Leon broke out in beads of sweat, thought hard, and then replied that he didn't think so and that he had an explanation to prove it. However, Elsidor did not let him finish his thought, asking an even more cunningly formulated task, which also hurt Leon deeply. The tough but wise Holy Sword asked if Lion had used the power of the aura skill in the fight with the youth. What could Leon say about it? The student was silent. Then the mentor added that this skill required long preparation, which meant that the opponent was a guy trained specifically to defeat even the strongest warrior, like Leon. Our hero remembered Lion's helping hand, and he felt terribly offended because it turned out that his opponent had used illegal techniques. But Isildur promised to teach Leon the skills of aura, which caused him to be overjoyed and determined to restore justice. Now the young man thought that he was ready to train hard, which he told the ball, to which he received the remark that monotonous training was useless. The image of Leon continuing to stare at the school teacher, so staring that the teacher became paranoid, surfaced in the sword's memory. Leon sat on the bed, feeling his stomach clench as his instructor described all the possible ways to do exercises and workouts like today's. Then he pulled himself together and decided to clarify what exactly awaited him tomorrow. But he received no answer, hearing that everything has its time. Suddenly, the blue ball came closer and said threateningly that if the student dared to slack off or make mistakes, he would be punished. Leon repeated with fear in a slurred voice that he was ready for punishment starting tomorrow, but it was clear from his voice that this was not the case. Sword added that he did not want to bother him with trifles, but he had to say it, noticing that his ward had come to his senses and was full of determination in his thoughts. Leon was thinking at this time that if he could become stronger and master new fighting skills in this way, then he would not be afraid of punishment. The youth has a good psyche, but in addition to willpower, another force is needed, and we will work on it. Elsidor finished his foggy thoughts. Imagining the power he would be able to wield, Leon clenched his fists. The space around the boy seemed to heat up from the energy he put into his desire to train. Noticing this, the sword suggested trying it right now, to which it received the most decisive affirmative answer possible. At that very moment, something happened. Apparently, it was a punishment for previous mistakes. A blue stream of power opened under Leon's feet, and the hero screamed in pain. After holding out for 5 seconds, the young man collapsed face down on the bed in exhaustion, moaning that it was the first time, so he couldn't hold out for long. Next time it will be weaker, but with each mistake you make, the strength will increase, the blue ball promised. So he should try hard tomorrow when we continue our training. He finished the ball with a satisfied face. Leon crumpled the sheet in his hands and muttered in a voice full of suffering that this was just some kind of torture, not training. Morning came, the sky was painted pink, and the sun in backlight illuminated the silhouette of the Imperial Academy. The new day brought our hero his first test of endurance. It was running, and so the guy gave it his all. He knew how to run well. Then he again trained his observation skills and the art of seeing in a new way, which only increased the paranoia of the mustachioed teacher. The next test was a one-arm handstand, and although Leon had never done it before, the young man was in such good physical condition that he was able to complete the task. Leon easily answered how many pigeons were on the roof of the dormitory and which one flew in first. It was a training in attention. To make the task more difficult, Elsidor asked how many pigeons were on the window, and the boy answered without hesitation that there were no pigeons, only one crow. Excellent result, he did a great job. Although he only recently started learning to focus his attention, the blue ball praised the hero. After a month of hard training, he promised a reward, announcing that this moment had come, And today the young man could afford a little rest. Leon's face glowed with happiness. Leon jumped for joy because he had put so much effort into getting this break from his exhausting studies. At this moment, a familiar voice was heard behind him, and our hero froze in place, realizing that it belonged to Lion, whom the young man had completely forgotten about. The situation looked rather awkward. Leon seemed to be hunched over towards the ground, while Lion felt confident. A second later, everything changed. Our hero straightened up and greeted his opponent in a calm, confident voice. They hadn't seen each other since the start of training. Leon suddenly realized that he had been so busy that he had even ignored Chloe's attempt to talk in his haste, brushing her off. Lion, without turning his face, said, as if into space, that he had been asked to call Leon into the hall for a meeting after lunch. He added that he was sure that he would find an opponent right there, near the tree on the territory where most of the training took place. Sitting on the ground and leaning his back against the bricked wall, Lion sighed sadly that a month had passed, and Leon had not once wanted to fight him. Looking at the young man's face, the opponent continued that he caught himself thinking that Leon had given up, and added that his face had changed. The blonde looked intently at our hero, his blue eyes reflecting some suspicion, surprise, and even fear. Leon asked him how serious he was, and received the answer that he was completely serious, although Lion did not look that way. Finally, he smiled, and the tension between them eased a little, and the guy added that he knew well the faces of those who thought they couldn't beat him. Imagining these faces next to Leon's, he clearly realized that they were radically different, and this surprised him incredibly, because just recently, it had been different. The young man listened to this statement calmly, as if paying tribute to the art of manipulation that his opponent possessed. Finally, Leon said that his friend was good, and added that if that was all, then their conversation could be considered over and they could leave. Lion was not taken aback and noted that the young man was as cold as always, but he would still decide to take a risk and ask him to talk a little longer. Our hero could not restrain himself and fell into his usual rage, hissing that he did not understand who Lion thought he was and why he expected to talk. Just 10 minutes, the blonde continued softly, and Leon had no choice but to agree. He pulled himself together again, scratching the back of his head. The guy sat down in the shade of a tree next to his opponent, but for the first few minutes, both were silent, not knowing where to start and how. They looked at the fluffy snow-white clouds floating across the blue sky, and each one was painfully thinking about his own thing. Finally, Lion asked if Leon had ever encountered rumors that he was not a commoner, but was of noble birth. This caused some confusion and surprise in the opponent. He could not decide what to answer. Leon finally blurted out that he would not lie, and Lion himself was not particularly eager to hide his origins and manners. He is no longer a newcomer to the academy and does not expect special treatment, Lion retorted, looking piercingly into the young man's face. He looked puzzled when the blonde added that although he did not hide his manners and upbringing, he did hide his identity. Lion asked if our hero understood that he accepted his challenge only because he studied at the academy, but this time Leon did not react violently, but only laughed. But then he remembered how their battles usually went, and gradually began to get angry. In Leon's place, the more reasonable behavior would have been to simply not get involved with him, so as not to attract attention, but the young man acted differently. I wonder why. Leon thought hard, because as the winner, his opponent treated him incredibly favorably and respectfully. Before our hero had time to feel gratitude towards Lion, he suddenly announced that this time was now over, and changes were coming. Leon didn't fully understand whether this was a special technique for working with the aura or ordinary manipulation, but this thing worked. He tensed up. Thinking that they were talking about the possibility of getting into a fight, the guy yelled that it wasn't fair, so Lion had to smooth things over and explain that he meant something else. The blonde continued that he was not going to stop the rivalry, but was offering to fight one last time. No wooden sticks, only swords. Our hero raised an eyebrow in surprise and waited with interest to hear what else was included in the terms of Lion's offer, since it was clear that he had not said everything. The final chord struck him. His rival declared that if Leon lost, he would become his vassal for the rest of his time. He wondered if what he said was a challenge. It sounded like gambling. But what if he didn't keep his word, after all? It wasn't a magical contract, just an agreement. Having voiced these thoughts, the young man received the answer that his opponent trusted his word and had no doubt that all conditions would be fulfilled with honor. This compliment was deserved and somewhat softened Leon's indignation, but the real confusion was caused by Lion's words that he was always ready to be on his side. Leon chuckled, accepted what was said, and asked what would happen if he won the fight, or if that option was not even considered. When he uttered these words, The most dazzling smile lit up the guy's face. It seemed as if he had never experienced such joy in his life. Leon's own impudence almost made steam come out of his nostrils, and it was his fair-haired friend's turn to tense up. However, years of training had taught Lion to hide his emotions, and he quickly pulled himself together and smiled mysteriously. He would do whatever our hero asked without endangering his family and honor, was his well-thought-out answer. Leon agreed, after hearing that he also did not have access to secret skills, techniques, and magic tricks in his wishes. But he did have the privilege of setting the date of the duel himself. Finally, before leaving, Lion asked to warn him when the young man was ready, 3 days before the battle, and he would find a suitable place where it would take place. After walking a few steps, he stopped to catch his breath. In fact, this conversation was not as easy for the guy as the guy preferred to demonstrate. At this time, Rodrigo was watching this scene attentively from the sky. He seemed very pleased with the result and was almost rubbing his hands. This long-awaited moment has arrived, Prince Lion, claiming the throne, and the hero chosen by the whim of the Holy Sword will once again meet in a duel. The spirit rejoiced. At that moment, Leon was still standing in one place, his arms crossed over his chest, and he thought that he was just very scared and uneasy. He was not allowed to remain in this state in complete solitude. At that very moment, Elsider's surprised and disapproving cry was heard. The ball continued to shout that Leon did not dare to be afraid, because so much effort had been put into winning the fight. Where was the will to fight? Our hero thought that everything was completely wrong. He was now so strong that he was worried about his opponent. The guy came to his senses in time. The ball was not prepared for this turn of events. It looked somewhat confused and did not know how to react to what it heard. Extending his hand forward, palm up, Leon said thoughtfully that he had trained a lot and could already see the results himself. Just a month ago, training seemed incredibly difficult and exhausting to him, but not now. The young man finished, decisively clenching his hand into a fist. Even though no one knows about it, the guy shouldn't worry so much, the blue ball replied after some thought. Leon was incredibly happy and asked again if it was true. His face was at once somewhat surprised and cheerful. Elsider corrected this in an instant, informing him that spiritual strength is no less important than physical strength, and our hero has not yet trained much in this area. But confusion was again replaced by joy when the blue ball promised to help the guy correct this mistake. Leon wanted to pass the endurance test, suddenly remembered the sword spirit. He exclaimed that he was looking forward to seeing this intriguing spectacle. He asked the young man, suspiciously stretching out the vowel sounds in his words, whether he was about to panic again. Leon's face showed that panic was exactly what was happening to him, but the guy shook his head. At lunchtime, it became clear what Elsider meant when, like a bolt from the blue, the coach's words came that the runners should line up in order. All the students of the school began to look for their places. Those of them who, due to health reasons, could not participate in the competition had to step aside. Leon frowned menacingly and thought chaotically about the fact that the promised test of endurance had finally arrived. Thanks to his physical fitness, he took 9th place last year, and all the prize money went to the children of high-ranking nobles, the young man recalled. The ball quietly whispered in the boy's ear that, among other things, the nobility had special stamina potions that they willingly took. When Elsider asked who became the champion, Leon replied that it was Lion, and it was obvious that he had trained really hard. At this time, the conditions of the competition were announced to them. They had to run 2 laps around the stadium, each 400 meters long, for a total of 800 meters of distance. The last record was held by Lion, who did it in 1 minute and 20 seconds, the coach continued, while Liam mumbled that he had done it in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Shah reported that the difference was significant, but there was no need to worry, since this was last year and now everything has changed. Leon's face became serious when he heard from Elsider that he now possessed the secrets of the Holy Sword and had greatly improved his physical fitness. The young man exclaimed that the Holy Sword could rely on him and prepared to start as successfully as possible in order to win the race. 3, 2, 1, start, the coach shouted sharply, as if he had been stung by a bee, and waved the red flag furiously, signaling the start of the race. All participants started at the same time, and each of them was determined to give their all in order to show a worthy result. Stunned observers from the stands watched as their classmates whirled past them, seemingly without even touching the ground with their feet. Each of the participants had their own motivation, and for Leon it was Lion's relaxed face that seemed to stand before his eyes. Our hero was so eager to achieve his goal and win that he made simply unimaginable efforts. The spectacle was not for the faint of heart. Leon didn't even realize that he had managed to get ahead and significantly break away from the other guys. He didn't even understand where and how he was running. But the guy ran so fast that he almost knocked down the girl with the stopwatch, who was timing the time spent on the race. She enthusiastically said that Leon currently had 1 minute and 29 seconds. It was obvious that such a high result caused true admiration in the beauty. This information shocked everyone present, especially Lion, who stared into space with a look of complete amazement. At this time, the trainer ran up to Leon and excitedly asked if the young man had learned to use aura, but the guy answered negatively. "If this is not so, can he check?" asked the coach, and without waiting for an answer, extended his hand towards our hero. He took him by the wrist, and time seemed to freeze and stop for both of them. A bluish glow enveloped their hands and united them into one whole. Leon waited in horror for how it would all end, because those who use aura are removed from competitions and disqualified until the end of their studies. Leon said again that he did not use the aura, but the coach himself realized this, asking what kind of training the young man used to achieve such impressive progress. Our hero mumbled that he had only trained the basics. It was obvious that he was embarrassed by the praise and did not know how best to respond. The coach looked at the statistics and noted that Leon's performance had increased dramatically over the month, but the training had also become more difficult. When he allowed Leon to go, it was as if a weight had been lifted from the boy's shoulders. But the other students of the Imperial Academy literally stared at him. Lion was no exception. He sat thoughtfully in the shadows and tried to comprehend what had happened. He was especially concerned about what had caused such progress by his opponent. The first thing our hero did was ask his spiritual mentor what was happening as soon as they moved away from prying eyes and ears. The ball laughed joyfully and cheerfully, saying that he had no idea at all, and was incredibly amused by Leon's lack of understanding and confusion. "Now he will explain everything," the sword continued when he stopped laughing, "because strength is a rather complex concept that needs to be discussed in detail. The point is that strength is not only in muscles, as is commonly believed. Most people prefer to build muscle mass, but this is not the main thing. Muscle growth and density are only half the battle," Elsador concluded, watching Leon's reaction. Then he asked the guy if he was familiar with the concept of the nervous system, because muscles also have nerves, and they are all closely interconnected. In connection with the development of the nerve, the limit of muscle strength is determined, so the main thing is not at all their size. The visible effect is of secondary importance, he summed up. Leon had never heard of such a thing, so he tried to imagine it all, and was especially interested in the connection between muscle strength and nerve strength. At this time, the mentor announced that Leon had trained his muscles to their physiological limit, and now it was time to train his nerves. The guy was interested in how much he had already succeeded in this, how well his neuromuscular system was developed at the moment. "To find out this and come up with punishments," the voice of the sword said, and Leon screamed in anger, because he was expecting a different answer. Here the young man realized that he had caused confusion and fear among those around him with his scream, and covered his mouth with his hands in panic. Elsador meanwhile continued that everything the guy had been trying to achieve for 10 years, he had achieved in a couple of months, overcoming the pain and thereby training the nerve endings of the muscles. So all this pain was not in vain, it was the goal of all the training, our hero asked his mentor. When asked why he had not spoken about this before, he replied that otherwise it would have bothered him even more. The training in mindfulness that had caused the teacher's paranoia was the key to this skill, the blue ball added. He said that his observation skills would have been reduced, and his concentration would have dropped if Leon had known about it in advance. And upon hearing this, the young man recalled the episode when he had not paid attention to Chloe. The ball wondered what results they could expect if he had warned the boy of the end goal before starting. As Leon looked dumbfounded and remained silent, the mentor folded his hands and said that simply saying thank you would be enough. He only did what a holy sword should do, and he is very happy with the results. "It has been a long time since he trained anyone like this," Elsador exclaimed. Suddenly Leon clearly saw a sword glowing with a red light and the sinister face of a blue ball above it, looking longingly at the weapon. The boy had a sudden guess that his mentor was not a holy sword at all, but a piece of the soul of its previous owner, Rodrigo, and the great hero was actually a villain. Leon's thoughts returned to the recent events and began to remember how the competition actually took place, as if he was watching it along with the crowd. Lion were again as brilliant as ever, and it was now clear that they had won quite fairly and deservedly. The young man managed to perform brilliantly. He broke his record from last year and did not hide his pride about it. Leon was again tormented by doubts. He could not understand what kind of feelings he was experiencing. Pride, envy, resentment, and surprise all at once. As our hero approached the stand where the results of the running competition were posted, the blue ball appeared behind his shoulder again. Clenching his fists, the young man muttered that he was unable to defeat his opponent, to which he received an immediate response that everything has its time. Last year you were first in 10th place. This year he stayed first and he took second. This is incredible progress. At that moment, Leon finally realized that he could defeat the enemy and that this moment was just around the corner. Wings, symbols of the sword, flashed on his hand. In the evening, only a few windows were lit in the hostel, and one of them, the brightest, was in our hero's room. Leon lay on his bed, fully dressed, and excitedly tried to find out from the blue ball what kind of training awaited him tomorrow. He thought hard, because they had already trained the young man's attentiveness and physical abilities to the limit. Everything seems even more complicated than before, Leon thought out loud. How are we going to implement this in practice, he thought with bewilderment. That's why he suggests not to rush. He can't just teach fencing without thinking through a strategy. The sword's voice finished the conversation. Leon suggested starting work on the aura, and at that moment he clearly imagined himself surrounded by a blue glow. He suspected that he had already started this work earlier. You will need to master the basic level. Martial arts without using aura are just movements. Isildur began his story, and Leon sat on the bed and caught every word. It sounds complicated in words, but in reality, he is too predictable and his movements are easy to predict. Remember the fights with Lion, he continued. Looking straight into the boy's face, the sword's voice asked if he was ready to defeat this strongest swordsman right now. While Leon was imagining the beautiful running lion, the main words were said about how the sword forged through long efforts is the strongest. Hearing this, Leon remembered how he had almost caught up with his rival in a running competition, which made him think. As long as he keeps improving and getting better, it will be very difficult to break him, the young man eventually decided. By the way, the ball broke the silence. Practical experience will come in handy for us, because in addition to Lion, you may have other rivals. The guy suddenly remembered two brutal-looking robbers who had once scared him very much in his distant childhood. He remarked to Isildur that hardened thugs avoided places like the renowned Imperial Academy, so there was no need to worry. The next day, our hero walked down the academy corridor to his classroom and thought about what he had heard from his mentor the day before. Suddenly behind him, one of the girls whispered whether this was the commoner named Leon, and then a male voice repeated the question. Leon looked up and saw a group of boys, all wearing the insignia of the school's elite, standing on the stairs looking down mockingly. Looking at the glittering gold badges of the elite class students, the boy wondered why they could be interested in his humble person. Clarity came when one of them exclaimed that this was some kind of hell. There was no way such a tramp could have taken second place in the competition. Pointing their fingers at Leon, the boys loudly expressed their indignation and expressed furious assumptions that the coach had messed something up and that something needed to be sorted out. A whole crowd of onlookers had gathered behind Leon, and in order not to disappoint them, he calmly explained what was what, suggesting that they go to the curator and expose the deception. Such insolence caused a new wave of ridicule and indignation. It seemed as if the mouths of the school elite belonged to market traders. If they were surprised that a commoner boy had risen from 9th place to 2nd place without cheating, what were all their achievements worth? Leon asked. Was he just now revealing his true potential? What kind of family was he from? The elite class students continued their onslaught. Leon could hardly restrain himself from responding with another insolence. His natural irascibility fought with the voice of reason. Suddenly, he noticed the blue glow in the eyes of the accusers and decided that they probably knew how to use aura, and therefore it was wiser not to mess with them now. At that moment, a loud voice came from the top of the stairs, calling for an end to all the proceedings and for calming down. Raising his finger in the air, an incredibly elegant young man with a pronounced passion for precious jewelry came down to them. His footsteps echoed as his voice continued to proclaim that all students at this academy had equal rights, and even commoners sometimes needed to be allowed to stand out. The blue ball grimaced, realizing that someone was just showing off. There was no sense of equality here. Other members of the crowd reacted differently. Towering over everyone present, the elegant young man ended his speech by saying that it was the job of the nobility to stay out of the way while the common people worked hard. Having said this, he cast a haughty glance at the crowd and stopped, enjoying the impression his speech had made. While the spectators shouted that Elmont was right and a commoner would always be a nobody, Leon whispered to the ball that Elmont was the second son of the Count of Bourbon. Recalling last year's running competition, our hero added that Elmont took 2nd place that year, and now he was hurt by who he lost to. Elmont was truly furious that all these years he had been unable to overtake Lion, and now this upstart commoner had appeared. But he was well-mannered, So he approached Leon and said in an even voice that he regretted that their first meeting had gone the way it had. Extending his hand, Elmont added that there was no need to think that students of noble blood were fools and did not understand anything at all. The hand became even closer, and Leon received an offer to follow the instructions of the elite, and then everything would be in perfect order. Our hero retorted that he first wanted to hear what the instructions were, and only then would he make decisions. This caused indignation among those present. Many nasty words were spoken, but Elmont raised his hand gracefully and silence reigned again. He narrowed his eyes and suggested that Leon confirm the honesty of the results by going through a one-on-one competition under the supervision of an instructor. For several seconds, our hero could not figure out what they were talking about, what he was being accused of, and what he had to confirm. While Elmont humbly waited for an answer, Leon's mind was racing with thoughts, one more insane than the other, but he couldn't decide. He clenched his fists and doubted because the offer itself was tempting, but the accusations were humiliating and also false and unfounded. According to Elmont, the fact that he didn't use the aura was evidence that they were using it, the guy thought, once again noticing the glowing blue eyes of the elite. Leon closed his eyes and suddenly realized that if he refused, he would be branded a cheater, a rule breaker, and a coward. He immediately imagined the joy of his opponents if he agreed, and he realized just as clearly that he couldn't agree either. If they insist so much, it means they are planning to harm him in some way. Leon realized the duality of his position. Suddenly, somewhere behind the students' backs, our hero noticed Lion. He didn't even notice, but rather felt his presence. He could help get out of this mess, the boy thought feverishly, while the mood of the crowd became more and more impatient. Leon himself laughed at the absurdity of this thought, because accepting help from an opponent was tantamount to admitting one's own weakness. He gritted his teeth, gathered his courage, and loudly and clearly announced that he accepted the offer of a one-on-one competition. As soon as he said this, sweat began to roll down his cheeks, and it took a huge effort for the young man not to burst into tears and run away. Demonstrating with all his appearance that he had received what he wanted, Elmont mockingly asked if everything in the stated conditions was clear. Introducing Instructor Helmet with his honest and stern face, Leon replied that everything was clear, but their coach would control the tournament, and the competition would take place in one day. If he wins, he demands that he swear never to doubt his abilities again or accuse him of foul play. Leon finished. Elmont thought that if the process was controlled by the Academy instructor Helmet, then no one would dare to cheat. The instructor was struggling with hiccups at this time, trying to guess what was remembering him, going through the names of all his acquaintances and students. Finally, Elmont decided that he agreed. He said this with a very important air, which caused some surprise, but also respect on the part of our hero. True, immediately after he made a face, his only desire was to disgrace Leon, and it doesn't matter at all who the instructor is. It will happen anyway. In the evening, sitting on the bed in his room, the young man described to Elsider what had happened, and he was especially struck by Elmont's face. The blue ball stuck to its guns and insisted that there was no need to pay attention to the face. The main thing was that there was a chance to gain useful practical experience. Therefore, he was given a chance that he could not miss. He had to put aside all doubts and fight, the teacher insisted. Even after hearing Leon say that he had never fought an opponent who used aura and didn't know what it was like, the mentor stood his ground. Suddenly, a new thought lit up his face, and Elsider cheerfully suggested that the young man demonstrate how this happens in practice. Leon was seriously scared and even stepped back. He had not expected the conversation to turn in this direction, and that he would have to strain himself again. The balloon was incredibly inspired and made several rapid flights straight into the night sky and back to the dorm room. He did not return empty-handed, unfolding before Leon magical manuscripts with information about all the skills and abilities of our hero. Leon read in amazement that his level was 18, his sword skills were weak, his aura skills were 0, but his physical abilities were astounding. A moment later, another glowing magical data block appeared in front of the young man's face, this time Elmont's, and it turned out to be incredibly weak. Most likely this young man uses strength potions. His noble origins allow this, the blue ball summed up. He added that potions alone are not enough. The young man in any case had to train a lot to reach the level he has. Second place is success. Using the diagram as an example, the mentor tried to explain that all physical capabilities have a limit, but it can be increased with the help of aura. But with its help, you can jump over this wall without it, the ball added, while Leon recalled all his grueling training. For example, running with a barrel full of heavy sand tied to his belt almost drove him crazy. But in the running competition, it was the help of the sacred sword that allowed him to take second place, overtaking all the participants except Lion. Moreover, Elsador continued, he would be able to jump over this wall of physical limitations entirely by his own power without using his aura at all. Looking at the young man's grateful face, the ball promised to make him so strong that all the idiots would get their fill and know their place. Leon agreed that there was no need to worry about his physical capabilities and assured his mentor that he was ready to submit to his will completely. Char made a face as if it was painful for him to hear gratitude, and in general, sentimentality is not something worth wasting oneself on. But our hero concentrated his thoughts on his goal and the path to it, not paying attention to how he expressed his feelings. He wanted to put someone like Elmon in his place so badly that his jaw clenched with impatience. It was time to start acting. On the day of the duel, the Imperial Academy still stood in its place under the blue sky among the high mountains and waited for students. Walking along one of the corridors of the alma mater, Leon thought about how honest a nobleman could be in a duel. "You've come!" exclaimed Instructor Helmet, standing by the wall as our hero came closer, lost in his sad thoughts. He was glad to see the coach who taught him a lot and showed himself to be a responsible, honest, and fair mentor. A lot had changed in a month, he told the instructor, adding that he had learned a lot and realized even more, and there was no doubt that he would not cheat. "If you try to do something reckless, you will have to be stopped. But he is not like that." Helmet lowered his eyes to the floor. Leon realized that in this fight, the main controller would definitely be on his side, and so he broke into a radiant smile. "The main thing is to think with your head. He leaves everything to his word of honor," the instructor added, and turned around to move on, waving his hand goodbye. Turning around, he exclaimed with some youthful passion that it was time to teach these bastards a lesson, and Leon guessed that the coach could not boast of noble origins. Our hero clearly realized that now he would have to fight not only for his honor, but also for all the people who had been unfairly treated in this school. Full of dignity, he slowly and confidently walked out onto the site where the battle was to take place, and the spectators fell silent. Leon was beautiful as he stopped at the exit, and the cry that came from somewhere on the side sounded even more ridiculous. It was a rival, the noble Jeff Heinrich, who decided to make fun of the young man's appearance and called him a baboon. Ignoring the mockery, our hero simply asked the coach to quickly give the signal to start the fight, but certain conventions had to be observed. Standing between the two rivals, Helmet announced that you two, Jeff Heinrich and Leon, would now fight for your honor in my presence and before witnesses. He turned first to Leon's opponent, asking what his expectations were from the match and what reward the guy was counting on in the end. "This commoner will have to confess all his sins," Jeff Heinrich hissed in an angry and unpleasant voice. If the audience could have seen what flashed through our hero's eyes when he heard that answer, they wouldn't have been able to sleep that night. When asked what he wanted from the fight, Leon replied that he intended to determine his level, test his strength, and enjoy the results of hard training. Applause began, but it quickly died down as Instructor Helmet announced the start of the fight, which would put everything in its place. The participants stood opposite each other, armed with wooden training swords, each confident of victory. At this time, Lion, sitting next to a worried Chloe, was wondering if a tree could cut flesh with aura. Then it would be a problem for Leon, he summed up, not knowing that Elsador had already come to our hero's aid with advice. At this time, Leon was thinking that his opponent was just Elmont's pawn, so it didn't matter how strong he was. "There's no reason to use Elsa to defeat this guy," he whispered softly as he jumped off the ground. The opponent didn't hesitate either. He was full of determination and rushed into the attack like an enraged bull in front of a red rag. He swung his sword in midair, and Leon clearly sensed that Jeff intended to use a diagonal strike from the right side over the left side. It was too obvious a trajectory, and our hero guessed that it had to be a trick. It couldn't be that simple. He froze, watching as the enemy approached, filled with anger and disgust, raising his sword right above his head. Leon continued to stand in place. It seemed that time was flowing very slowly, and in a few seconds the picture changed literally by a couple of centimeters. The young man parried the blow of the training sword, continuing to reflect on the fact that everything happened so slowly that it was not difficult at all. At this time, Coach Helmet suspected something was wrong, although he did not show it, but he was very worried about Leon. However, the guy did an excellent job, and the faces of each of Elmont's gang were distorted by anger, confusion, and rage. Chloe in the stands even covered her mouth with her hand in surprise, while Lion sat next to her with a calm and satisfied look. Jeff miscalculated his strength and became confused, realizing that the blow into which he had put all his energy had not caused the slightest harm to his opponent. Leon looked at him and thought that the fight could not end so easily, but at that moment, Jeff fell to the ground face down. He continued to lie like that and showed no desire to continue the battle. The young man did not move at all and did not make a sound. The seconds flew by, and finally Jeff croaked that his opponent shouldn't think he could beat him by simply parrying his blows. He began to rise slowly. It seemed that it was simply impossible to do it any slower, and our hero again thought that something strange was happening over time. Jeff, who had finally gotten up, shouted angrily that he demanded to fight him again. Leon realized that another attack from the enemy would follow. At this point, Instructor Helmet intervened, saying that the rules could not be broken and that he recognized Jeff Heinrich as the loser. Apparently, the words of the trainer, who was of the same humble origin as Leon, meant nothing to Jeff. He began to laugh maniacally and took up his sword again. Pointing his finger at Helmet, he shouted at this commoner not to get cocky, his face blazing with anger and hatred. Taking a fighting stance, Jeff Heinrich intended to fight more seriously this time and announced that his blows would no longer be so easy to dodge. Leon looked puzzled, and the ball, not at all embarrassed, asked him not to defeat the opponent with one blow this time either. The signal sounded for the start of the second duel. The opponents stood facing each other with a menacing look, wondering who would be better off striking first. Before disappearing, Elsidor said that he was ready to come to his aid at any time, since this was Leon's first battle against a person with an aura, so it could be a great practice. Leon didn't intend to ask for a hint. All he wanted was to try his hand at fighting the aura as soon as possible. But the boy nodded. And then Jeff made an incredible leap and again raised his sword behind his head for a crushing blow. Noticing the streams of white light, our hero grabbed the sword very tightly and prepared to experience the power of the aura for the first time. The effect was created that the opponent was split into two. It seemed that he could be in not one, but several places at the same time. Shar also noticed the changes and that Jeff's movements had become different. He asked if our hero could see them. The young man nodded affirmatively. A blue glow reflected in his eyes. Leon already knew what the enemy would do and was ready. Then you can be sure of what will happen next. He tried to finish the ball. But Leon at that time had already managed to reflect the blow that fell on him. The young man was extremely focused and ready to fight to the end, gaining new experience in battle. His eyes didn't miss the blue glow around Jeff, who had taken on an incredibly sinister appearance. It was obvious that he was now using aura. "Stop dodging attacks!" the enemy shouted sarcastically, but Leon already realized that he was able to foresee his actions in advance. He came to the conclusion that now was not the time to attack, but to wear out his opponent a little and confuse him. Also, Elsidor advised using your stamina against forbidden skills, and that made sense. Jeff has his limitations too. You just have to wait until he shows these weaknesses. Then there will be no time to hesitate. And so the tired enemy opened up, and Leon took advantage of this with lightning speed, striking with all the force he could muster. Jeff Heinrich held his ground but swore loudly and declared that he would not be given a second chance to defeat him. Another blow from Leon followed, and his opponent flew back like a rag doll, unable to stay on his feet. He stood up, leaning his hand on his knee, and hissed that he should have been gotten rid of at the beginning. But now the commoner would be in trouble. Jeff continued to shout curses. Unable to control his rage, it seemed his will was not nearly as strong. Suddenly, the young man's eyes flashed ominously, and Leon guessed that a powerful attack using aura was about to follow. He stretched out his hands, and streams of white light began to envelop him, rapidly approaching the enemy. But Leon was ready. He struck again and muttered that in order to win, it was better to attack a stationary target rather than a moving one. Knocked down, Jeff Heinrich raised his hands in fear and almost in tears, shouted that the fight was over and he surrendered. Coach Helmet, not hiding his joy, shouted loudly that Leon was declared the winner of the competition and raised the young man's hand. Chloe clapped her hands joyfully, and Lion smiled calmly and confidently, as if he had never doubted the outcome of the fight. Elmont and his entire gang in the stands were ready to swallow their own tongues from anger. Hatred was tearing them apart. In the evening, the only conversation in the hostel was about what had happened. Lights were on in almost all the windows, and discussions were taking place. Children from poor families were especially happy, excitedly telling about the fight, describing it to each other with delight. Very soon, the story became less and less true. For example, they began to say that Leon fought with each of the gang and defeated them all. Jeff was lying in his room with a bandaged arm and a bandage on his face, and a gloomy Elmont came to talk to him. The next day, Leon was walking down the hallway complaining to Elsidor that everyone around him was too boring. Even with the use of aura, they couldn't resist him. But this time, everything would be different, because he had to fight the leader of the gang, Elmont himself, who was far from simple. Well, ahead is the entrance to the battlefield. Let's wish our hero good luck. He already has endurance, strength, and intelligence. Be vigilant. It is very important now, Elsid said as Leon took his first steps into the arena to meet his opponent. One of Elmont's eyes glowed blue, and it became clear that he not only drank the potion, but also intended to use the aura immediately. "Just look how self-confident he looks," the blue ball whispered in our hero's ear. The opponents stood opposite each other, and Coach Helmet began asking them questions about the purpose of the fight and reminding them of the rules. Leon recalled the data from the table, where Elmont's sword proficiency was at level 1, his aura at level 3, his physical stats were low, but an unknown ability was indicated. The young man looked closely at his opponent and wondered what it could be, whether the sacred sword technique would help him. Elmont said angrily that since it was his turn, Leon would certainly regret it soon. There was no fear. The hero's face was completely calm and peaceful. The threats only strengthened his confidence that it was a bluff. "You are all so boring," Leon repeated the phrase he had said to his mentor in the morning. He expected the competition to be much more interesting. The grimace that Elmont made reflected such a complex mixture of emotions that we will consider it simply an accidental spasm of the facial nerve. Among the spectators, Leon noticed Chloe with Lion and thought that today would be the perfect victory before the competition with him. He stood in a stance, continuing to evaluate his chances because his physical abilities were higher, but given the aura, everything could go wrong. If Elmont has coated the sword with aura well enough, the training weapon will cut through flesh just like the real thing. Squinting his eyes, Leon realized that the wooden sword might not be able to withstand it, so it wouldn't be possible to block the attacks with it. At this moment, the instructor waved his flag with a loud cry and announced the start of the fight. There was no more time left for reflection. Instantly, a stream of light energy rushed over our hero's shoulder. He managed to dodge it, but staggered. Leon didn't expect that from the very beginning of the competition, his opponent would risk attacking him with an aura, since this was prohibited by the rules. The trainer didn't notice this, just as he didn't notice the bright white glow that enveloped the tip of the elite class representative's wooden sword. But our hero noticed him, taking a defensive stance. He tried to predict what actions Elmont would take next. Then Elmont used a basic attack, but its speed was so fast that Leon wondered if it was because he was of noble blood or if there was a secret. Whatever it was, he looked a little confused, although he was still standing and holding his training sword at the ready. Enjoying the effect produced, the enemy chuckled loudly and broke into a sinister smile that did not bode well. He started laughing and suggested that Leon surrender and become his servant right now. What else could a commoner expect? Our hero had no intention of surrendering. He was ready to die, but win the battle. So disgusting was the enemy's behavior. Elmont then became serious and hissed that if Leon did not want to obey and remain standing, he would make him regret it. It was a good moment for an attack, and the crushing blow did not take long to come. The young man put all his strength and power into it. Light streams of energy swirled around the guys. One of them swirled around Elmont, practically knocking him off his feet. However, he stood firm. His eyes were completely empty. No thought, no aura, not even memories shown in them. Having come to his senses, the young man screamed that the damned commoner had no right to turn up his nose and attack him using shameful skills. Leon retorted that he didn't think so, his gaze full of confidence that the outcome of the duel was now predetermined. Else had also heard about the shameful skills and just threw up his hands. Such unfounded impudence left him speechless. Char called out to Leon and asked him what exactly that worthless purebred dog had said about the skills he had taught him. A thin stream of white energy flowed through the air from his single eye, probably evidence of shock. Our hero noticed this and suspected that now his mentor would respond to the insult in some very interesting way. They say that even rivers and mountains gradually change over a long period of time, the ball said thoughtfully, looking into space. But his power remains unchanged, and he gives part of it to Leon so that the brat gets what he deserves. Elsidor finished his monologue. The young man did not expect such a reaction, but he prepared for a new attack, because the indicated force could not be wasted. He looked at Elmont, who was enveloped in a sinister aura, and prepared to attack the scoundrel as swiftly as the sea wind in a storm. The enemy's smile shone like a beacon, indicating the final target of this lightning attack that would crush him. "The teeth on that mug will be knocked out before the end of the fight," the ball whispered to Leon, since an insult to the master's skill is also an insult to his student. "So 1 or 2 teeth won't be enough," Leon replied, gripping the training sword even tighter in his hands. Elmont noticed the aura glowing in his opponent's eyes as he thought about knocking out as many of his teeth as possible. The blows rained down one after another. The young men were enveloped in a white glow, but so far neither one nor the other could achieve an advantage. Elmont felt an incredible power, against which the power of his aura was too useless, cursed, but continued to stand. A group of guys sitting in the spectator seat started a heated argument about whether Elmont had been moved from his seat or not. Lion explained to Chloe that Leon had used his special skill, but Elmont's balance was still intact and the enemy stood firm. Leon swung his sword again, trying to figure out whether he had overdone it with his energy expenditure or not. Lion, however, shared his opinion that it will be a battle of endurance and he has no idea who will ultimately emerge victorious. Elmont became enraged again, striking one blow after another, trying to push his opponent, daring him to give in. Leon was not going to give up, because he had not yet used Rodrigo's secret method, the power that his mentor had given him. I lack speed and power in combat, the boy thought. Now it's time to get them from a hidden resource. He concentrated as much as possible, and the enemy's figure again doubled and even tripled. This is how the skill of predicting movements worked. Leon raised his sword and prepared to deliver the most accurate blow along the pre-planned trajectory. It was a pity that he couldn't use Elsidur's powers all the time. The young man turned on the full view. Seeing in a new way, time seemed to freeze again and all movements became slow, like in water. He managed to skillfully dodge the first blow, leaving only a white whirlwind under his opponent's sword. The second blow followed immediately. Elmont continued to use the aura, but now our hero predicted his every step, which caused real rage. Leon was jubilant. He had finally managed to find a fighting technique that could very well lead him to a confident victory. Coach Helmet watched the battle participants very closely. He was amazed that Leon did not use aura, but at the same time fought on par with the enemy. A beastly grin appeared on Elmont's face. The guy hissed that he hadn't expected to use a secret skill against such a weakling, but apparently he would have to. Leon realized that a new reception was about to follow and became wary. He needed to be as attentive as possible. Elmont extended his hand forward, pretending to prepare to strike with his aura, but his plan was to trick his opponent with a false pass. Leon saw clots of aura, but they were in a state of rest, which meant they were a deception, a special trap. As if in observation training, our hero tried to turn on the special vision with maximum force. His eye flashed with a blue fire. Here it is, Elmont's special skill. The young man's face seemed to be hidden behind a mask, and his body rushed forward, following the extended sword. Everything happened at maximum speed, but Leon was also very fast. He dodged to the side and realized that it didn't work. Despite the fact that the sword, according to the laws of physics, should have moved forward past him, our hero suddenly noticed that Elmont's weapon had frozen. The next second, the young man realized that the sword would now hit him right in the ribs. This is a special secret skill. This is a sword that always hits its target. Time seemed to stop again. A wooden training sword hung in front of Leon's face, and he understood that it was impossible to dodge. Elmont proudly lifted his nose. The guy arrogantly demonstrated that his unique skill with weapons left no chance for his opponent. The opponent turned out to be no slouch. Having calculated how many ribs would be broken if nothing was changed, Leon came up with a way out. We need to compensate for his super ability with our own. Then there is a chance for salvation, our hero decided in a millisecond. A few centimeters away from the enemy's sword, which continued to pursue him, the guy clenched his teeth tightly and prepared to do the impossible. His eyes turned white, and bolts of energy began to flow around his head, the same energy that had accompanied his previous attempts to use force. The young man pressed his feet into the ground so hard that the tiles jumped out of the pavement, the incredible power of the energy flow causing destruction. Having reached his maximum, Leon was faster than his opponent, and his sword, Elmont's secret skill in handling weapons, did not work for the first time. With a completely stunned face, the enemy stared up at Leon's punishing sword approaching him. The young man screamed in a voice that wasn't his own as a training sword, moving vertically downwards, pierced his hand so fast that it acquired a white glow. The bastard broke his left arm. Now the guy is at a disadvantage and suffers from pain. Revenge for this must be cruel, Elmont thought angrily. Putting his sword to the damaged area, the young man tried to gather all his strength to strike back, primarily moral strength. Lion whispered to Chloe in the stands that what had thrown the boy off balance more than the physical damage was the fact that he hadn't been able to successfully use his secret skill. Elmont, meanwhile, was thinking about his next strategy to take revenge, and he noticed that Leon was preparing a frontal attack, and that his sword had already reached the limit of its strength, and therefore could break at any moment, which would end the duel immediately. That's why it was Leon's sword that his opponent chose as his target and swung it, shouting that now it would definitely be the end for him. But Leon had calculated everything perfectly. He deliberately pretended to attack, but instead parried his opponent's pass using super speed and threw his weapon aside. The amazed Elmont could not comprehend how this could have happened and began to shout out separate moaning sounds in confusion. At that moment, a quick and crushing blow landed on his face. It seemed that the promise about the teeth was fulfilled. The stands of the Imperial Academy had never heard such a heart-rending cry before. Elmont had broken the supersonic record. Several of his teeth flew out of his mouth quickly, like bullets, and shot straight up, following the trajectory of the blow. The stands cheered. Lion lowered his eyes in satisfaction, and Chloe, beaming with happiness, folded her arms across her chest and waited with bated breath for the winner to be announced. And it was, of course, Leon and the coach and the spectators, and the young man himself were extremely happy with the results of this grueling fight. When the duel ended, a torrential rain began to fall in the clear sky, as if nature could not withstand the flow of energy that had been expended today. Great job, this guy lost to a technique that was disgraceful in his words, and Elsider never stopped rejoicing at his student's success. Leon expressed doubt that this would teach Elmont to choose his words as he watched him being led away to the infirmary. It's hard to believe, but he's very impressed, the ball continued. It's time to open new doors and perfect the art of acceleration. As it turned out, the guy has a special affinity for it, although there are still many nuances that he needs to teach him, Elsider finished. Leon looked at his mentor with horror. The young man had hoped that at least for today, he would be left alone with his training. At this time, Coach Helmet was counting the teeth he found on the battlefield. He made several mistakes. There were so many of them. Leon's shoulder was sore and he was exhausted, but after he saw the instructor, his mood improved significantly. He asked Elsider to remind him and tell him in more detail how acceleration training could be useful. The blue ball did not refuse and explained that the human body moves faster than consciousness, especially in extreme situations. Leon remembered how several times he had to catch falling plates that had slipped out while washing dishes. The mentor continued to explain that this is how reflexive movements work, but they have nothing to do with real speed. He asked why professional swordsmen were so fast. Leon replied that it was because of the aura. This is partly true, the ball agreed. The aura allows one to reflect strong and crushing blows directed from different sides. Therefore, if you understand well how the aura works and master acceleration, you won't have to use it in practice. Elsider smiled slyly. By the way, we are now talking about this in detail precisely because he managed to use acceleration during the competition without using aura, he added the ball. And all because he instinctively managed to overcome the limits of his will. It's hard to imagine how cool he is, the mentor praised. Leon thought about it and decided to clarify how his body remained intact under such conditions, since he did not protect himself with an aura. It was very dangerous, Elsider replied. You were very lucky that he used acceleration not on the whole body, but only on parts of it. Did he just now realize this? He raised an eyebrow. I hope that in the future you will be much more attentive and careful with your body. The next second, a powerful wave of energy pierced Leon's entire body, causing unbearable pain. Leon screamed. And now the muscle pain has arrived, the ball explained to the young man lying on the ground, bent over in pain. The teacher advised not to use acceleration next time until you thoroughly study and begin to understand the aura. Leon replied that this was understandable and that he had no desire to die next time, so he would follow the wise advice. The next day brought good weather, and the students again came to classes in the main building of the Imperial Academy. Leon had tidied himself up and looked surprisingly well as he walked slowly down the corridor towards the classroom. The two girls, seeing our hero, opened their eyes wide and began whispering excitedly about something. It seems he is now a celebrity. But if only the girls. It turned out that everyone, absolutely everyone around, did nothing but discuss Leon. This incredibly irritated the guy. Even the elite class students were in a good mood, but they were whispering about how they would use potions now that this trick had been discovered. Rumors seemed to travel fast, Leon told Elsider after they had discussed Jeff and Elmont's injuries in detail. They both attributed such a number of rumors to the pride that was characteristic of people of noble birth, especially students. Suddenly, Leon saw Chloe, only now the young man realized how much he missed his beautiful friend. The girl came up, said hello, and smiled sweetly. Our hero's heart fluttered with joy and stopped. He looked at her as if he was seeing her for the first time in his life, completely not knowing what to say or where to start the conversation. Leon simply nodded and led the girl outside. They sat on a bench under the walls of the academy and were finally left alone. Our hero cheerfully asked why Chloe was skipping class and not in class, since their class had alchemy on the schedule. Chloe was angry. She just wanted to see her. The class was canceled. How could anyone think she was skipping? Chloe leaned back on the bench and sighed that Leon had changed a lot. She didn't understand why he had been avoiding her lately. In addition, he staged a battle with the noble students. The girl continued and added that she and Leon were very worried. Leon looked at her and was upset. With his constant training, he had completely abandoned his friends. He felt especially sorry for Chloe. Although the news about Lion also caused unexpectedly strong emotions in the young man. Leon suddenly realized that he had never felt so comfortable communicating with Chloe before she took care of him, and now she spoke to him as if he were an equal. The young man even froze with joy. He realized that the reason was that he had become stronger, and this fact was not hidden from his girlfriend. Before, she used to run after him and coo, and he would wave her off. It's very ugly. How could he be so ungrateful? Especially on that day when Lion parried all attempts to attack and the battle never took place, Leon simply turned around and left. Then, of course, he was ashamed. The guy even broke his sword in rage, crushing a wooden block, but that's not the point. The hand that held the sword then was his hand. The hand of the same Leon, who had now become much stronger and more self-confident. That Leon who took possession of the sacred sword, for he was truly chosen. He is worthy of it thanks to his will and pure heart. Only an impeccable warrior, an ideal man, can wield a magical weapon that can change the entire course of history. And this is him, Leon suddenly realized. Chloe seemed to sense what the boy was thinking, and immediately reported that there were rumors in the school that he had received a sacred sword. Of course, it is doubtful that this is true since no one has seen him for 300 years, she continued, and suddenly fell silent, looking at her friend. Tears streamed from Leon's eyes, and he slowly said that it didn't matter. Nothing mattered anymore. Chloe's eyes grew even wider. What exactly the girl expected to hear will remain a secret, because the answer was silence. Leon, something is wrong. These are just rumors. Why is he silent? You can at least answer something, the beauty babbled in panic. The guy continued to sit, streaming tears, and from time to time he let out either sighs or sobs. Chloe's eyes widened even more, and she fell silent in horror, looking at her friend and wondering what exactly had put him in such a state. Finally, the young man quietly said that the holy sword had a terrible character, but it saved him from the deep hole that Leon had dug for himself. Rodrigo watched the scene from the sky, eating a round chocolate chip cookie with gusto and feeling relaxed. But Leon's last phrase made him choke on his dessert and tense up greatly. The hero did not expect the conversation to turn in this direction and the guy to turn out to be so wise. The girl said, a little excitedly, that she had noticed that her friend had become much stronger. His strength had increased very rapidly. At that moment, a blue ball was visualized right at Leon's phrase that the real hero was Elcid, who saved him. And he, as the owner of the Holy Sword, should not have any shortcomings, and he will become such a hero in gratitude to his mentor, the young man finished. Chloe listened carefully to this answer and remained silent. But it was clear from her face that the girl did not understand what was being discussed, but was ready to support Leon. But Rodrigo continued to spit out cookies in frustration, because Leon managed to raise his resolve simply by talking to his friend. Well, isn't it perfect, Rodrigo exclaimed, realizing that things were much better than he had first thought after listening to Leon. Elcid seemed to hear the thoughts of his previous owner, and looking at his friends muttered that it was better not to think about it now. But the blue ball enthusiastically informed Leon that it was time to stop empty talk. Real training awaited him ahead. Leon shrank and shook at these words, which caused genuine concern in Chloe, who could not hear the voice of the sword, and therefore could not understand her friend's behavior. In the evening, not everyone in the dormitory was in their rooms again, but a bright light was burning in Leon's bedroom. The young man, as usual, lay on the bed with his legs stretched out in front of him, thinking about what Chloe had told him. It seems like he has really changed. He has become calmer and looks forward with confidence. This is definitely due to Elcid. Remembering the events of the day, he didn't know how to react to Chloe's phrase that even his look had become different. Could the changes really be read even in his eyes? The friend also said that Leon had become similar to Lion, which surprised our hero then, but now in the evening he was ready to agree. There's a huge difference between a person looking up and a person looking down, the beauty noticed. After this phrase, she coquettishly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and advised her friend not to delay, but to talk to Lion as soon as possible. Besides him, he doesn't communicate normally with anyone. It seems like he likes him, and now that they have become similar, he will like him even more, Chloe summed up. Leon agreed in response. He didn't even listen to what exactly the girl was telling him. All his attention was focused on her beauty and elegant movements. Now curled up in a ball on the bed, he literally clutched his head, regretting his thoughtless words. "I'm sorry, Chloe, but I don't think I can fulfill your request. Pull myself together," our hero whispered into the emptiness of the night. Meanwhile, the night was getting darker. The meager crescent moon gave practically no light. The atmosphere became a little ominous. Lion stood on the balcony of his chambers, looking at the building of the Imperial Academy, which was very close, his hair fluttering in the wind. The young man thought about Leon and the upcoming fight with him. The battle would finally put everything in its place. The morning was clear and sunny. Some of the dormitory residents woke up from the sounds of blows and loud exclamations. It was Leon who was training with a wooden block, encouraging himself with his voice. He had never gotten up so early of his own free will. But when he woke up, he also thought about the fight. The blows rained down like hail. They seemed incredibly strong, but the equipment was durable, but the training sword could not withstand it. At that moment, a blue ball materialized, and noticed that wooden weapons wear out quickly, and a lot also depends on the sword. Leon reported that he was satisfied with the wooden sword lasting only one battle, when the mentor drew his attention to the durability of the weapon. Remembering his previous battles with Lion, the young man noted that he would only be able to use the secret technique in a battle with the genius once. Otherwise, Lion would quickly discover the tactic, and it would become useless, Leon continued, recalling how many times he had ended up on the ground without even having time to land the first blow. Sword laughed at such conclusions and decided to change the subject, asking if our hero wanted to see the data from Lion's table. What he saw shocked the young man, and he began to scream that he didn't believe that Lion could use aura on weapons and not on himself. All other indicators and secret combat skills were amazingly high, and Leon shouted that the opponent was stronger than most instructors. Coach Helmet hiccuped somewhere. Even the most brilliant warriors mastered this technique at the age of 30, but how could the underage Lion master it? The hero continued to be indignant. Leon continued to study the table and exclaimed that Lion was undoubtedly very strong, but his endurance was greater. He was an opponent to be defeated. Elsidor asked permission to give the young man advice, and the boy looked at him intently, expectantly. The mentor explained that based on all this data, it is necessary to understand that defeating your enemy is a completely realistic task. Leon only loudly released air in response. It seemed to the young man that the blue ball was being somewhat disingenuous, or even mocking him. Looking at his broken sword, our hero continued to think that he had practically no chance of winning. He asked cautiously what would happen if something went wrong and he lost to Lion during the battle. The guy asked what his mentor would do in this case, which caused him some confusion. After thinking for a moment, the sacred sword said that it did not want to answer. This would be its own test. Suddenly he started shouting and asked why he hadn't emphasized from the very beginning of training that Leon still had a lot to go through. Realizing that he had gone too far, the blue ball softened his voice and said that this fight and its outcome could change the young man's fate, because he would tell him what to do after it was over. The mentor finished by saying that Leon would understand everything himself when the time came, and the young man looked at him gratefully, having received the necessary support. Until sunset, our hero continued his training. Now he understood that the Holy Sword would not turn away from him in case of defeat, and therefore he was determined to win. The next few days were filled with heavy rain, and there was no opportunity to practice swordsmanship outside. The drops slowly trickled down the window. Lion stood in the room, looking at them, and wondering whether the break would make the enemy weaker. He looked at the raindrops until Gilbert, who was sitting nearby, decided to break the silence with his unexpected question. Looking at the statistics, the man asked if the boy expected Leon to be so good that he could defeat Elmont. His face at that moment did not express a single emotion, but it was clear that a lot depended on Lion's answer. Gilbert waited. The young man said that their last conversation on this topic was 3 years ago, to which the man replied that this was enough time to win over the right people. Placing his hand on the statistics, Gilbert exclaimed that Leon had defeated the Count's second son with just his body, without using his aura. His potential was beyond doubt. Lion added with an excited face that today he received a message from Leon saying that he was ready for the fight. Sir Gilbert raised an eyebrow in surprise and said that he had not expected such a quick readiness. Lion, sparks of anger pouring from his eyes, asked Gilbert to help him with advice. The young man was ready to do anything to win the fight. But what exactly he had in mind, we will not know until we find out. We will only add that at that moment Lion was thinking not only about the enemy, but also about Chloe. The image of the girl clearly emerged in his imagination. It seemed that the question of help was directed primarily at her. The next day it was still pouring with rain, and the weather seemed to be in solidarity with the people and was not conducive to fun. Leon walked slowly down the hallway of the Imperial Academy, his thoughts fuzzy but his gait firm. All the students do is gossip, he told Elsidor, saying that the hero of the Holy Sword is fighting for his future. You're just in time, Leon, said Instructor Helmet as the young man entered the fighting area. He was surprised that no one was making noise, and there were no spectators. As it turned out, Lion's condition was the absence of spectators. Our hero laughed that it was Elmont who wanted to publicly disgrace himself, and his opponent today was not like that at all. But there will still be one observer in the stands, the instructor objected, and Leon froze in bewilderment. The young man gasped and asked Elsider, who was constantly looming nearby, if he had any ideas about who it could be. Perhaps it was Chloe, the mentor replied, and for some reason Leon began to worry greatly. He felt uneasy. The guy began to loudly complain about such a choice of opponent. It seemed that the girl's mere presence made him more vulnerable. Lion is very smart and couldn't help but notice the special connection that had developed between the three of you, the ball replied. In ancient times, the bond between the emperor, empress, and servant was very strong. One must not forget that in case of defeat, one would have to become his vassal, Elsider explained. Lion intends to prove his greatness to both Chloe and Leon, so that the victory will be complete and undeniable. Leon, who had already regained control of his emotions and was determined to defeat his opponent, exclaimed that this victory would go to no one else but him. Memories of Lion asking to talk and them sitting under the tree flashed through his mind, and about how the young man laid out his conditions, how the duel should take place, what thoughts trouble him, and how he joyfully agreed to them, anticipating his incredible victory, but without thinking about the possible trap. The reason why Chloe had to become an observer became perfectly clear to him. It was a premeditated, cunning plan. And Lion will strictly adhere to it, our hero summed up, playing out the beautiful image of his girlfriend in his head. Well, the enemy's observation must be given credit. Leon once again proved to be less wise. Lion, like a puppeteer, gets what he wants from people. He really acts like any blue-blooded person, not sparing either Chloe or him, our hero thought. Leon continued to get angry and reasoned that he had such a dishonest opponent. The whole hierarchy was obvious. The young man told Elsider that he didn't like this arrangement at all, and again clenched his fists tightly, preparing to teach the scoundrel a lesson. When the blue ball asked if he was angry, the guy replied that he was now completely confident in his abilities. Today he will get a good lesson, thought the blue ball, looking at his beautiful student. The participants of the duel came to the center of the court and stood opposite each other. The coach was between them. Smiling sweetly, Lion reproached our hero for being late, looking him straight in the eye, but Leon did not lose his head and easily parried the verbal blow. The young man replied that this was not so, and that in fact the enemy had arrived too early. The sword fight was preceded by a battle of words. Leon also added that he heard that there was someone here, and looking around for Chloe, he asked where our observer was. His opponent responded sarcastically that he couldn't see from here. He understood that all his antics and mockery were not achieving their goal. I wonder if he will regret his actions and words when he loses, the boy thought a little nervously. Leon's face was clear and calm. It seemed like the guys had switched roles, and now it was the turn of the elite to be nervous, not the commoner. At this time, the instructor announced that it was time to start, but Lion asked to wait a little. He needed to take care of one more thing. He took out a dark glass bottle and shook exactly one pink tablet, quite large, into his palm. Looking sadly at the imperial coat of arms that adorned the wall, the young man threw the pill into his mouth with one sharp movement and swallowed it without washing it down with water. When Leon asked what kind of potion he had just taken, his opponent replied that it was a special pill that blocked the aura. They had agreed that he wouldn't use the aura, but if it accidentally manifested itself, the guy would definitely lose. Lion finished. Leon just chuckled. For a moment it seemed to him that his opponent might be honest, but he had to get rid of these thoughts. The instructor held out the sword. It was time to begin the duel that would change the fate of our hero, and perhaps not only him. Lion was already in a fighting stance. There was no reason to hesitate, so our hero also took up his weapon and got ready. The aristocrat watched his opponent and caught himself thinking that he did not feel the same hostility from him that he felt from all the others. Still, he had to be vigilant, the young man concluded, looking at how determinedly Leon looked at him. Sharply throwing his hand out in front of him, Instructor Helmet shouted that the competition was beginning, and he seemed to be the most excited of all those present. The swords crossed for the first time with such force that bright orange sparks rained down on the opponents. Lion struck first, but our hero prudently dodged, the blade of the sword only grazing the metal protection on his shoulder. Leon stepped back, preparing to deliver his lightning-fast and crushing blow, his anger surging through him. The enemy was surprised. He did not expect such a quick reaction, and now tried to calculate where the enemy was aiming. The sound of swords clanging and sparks flying was heard again. It was impossible to follow the movement of the weapons. They were too fast. Leon struck again and again, but Lion somehow magically managed to anticipate and parry them all. During a short break, our hero thought hard about whether it was time for him to attack, and if it was time, how to do it correctly. If this continues, he won't last even 30 seconds, the aristocrat realized, and resolutely pointed the tip of his sword at his opponent. Leon managed to parry the blow, but it was obvious that it was not easy for him. The sword was so strong that it even sprang back. Everything is just as Elmont said, our hero thought. The aristocracy has its own secret tricks that make them better than us. At that moment, Lion also remembered the leader of the elite gang, who, after the battle with Leon, said that he managed to parry the special abilities of the nobility. Our hero tried to anticipate Lion's actions in advance, but it was not easy due to the excitement that suddenly overwhelmed the young man. He needed to calm down and concentrate immediately, otherwise he was finished, the young man decided, watching as Lion raised his sword wide in a new blow. Leon parried the blow. He understood that this was not the first time he had fought this opponent, and therefore he should be better at predicting him. Another blow followed. Sparks rained down again. Swords began to ring. It was completely impossible to understand what was happening, who was striking and who was parrying. Sir Gilbert looked at what was happening and could not believe that this was just a fight between two academy students. Instructor Helmet was in the same state of shock, and he also felt that none of the participants in the duel were using aura. The sparks and reflections of swords on the walls of the hall became like the glow of the Imperial coat of arms, and it seemed as if a real knightly battle for honor was taking place. Strong, Leon noted with satisfaction about his opponent. No matter what, he deserved to be respected. Strong, Lion thought in a mirror-like manner. His face showed surprise and admiration at the same time, even delight in places. Leon was indeed a monster, but only up to this point, Lion decided, and delivered a special blow that made Sir Gilbert hold his breath. He knew that his master's opponent was strong, but now he was convinced that he was simply a genius, because the young man was able to withstand this blow. Lion was at a loss to understand how it was even possible that Leon was fighting on par with him and could easily resist him. He prepared to deliver a double blow, but Leon somehow anticipated the intention. It was evident on his face. Could he really do this? Our hero wondered, a special white glow appearing in his eyes. A whirlwind of sparks, a swing of the sword, a sharp turn, and here is the blow that should have put an end to the battle, quickly and skillfully repelled. Lion only managed to cut off pieces of skin from his opponent's protective chest plate, which fell down with a slight rustle. The shock that the young man experienced was indescribable. Lion had never been so scared in his life. Several strands of hair, cut off by Leon, fell from his head. His opponent, meanwhile, was full of determination. Without blinking an eye, he took a fighting stance and thought out his attack, while his blonde locks slowly fell to the floor. Brushing his hair away from his face, the puzzled aristocrat reflected on his failure to anticipate his opponent's counterattack and attack. Looking at him, Lion tried to unravel this secret, but he could not find a single idea of how a commoner could do it. Well, he should make every effort, and he was ready to do so, the young man concluded. Leon looked at his opponent and read in his eyes that since he couldn't exhaust the guy with a physical attack, an additional secret skill would be used. Lion held his sword firmly and prepared to carry out his goal. There was no longer any way for him to retreat. His opponent thought that his endurance had served him well, but it was not that, or not only that. He had managed to reduce his opponent's advantage in the battle. It was a difficult move that did not allow for mistakes, and he had succeeded, the young man decided. Leon raised his sword with determination. He realized that his tactics and strategy were working. He just needed to continue in the same spirit. But it was not easy to break Lion's will. His eyes lit up and the intention to hit the enemy with a secret skill turned into action. Sir Gilbert leaned forward to get a better look at what was happening on the fighting ground, afraid that Lion would risk using another secret skill. Leon also realized that the critical moment had arrived. He was extremely focused, trying to figure out the enemy's weak points. The most attention was drawn to Lion's muscles, blood vessels, and nerves. Although the guy seemed fragile and close, underneath it was hidden a powerful muscle mass. Moreover, this mass was strengthened by an energy field that extended beyond the body. What kind of ability is this? Leon wondered. If the opponent can't use aura, then what is it? Our hero asked himself just as Lion narrowed his eyes and prepared to attack. Leon bared his teeth, realizing that he currently only had half of his opponent's strength available to him, and therefore he needed to focus on speed and agility. He jumped up and did an incredible somersault. It seemed as if a whirlwind or hurricane had passed over the area. Lion attacked quickly, putting all his hidden resources and capabilities into the strike, and his speed was also high. After the blow, the young man looked back to assess the result. Unfortunately, the damage was not as strong as planned, but it was still there. Our hero stood clutching the wound just below the metal guard on one arm with his other hand, looking ferocious. Leon managed to dodge. He wasn't hit hard, but blood dripped onto the stone floor, and his mind searched for an answer to the question of whether the opponent used aura or not. Elsider reported that Lion did not use his aura, but he had access to other secret battle skills. Leon continued to press on the wound and furiously whispered to the blue ball that he wanted to quickly find out what he had to fear. The answer was that the human body can be much faster and stronger than is commonly believed, and the guy had already seen this for himself. Lion resorted to the same technique, but he also had access to the ability to make his body stronger, so none of his opponent's well-aimed blows, and there were some, caused him any injuries. Your horizons of knowledge are rather narrow, but try to use all your abilities to the maximum. The voice of the sword finished as Lion raised his sword again to attack. He already realized that somehow the enemy had learned his secret, and now he furiously shouted at him not to look away. The sound of swords clanged, and again no one could understand what exactly was happening, who was moving where, whose sword was attacking whom, and whose was deflecting the blows. Swinging his weapon, Lion planned to strike, but Leon dodged again, using the acceleration technique. The blade grazed his cheek, and our hero realized with horror that his opponent had intended to hit him right in the eye, or even just blow his head off. The drops of blood made the scene even more dramatic, highlighting the determination to win in the young man's eyes. Elsie didn't interfere, giving Leon the opportunity to concentrate, and he realized that he could push Lion to the edge of the court. Looking straight at his opponent, he tried to calculate how many steps it would take, 5 or 6, before Lion would stumble. Sir Gilbert noticed that the mood of both participants in the competition had changed, and it was now completely impossible to predict the outcome. Leon thought he had a chance to win if he could calm down and strictly follow his plan. Lion was thinking about the fact that he didn't have much strength left. The guy was inferior to a commoner in terms of endurance, and therefore was limited in time. He couldn't open up. He couldn't give Leon a chance to notice when all his strength was exhausted, he decided. Meanwhile, our hero also took a wait-and-see position, hoping that this would get on Lion's nerves and he would again begin to attack first and get exhausted. For the first time in their entire acquaintance, Leon suddenly began to look huge and powerful, and Lion frail and weak, although he was not at all. The whole point is that the guy leaned forward a little to protect himself. The nobleman accepted the challenge thrown by his opponent's gaze and was ready. Gilbert noticed that he had used the pure law technique, the very additional skill that could not be revealed. This was a sign that the young man had gone beyond his limits, and the holy sword also took notice, and began to whistle joyfully. If he really was a hero, he wouldn't lose this battle, Lion thought, time dragging on like rubber. He will teach him a lesson, show him that he knows nothing about life at all, having received privileges already at birth, Leon thought at this time. Our hero recalled how many times before Lion had parried all his attempts to attack, using secret knowledge. And then he persistently achieved his strength through grueling training, breaking many wooden swords in the process. This was the last straw, and the young man used all his skills at once, strength, speed, and special vision. He flew at Leon like a lightning bolt of retribution. But the enemy, with maximum concentration, was ready to repel this swift and crushing attack. He would have held up, but the weapon couldn't. This time it wasn't Leon's sword that broke, but the blade of his opponent, who didn't expect it at all. Sparks and a glow from the blow developed behind Leon for several seconds, who still had not understood the result of his technique. But Lion froze in place, his face illuminated by orange sparks showing complete shock. A minute later, he was looking at his broken blade, his mouth open, trying to comprehend that the competition could be considered over. Yes, it was worth all the training we did, Elsider muttered with satisfaction, and Leon could only nod. He admitted that he used the same technique he used in the battle with Elmont, and the result was similar. This is an unusual sword technique that attacks only the upper part of the opponent's weapon, but directs every drop of energy into the weapon. Leon imagined that all the swords broken during his life were rushing into outer space with lightning speed, finding their final resting place there. It's all thanks to you, he turned to Lion. Even if I count them, their number will remain beyond my imagination. Lion looked at him with a clear gaze. It was all over, so there was no anger left. If it had been a real sword, the result would have been completely different, the young man said. His opponent, towering over the loser and holding out his weapon, whole and unharmed, and now safe, retorted that he had won. Our hero repeated his words about victory once more, and this time he smiled broadly and happily. Nothing darkened his face. It was amazing. It was such a thrilling fight, Sir Gilbert exclaimed, applauding as he managed to get to the boys. Elsider muttered thoughtfully that everything had turned out exactly as he had said, and it seemed as if the ball had completely forgotten what it wanted to say next. Finally, he returned his thoughts to what was happening and asked Leon what he asked for if he won the duel with Lion. The young man remembered how, with an angelic face, He promised to give him everything he asked for, if it did not harm his family and honor and was not a secret fighting technique. Our hero thought about it and told his mentor that he most likely wouldn't need all of this. He was surprised, but remained silent. In complete silence, Lion's words suddenly sounded that he had lost, that he had arrogantly accepted the challenge and was now forced to accept the result. A promise is a promise. What does he want? The defeated one asked the somewhat discouraged winner of the fight. Leon looked kindly and replied in a soft voice that he intended to postpone discussing this until later. Lion didn't expect such an answer. He blinked his eyes and only asked in bewilderment if he had heard wrong or if it seemed to him. Since he is not thinking about that now, our hero added, and then asked if the enemy would like to fight him again a little later. Contrary to expectations, both Lion and Sir Gilbert were incredibly pleased with this proposal, and both nodded in agreement and gratitude. But then Lion remembered his upbringing at court and his excellent manners, and haughtily said that he agreed. As if to confirm his high origins, the young man looked at the walls of the hall, decorated with banners bearing the Imperial coat of arms. Clutching his wounds, Leon left the duel scene and muttered that it seemed like his opponent had overdone it in swinging his sword. Healing light, please give peace to the wounded and heal him. Stretching out her hands full of blue light to Leon, Chloe said. The girl had already approached him a long time ago, but he, in his affectation, did not immediately notice her. But now he watched the ritual of magical healing with interest. Wow, the wound healed so quickly. This is what it means to be a fourth-level mage, Leon thought, and happily thanked his friend, telling her that she was simply incredible. Suddenly, the young man noticed that Chloe was not at all happy. She was sad and angry, her lips pressed into a thin line. The beauty screamed furiously that she did not understand either him or Lion, how they could fight each other knowing what she was going through. Leon was taken aback. At first, he wanted to justify himself by saying that he had not intended to challenge her to a duel. But then he changed his mind, noticing tears in his friend's eyes. Smearing those same tears down her cheeks, Chloe sobbed that Leon had become very strong. It was just unbelievable how strong. "You are going to leave the academy?" the girl asked confidently, or rather stated a fact, her voice trembling. "How could she know?" our hero asked, not hiding his surprise. He had never told anyone about his plans before. Chloe was still very angry, so she simply snapped that she knew him, and besides, she wasn't that stupid, or he hadn't noticed it yet. Leon liked that she was worried and anxious. A wave of warm memories washed over the young man, reflected on his face in a smile. The guy smiled that she had always been like this, Chloe, since childhood, to which he received a sharp answer that she was not going to listen to such things, at least from him. Leon responded by reminding her how as a boy, he had fought a boar for 10 hours and won. He was always like that, challenging a stronger opponent. "Yes, he is right, but today it took him much longer to stop being angry," the girl smiled. He believes that it was not that long, because the level of difficulty was very high, the hero noticed and finally waited for praise addressed to him. After that, both burst into happy childish laughter, as if they were only 5 years old again, and no problem simply existed. Leon said that it was time for him to go, and jokingly suggested that Chloe go and hit Lion for him, to which the girl asked his opinion on whether the enemy would need healing. Leon replied that he didn't know, but remembering how the young man sat down exhausted on the ground, he added that this guy never shows his inner experiences and wounds. Chloe continued to look at him blankly, and he explained that Lion was probably very worried, and a slap from his friend would help him to cheer up and calm down a little. "I think this defeat won't stop him, and he will become even stronger with time. Please take care of him," Leon added. Chloe stood there speechless, her huge, sad eyes reflecting the figure of her friend who was leaving, perhaps forever. "Leon, what are you going to do after you leave the academy?" the girl shouted after him. "It's a secret," he answered, and there was more in those words than in any long and convoluted tale of plans. At first, Chloe wanted to ask something else. Then she wrung her hands, as if in despair. It looked dramatic and did not fit at all with the image of a cold beauty. Then the girl changed her gesture. Now her hands were folded in prayer, and her lips whispered a blessing after Leon. Elsidur reported that this was the first time he had seen a wizard who, without believing in God, prayed for others, to which he received the answer that the girl was truly an amazing person. "So you'll leave like this?" the ball asked, Leon thought, and replied that if he expected to find a special person, he was wrong. Our hero began his speech by recalling how he always trained desperately and did not want to give up, how among the masses of people Chloe and Lion became special to him. But they had a completely different social circle. How he had struggled with the feeling of detachment for years, right up until the moment when the holy sword appeared to him. How he took second place in the speedrunning competition, beating all his rivals except Lion. How he defeated the vile leader of the gang of elite class students, Elmont, by knocking out a rather hefty handful of his teeth. All this was fate, and even the fact that he managed to become himself and overcome himself, and then Leon finished his monologue. This brought him out of the shadows. Now he will become a hero. The young man smiled happily with all 32 whole teeth. He did not expect such eloquence from himself at all. The blue ball reproached Leon for being a real snob, but it was obvious that he was getting undisguised pleasure from what he heard. Our hero seems to have returned to his usual state and became agitated. He asked his mentor what it was. He is now disappointed and does not consider him special. Of course not. What's wrong with wanting everything at once? The voice of the Holy Sword chuckled in response. There is nothing wrong with wanting to become a hero. It is normal for people to do so, he added. And Leon looked at his mentor with a look full of surprise. Desire is the power that proves humanity, the Holy Sword explained, which is why, among all the people on Earth, he chose Leon. Although at first it was not you who was supposed to be the hero, Elsidor clarified, and a dazzling guess flashed in the young man's mind that the sword was originally intended for Lion. This simply can't be, our hero thought in shock, unable to utter a word in response. The Imperial Clyde family, the sword that was supposed to build a new empire, well, of course. He began to remember the rumors, looking at the coat of arms. The card read, Lion Callum Gladius von Clyde, the name he had been given at birth, the young man began to realize. The chosen vessel for the hero who was to be reborn many years later. This is Leon, the sword for Leon. But why then did everything turn out differently, the young man asked himself. He would have been the perfect hero, Leon said thoughtfully, and he even felt a little sorry that things hadn't turned out that way. But as Elsid had said, the glory which he should have enjoyed had now passed to me, thought the young man. He turned sharply to his mentor and indignantly asked whether his last fight with his opponent had been a test, to which he received an affirmative answer. He did well. This is the one who will become a hero without any prophecies, the voice of the sacred sword confidently proclaimed. At this moment, somewhere at the other end of the corridor, a loud slap was heard. Lion grabbed his cheek and Sir Gilbert threw up his hands in panic. Boy, Lion was wrong, but he doesn't feel guilty for taking his chance, Elsidor asked. No, this is no longer his chance. He made a mistake because he got arrogant and miscalculated his strength. Leon winked. And he added jokingly that now they were all on equal terms, but the mentor did not understand what exactly he meant. Rather, it is he who should feel guilty for having suffered defeat, and for choosing him. The young man became excited. He chose me. The spirit of the great hero Rodrigo, the holy sword Elsidor chose me, and therefore I have no time for any nonsense, he finished. He only managed to exhale a blue ball. He did not expect such a level of pathos from his ward. The next day, the Imperial Academy still stood under the scorching sun among the mountains, but Leon was no longer its student. The young man applied for expulsion, deciding to become an adventurer, and his mentor Helmut was so moved that instead of a diploma, he handed over a letter of recommendation. The match between Leon and Elmont became an incentive for the commoners to train more, become more determined and stronger. He is very happy about this. They have a chance for the future, and he will not return here again, thought our hero, taking a last look at the well-fortified walls. Well then, let's go meet adventure, he declared decisively, raising his hand up to Blaine, to the city of adventurers. Half a month later, the keen eye of a bird of prey was looking out for prey in the thick of a dense, impenetrable forest. It was an eagle, whose attention was attracted by strange sounds coming from the thicket and the chaotic movement of branches far below. The bird of prey hovered over the place where the unpleasant noise was coming from, hoping that the wolves were tearing the gazelle apart and that it would also get a tasty morsel. But the sight that opened up to her eyes from above did not foreshadow any opportunity to profit at all. It was Leon who jumped out of the thicket of trees with a loud cry, his eyes practically on his forehead from indignation. Finally, the young man stopped running and screaming. He bent over and began to bring his breathing back to normal. After a few minutes, he was able to speak. We need to get out of this terrible place as soon as possible. I have no strength or nerves left. Leon, drenched in sweat and tears, turned to the sky where the eagle was soaring. Then he calmed down and realized that he had already done it. The trees ended and the forest was left behind. Elsid said that the forest was not scary at all. He trained him well. Without strength, endurance, and attentiveness, the guy would never have managed. The ball continued. Our hero saw Blaine on the horizon. All he dreamed of now was to be in a comfortable bed and not listen to lectures. The mentor decided to joke that everything wasn't so bad after all. He suggested remembering what a wonderful fire they had made. Yes, he would also remember how the goblins attacked them, Leon muttered in response to this friendly jab. If he hadn't trained him well with a wooden sword beforehand, Leon wouldn't have been able to handle them, Elsid retorted. Leon agreed that he was right, but he didn't have a sword, so he had to summon a sacred one from his hand, and that turned out to be quite difficult. But remember how he cut that goblin in half? He never even dared to dream of such a thing before, the impudent boy. The teacher continued to fume. The young man agreed that it was worth it, because he had learned well how to cut through space and enemies with the sacred sword. All these days in the forest, he seemed to be studying again. This was that cunning plan, the guy asked the blue ball, beginning to guess. Well, at least the goblins got it pretty bad, didn't they? The voice of the sacred sword evaded answering. It took only 10 seconds to put down a dozen. He became incredibly agile and strong. He continued to fawn on Leona. Then the ball clarified with a laugh that the guy was swift, like a whirlwind, like lightning, like retribution for enemies. It was he, his most precious student. Excellent, Leon decided. Looking at his fist, Elsid was right. He really had become much stronger during the time he had been passing through the forest. There was only one thought in my head right now. I want to fight the monsters again, the young man exclaimed in anticipation, releasing steam from his nostrils. Elsiler responded to his outburst by saying that he saw that the guy was very motivated, but he needed to be patient a little longer. The sword said that the student was still inexperienced. He needed to gain experience to fill the cup, and the guy imagined a huge cup of blood on a mountain of defeated orcs. Ugh, how disgusting. Then Leon, of course, realized that it was about an imaginary cup, which is each personality, becoming more complete in the process. Whatever he poured, the power would grow, but one cannot keep the cup empty, the mentor noted, and Leon happily agreed. The bird of prey listened to this dialogue and again soared upwards, spreading its mighty wings wide. The eagle's path lay towards the walls of the city of Blaine, although in nature such creatures prefer to stay away from people. After some time, our hero also entered the entrance gates of the said city, noting to himself that the defensive walls were quite reliable. The streets with bright flags, colorful walls of houses, and many street vendors were to the young man's liking. The young man was pleased and happy that the guards had let them through safely. The academic card had come in handy, although no one had expected it to. The blue ball muttered that it was time for the guy to take the satisfied smile off his face. He was rejoicing too early. This city was complete crap. Leon screamed, frightening the townspeople passing by them, asking how he could say such a thing, and most importantly, why he suddenly made such conclusions. Elsidur began his story with information that 300 years ago there were dozens of such cities. It is not small, but not big either. He drew the young man's attention to how dirty this city was, and how its inhabitants were complete scum. The ball had no intention of staying here for long. Leon smiled and said that he might not like it, but the main thing was not that at all, but the new opportunities that were opening up here. The mentor noticed that the young man had quickened his pace and asked where he intended to go, to which he received the answer that he was going to the guild, and then would look for a place to spend the night, for example, a hotel. The guy replied that he needed to register quickly because the teacher said that it was better to become an adventurer, and that was a great idea. Mercenaries were good, but their range of action was too narrow. Besides, he wasn't going to take on high-paying missions, the young man added, imagining himself crushing a crowd of formidable orcs with his sword. The ball nodded in agreement, hearing that it was better to take on tasks that trained combat skills, for example, destroying monsters. In the forest, he learned a lot from Elsid. He can't stop. There's not much time left before the sword seal is released, Leon thought as he walked. Remembering how the sword came to him, the guy calculated that about half a year had passed, which meant that there was still half left. As we remember, until the hero came of age, most of the sword's power remained securely sealed and waited for its time. Imagining Leon on the mountain of defeated orcs, the ball thought that the main goal was to train the hero's body, making it indestructible and preparing him for immortality. Leon thought about it too. He clenched his fist and imagined what kind of power he could have using aura. He had a lot to learn, he decided. Unnoticed, our hero reached the majestic guild building, illuminated by the rays of the setting sun. It seemed beautiful. After placing his fingerprint on the form, Leon listened to the thanks for registering as an adventurer and waited for further instructions. The red-haired girl who was registering said that they were confirming their studies at the academy and accepting Sir Helmut's letter of recommendation. She added good-naturedly, seeing Leon pull out a piece of paper with a note that if the boy intended to become an adventurer, he could start with rank D. The girl added that this is the rank from which you can start taking tasks, and if he does well, he will receive rank C, then B. Where an aura is used, our hero tensed up. If mastering the aura was a prerequisite for rank advancement, he would have to work hard, but it was still for the best, he decided. The girl finished the briefing by saying that at rank B, one should master the aura so that the sword could cut through stones and metal without breaking. Leon was horrified to think about what kind of abilities he would need to develop in order to reach ranks A and S, the highest. After listening to her, Elsid chuckled that the Adventurers Guild was an interesting organization and drew his students' attention to the creatures waiting in line. They were all of different races. A catman was sitting on the bench, and from under the fur, someone with a lion's head was shining with eyes. Nearby were probably Dunmer or elves, and they all looked intently at our hero, because it seemed that the guy was talking to himself. The lion man and the cat were especially interested. Unlike werewolves, elves, or half-elves did not look angry, but rather arrogant and contemptuous. Shar was surprised that the races that were at odds with each other 300 years ago were now united for one goal. The man who created this organization is good. He had to try hard, Leon concluded. Noticing the storm of emotions on the young man's face, the red-haired girl sweetly asked what was going on. Our hero remembered her existence and became embarrassed. After making sure that everything was in order, the beauty announced that the registration process was complete and now you can take the first task. Showing some documents, she added that according to the rules, this task is done for free. Leon thought it was a joke. He certainly didn't intend to ask for a high price, but he wasn't mentally prepared for this. The task is free, he asked again, to which the girl happily nodded. That for those who are going to become an adventurer and receive a guild certificate, a check has been established. Well, not everything comes easy, the ball muttered cheerfully as they left the room, but Leon was in a bad mood and asked him to shut up. To complete the task, it was necessary to go down into the city sewers. The day was clear, the weather was good, and the guy headed to the river. Under the bridge, all the city's waste flowed there, which meant it was possible to reach the desired place. The water, which looked clean and clear in the light, turned out to be far from attractive under the bridge. Leon saw a sewer grate. He climbed over it, took the first step, and was immediately attacked by werewolf rats who were just waiting to profit. However, our hero learned to draw the sacred sword so quickly that within a second the enemies were defeated, and only drops of blood on the guy's forehead reminded him of them. The young man fought several opponents at once for the first time, and quickly got tired, to which the ball replied that it was a useful skill. The main thing was to concentrate. It was very good practice, he added, but Leon didn't think so, as a whole horde of rats was approaching him. Since the task of cleaning the sewers had been chosen, it had to be completed, Elsidor reminded, and Leon moved forward decisively. The monsters attacked first, but our hero's sword quickly cooled their ardor, destroying one rank after another. Our hero made his way deeper methodically and confidently, clearing his path with a shining sword. At this moment, he truly felt like an adventurer. But suddenly, his attention was drawn to something at the end of the tunnel. One of the monsters was larger than the others, and somewhat different. "Why does this rat man have a horn on his head?" the guy asked his mentor, to which he received the answer that he probably mutated. Leon decided to clarify what Elsid meant, to which he received a story about how, by absorbing rivals, monsters sometimes adopt some of their distinctive features. The rat man with a shining horn on his forehead was not only larger, but also much more ferocious than his fellows. It was unpleasant and scary to look at him. It seemed that he had acquired some kind of magical aura after absorbing a lot of resources. And the blue ball was pondering, while our hero tried to decide what was the best way to proceed in this situation. The sword's voice explained that the horn proved that the creatures had special abilities. The larger the horn, the greater its power. "Such rats are the most dangerous and should be destroyed first," he advised a slightly confused Leon. Sword mentally imagined his hand hammering a nail into the rat straw voodoo doll and continued that there was no need to worry. The opponent was of low rank. Elsidor finished his thought by saying that with the help of the holy sword, which is a divine weapon, one can cut off the horn, then the monster will immediately die. Before the mentor could finish speaking, Leon was already rushing forward, ready to crush the enemy with one blow. Less than 2 seconds had passed before he was already assessing the trajectory of the blow to the next rat man with a horn. And then the next and the next, the monsters advanced, wondering only one question. When will this guy get tired and stop? Leon's eyes were shining, and he wasn't going to stop until there was a single living rat left in the sewers. That same evening, our hero returned to the guild building. Now it didn't seem so majestic to him, but it still attracted him. Leon slammed a whole bag of tails cut off from mutant rats onto the table as proof of the mission completed. The girl registrar, whom we already knew, wrung her hands in amazement. She did not expect the young man to return alive and with such a trophy. She weighed the bag and exclaimed that it was incredible. The guy brought 23 kilograms of ratman tails. Even by the simplest calculations, we are talking about no less than 230 rats, the registrar continued. But Leon remembered that he still had something. These are the horns of mutant rat men. He saw many of them, but he only managed to catch up with 4, the guy proudly said, seeing the admiration in the beauty's eyes. The young man took one of the horns and showed it to her closer, turning it first one side and then the other. Leon narrowed his eyes slyly and asked if he could sell them right now. The girl nodded, a little embarrassed. She went into the next room and soon returned, carrying a reward on a wooden tray, 13 silver and 50 copper coins. Leon poured the money into a bag and said that it was more than he expected, to which the receptionist noted that the Ratman's horns were expensive. They are in high demand, she added, and then explained to the dumbfounded guy that Leon was the first one who managed to pass the introductory mission so well. The girl joked that she was surprised, but she would have been even more surprised if he had brought a live Ratman. Then the beauty folded her hands and dreamily added that she wished our hero to subjugate all 4 evolutionary species without any problems. Then she suggested that Leon was also good at using aura, which completely threw the guy off track. She took a heavy box from the shelf and congratulated Leon. From that day on, he was officially registered as a D-rank adventurer. When the girl opened the box, the guy saw a shining seal on a golden plate depicting the city of Blaine. The young man asked whether he could use the certificate at his own discretion and received the answer that, in general, yes, that is exactly how it is. But it should be taken into account that if the adventurer has a rank lower than B, the parameters of his missions will be changed to the second priority, the girl clarified. She explained that this measure was aimed at people who only agreed to profitable missions. And Leon looked back at the crowd of adventurers choosing a mission. He is no longer a student at the academy, Leon whispered quietly to the ball, the plate with the seal glittering in his hand. From now on, he's a real adventurer, the guy muttered, continuing to look at the engraved image of the city. Leon had already turned to leave when he heard the voice of a girl following him, who promised to help him if any special mission request was required. Our hero chuckled with satisfaction, and it became clear that he was not going to neglect such a wonderful opportunity. Leaving the guild building, the young man proudly stopped on the steps and looked down on the city. Elcid chuckled over his shoulder, seeming to mistake his student for a powerful hero by the lady at the front desk. It makes sense, we might need her help, he added, reiterating that people love heroes. The guy remembered how he behaved with the receptionist and chuckled, which was doubtful. He had no money, no fame, no power yet. Shar noticed that up to a certain point the heroes hide their identity, but the young man waved it off and said that later we will see. But for now it is not about him. As Leon imagined the red-haired old lady at the front desk, Elsidor thought that perhaps decades later, his protege would become a legend in this guild. Everyone will know about him. Maybe they will even write a book, the mentor continued. And Leon presented a whole stack of books in the girl again. If you think about it, he likes this future, admitted the guy, who has already received gratitude from residents in his dreams. Continuing to walk, our hero told the mentor that he was going to stay in Blaine for a while. This would help him improve his skills. Once he gets promoted to B rank, he'll leave, Leon whispered quietly to himself, hoping the blue ball wouldn't hear. But Elsidor had good hearing, and the ball hung in space in silent bewilderment, the sun slowly setting behind its back. I wonder how long this will take, Leon continued to think, looking at the plate with the seal and completely ignoring the teacher's reaction. 100 days will be enough. The guy suddenly heard the confident voice of his mentor. It scared, surprised, and pleased him at the same time. Our hero asked Elsidor how he managed to always know everything and hear everything. The guy was pleased that he never left him for a second. The mentor promised that he would train the young man for 6 months and guaranteed that he would succeed if he was persistent. Elsidor assured in a slightly menacing voice that this would be intense training and the student would know no mercy, but the result was worth it. Noticing that Leon was mentally counting the tails and horns of the rats, the ball suddenly sighed in resignation, saying that this was a blow to his honor and simply a disgrace. Imagining a more worthy opponent for his student, Elsidor imagined a dragon. He pompously proclaimed that one should train so well that one could defeat even a dragon, which made an indelible impression on the student. Our hero asked if he had missed too many ranks, since the dragon was level 2S, the highest possible. He has now fully mastered the skills he received from me, Elsidor replied, shocking the young man for the second time in a row. But there is much more knowledge and skills ahead of you. Don't relax, the mentor insisted once again. Introducing Leon with a tail in his hand, he reminded that the more opponents are defeated, the more energy and power can be accumulated. Leon compared this connection between the aura and the monsters, and thought that it was not in vain that he had defeated a whole mountain of orcs. In fact, anyone can absorb the enemy's power and accept his energy, not just the nobility, he thought. The hero realized that for this it was not at all necessary to take potions as aristocrats do. The main secret of royal power was in knowledge. Elsid knew about this technique, the student thought, looking slyly at him, but he thought that simpletons would never reach the level of aristocrats. At this time, Shar was telling us that the rank of the opponents and their power were different. One dragon would bring as much energy as 1,000 ratmen. He once again imagined Leon's battle with the dragon and ordered them to prepare for the upcoming fight with the most powerful creatures right now. Leon asked again if the teacher was joking and immediately learned the power of his anger. The ball screamed that cleaning the sewers was not a task for a student of such a great mentor as him. The guy remembered that when he came out of the sewer, it smelled like a cesspool. It was unbearable. And Elsidor used the art of purification, ridding him of the stench and dirt with just his gaze. It seemed that something had really changed, the young man decided, and he asked why exactly dragons were so exciting to his mentor. The blue ball thoughtfully replied that the whole point was that their next target would be the Titan Mountains, and continued on his way. This was a place where even dragons couldn't go. This was a land ruled by a Titan, Leon exclaimed with fear and delight at the same time. The place which Rodrigo had failed to conquer. But why were they going there, the young man asked, to which he received a lengthy answer that it would be to his advantage. True, his body remained there, the blue ball thought. He forgot about it. Well, he didn't expect that from himself. Elsidor suggested putting this goal on the calendar in about 6 months, and the guy decided that he agreed. But it's quite dangerous there, our hero reminded, to which the ball objected that with him the student was practically not in any danger. Well, almost. The mentor very persistently asked him to believe him, and it seemed to the young man that a bright silhouette of a holy sword shone behind his back. The ball proclaimed that he should be trusted because he is a holy sword, and Leon pretended not to realize that in fact his teacher is a part of Rodrigo's soul. After all, he had always done this. Why ask for it now? The young man asked slyly. It was a matter of course. After some time, conversations began in the guild that did not bode well for our hero. "Hey friend," the lion-like man called out to his comrade, "you're going to go kill rats again, or that guy won't leave you any work at all." Another mutant asked if Leon was a cat, since he destroys hordes of ratmen every day, even though he is still very young. Our hero became too popular because he hunted rats. They began to call him a cat, Leon understood, hearing the whispers. The next time he brought a bag of tails. Putting the bag on the counter, he tried to figure out what could be changed in the current situation. "Just look, there isn't much prey today," the red-haired beauty we already knew exclaimed affably. Leon, remembering today's raid, muttered that the rat men didn't really show themselves to him these days, and there were fewer of them. He would like to see other tasks, the young man noted, and the girl nodded her head, raising her finger. After rummaging through the papers, she poked that finger at 4 separate pieces of paper, as if it would help her think. The receptionist exclaimed that she had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and that she had 4 incredibly interesting special tasks for our hero. The young man in the blue ball carefully studied each of the order forms several times. There was a lot of information. Leon thought hard, and it was clear that he was trying to make a decision, which was not easy. He had to weigh the pros and cons. "It seems like I looked at everything. This one is quite old," said the young man, and put his hand on one of the sheets of paper, as if hinting that the choice had been made. "An interesting option," Elsid intervened, "although they don't pay as much for it as we would like," he noted. "Yeah," Leon replied. "That's exactly why he wants to take on a mission like this. He thinks it's perfect for the purpose." Leaving the guild and going outside, the young man began to wonder where the stone slime was found, which he had just taken it upon himself to destroy. The order stated that the slime was eating the stones in the underground passage near the wall, so the fortress in this place was rapidly losing strength. The document listed the Knights of Blaine as the customers, and this surprised Leon a little. How could the Knights not overcome the mold, he thought. "I think it's now clear why the task pays so little," the young man smiled, deciding that the Knights didn't have time to waste on trifles like mold. After some time, he was already standing in front of the exit to the fortress wall and greeting the guards. The guards let the guy through reluctantly. True, the guard began to assure that he had never heard of stone slime, which plunged the young man into some confusion. Then, looking at Leon's happy face in the paper, the man remembered about the application. The blue ball continued to be perplexed. Our hero impatiently asked where they were, where the slugs were, because he had an official order from the guild to destroy them, and as a result, the guy finally got the answer he needed. As he walked down the corridor, the young man heard the knights talking among themselves and discussing whether this was the same cat adventurer who had cleaned out the sewers. He was incredibly happy to see an adventurer. There should be more heroes like him, the man in the helmet exclaimed cheerfully. The guard put his hand on Leon's shoulder and continued to talk about the intricacies of the adventurer's profession, joking and having fun. Then the man slyly noted that these days there are not the same kind of heroes. They are all brats, incapable of handling even the simplest task. Finally, Leon got rid of him and went down into the dungeon in search of slugs. He walked with a sword in his hand and carefully looked around the corners. The young man remembered how the knight had promised to increase the reward depending on his success, and this had made him a little angry. It's not as dirty here as in the sewers, but the floor is very slippery, our hero noted. It will be difficult to move and keep balance. However, this is the perfect workout for the legs, the blue ball declared, at which point the young man noticed something and hissed at him, asking for silence. A green glow approached from the darkness, shaped like several balls. It seemed that these were stone slugs. 3 at once. Get ready, Leon, Elsidor whispered. He understood that a lot depended on the first encounter with the enemy. If it were a regular slime, knights wouldn't hire adventurers, he added. Come on, my friend, don't hesitate. The young man agreed that his mentor was right, and at exactly that moment, a hefty stone flew into his eye at great speed. More precisely, he practically flew, because at the last moment the guy reacted and managed to dodge, taking out his holy sword. The stone crashed into the wall at full speed, leaving a dent and many cracks on it. Now it is clear why the foundation of the fortress began to sag. Stones, what the hell? Our hero opened his mouth, looking back, when the voice of the blue ball warned of a threat ahead. Right at the level of the young man's face, a green clot of mucus hung in the air, which glowed slightly, but his eyes looked especially ominous. Leon did not hesitate for long and struck with his sword, which should have cut the enemy exactly in half. But this did not happen. The weapon sprang back and threw Leon back, but the slug remained whole and unharmed, just as it had been before the blow. That's why it's called stone slime, our hero finally realized. Now he had to figure out what to do next. Leon looked at his opponent again, and then Elsidor rushed to his aid with a hint, having something to say about this. He began by asking the young man to concentrate and be extremely careful, as the task was indeed difficult. The stone slime can be defeated by destroying the core that is inside it, if you are attentive. He will notice it, the ball began. In Leon's imagination, a sharp arrow pierced the red core, and the slime lost its shape, flying around in drops. But he only had a sword. The ball took a closer look, and reported that there were too many enemies in the visible space to be daydreaming. The difficulty was that there were many stones concentrated around the core, which protected it from possible damage. Leon swallowed, realizing that it would have been better to choose another task, but it was too late to change his mind. A fairly well-thought-out method of protection, but it also has its weaknesses, and we know about them, the blue ball continued. A blunt weapon cannot penetrate the layer of mucus, nor can the edge of a sword, but the tip of a blade or an arrow can pierce it and reach the core, bypassing the stones. The mentor added that a weapon sharp enough to cut through stones, such as a holy sword or an aura weapon, might also be suitable. Leon was about to answer something, but at that moment the slugs opened their mouths and whole streams of boulders flew from these round holes at the young man. The stones flew at breakneck speed and with incredible force, but for our hero, time seemed to stand still as he thought through his strategy of defense and attack. The main thing was to repel the attack, the young man decided, and he began to wield his sword so quickly that he was able to throw away all the boulders flying at him. The opponents clearly didn't expect this, so they stopped their attack. Leon, who had used super speed, was a little tired but didn't lose his determination. Our hero stood there, trying to figure out how best to strike the slime with his sword, but at that moment his mentor distracted him. Elsidor said that he needed to attack quickly himself, since the slugs understood that he would not be able to knock off all the stones, and would soon start hitting vital organs. They started shooting from a distance of 5 meters. There was a short break between the volleys of stones that could be taken advantage of. Leon realized that he would have time to make 1 or 2 attacks during this period, but he was not sure whether he would be able to break through the defense. Since the stones were rotating inside the mucus around the core, this would be far from easy, but it was worth a try. Leon was determined and ready to attack. He needed to concentrate as much as possible and calculate the timing correctly. The blue ball watched with interest his concentrated face and the actions of the stone slugs, who also did not waste time. Leon had a clear plan in his mind of how he should move in order to get within striking distance in time and without risking his health. He already saw himself cutting through the core and finally understood that he would again need to move as quickly as possible. Our hero's face became satisfied. He again began to dream, but the mentor's voice brought him back to reality with a question. The blue ball asked his student if he understood how to defeat the slugs, to which he did not receive a clear answer, so he began to prompt. When the slime created a firing hole, the flow of rocks around the core would stop, and the creature would become vulnerable. With the combat skills and physical training he had at that time, the student could only break the cannonball when the hole was opening. The boy looked at his mentor reproachfully, and the ball realized that it was necessary to share the information earlier. Leon spent a lot of time figuring out how to defeat the slime. Well, now he knew exactly how, Leon decided, and took a fighting stance, waiting for the monster's mouths to open. The next moment he was already attacking. It seemed that nothing that existed in this world could stop the young man. He had to do it. An incredible blue glow appeared in his eyes, similar to the glow of a holy sword. And the guy actually managed to pierce the core of one of the slugs. It flew in all directions exactly as our hero had imagined before. At this time, our hero noticed that there was another opponent's open hole nearby. This chance could not be missed. Another monster was blown to pieces. It seems the young man managed to find a way to get the desired result. Of course, not without the help of the wisest mentor. But what is it? The young man's feet began to slide on the floor, and he realized that the reason for this was the slime. At this time, the hole of another stone slug opened. It was necessary not only to stay on your feet, but also to attack again. You can't make mistakes, don't you dare fall. After all your training, you can defeat this nasty thing, Leon reassured himself. The guy managed to block the stones flying at him, but he slipped again and almost fell flat on the stone floor slabs. What's going on? This shouldn't have happened and won't happen, Leon thought, and somehow seemed to hang in space. He was absolutely determined that he would not fall. He strained his body muscles with all his might, but at that moment stones hit the guy. For some, these blows would have been enough to send them sprawling on the ground, but our hero gathered his will into a fist and managed to group himself. Not only that, but the bright red core of the slime that had just struck him was pulsating before the young man's eyes, and it was an excellent target. Leon cut it in a millisecond. He himself did not even fully understand how he made such a precise and fast strike. One by one, the defeated stone slugs flew away to the sides. Our hero moved forward, and next to him flew an inspired mentor. When the fight was over and Leon was peeling the green goo off himself, the mentor admitted that he couldn't even imagine that our hero wouldn't notice the slime under his feet. When asked what he meant, the ball replied that by slipping on the slime and maintaining his balance, the boy had achieved level 2 mastery. This was exactly the case when the lack of a support point worked in his favor, and both the ice and the burning lava under his feet could be no big deal. Even an unfavorable environment can be used to one's advantage, and this has just been achieved, Elsidor concluded his congratulatory speech. The first time the young man spread his legs wide and changed his center of gravity, but the second time it was impossible to imagine a better solution than to group himself, so Leon received a portion of praise. The second time he also went from a standing position to a bend, thus being able to both dodge the rocks and attack. Amazing! There is a low ceiling and a humid environment. This should be taken into account later when choosing a pose. He spread his arms around the ball. Leon decided to rest his hands on his knees, being in a semi-bent position, and admitted that it was indeed more comfortable. Feeling everything on your own body is the best training, isn't it, demonic sword? Our hero asked his mentor. Ignoring the shout that he was overdoing it, the guy thought that the second level was actually pretty good. The blue ball was seriously offended and decided to make Leon's life as difficult as possible, at least for the next half hour. The mentor suddenly advised the boy to stop dodging stones to improve his training, which caused an indignant cry. If you don't want to die, beaten by rocks that you failed to dodge, you need to learn how to take damage in a way that avoids injury, Elsidor explained. Leon froze in horror, and the mentor advised him to take the blow as if he wanted to block it, but didn't have time. Hearing the advice, Leon screamed at the top of his lungs that this demonic sword just wanted him dead, his face distorted with rage and uncontrollable anger. This is for your own good. You will gain experience and master new skills, the sword shouted into the back of our hero, who felt like hundreds of slugs were rushing after him. A lot of time passed since that moment. One day, the knights gathered near the exit of the dungeon and discussed what was happening. One of them asked how far Leon had come in 2 weeks of fighting the slugs. The comrade replied that the young man had destroyed almost everyone. He was very strong, for example. Today, he had already fought for more than 10 hours straight. The first time he thought it would be another failure, but that same day the guy came out with a full bag of mucus, said the first. After all, it's not that easy to defeat stone slugs, he added, just as someone shouted that Leon had finished and was leaving. His face was tired but determined, and in each hand the young man carried a heavy bag filled with trophies. All the knights froze, looking after him with admiration. It seemed that Leon had never encountered such respect for his person. Today was the last day, he proudly announced, which caused jubilation and a wave of gratitude addressed to him. These creatures won't bother you anymore. our hero happily promised. He smiled broadly and was clearly very pleased with himself. You will live in cleanliness for some time. They grow very slowly, the young man added at last and left the fortress. While counting his steps, he remembered that he needed to report to the guild and ask the knights to do it themselves, because he had important business. The young man asked his mentor if he had accumulated enough energy by defeating the slugs, if it would be enough to carry out the plan. Definitely yes, he answered, and they hurried back to the hotel where Leon had settled during his stay in the city. It was time for the aura to activate, and it happened earlier than he had planned, Leon noted as he sat down on the bed. The mentor praised the young man, noting that he fought like a lion and accelerated their plan by almost a month, which was a reason for congratulations. They had accumulated so much energy that they could begin experiments with the aura right now, he told Leon. Els had asked his student if he really wanted this and was ready. It was necessary to take into account the seriousness of the undertaking. Leon could have answered that he was ready, but the expression on his face did it for the young man, and he could only nod silently. Remembering the elites from his school who used potions to open their aura, he was extremely proud of himself because he would be able to do without potions. How many times he broke his sword, considering himself weaker and not knowing about the secret tricks of the aristocracy, our hero recalled with resentment. At this time, the ball reported that not everyone survives the process of opening the aura, but it and the holy sword will protect our hero. He advised to remember the art of concentration, since the guy would feel pain, and if he lost consciousness, nothing would work. Whether you awaken the aura or not depends on you and only you, Leon, the mentor concluded. It was clear that he was excited. Elsuter rose above the ground, and suddenly the young man noticed glowing swords that rose up with him. What are these hallucinations, or are these really swords? Our hero asked his mentor in an excited voice. The young man learned the answer at the same moment when one of these weapons, unexpectedly and with lightning speed, entered his body. Leon couldn't hold back and let out a heart-rending scream. The window panes shook and the light flickered. The pain was incomparable to his feelings. The guy's body arched, his face twisted in pain, but he quickly regained control of himself and endured. At that moment, the rest of the swords began to shine brighter, and it became obvious that they would all now plunge into Leon's back. After some time, only a dark silhouette sitting on the bed reminded of the guy. His entire body was permeated with the light of swords sticking out with their handles upward. The young man's face was distorted with pain and determination to endure the test, his eyes glowing no less than the weapons thrust into his body. He must withstand 10 swords, Elsuter said in a calm voice, already realizing that the student was capable of handling the task. At that moment, the young man leaned forward, and the mentor thought that he had made a mistake. Was all the suffering in vain? He became frightened. However, Leon continued to remain conscious and endure unbearable pain. One can only envy the young man's willpower. The blue ball glanced at the window. The light in all the windows of the hotel began to flicker, and in some it went out completely. The same thing was happening throughout the city. The test lasted for a very long time. Evening turned into night, and Leon continued to try to awaken his aura in a small hotel on the edge of the city. Suddenly, the young man's eyes opened wide, and nothing else could be seen because of the bright white glow that covered the room. Streams of energy flowed through his body. Leon stood up and looked at his hands. Streams of orange light flowed through his veins. This is energy moving through me, the young man guessed. He suddenly felt like the strongest person in the world. It's just an illusion, the blue ball said in a calm and even voice. It won't move mountains, but it really is strong. Leon looked at him disappointed and even scared. How dare he say such a thing at that moment? Funny boy, Rodrigo thought, looking down from the sky. He was really interested in how it would all end. How could one expect that the aura could be awakened so quickly, he said, addressing someone invisible. Leon was Rodrigo's successor, the bearer of the holy sword. The stronger he was, the better for everyone, the interlocutor said. Perhaps it would be better for him not to interfere for the time being. The hour will come a little later. But for now, continue in the same spirit, he laughed. The blue ball advised him to sleep peacefully and keep an eye on them. Leon realized that this was not said to him. By the way, he was sure that the young man would only be able to withstand 5 swords. The mentor addressed the young man this time. All we managed to do was open the channels of the aura, awakening it. Now you are in for hard and painful training to learn how to use it, he added. Right now, Leon is like a little child who has awakened a power channel. He needs to practice a lot, Elsuter insisted, and Leon had to assure that he understood it. And yet, thought the young man, looking slyly to the side, my physical abilities have not changed, but I can feel the energy. It is not only inside my body, but also seething outside like a protective shell, the young man said, stretching his hand forward. The blue ball explained that he could now feel his aura, and there was a hidden joy and satisfaction in his voice. If you can concentrate, you can control her, the ball added, and Leon's eyes flashed with delight. The mentor continued to explain the basics of the theory and explained that the aura has an individual attribute. Most often, there are attributes of one of the 5 elements: fire, water, wood, earth, iron. But this does not apply to you. You are lucky with the aura, Elsidor said, and fiery rays suddenly flared up around him. Your aura has the attribute of the sun, he said proudly, emphasizing each word. This is a very rare case, or rather, unique. Light and fire, this highest attribute personifies justice, concluded the mentor, and Leon's eyes became huge. With a cry of greatness, the young man jumped to his feet, and Elsidor quietly added that the great hero had the same attribute. Shar became serious and suggested that they sum up the theoretical results before they started training. He snapped his fingers, and a table with his data flashed before Leon's eyes. Several new skills appeared in it at once, and the indicators increased. This statistic is very different from the previous one, exclaimed the surprised and delighted young man. Leon asked why it said it was a level 3 aura when he had never used it before, to which he was told it was because he had mastered acceleration without having an aura. Leon remembered his battle with Elmont and suddenly felt something like gratitude towards his enemy. When the young man awakened his aura, his combat body reached the 2nd level, and therefore, he can now safely be taught to use a sword. The ball giggled. He was almost as happy as the student, starting to describe chaotic circles around the jumping Leon. The guy repeated several times that he had been waiting for this for so long that he was so impatient he simply couldn't stand still. When shall we start today? Our hero asked, and bright stars seemed to shine in his eyes. If the guy had already managed to recover, he should tell him one more thing before training, said the ball. The windows in the hotel began to go out one by one. Night came. Our enemies have appeared in the city, Elsidor said and looked meaningfully out the window. This look did not bode well. Leon's jaw dropped in surprise, and he only asked again what the mentor had said. What other enemies? Why in the city? I don't know exactly where they are, the blue ball reported. He again looked out the window at the sleeping night city. But he feels their aura very well, thoughtfully added the ball and sighed. Leon's face became thoughtful and a little sad. The young man asked who they were, and the answer he received made him even sadder. These are the hero's enemies, and since he has now become his successor, they are now also his enemies. Dangerous enemies, Elsidor concluded without hiding his rage. If he needs to call them something, he can use the word evil, the young man heard and clenched his fists. But now the young man was too exhausted for new battles, so he shouldn't bother his head with this, the blue ball added, as if nothing had happened. Why doesn't he feel them now? Leon looked at his mentor and received the answer that the enemies were hiding, that's why. He assumed that in about 2 months they would start to move, so they needed to continue training and accumulate the maximum amount of energy. Well, and then we will fight them back, having learned our true goal, full of blood and hatred, Elsidor finished pathetically. After 4 days of hard training, Leon finally stood before the high walls of the guild building. Recently, a guard reported the destruction of the stone slugs, but there was no news from you for several days. Our hero was met by an excited red-haired girl. Our hero began to justify himself and apologize, but the beauty suddenly interrupted him, saying that the young man had changed. She could feel it. He had achieved a lot by destroying monsters, the young man answered evasively. But his heart sank. Had the girl really sensed his aura, the hero thought. Well, this is a reason to celebrate your promotion. The receptionist clapped her hands, her eyes shining with joy. What kind of promotion? Leon raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes. He had not expected such news at all. Can we repeat what was said again? Our hero asked, looking at the coats of arms on the walls. He was a little taken aback. Of course, the little girl smiled and handed him a new plate with a seal. Congratulations on receiving the C rank. Leon continued to stare in amazement at the seal, its metal gleaming in the well-groomed hands of the red-haired girl. For a moment, the guy felt almost omnipotent. What strange mood swings? What could this mean? Then he reached out and took the plate, wondering if rank promotion could happen so quickly and without any checks. Well, it's quite unexpected, but such a young man destroyed many ratmen and all the stone slugs, and also received several grateful reviews, the beauty explained. Because of the letters of thanks, he had received a promotion so quickly, Leon still didn't believe in his luck, continuing to look at the seal. After just 2 tasks, not bad, Elsidor praised the student. Now you can take on more difficult tasks. This will make it easier to find evil. So now he can take on Class C missions, Leon asked the girl, and she replied that from today on, that was exactly how it was. As soon as he got promoted, he decided to immediately take on assignments. The guy was completely different from all the other adventurers here, she thought. The blue ball, meanwhile, noticed the beauty's strong and pure aura and, reading her thoughts, thought that she was not entirely right. Leon turned to his mentor for advice. There were several tasks that could be suitable as training, but there was nothing new or unusual among them. Maybe just to practice for now, our hero asked. The girl offered her help. Maybe now she will suggest something, the young man thought. Maybe you have tasks related to the slums, the young man asked after much thought. I heard that not everyone risked taking them on. The beauty's eyes widened in horror, and she exclaimed that Leon was probably out of his mind. It was obvious that the mere mention of this place frightened her. Usually slums are areas where commoners and poor people live, but Blaine's slums are a little different. Thieves, fugitives, smugglers, murderers. This is the contingent that has firmly established itself in the slums of Blaine. This is the territory of illegal criminals. With a determined face, Leon loudly proclaimed that this was where he intended to find what he was looking for. Well, there isn't a single task directly related to the slums right now, the girl muttered in confusion. It's mostly mercenaries who work there, not adventurers. She tried to explain the situation sheepishly. Adventurers do not engage in conflict with people, and almost all they do in the slums is fight. Unfortunately, he can't become a mercenary due to certain restrictions, and just hanging around in those places can be dangerous. Leon thought further. And what about this task? The girl suddenly asked and put the task form on the table in front of him. Leon picked up the piece of paper and began to read. The task was to destroy the living armor in an abandoned house. What could this mean? The guy thought. Imagining the house and the knights on guard, the abandoned armor came to life and turned into a monster, he assumed. The girl nodded and added that only a couple of people in the city were capable of destroying living armor, so they had this task for quite a long time. Leon was hesitant, but Elsider pointed out that the Holy Sword would help, and the mansion was located near the slums, which would help advance through their territory. Great. Thanks to this piece of paper, he will be able to go where he needs to go, our hero rejoiced. Even if the slums' power is strong, they will not conflict with the Adventurers Guild. It is a powerful enough organization. Of course, some misunderstandings may arise, and attacks on its representatives are not excluded. Besides, if bandits attack a weak adventurer, higher-ranking adventurers will come after them. For example, A-rank adventurers whose task is to resolve national issues are no longer a joke. The girl smiled and suddenly decided to say that she would always be happy to help, by the way. Her name is Riza Lee. Leon was very embarrassed, realizing that he still hadn't even asked her name, which was very impolite. Thanks, Lee, he muttered, to which he received the answer that the beauty was happy to try. After all, that was her job. By the way, here's your reward for clearing the dungeons of stone slugs. The girl held out a heavy bag. The sum was considerable, since the commander of the knight's platoon had decided to increase the fee considerably, she explained to the surprised Leon. The blue ball exhaled in surprise. It seems that my student is gradually developing the necessary connections. Can I ask one more question? I promise, the last one. The young man addressed Lee, raising his index finger up, showing a number. Can you tell me where Blaine's church is? The young man blurted out with a determined look. The beauty's eyes became so big from surprise that they seemed to take up her entire face, leaving no free space. Lee screamed in horror and asked what exactly he meant, to which Leon evasively replied that he needed to see something. The girl was so shocked that she couldn't find the words to react. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her hand clenched into a fist. The young man seemed to be expecting exactly this reaction. Else had warned that if she took him for a new hero, then the help of the Holy Order would be required. There are cases when a simple church can help, but we will consider this as a backup option. No one will dare to desecrate this monastery after this. Regardless of your origin, the rules will be the same for everyone. The same rules for the Knights of the Iron Chain. Prima District Northeast, building number 13, Riza Lee said in a trembling voice. Leon waved his hand at her in gratitude and left. The beauty continued to look after him for quite a long time. It was hard to say what she was thinking about, but these thoughts were clearly not pleasant. Suddenly a thought struck her and Lee threw up her hands. The hero is looking for where to go through the denomination. This means that he is preparing to meet the strongest enemy. She works in the guild. She could have guessed right away. The girl screamed and threw herself on the floor in a fit of emotion. How stupid she was. On the street, the ball looked at its student with curiosity and noted that the spectacle was very interesting, but it was the surest way to keep his true identity from being revealed. He added as he and Leon walked down the street. D-rank hero, now a C-rank adventurer, that certainly wouldn't go unnoticed, the young man replied. Now, if the guild wants to find out something about me, we will cover our tracks to hide our identity. All that's left is to go to church, he added. Besides, Elsider's seal hasn't fully opened yet, so to obtain the title of Holy Sword Hero, I'll have to work hard, the young man decided. By the way, living armor is a monster in armor that can move. Or not quite, the young man asked his mentor. Living armor is a rare natural phenomenon. The power of magic or witchcraft made them think that the armor can move, the ball replied. They can move, but they cannot think or reason. They are just ordinary pieces of iron that obey someone's will. They are usually controlled by mages, but the spell's range is not very large, so the enemy should be sought nearby. Leon was taught at the academy that the creator cannot simply stop or cancel their spell, so over time, the living armor begins to do whatever it wants. In a way, removing the spell was the same as destroying your creation, Elsidor agreed. Besides, it was simply not profitable for wizards, he added, and Leon decided that this was quite reasonable. The mission order form stated that their living armor was silver-plated armor. If the enemy were as simple as it seemed at first glance, the problem would have been solved long ago, the mentor suggested. Leon read the information on the sheet again very carefully, but did not find anything suspicious. Most likely, living armor has high regeneration. Let's say it was broken from the helmet down, but it recovers in 10 minutes. After this time, the armor can again defend and attack as before. It cannot be defeated with simple weapons. That's right. You shouldn't think that this armor is made of ordinary metal, the blue ball reminded the student. We'll all know when we reach our destination. Leon crumpled the order form and ended the conversation impatiently. In the evening, the city was quite beautiful, even in that unfortunate area, which was called the slums. The crowd there was quite colorful and diverse. Leon whispered to the mentor that he had not expected such a crowd. Stopping abruptly, the young man suddenly blurted out that he now had an unpleasant feeling, as if there were enemies somewhere nearby. If your pursuers were here, he would have definitely reported it, the voice of the sacred sword answered. Although he had a couple of thoughts on the matter, and Leon looked at him carefully, waiting for information. It's because of the ascents the solar aura is sensitive to the dark aura, so he simply cannot help but sense it, he explained to Leon. Well, since the hero looked very young, he attracted a lot of attention to his person, hence the uncomfortable feeling. Now he feels even worse. He can feel all these angry looks on his skin, the young man complained. These looks are like a needle poking at me, a terrible feeling. I need to get out of here as soon as possible, he added. Be careful, the ball advised. Their evil aura will not harm you, but they themselves can be dangerous. Besides, people here are generally wary of strangers. Let's still focus on the task. Following the flying blue ball, our hero thought that the advice was really good. The moon was shining brightly in the sky, and in its light, all the mansions and houses around began to take on a somewhat ominous appearance. Approaching the openwork-wrought iron fence of one of the estates, Leon stopped and said that they had come to the place indicated in the order. There were no lights in the windows of the building. As it was abandoned, flocks of crows were sitting on the tree branches, and it was not at all desirable to go inside. Leon stood at the fence for several minutes and did not dare to step onto the estate grounds. He felt completely uneasy. Finally, he looked at the broken windows, sighed that since living armor lived here, there was no point in delaying, and went forward. As he walked along the corridor of the house, the young man carefully examined the interior, but apart from a large number of cobwebs, he did not notice anything unusual. Under one of the web clusters, an outline appeared that vaguely resembled a full suit of knightly armor. Suddenly, an eye flashed from under the helmet with a bright orange light, and the young man realized that he had found what he was looking for. He froze right in the opening of the open door and thought about what to do and who would attack first, but then he realized that he had imagined everything because of the darkness. I'll help you now, Leon heard the voice of the holy sword, and the next moment the shining weapon was in his hand. Lighting his way with his sword, our hero began to carefully move further down the corridor, then entered the room. This is so convenient, thank you, Elsidor. He didn't even know it was possible, Leon whispered happily. Next time we need to take a flashlight, it's lucky there are no other people here, the mentor muttered, and the guy agreed. He can't really see, but someone is walking down the corridor. Footsteps can be heard. The blue ball added, peering ahead. It was a huge suit of armor made of dark metal, and in his hands a heavy halberd gleamed menacingly. From under the helmet, a pair of eyes sparkled with an ominous orange-pink light, which Leon at first mistook for fireflies. A second later, the halberd whistled past our hero's ear and crashed into the wall, leaving a mark on the wallpaper. The blow had no effect, and the armor was holding the weapon in its hands again, as if it had not just used it. This was the first time he encountered an opponent using such a weapon, and Leon didn't know how to fight against a halberd. The armor could, for example, swing and deliver cutting blows, pierce through, or chop from the shoulder with this thing. But what was more important was that they were separated by a distance of 2 meters, the young man realized after assessing the situation. The distance that it takes me several steps to cover, he compensates for only with the length of his weapon. Just at that moment, the enemy swung wide again, and our hero had to jump back to avoid the blow. Holding the sword out in front of him and hiding in the stream of light, Leon suddenly realized that the halberd's advantage was only possible when it had an owner. When fighting with empty armor, the enemy's strike force is too weak, our hero realized after several skirmishes. When the empty armor hit the holy sword with the halberd, his weapon simply shattered into pieces as if it were made of wood. "This is the price for closing the distance with his feet," the young man said with a menacing face, addressing the living armor. With his next blow, he severed the shaft of the halberd, and at the same time the hand that was holding it, with a loud crash, pieces of metal rolled across the floor. "That's not all," Leon whispered. And one could see the aura discharges suddenly running between him and the sword. The blade flashed like lightning. It was impossible to track its movement, but the result was an even greater roar. All the armor was cut into pieces. Arms, legs, torso, helmet. Not a single piece of armor remained intact after Leon's attack. Pieces of metal fell to the floor, each of them no bigger than a palm. The sword literally chopped the enemy into cabbage. Although no, the helmet was simply torn off the shoulders. The blue ball did not find any damage on it, although he looked quite closely. The young man used acceleration, the mentor noted with satisfaction. "If you don't take into account the chaotic movements of the sword, it was quite good," he praised. However, he dealt with the enemy in a few seconds. Leon happily objected. Thanks to the use of aura, he was able to wield the weapon more freely. "By the way, the report said that even if the armor was smashed to pieces, it would be reborn," he muttered, looking at the pieces of metal on the floor. The mentor said that such individuals have a high ability to recover, but apparently this is not so. Leon continued to look down in confusion. Perhaps the information was wrong, and these pieces of abuse would have remained lying underfoot, and our heroes could have simply left. "Of course that could happen, but false reports are considered a second-degree crime in the guild," Elsider replied. "If such a mistake results in a fatal incident, the guild will offer a cash reward for the capture of the would-be informant." Leon tensed and noted that it was highly doubtful that anyone would take such a risk, and therefore his opponent could not be considered defeated. "If you think about it, this task seemed strange to him from the very beginning," the young man added. The blue ball thought hard. Nothing came to mind except that perhaps there were differences between different specimens of living armor. Alternatively, he could catch a few more to check, Leon suggested, looking at the sword's hilt. "We don't have to go far. It seems they are advancing from that side," he added, pointing to several more pairs of glowing eyes at the end of the corridor. This time the armor was darker in color, and they moved more confidently, and they all had different weapons. Leon had difficulty making out details, and he peered into the distance with all his might, straining his eyes as much as possible. "Add some light," he asked the blue ball, and the sword's hilt began to shine more, but it didn't help, but rather hindered. The sword, like a torch, blinded the eyes close by, but gave no light at all into the depths of the corridor. Leon himself felt like some kind of torch. It became obvious that the situation was not going well. Then the mentor changed the shade of light from white to a warm and muted yellow, which made it much better. "A noble and pleasant light," our hero rejoiced, when suddenly he heard from afar either a scream or a roar or a mooing. This armor grabbed its eyes and groaned in pain. Apparently, such a light of the sword caused them significant damage. What? Will it really be that easy? Leon couldn't believe his luck. He was ready to run along the corridor and destroy his opponents with just the light of his sword. Smoke was pouring out from under the helmets with a terrible sound. The armor was clearly suffering and experiencing unbearable pain. But suddenly their eyes lit up with a different fire. The living armor straightened up and took an attack stance. A spear, a halberd, and some other type of weapon that our hero simply did not have time to identify fell upon Leon at the same time. The first thing the young man did was put up a few blocks and parried the blows of his opponents, which turned out to be not so difficult because they were not strong. Then it was his turn to attack, and again everything happened very quickly. One after another, severed pieces of armor flew to the floor. Leon concentrated and suddenly realized that he could predict the movements of the living armor. The outcome of the battle was predetermined. The sword flashed like lightning, and the next moment every single piece of armor was broken and fell down. Leon, our hero, suddenly heard the call of the holy sword. The mentor was clearly very worried about something and warned of danger. What could have happened? What is happening? He defeated everyone. The young man began to think chaotically. Suddenly, he realized that another living armor had jumped out at him from a dark corner and was about to strike the young man straight in the solar plexus. But this blow was also successfully parried, and our hero jumped back several meters with one jump. "El Cid," Leon exclaimed, and asked if the mentor understood what was happening. "I don't think these creatures are living armor," the guy added. The blue ball suggested paying attention to their eyes and the smoke that was pouring out from under their helmets. Living armor has no feelings or emotions. They would not react to the light of your sword, much less scream in pain, Elsidor said. Take a closer look. Use your aura and turn on additional vision so you can understand who your opponent is. Under the armor, fire and smoke are visible, as are burning faces and body parts. But it is completely unclear who it could be, Leon replied. If you see smoke from your eyes, this is a sign of using the death breath technique. Do not expect anything good from contact with this enemy, said the blue ball. And this enemy is of a demonic nature and is called phantom armor. Now he will tell you in more detail, added the ball. The most interesting thing is that the sacred sword should have destroyed them quite easily, but this did not happen. The smoke of the deadly breath absorbs life force. For the carrier of the solar aura, it is most dangerous and can also separate from the armor. By the way, if we had ordinary living armor in front of us, it would not be able to scream. It simply does not have vocal cords. And all demonic creatures experience such aversion to light, so my guess turned out to be correct. The spirits in the armor have lost their peace, Elsidor finished. At this time, one of the demons raised his helmet, as if greeting our hero, or mocking him. Their number makes my position a little difficult, Leon noted as he counted his opponents. And the black smoke is malice towards others. If the armor he destroyed was not revived, the malice was exhausted, our hero decided. Elsidor countered that if the shell was destroyed by force, the evil would return again and again. The phantom armor could be destroyed by casting out the spirits with magic, or break the connection between the spirit and the armor with the help of aura. Leon supported the idea, happily looking at his sacred sword. While the plan was ready, now the hordes of approaching dark demons did not frighten our hero. The blue ball noticed that phantom armor in such quantity could not have appeared on its own. Defective items appeared due to errors in the magic formula. If for some reason so many creatures appeared that had transformed, then it was a very serious matter, Elsidor sighed. A great many missing and restless souls flocked to this mansion. This must have been happening for tens, if not hundreds of years. Leon couldn't contain his indignation. This fact struck him right in the heart. So many people lost their lives in this city. The level of activity of the spirits is very low. They cannot overcome the distance from district to district, which means that everyone died here, in the slums. The area separated from the law and power. He can't leave it like this. The young man got angry. He wanted to fix everything and punish the guilty. The sword in his hands flared up even more brightly. Streams of light began to swirl around the hilt. The aura was connected. In the morning after returning, he will deal with this issue. But now it's necessary to free the souls by cutting them off from the armor, our hero decided. Leon cut the first suit of armor in half like ice cream and started on the next one. The work progressed quite quickly. Fighting strong enemies will help me become stronger myself, the guy thought, wielding his sword left and right. Soon the armor fragments began to scatter in all directions, and the shining sword only left traces in the air. It was lightning fast. Leon perceived this task as a mission to save souls, so he completed it quickly and decisively. Soon pink clouds appeared outside the window, and it became clear that morning had come and the task was completed. Our hero was so tired that he could barely stand on his feet. He could only stand by leaning on his sword and was swaying considerably. He happily informed the sword that fighting while being deliberately surrounded was not that easy, but he managed to cope. Do you think that if it weren't for these blind spots, perhaps I would have managed it faster? The blue ball asked. Leon replied that it was clear and that an approximate scheme of visibility had emerged in his brain, which he had managed to develop in the areas that remained blind. He promised the pieces of armor lying on the floor that he would work on it, although in reality the guy made the promise to himself. Third-rate people are controlled by conditions, second-rate people adapt to conditions, and first-rate people turn circumstances into their strength, the mentor said. It would have been possible to fight with his back against the wall. This would have solved half the problems. But our hero did not do this, and he was right. The ball praised the student. Leon just chuckled, pleased. He didn't expect to receive the teacher's approval on this matter. If he wanted to fight in the slums, he would have to learn a lot, he muttered and hurried out of the ominous mansion. On the way, he thought about the fact that there might be a trap hidden on the path and murderers and robbers around the corner. The young man was sure that they would be aiming at the blind spots, so he decided to reduce them in every possible way. Looking at the blue sky, Leon thought that one could actually fall into a trap at any time, and not only in the slums. A day later, a child stood on one of the streets of Blaine and looked at the sky. Perhaps he had lost a toy, or perhaps something much more significant. The boy was crying loudly, practically sobbing at the top of his voice, smearing tears and dirt across his face. This was happening in a slum area. Heavy steps were heard behind the baby. This gait was familiar even to the stones here. The child was also familiar with them, and he listened for a while to understand whether his guess was correct. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. The boy covered his mouth with both hands. He still continued to cry, but tried not to make another sound. Behind him stood a tall, muscular man with long black hair, wearing a coat lined with leopard fur. He walked up to the baby, who continued to cover his mouth with his hands, and stopped behind him. The slum dwellers watched what was happening with fear, but also with interest. It was impossible to predict what would happen next. It was Khan, the leader of the bastards, the strongest gang in Blaine, now walking away, surrounded by an entourage of guys in identical vests and pink mohawks. It was not far at all to the estate where the gang leader and most of his charges lived. Few knew why the group members chose a bald head and a pink-dyed mohawk as their distinguishing mark, but it looked a little ridiculous. Two of the retinue began their report to Khan by saying that they had surveyed the 23rd and 25th districts, but had not seen any of the slaves who could return if they got there. Khan sat on his makeshift throne and listened lazily, finally giving the order to continue monitoring the target, but to observe from a distance, not approaching the estate. "We'll only attract unnecessary attention if we come any closer," he added, and ordered the next two bandits to come up and report on the progress of affairs. They analyzed the wastewater from the 23rd and 25th districts and found the remains of approximately 30 people who died at the same time, they reported. Khan asked what the magician had said and was told that nothing specific had happened. Even a ritual would have been less wasteful. At these words, the gang leader coughed, making it clear that he shouldn't blab too much in front of a large crowd of listeners. "Gather all this data into one report so that both the guild and the church have enough evidence to take action," he commanded. "But boss," the bandits objected, "even though we don't know what they're doing there, the commissions we get from the slave traders will stop in that case." Drops of blood splashed onto the bandit who stood next to the one who uttered the last phrase. He looked back to see what had happened and saw his colleague, whose body lay lifeless on the red carpet. "If you don't know when to stop, you die just like this dog," Khan declared with a menacing look at those present. What a magnificent technique. No one even had time to notice anything. It seemed like he just shook his hand. The bandit who remained alive thought at that moment. "They are not like us, and we cannot use them for our own purposes. Forming relationships with them will only harm us," Khan continued, imagining possible enemies. "It doesn't matter if they are cult fanatics or spies from another country. There is no reason to mess with them," Khan shouted. "Let the church's special squad, the Knights of the Holy Iron Castle, deal with them. They will drive us into a corner of the continent if we share a coin with these scum." All the bandits, as one, listened to what was said. Not a single thought could be read on their faces, only fear and a readiness to obey. "So we'll retreat into the shadows, collect evidence, and watch," Khan added, asking if there was any other news. Yeah, about the abandoned estate at the entrance to the area." One of the men with the pink mohawk wheezed. "An adventurer came there on order." "What are you talking about?" asked the boss, his eyes flashing an ominous red light that did not bode well. "He takes on orders thrown in by others and has made a name for himself by clearing the city of monsters. At first they were ratmen," the bandit explained. "Then it was the turn of the stone slugs which undermined the foundations of the fortress," he continued, "before they called him a cat, now a cleaner." "What an interesting guy," Khan frowned. "What do you call him, the cleaner, because he cleans the city," he muttered. "An adventurer doing cheap jobs, that's very interesting, very interesting." He continued to think out loud. "Perhaps I can use him." Every time night fell on the city, it became somehow cozier and more peaceful. The hotel where Leon stayed would also look nicer in the dark with its glowing windows, if not for the sword-shaped glow. Our hero was so concentrated that he himself did not notice how he had accumulated such a huge amount of energy. He practiced wielding the holy sword using aura in his room. This type of training was the hardest. The young man tried to hold on with all his might, hissing through clenched teeth that there was still very little time left. But in the end, the holy sword fell to the floor with a loud sound, and the young man knelt down next to it. "Well," the blue ball asked, "did you manage to feel the movement of the aura throughout your body and was able to cope with its power?" Leon just groaned that it was a strange feeling, and the mentor was glad that he answered honestly, "A sincere person is much better than a sloppy genius." The young man complained that he had the impression that he could die and be resurrected every time he started and finished training. There was no sense at all that there was growth and development. "Well, that's easy to fix," the ball said in a cheerful voice and showed Leon a table with new statistics. The aura was already at the 3rd level, and other indicators had increased. "Why so quickly?" the young man rejoiced, while the mentor smiled. "Because you are taught by the best teacher, without hiding his own importance," the blue ball said expressively and winked. Leon continued to point his finger into empty space. Why wasn't the 7-star sword technique added? Leon blurted out and received an answer that was indecent to voice. It boiled down to the fact that more training was needed. The technique in question was also known as the Great Chariot, a secret sword art developed by Rodrigo in his youth. One could even call oneself a master by mastering all 7 sword skills developed by Rodrigo Yu, and nothing more. Leon sighed and noted that it would be a good idea to master at least one of them well before meeting the enemies. If you combine the technique of the 7-star sword and the Saint, Leon began, then any opponent except for a rank A master will die. Elsidor finished for him. The young man said that this was quite enough for him. Once in 2 months, it was impossible to surpass all the enemies in the slums in skill. It would be enough to have an ace up his sleeve in the form of a secret technique. The blue ball nodded affirmatively. Knowing how to use the secret technique and mastering the aura, one could count on success. Leon started rolling up his shirt sleeves and exclaimed that it was time to start right now. He could train until he dropped today. The blue ball stopped him, saying that it was happy that the student was full of enthusiasm, but it was time to finish for today. Because we have guests, the mentor continued and glanced out the window. A crowd of men with pink mohawks and sleeveless jackets stood outside the hotel walls. Leon also went to the window and asked again why there were guests, receiving the answer that judging by their appearance, they were definitely not guests. Then who are they? Our enemies. They came for me. The young man bombarded the mentor with questions. There were no monsters here. The blue ball looked at the men and reported that it also did not feel a threat, did not feel enemies, and did not even feel anyone stronger than its student. Judging by their appearance, they are hooligans, but I'm not sure whether they are from the slums, although it looks very much like it, Elsidor stated. The mentor and student went downstairs while Leon opened the door. The ball confirmed that the guests were not hostile. Maybe they would tell them where to look for those enemies who were looking for them. There's a cleaner in front of us, the man with the bandaged face asked Leon when the doors were finally opened and the guests came out onto the porch. Yes, man, that's exactly it. I recognized you. Sorry for coming without warning, laughed another of those who came. We are here on orders from above and we hope for understanding. So let's talk. Give us a couple of minutes, the guests continued. What does it mean, not of your own free will and by order from above? Who sent you? Asked our hero. He was really interested. We are members of the Bastards gang, the men sang proudly and raised their hands, closing one eye in an identical gesture. Like cabaret dancers, all the men with mohawks who came suddenly assumed this identical pose, and it seemed as if they were about to sing a song. Elsidor reported that he had heard about them while gathering information. They were a gang led by Confronting, a famous man who divided the slums into 3 parts. The boss is looking for you. We were told not to insist if you don't want to go, but it would be better not to refuse. One of the men turned to Leon. Our hero calmly asked to be shown the way quickly and added that he had long wanted to meet their boss. The fact that he was not afraid amazed those who came, while Leon himself thought that Khan would not have called him openly if he had planned to harm him. Besides, this is quite a useful acquaintance, the young man decided. When I mention the name Confronting, most will give way to me in fear. This is my chance to get into the heart of the slums, the young man decided, at which time the blue ball announced that it knew why they were called. Looking at the full moon, Leon confidently said that he himself had already guessed that he wanted to entrust me with the work that he would not risk ordering from the guild. Walking down the street, accompanied by bandits, our hero quietly whispered to his mentor that if he planned to use him, he would respond in kind. A smile froze on his face. He was pleased with himself for being insightful enough in the eyes of the teacher. When they approached the gates of the desired estate, one of the men with a mohawk pointed to the door, not noticing that someone with a bag was moving behind him. The bandit's movement was so sharp that his finger poked into the fabric base of the bag quite hard. The man who was carrying it fell onto the pavement, and several beautiful red apples spilled out of the bag. And although he began to apologize in fear, the villain with the mohawk froze in rage. It became obvious that assault would occur. Shouting that he had to watch where he was going, the bandit began to shuffle his feet vigorously over the man sitting on the floor. Leon's face showed that he was terrified and was about to draw his sword to protect the innocent, but his mentor ordered him to be patient and not to interfere. This angered the young man even more. Sparks were almost pouring from his eyes, but Elsidor again asked him to keep his emotions to himself. If you show a thirst for justice and no fear of blood in front of Khan, nothing will come of it, the blue ball explained. Leon was silent. He was thinking about what he had heard and trying to make the right decision and calm down. Okay, everything is fine. I will be careful, he said finally, his voice making it clear that he had fully regained control of himself. Finally, the building of the Bastard's base itself appeared ahead. It was quite large, and lights were on in almost all the windows. Entering inside, our hero was amazed by the amount of dirt and garbage. Kicking something with his foot, he muttered that they seemed not familiar with the concept of cleaning. He noticed drops of blood on the upholstery of the sofa. It seemed that the concept of getting rid of evidence was also unfamiliar to him. It looks like they were left there on purpose, a classic form of intimidation, the mentor explained to the young man. Oh, they call you the cleaner. Leon suddenly heard a hoarse and important voice. He guessed that Khan was talking to him. Our hero's first reaction was to grab his sword, which is what he always did when someone was sneaking up on him from behind. The young man turned around and brought down a powerful blow on the one who dared to do this, but the blade hit something and bounced off. That something turned out to be Khan's hand, which remained completely whole and unharmed, although after this it should have been lying on the floor cut off. "Ha, what an inappropriate nickname, cleaner." The leader of the bandit gang laughed, baring his teeth. Leon looked at him in horror. He had never encountered this type of invisible armor before, and tried to figure out whether the enemy was using aura or magical skills. At this time, Khan swung his arm to make his counterpunch, his long hair flying beautifully. Leon froze and looked at the enemy's exposed steel press, at his huge muscles, and at the way his hand made a swing. The young man thought that he was going to die and continued to stand still without doing anything to avoid it. At that moment, Khan flew over him and, finding himself upside down, released several streams of energy from his outstretched hand. Then he jumped back, stood up, and extended his hand again, twisting the stream into a spiral around Leon. But no special effects were really needed because in the end the fist just hit our hero in the nose. Drops of blood fell onto the carpet right at Leon's feet, but he continued to stand as if rooted to the spot. Leon analyzed what had happened and understood that he would not have been able to dodge. If Khan had actually launched the created energy flow at the target, the young man's head would have simply been blown off. "Your name is Fang," the guy answered in an even and calm voice. "He has no shortage of courage," the bandit thought, narrowing his eyes. "Yes," the man replied and gave Leon a friendly punch on the shoulder. He had decided on the young man's account and was confident that he could handle it. Wiping the blood from his face, the boy asked what he meant and what he would have to deal with. "With my task, isn't it clear I could have guessed while I was walking here?" Khan literally read his thoughts. It was alarming. He continued that he was ready to give the young man what he needed, and in exchange, he would do him a favor. Leon was literally taken aback and again asked what he meant. "Forgive me, but I know about your past." Khan looked back at him, having already managed to walk quite far down the corridor while our hero continued to stand. It was about the Imperial Academy, our hero finally realized after a few seconds. The guy who kicked the asses of incompetent nobles with his own hands, who took second place for 2 years in a row without an aura and potions. That's who he needs, Khan shouted joyfully, spreading his arms. Then he became an adventurer and completed tasks to gain strength and energy, the slum leader continued, and Leon realized that his informants were excellent. He fully understands why our hero dropped out of the academy, Feng suddenly said in a much softer voice. After all, the man himself did not want to become a knight and serve vile, incompetent aristocrats. He did not want to obey anyone, he continued. Both Leon and, most surprisingly, the blue ball that had calculated everything in advance, froze in shock at this turn of events. Having defeated the nobles, the commoner decided to become an adventurer, Khan said, and Leon began to reminisce about the battles. Several memories were connected with Elmont, and the bandit just started talking about money, which is also important. The next memory was of the coach declaring him the winner while Khan was talking about glory. The man really could read minds. He then went on to talk about how Leon had no shame in cleaning the sewers of Ratman and had succeeded in doing so. And then the young man remembered how he had managed to find a way to defeat the stone slugs that had been bothering the knights for many years. The bandit continued that in front of him was the one who tries to go ahead to become strong and influential, always succeeding, so the young man managed to increase his rank by completing only 2 tasks. He's right, Khan finally asked, and Leon and the ball didn't know how to answer no in this situation. If the guy is not so money hungry, then Feng was right, the man continued. All this time he had one goal. And this is an honor, he laughed, deciding that the young man wanted to show these damned aristocrats that above their status and rank, they were just dirt. Khan spread his arms out as if inviting him into his embrace, and finished his speech by saying that he was grateful that Leon had followed his call and come to these beautiful slums. If you accept my conditions, he will fulfill his deepest desire, Feng promised in a low voice. Leon muttered something unintelligible. He still couldn't understand why the bandit was so persistent. Judging by the tasks I completed, there was no thought of chasing glory, the young man thought. The blue ball advised him to listen to the end because the offer could be very tempting. At this time, Leon suddenly remembered that Lee had also taken him for a hero, What was the reason for such an erroneous first impression? However, now I have no need to explain myself. Khan does not even suspect that he is my enemy, the young man decided. If he thinks that I am not a threat, he can use this to his advantage, he concluded. Leon extended his hand forward in a friendly manner and declared that the proposal sounded quite interesting. Khan looked at him carefully and said that people in the slums were very wary of strangers. Then he looked out the window at the moon and continued that therefore the young man had no reason to refuse his help. Enjoying the effect produced, the bandit drank wine straight from the neck of the bottle that was brought to him. The weak die first here, Khan added, his eyes glowing with a white aura, his face becoming fierce and somehow offended. They sat down at the table opposite each other. Feng continued to drink and confidentially said that those who survive become the strongest. 3 or 4 months ago, when the number of exiles was growing, no one paid much attention to them. The bandit continued, and Leon introduced either magicians or inquisitors. Until they started taking the 23rd and 25th districts, 200 corpses every night, Khan added, and the young man remembered the living armor. He meant the evil that had taken up residence in the living armor. The young man realized he needed to eliminate the source and cause of this evil. Khan showed 3 fingers, saying that there are 3 people who rule the slums. He and 2 other rather interesting characters. A moneylender named Simon, nicknamed the Golden Pig, is one of them, and he doesn't really hide. But the second one is a killer whose name no one knows, nicknamed the Undertaker. And here everything is much more interesting. And of course, Khan himself on top of it all, the man proudly concluded, and it became obvious that he was already well tipsy from the wine. Districts 23 and 25 were under Simon's auspices, so Khan did not interfere for a long time, but only watched. Since there was a real massacre there, and Simon suffered huge losses, he decided to fight back by sending about 50 B and D rank mercenaries. All were destroyed. The leader of the criminal gang, called the Bastards, declared with an ominous gleam in his eyes. Leon's eyes widened in horror and his pupils became small, like a pinhead. He didn't expect this. How could this even happen, he cried out. Khan took another good sip of wine and said that he didn't know. Leon began to think feverishly that if there were such losses there, the Empire should have intervened, even though we were talking about the slums. If Khan's story is not fiction, then it is clear where the phantom creatures appear from in the abandoned house. It is the result of murders and their energy. Khan peered into the bottle, trying to see if there was still a drop of wine in it, and muttered that everyone who tried to find out about it was killed, except for him, of course. Suddenly his hand squeezed the bottle with a crunch and it shattered into many pieces. Khan reported that Simon, our pig, was scared. Leon looked at him and began to understand what was happening. The bandit was saying one thing but had something completely different in mind. After observing the young man, Khan continued. He noticed that he did not back down in the face of danger, so he offered him to join his gang. A choice he would not regret. Our hero is the one who can succeed in such a delicate matter, the bandit finished, pointing his finger at the young man. Looking into his attentive eyes, Leon assumed that this was not some kind of contract killing. Leaning his head on his hand, he said thoughtfully that it seemed the bandit's goal was to involve the guild in this matter. Khan smiled, calling Leon a smart guy, better to have one than 100 stupid subordinates, he added. Here Leon extended his hand in a gesture of refusal and said that he was passing. A smile seemed to stick to the face of his interlocutor, but his eyes were no longer friendly. The bandit lay down on the back of the sofa in a relaxed pose. Leon understood that in the future this man could become a big threat, so he asked why the guild was involved. Khan pushed several sheets of paper toward the young man and suggested that he read the document provided. Our hero took the document in his hands and began to study it, remembering as many details as possible, as they could come in handy later. With each new sheet, Leon's face became more and more surprised and indignant. He didn't even try to hide his emotions. This was evidence that evil spirits were committing mass murders of ordinary people in the slums. Leon thought again about the abandoned mansion. The blue ball said in a calm voice that we were talking about hundreds, maybe even thousands of people who had died with impunity. Leon covered his mouth with his hand to keep from screaming. He realized that the slum dwellers were in the blind spot of the law, so the country would not suffer much loss from their disappearance. I didn't think such terrible things were happening in Blaine, the young man muttered, clenching his fists. The blue ball called out to him and reminded him to be careful. Is it okay to leave things as they are? He asked Khan, and the man replied that the district heads know their strengths and positions. They are powerless. Besides, if there is doubt about someone, he prefers not to trust him. The leader of the bandit gang flashed his eyes. Now it's clear why you need me, our hero retorted in a confident voice. He was sure that he would take on the indicated task. Excellent, Khan exclaimed with a gesture of jubilation, pleased that the hero had demonstrated his true nature. The man's voice suddenly sounded clear and joyful. The hoarseness disappeared. He said that the guy needed to somehow survive and convey information to the bastards above about the atrocities that were happening here. Leon replied that he had already understood that surviving was the main thing, which caused a wave of uncontrollable joy and loud laughter. So, my conditions are accepted and we will arrange everything, the bandit asked again, continuing to laugh. How rude, thought the young man, because if he dies, he will physically be unable to provide any evidence. But in the end, Leon decisively answered that he agreed and slammed his fist on the table. The document jumped from the blow, and some sheets of paper flew to the floor. Khan continued to sit relaxed. The next moment, he was already handing our hero a leather purse and a dagger in a sheath, offering to take his gifts and use them if necessary. It was a dagger with the mark of the Khan. Leon's surprise knew no bounds. He understood that this was his pass to the most hidden places of the slums. If someone is being cheeky, just show the mark, and all the problems on my territory will at least be resolved quickly, the bandit advised, or use weapons. Then the man hastened to clarify that the wallet did not contain money, but magic scrolls. The meaning of his gifts became increasingly complex. If you don't need them, you can simply sell them, or consider this my modest advance, he explained. Leon nodded, and lowering his head, said that he had one more question that was bothering him. Our hero remembered how Khan twirled the flow of energy, how he flew at him several times, creating a flow of white glow, how standing in the whirlwind of this stream, the bandit grouped himself and stretched his hand forward to deliver a crushing blow, and how he stopped his hand a millimeter from the young man's face, without ever unleashing the generated power on him. The young man frowned and finally asked his question, which was whether Khan had planned to stop the fist in advance. The man looked at him seriously, his lips pressed into a hard, thin line, like lightning. Of course not, he replied, and that same expression of sinister amusement that frightened Leon most of all reappeared on his face. When the young man left the Khan, the sight of the sleeping city with shining lights calmed him down quite quickly. Our hero hurried back to his hotel. His stay in the slums had seriously tickled his nerves. Sitting on the bed in his room, Leon imagined the image of Khan. He thought that he was incredibly strong and could be very dangerous. He needed to train more, he decided, noticed his mentor and asked if he had any guesses regarding the documents collected by the bandits. Yes, that's true, Elsid replied. Dark magic most likely has nothing to do with it. The matter seems much more serious. Leon remembered the things he had been given and asked if the teacher meant that he needed to find out everything himself. Of course, no one said that it would be easy to infiltrate the area where 50 mercenaries were killed. Isn't that a task for a professional fighter? The young man bowed his head. I need an assistant who is not fixated on money, talented and smart, capable of becoming a support without any hesitation. Our hero finished his thought. Elsie looked at him doubtfully and asked if the demands were too high. No, Leon answered decisively. Because no one will ask us there, he added, raising his index finger up. The next day, our hero went to the address indicated in the papers, on 13th Street in that area. This is a church, he exclaimed in surprise. Why a church in the slums, the young man could not understand and looked at Elsider. Priests have long been sent to such places. Looking at the majestic building, the blue ball answered. There was someone sitting by the porch who looked like a beggar. White sheets of paper were flying around. It all looked rather suspicious. Those who are obsessed with money are easily seduced. Those who are obsessed with lust are easily manipulated. The teacher continued, looking at the praying girl. The priest does not belong to any of the sides, therefore he is different from everyone else. The only thing they adhere to is their beliefs and the commandments of the goddess, he added. Leon clarified that if he meant that cheap tricks wouldn't work on them, he didn't want to call himself a newbie, but he still decided to try. He couldn't reveal his identity. There was no way he could get to the priest, so he had to act quietly, under the grass. By the way, the people in the slums turned out to be not so bad. Many just lived their lives quietly. They were not interested in other people's belongings. There was even trust between them. Perhaps it is the influence of the Holy Church, our hero finished his long and convoluted thought. I wonder who is the bishop in the slums, he thought, and he reached out and knocked on the cathedral door. A loud voice came from the church asking who was there. Leon, embarrassed, gave his name and introduced himself as an adventurer. I have something to tell the bishop, he added, and suddenly realized that something unusual was happening. The guy suddenly felt that his aura had activated and was enveloping his body without any action on his part. At that moment, the doors opened, and the young man noticed the hem of a white robe with a gold trim. Could the aura really react to this person like that? The hero thought. In the darkness of the doorway stood someone tall in white clothes. His hair was light, and his face was hidden in shadow due to his height. Finally, the stranger took another step forward and came into the light, announcing that he was the bishop in charge of the place. Leon and the ball stared at the bishop. It was an elf, beautiful and wise. He said his name, Jizar. In his wrinkled hand was a snow-white cup with something hot. This was obvious from the light steam rising from it. Soon they were sitting at the table opposite each other, and the same cup appeared in front of Leon. You were shocked to see an elf bishop, but the goddess loves all races equally. Smiling, Jizar waved his hand. That is why he decided to devote himself to the church, and their exploits are well known to him. Bishop Leon was stunned once again. Thanks to your hard work, the sewer has cleared up and the water has improved a lot, the elf continued, squinting his purple eyes. The goddess is also very pleased with you, he finished. Leon, embarrassed, replied that this was an exaggeration of his merits, but he was grateful. Then let's get down to business. Jizar became serious. You said that you had business with me. I'm listening carefully. Leon realized that his interlocutor was far from simple and he needed to be careful to carry out his plan. He would very much like you to look at this, the young man replied, and placed the documents collected by Khan's bandits on the table. The elf took the sheets in his hands and began to study them carefully. It was clear that he was not very pleased to hold these documents in his hands. With each passing second, his face became more and more angry. Apparently, the bishop did not expect such information. He muttered that in such situations they should not hesitate, however, he added, and fell silent. Leon continued to look at the face of his interlocutor and asked what he thought. In the end, the elf said that he considered this document dubious due to the source of the information itself, and therefore he would ask his people to check everything carefully. He informed Leon that he would refrain from giving an immediate answer while the investigation was ongoing, and the young man nodded. Perhaps you can recommend someone to help me explore the 23rd and 25th districts, the young man asked. Jizar thought for a moment, and then doubted that any of the adventurers he knew would be suitable for these purposes. Leon's face showed disappointment, but his interlocutor added that he knew people who could be support, but not a fighting unit. Realizing that he was depriving the young man of his last hope, the elf suddenly announced that he himself could go with him. Our hero did not expect such a turn of events. His face lit up with a happy smile. With such an ally, there is nothing to fear. Jizar added that he would entrust his work to someone during his absence. His position as a bishop did not allow him to avoid the dark forces. Leon suddenly wondered if the bishop could fight at all, so he asked in confusion if the elf was sure of his decision. The answer was such a displeased look that our hero regretted not swallowing his tongue. Rolling up his sleeves, Jizar asked in surprise whether the question implied a lack of trust in his person. Leon realized in horror that he had angered the elf and that something out of the ordinary was about to happen. His eyes widened with excitement. The bishop meanwhile moved his hand to the side and assumed a fighting stance. The young man noticed calluses from the weapon on his palm. Then a white aura glow enveloped her and small scratches and other damage to her skin became visible. Suddenly a fireball materialized above his hand, and our hero realized that the elf possessed a very strong fire aura. Having reached the limit of its power, it materialized outside and increased its power, burning the atmosphere. This is enough to release a destructive fireball that will rip through even mithril armor like a piece of paper, the blue ball exclaimed. This was clearly the result of long training. Snapping his fingers, the bishop, equal in strength to Khan, turned off his aura in an instant and smiled. Well, what do you think? Do you think I shouldn't cling to you? He asked the astonished Leon with a laugh. Although 50 years ago he was a member of the Knightly Order of the Holy Iron Castle, now before you is just a tired old man, the elf continued to flirt. Leon was shocked once again because his interlocutor had just said that he was part of the most powerful knightly order on the continent. He is sincerely glad that he can count on him, the young man muttered, to which he received the answer that it was the church that was counting on him, and they shook hands. Just a minute, I need to grab my weapon, Jizar asked to wait, suggesting that the guests take a walk in the yard during this time. Yes, of course, the young man answered, and continued to think about what luck it was to have as an ally a man who had once served in the Order of the Holy Castle. Being next to him, I have the feeling that I received 1,000 warriors in support, by the way. What kind of weapon does he own? Leon continued to think. The student asked Elsit if it could be a bow like the forest elves, to which the mentor only laughed, calling the guy naive. Did he really not notice the callus on his hand? The ball asked. Here both looked at the huge iron mace on a long chain. Not even Ezeldur expected this. The elf stood in the courtyard smiling sheepishly. It seemed that this was exactly the effect he expected from demonstrating his weapon. Both the ball and Leon froze in place, beads of sweat starting to run down both of their faces from the strain. Behind the bishop, the young man noticed a huge rock, And now he watched without taking his eyes off as Jezar began to spin the ball with spikes on a chain. The next second, the bishop made a wide swing. His face was focused and a white glow appeared in his eyes. The elf then made an incredible leap, flying over the ball and landing on his feet, his weapon gaining maximum acceleration. Having rapidly fallen on the rock, the ball did not leave a single intact stone. The pieces flew in all directions. Enjoying the effect produced, the elf sweetly remarked that he missed those wonderful times when he used this weapon on the heads of heretics. Even now, after all these years, when he is not on the front lines, his blood boils at the thought, the man added, looking at the stunned Leon. Destruction of sin, eradication of evil, and the goddess also extends her protection to our church. Approaching the young man, the bishop explained. Brother, he asked Leon, is this true, becoming surprisingly beautiful and young? To which he received the answer that this is exactly so. The evening painted the clouds a beautiful pink hue, and the first stars were already twinkling in the sky. Leon walked through the city with his head down. His gait was somewhat tense and nervous. His shoulders were slumped. The bishop is following us closely, he asked the blue ball in an anxious voice and received an affirmative answer. It was impossible to raid the den of villains dressed as a bishop, so they had to ask him to change clothes so as not to attract the attention of the slum dwellers, Elsidor explained. Leon noticed that something seemed strange to him. The bishop's presence was felt through the aura, but it was impossible to notice him in any other way. The mentor explained that this is a special skill of mastering the aura, with the help of which the elf seems to erase his very presence, becoming invisible. This skill is very difficult to use while moving, but our friend is quite experienced and therefore knows how to do it. As if to confirm what was said, a man in a red scarf suddenly shouted indignantly that one had to be more careful and watch where one was going. He turned to hit the one who pushed him, but there was absolutely no one there. The bishop used aura. It's incredible. The bishop is really very experienced in disguise, like an invisible man, but he also senses the aura, Leon continued to think. It was probably because of the properties of your own solar aura, Elsidor explained to him. Even though he had erased his trace, it could still be felt. The mentor noted that Leon's attribute is the sun, and apparently Jezar's attribute is the moon, as is often the case with elves. In this case, it acts as your opposite side of your whole, if you know what I mean, added the ball. The teacher told that in this way, it was possible to feel the weakest point of their new friend, which is only noticeable to his opposite in the aura. How interesting, Leon thought. Fate brought me together with such a person for a reason. Such coincidences do not happen. Sun and moon, together we stood against a common enemy like heavenly bodies against darkness. He spent the entire journey in these thoughts, and now they finally stopped in front of the entrance to the 23rd district of the Blaine slums. As the guy thought, the thug's dagger came in handy, and all three of our heroes were allowed into the slums without any problems. Nevertheless, they attracted quite a lot of attention from the locals. It seemed like every second person they met was staring at the guy. But as soon as Leon showed the dagger, the bandits silently parted and did not ask unnecessary questions, letting the company go further and further forward. At times it looked quite comical, especially when a line of locals lined up along the side of the road, giving way to the young man. The elf was having fun. He couldn't even imagine that he would pass through these slums with such ease. Leon really is an outstanding person, as they said. Although perhaps this is due to the patronage of the goddess, he said, and asked if it was possible to speed up the trial of heretics who were engaged in blasphemy. Leon swallowed nervously at these words. Sometimes he himself felt like a heretic, but for some reason he didn't want to tell Jezar about it. This is where the kingdom of evil begins, Leon said, lifting the wooden cover of the entrance to the dungeon of District 23. It's dangerous to be on the surface, so we'll use the underground passage, which is what Khan advised us to do, he explained. They moved along the sewers, the elf lighting the way with a ball of fire that hovered just above his hand. Suddenly, he abruptly turned it off and asked for silence. Leon listened and also heard a suspicious conversation. Our heroes looked up at the ventilation shaft grate, where someone was complaining that he hadn't been able to meet his kill quota because one victim had rebelled. I had to deal with 12 more, although 70 people is somehow not enough for one day, the voice continued, while the elf and Leon were tensely silent. What he heard shocked the young man, and he thought hard about who could have said such a thing. Even if everyone was dealt with before midnight, the procedure itself could drag on until dawn, the voice continued. Leon managed to see the corpse's legs and blood. What kind of ceremony is this, and for how many months have you been killing so many people a day? Our hero hissed angrily. An unforgivable act, he thought, at which time Jezar announced that he would go forward and that his ally should not lag behind. At that very moment, behind their enemies, An elf jumped out from under the ground in the rain from the rubble of the vault of the dungeon. They clearly did not expect such a spectacular appearance. True, we didn't have long to enjoy the spectacle. The next blow of the weapon landed right on the mask, covering the face of one of them. Soon it was the turn of the second, Jazar wielding his spiked ball with such speed as if it were a feather and not weighing half a hundredweight. Bishop, muttered Leon, who had just managed to crawl out of the hole that had formed in the pavement when all his opponents had already been defeated. "Oh my God, we were going to sneak in secret," the elf replied in an embarrassed voice. And our friend saw an enemy in a mask, from the breathing holes of which smoke was pouring out. And again the elf's reaction was lightning fast. The iron ball knocked off the opponent's head along with the mask. Suddenly, the bishop's face became serious. After attacking another enemy, he discovered that blows did not work against him. A pinkish-orange glow appeared from under the mask, and an ominous and extremely unpleasant laugh was heard. One of the opponents had a flat cleaver in his hands, which created a protective armor field, making him invulnerable. "You dared to attack! You are madmen, as I see! You wanted death!" the man with the cleaver said in a creaky voice. "How wonderful everything turned out. We just needed victims," he managed to say before the sacred sword cut off his head. It was Leon who finally joined the bishop and struck his first blow in this battle, for he had to start somewhere. A blue glow gleamed in the young man's eyes, as it almost always did when he summoned his powerful weapon. Another masked man began to ask if they knew who they dared to disturb, but he didn't have time to finish either. The elf twisted his neck with his bare hands. Leon and Jezar spent the next few minutes trying to eliminate all of their opponents as quickly and efficiently as possible. When the deed was done, the young man looked at the dead bodies, and all he wanted to say was curse at them. Here he heard the voice of Jazar, reporting that his brother had dealt with them splendidly. Leon answered boldly that the bishop should have been more careful with his praise. "By the way, they are armed with some pretty cool swords," Leon commented on the cleaver he was holding in his hands and now examining. "Not bad, Elsid. Thanks for the advice," Leon thanked his mentor. "I didn't think I could handle a cleaver as well as a sword." Shar smiled slyly, and both he and Leon knew that he had simply cast a spell on the holy sword to make it look like a cleaver to those around him and not attract attention. The elf, for example, decided that Leon managed with a cleaver because this magical weapon worked against its own charms. Anyone who knew the story of the Emperor, or the hero Rodrigo, would have recognized the holy sword simply by its shape, so Elsidur came up with a disguise for it. The penetration cannot be called quiet, but our heroes managed to do the main thing. To understand the true nature of the enemy, these people perform witchcraft rituals prohibited by the church. As if reading Leon's thoughts, the elf objected that there were no witnesses, so there was no crime, meaning that no one would know that they had entered here, because no one had survived. "If we exterminate everyone, can't we call the penetration secret?" The bishop continued to rejoice. He took extraordinary pleasure in the weapon in his hands. Leon and the blue ball could only smile stupidly. They did not expect such jokes from a cleric. Looking at the impressive-sized door in front of them, Leon invited the bishop to go inside first again. "An excellent idea, my brother," the elf agreed, and stepped into the room, peering into the darkness that opened up before him. The sight was like a nightmare. Pools of blood, skulls and bones lay underfoot, mixed with the instruments of either a surgeon or a butcher. Leon almost threw up in disgust. He was not used to such surprises. How many people were sacrificed here, the guy thought. "It seems that the sacrifices are much more terrible than we thought," said the blue ball. "Hold on, you can't get used to this," he addressed the student. "Don't turn away from tragedy. Look at it. The hero must know, must remember, even if everyone has forgotten," he instructed. Leon looked at the skulls and bones again, his mind literally burning with rage, his anger ready to burst out. The boy's face showed a determination to destroy everyone who wore the mask, everyone who is involved in these bloody murders. "Because this tragedy is an enemy you will have to fight all your life," Elsidur finished, to which Leon asked, "What about the Demon King?" Shar said that the Demon King is not his only enemy. "It is foolish to think so. This world cannot be saved by destroying one single villain." Leon seemed to understand what he meant. A glow of aura flashed behind him, confirming the thought. Poverty for the poor, disease for the sick, all this and much more was the king of demons. No one knows the reasonable solution to this dilemma. The holy sword could not eradicate poverty. It could not command disease, but it was quite capable of fighting the source of evil. "A hero is someone who tries to make tomorrow a little better than today," the blue ball finished his fiery speech. Leon watched, not looking away. He understood that only when he could perceive such horrors as a challenge, he would be able to eradicate their cause, driven by a thirst for revenge. The young man exhaled a little air and tried to find the words to answer his mentor, but changed his mind. He continued to look at the gruesome evidence beneath his feet and gather his courage to move on without thinking. The bishop watched the young man unnoticed and was amazed at his willpower. Even after seeing such a sight, he made a decision in a matter of seconds. The elf was amazed. Leon called out to the bishop and said that this room was only a place where they got rid of corpses, but further on there would be a well-fortified and protected area. The elf listened to his feelings and reported that there were at least 2 enemies ahead. If we entered blindly, there could be problems, he said thoughtfully. Suddenly, Leon remembered the scrolls that Khan had given him, saying that they could be used if needed. The guy reached into his bag and pulled one out at random. Why not try it, he thought. It couldn't hurt. He unfolded it and saw that in the middle there was an all-seeing eye. The bishop looked questioningly at the guy. The elf muttered somewhat warily that it was a scroll called Insight, and it wouldn't be very wise to use it. Leon didn't answer. He had already started to recite the spell and had no intention of stopping. When the last of the written words were spoken, the young man raised his face. His eyes became huge and burned with fire. Magic of this kind gives the user the temporary ability to see through space, Elsidor noted admiringly. Leon's eyes displayed crosses glowing with orange fire. It seemed that he had fully acquired the ability. He managed to see the whole background of the enemies, and the plan of the building, and the location of the 2 men in hoods. Suddenly the eye on the scroll turned black and smoked. The spell was a one-time thing. Blood began to drip from Leon's nose from the strain. The elf rushed excitedly to him, asking if everything was okay. The man was somewhat wary of the use of the bandit scroll. Yes, our hero nodded. The layout of the dungeon itself is not very large scale. There are about 24 people who can be identified as enemies, he continued. East, west, south, north. I list them in order, 10, 5, 5, and 4 people in each room, Leon informed his friend. In the center there is a room impenetrable to this spell, the entrance to which is visualized from the east, the young man finished. Do you think that's where the core is? He asked, wiping the blood from under his nose and looking from the elf to the blue ball. That is most likely true, but it is possible that it may be a trap embedded in the scroll's spell, the bishop replied. The basics of strategy are to outsmart the enemy. The inverse logarithm works here. What was considered a weakness is actually a strength. Or perhaps it was an empty shell used to dispose of corpses. The entire 25th district could be like that, the elf reasoned. Leon kept his eyes on his partner. He was thinking hard. Beads of sweat were running down his face. It was not easy to make a decision. Perhaps your words are true and this is a trap. Perhaps the other assumption is correct, but he would still like to check, the guy said. Next time we come, the border may not be as open as it is now, so today we have a better chance to explore, he added. The elf nodded with an understanding look and clarified that now that the main goal had been set, it would be a good idea to think of a plan of action to do everything quietly and quickly. 2 men in black robes with hoods, under which masks were visible, were armed with cutlasses. They stood right behind the door and did not suspect anything. Suddenly, a strong loop of chain wrapped itself around their necks and with one movement knocked both of them to the floor. It was the bishop who opened the door and made the first move. Even before they fell, both were dead. Our priest's mastery of weapons remained the highest, despite all his assurances to the contrary. So the passage was cleared and it was necessary to begin moving forward, which is what our heroes did. The remaining 12 enemies suffered the same fate. All of them were strangled with lightning speed, and almost silently, by the heavy chain from the mace. The elf was full of determination, and Leon was jubilant. He hardly even needed to provide the cleric with any assistance. Hugging a metal scarf studded with spikes, the bishop tenderly said that he had finally stretched his body, as he had been sitting around too long in his old age. Having reached the door of the impenetrable room, our heroes stopped and began to examine the entrance and walls. It was impossible to understand how it opened. There was no door handle, and the wall remained motionless when trying to pull or push it. Suddenly, Leon noticed bright red inscriptions, similar to streams of blood flowing from freshly inflicted cut wounds. "My brother, would you step aside for a second?" the bishop asked the young man in a decisive and cheerful voice. Leon hiccuped as a heavy ball and chain flew past him at high speed. The blow hit the door, but the weapon simply bounced off without leaving a scratch. The young man stared at it as if he was seeing it for the first time. The elf also visibly tensed up. He simply couldn't get his head around the fact that the mace had simply bounced off, and that was it. Leon replayed in his head the memories of all the crushing blows that the bishop had already managed to deliver. The episode with the stone cliff deserves special attention. It was the first blow of the priest that day, so to speak, demonstrative. No less impressive was the elf's first appearance in the face of the enemy when he broke through the pavement with a mace from the sewers and jumped to the surface. And all the subsequent blows, killing enemies on the spot, were no worse than these. What went wrong now, the young man thought. Non-standard magic, the blue ball answered the question. The door is made of material from the other dimension. This substance is based on the laws of physics of another world. It does not bend, does not break, does not heat up, and in general, this material behaves in our world like a guest, an outside observer from behind the glass. Or, on the contrary, there are exhibits that freeze when heated and burn when exposed to cold, Elsadur continued. Perhaps this door is a non-standard material that rejects any influence. He couldn't see anything behind it, Leon thought, which means magic doesn't work. Oh my goddess, the bishop said suddenly, and extended his hand towards the door, and the young man glanced at him in surprise. Please place your cleansing light into my hands, the elf continued, and a glow actually flared up in his hand. This is a sacred technique, the young man asked his mentor, looking at what was happening, right? This is a holy power that cannot be trained like an aura. It has not been studied as much as magic. It has been proven that its formation occurs through the accumulation of pious devotion and good deeds. With these words, the door creaked. Oh, Leon exclaimed, the door is cracked, heretical tricks are powerless in the fight against holiness. But his joy quickly faded. Things didn't go further than a couple of cracks under his hand. When the glow stopped, the damage remained insignificant. The bishop tried several more times but was unable to cause any further damage to the door. The elf seemed to simply not believe it. He turned to the goddess again and called upon her light. And again the light went out and the door remained without new cracks. Leon whispered to the blue ball that perhaps he was wrong about the heretical tricks. The door had even withstood the bishop's sacred reception, meaning it was very secure, so it was unlikely to have been used as a trap, Elsadur concluded. The blue ball told the student that he could count on his support, because it looked like he would be the one putting the finishing touches on it. Accepted, Leon replied, and around him, reflections of aura streams began to flash, which did not escape the elf's attention. The next moment, Leon screamed furiously and brought all his strength to bear on the ill-fated door. It was an incredible blow. The young man put all his strength into the tip of the sacred sword, disguised as a cultist cleaver. It seemed like the entire moment was mired in darkness, with only flashes of aura and the glow from the blow visible. When our heroes regained the ability to see normally, it was discovered that the door had disappeared. The ball reported that it was matter that was not intended for their world. A truly stunning blow, exclaimed the bishop. My brother, it seems someone has underestimated you. He turned to Leon. The guy became embarrassed and objected that the elf had done almost all the work, and he had only finished what had been started. The bishop reported that he did not sense anyone's presence and suggested that they had left the space empty and would later perform rituals in it. Taking their first steps into the room that opened up to them, both of them could not see anything due to the pitch darkness. There was also a sharp smell of blood here, Leon noticed, and the elf again turned on the light on his hand to confirm his guess. As soon as his eyes began to see, his face was distorted by a grimace of horror and disgust. The sight was not for the faint of heart. Leon also couldn't contain his emotions, but in his case, it was misunderstanding and strong fear. Some kind of mess of muscles, teeth, blood vessels, and who knows what else was gurgling terrifyingly in the darkness. The light went out again. Leon continued to stand on the threshold, trying to figure out if what he had seen during the brief flash of light was real. Finally, the bishop summoned another fireball on his hand, and the young man let out a heart-rending scream. The elf himself grimaced as if in pain and closed his eyes tightly, unable to look at what was in the room. It was a living pile of meat, clicking its teeth and carefully studying those who entered with a multitude of bulging and dull eyes. Suddenly, something flew in the direction of our heroes. It was a living piece of flesh with eyes and teeth, which spread out like a puddle on the floor, but continued to look. The next moment, he extended a tiny hand towards Leon's left leg and began to babble something quietly. "They are alive!" the young man cried out, and covered his mouth with his hands, frightened by the sound of his voice, tears running down his fingers. "God knows what's going on here," said the elf, looking at the flasks with some creatures placed along the walls. All the fragments were alive and breathing. They extract the flesh from living intelligent species and then process it into biomass that feeds on life force, the sphere explained. Their purpose is crystal clear. "This is a satanic art of summoning a monster using sacrifices as bait. It will devour the city," Elsadur added, and Leon almost choked on his saliva. "This monster is called the city devourer," the blue ball finished explaining, looking as stunned as the student. "It takes a lot of time and effort to summon it, but once it starts working, nothing will help," Leon heard the elf's voice. "It is an extra-dimensional being that even the best of the best would not dare to fight. It will be summoned into this world and swallow the city in one bite and then simply return to its dimension. The free city of Blaine, our hero muttered, calling to mind the wonderful, colorful city on the riverbank. Could it really become food for this creature? Although this ritual regularly attracts the attention of heretics, almost all of their attempts end in failure. The mentor tried to calm the young man. The problem is, however, that if success is achieved even once, disaster is inevitable. Leon collected his thoughts and asked if such a ritual had been successful before, to which Elsidor replied that if there were records in the chronicles, it was for a reason. The peculiarity of the satanic arts is that no one knows what the result will be until the ritual is completed. All countermeasures against heretics are taken by the church after the fact. Then what are the countermeasures against the city devourer? We have a plan, Leon yelled. The blue ball was silent with a tense face. It was obvious that something was bothering him. Finally, he said that the volume was insufficient. The room contains too little material for a city devourer. I fear many more casualties have been made, the mentor added. And the level of security is extremely low, Elsidor finished his thought. He needs some more time to think. The young man asked if he meant to say that they had already collected the required amount of sacrifices and were using it to begin their ritual. Most likely, as soon as we tried to evacuate the townspeople, the ritual would be completed, the ball would end, and the guy's eyes would widen in horror. Let's go straight ahead, the Holy Sword's voice suddenly suggested in a cheerful voice. And Leon asked again what exactly he meant. We will gather all the armed forces in the city to conquer the 25th district. The blue ball told him his plan. While the young man was imagining the burning 25th district, the teacher added that the satanic arts required a large-scale ritual, so we would win if we attacked first. Total war, our hero said thoughtfully, and Elsidor agreed. Cornered, they would decide to use the last resort. Like turtles, Satanists hide in their shells. In our case, it is the other world. Any force except the sacred is powerless there. However, they had every chance to win. The blue ball stood its ground. It was optimistic. He proudly added that the reason for this was his very existence, after which Leon clearly imagined a shining holy sword, and next to it, the brilliant hero Rodrigo. We will reduce their forces through total war, and then immediately destroy the small exhausted elite, the blue ball cried out. They still have no idea about the existence of the holy sword, he said proudly, and Leon felt like a pawn in someone else's game. They will be given a checkmate from which it is impossible to escape. Yes, this is the best way, our hero decided. However, the cultists are not idiots and have already realized that something is wrong. They must make their move, Leon declared decisively. All this time, the young man did not think about the elf, when suddenly he heard his voice calling him by name. It looks like we should get out of here, the bishop advised. Those bastards have noticed that someone has invaded their territory. Okay, then let's go, Leon agreed and bent down to pick up a piece of living biomass from the ground. I wonder what the point is in keeping such a creature alive, he thought, looking at the piece of flesh in his hand. While he was thinking, the bishop did not hesitate. The iron ball had long been ready for battle and was quickly put into action. A couple of blows and the creature of muscles with eyes and teeth was defeated, no longer posing any threat. Leon suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to pay his debt to the souls of the people who died to create this monster. He froze and folded his hands in prayer. Another minute and he and the elf were running down the corridor, taking with him the surviving piece of biomass in a bag. Let's speed up, the bishop suggested, and Leon thought that this was the best option if they wanted to stay alive. The intruders escaped, and behind them they heard the screams of masked men, but they also discovered the dead biomass, and this delayed the pursuit. As our heroes ran out of the 23rd district, they heard a voice commanding them to destroy the place once it had been discovered. The moon was shining over the peaceful town of Blaine, the same moon, still over the same peaceful town. It seems they decided not to pursue us. The energy of those who were chasing us is gradually receding. Leon and Jazar talked to each other, stopping. The elf confessed that once as a child he had disturbed a wasp's nest, and now the bishop was experiencing similar feelings. Then it occurred to him that they could simply jump into the pond, but now they had no suitable body of water nearby to save themselves, the elf added. He also had a presentiment that any reinforcements that might be requested from the church would arrive too late. He said sadly that during this time the vile cultists would have time to completely destroy the city, all its inhabitants, and themselves. What do you think about this, Brother Leon? The bishop looked at our hero with hope. Leon did not answer at first. He was wondering where to find an unrivaled orator to implement Elsidor's plan. The blue ball was undoubtedly right, but it was necessary to present his thoughts as my own. At first, Leon had not planned to show the holy sword, but now it was unavoidable. The young man summoned the weapon, and the elf could not hold back a cry of surprise. Leon imagined how he and the elf fought side by side and decided that he could trust him, but no one else. I have a wonderful plan, said our hero, holding out his hand as if the brilliant solution to all problems could be touched. Our heroes headed to the church to discuss further actions and, of course, to rest a little. They sat down at the table again. The elf prepared hot tea again. The only thing that had changed was the piece of living flesh that lay between them. Jezar thought hard, even propped his face up with his hand. It was obvious that he had no answer to the question of what to do. Leon did most of the talking, saying that although there are a few nuances, it's worth trying. They both looked at the creature lying right in the middle of the dining table. The creature looked at them. The explanation would be too complicated. No one would believe us without evidence. Leon voiced the general opinion. Thank God we have it now. All that's left is to tell the right people about the city devourer. And we have a wonderful way to neutralize the barrier between worlds. It is a holy sword, the young man added. By the way, the solar aura is very effective against everything satanic. Even in the Holy Church, the solar aura is considered #1 when it comes to attack, the elf agreed. The bishop added that it was so rare that in his entire life he had only seen it on Leon, and it seemed that only now did he begin to understand why. The decision has been made. We will mobilize the guilds and the army to cut off their breathing, force them to close in, and then penetrate inside with the help of the elite, the young man summed up. So they had 2 mandatory conditions. The bishop raised 2 fingers in the air, as if confirming his words. First, the mobilization of the guild and the army. Second, the preparation of an elite team that was supposed to finally destroy the enemy. And if the first problem was solvable, then they did not know where to find people capable of withstanding the satanic art. At the very least, these should be people if we talk about the guild gradation with rank A, the bishop noted. Ha, you said rank A, Leon asked again. He seemed to have an idea about that. At least that's what it seemed to the elf. Your Eminence, how do you feel about recruiting people from the slums? The young man blurted out, jumping up from the table. From the slums, the bishop asked again. What do you mean? The elf was surprised, and our hero told him about Khan and the Undertaker. Their forces will be sufficient to provide us with significant support. Each of them will replace 1,000 soldiers. Well, you have convinced me of their abilities. Is there any certainty that they will enter the war? The bishop asked. And Leon assured that it was in the bag. One word from you, and they will have no other choice, the young man laughed, and the elf seemed to be quite surprised. Well, it turns out that this is a call to military service. The bishop's eyes lit up. He was happy to return to arms again. This is an opportunity to do good deeds in the name of the church. You only have to show the stamp of the Holy Iron Lock. They will follow you, Leon echoed. Elsider cut the student off by telling him that he was sure that if the people in question had heard this conversation, someone would have already been pierced by a sword. Leon remembered Khan's incredible somersault at their first meeting, and this image did not frighten him, but amused him. The boy quietly whispered to the teacher that he had no intention of taking revenge for the fact that his nose had simply bled. The next day, our hero stood in front of the guild steps from early morning and was going to carry out his plan. When he entered, it seemed that even the walls began to whisper, not to mention all the adventurers and mercenaries present. Lee was also happy to meet Leon, but it was noticeable that the girl was seriously embarrassed. Her face expressed excitement. It soon became clear what the reason was. Leon bowed his head in greeting. Behind him stood someone in knightly armor. It was a knight of the Order of the Holy Iron Castle, and it was his presence that made the beauty tremble. She wondered in panic what business he had come to the guild for as Leon and his companion headed towards the reception desk. Finally, Leon spoke and said that he had come today not to take an order, but to talk about cooperation. The knight removed his helmet, and it became clear that it was Bishop Jezar. He introduced himself and said that he was requesting the full support of the guild in the name of Holy Iron and Chain. What? Everyone present exclaimed in chorus. It seemed as if the walls of the guild shook from the power of the sound. The sun was shining brightly into the hall through the lattice of the skylight. Our heroes were heading to the guild meeting room. A few minutes later, Leon and the bishop appeared before the head of the Blaine branch of the guild, with an excited Lee looming behind them. Guildmaster Bernard from the Blaine branch greeted the newcomers, and upon hearing their request, said that although the occasion for their acquaintance was not a happy one, he was counting on them. He's even bigger than Khan, Leon noted with delight when they were seated at the negotiating table. The guy had heard that he had been in A rank before his leg injury. Bernard continued that he understood the gravity of the situation. The importance of the issue was so great that it caused the retired knight of the Holy Iron Castle to request a meeting. The master was experienced and the conversation went smoothly, but when he saw the biomass and realized the urgency of the matter, he became a little gloomy. But according to the guildmaster's information report, Only 1 out of 4 A-rank people is currently not busy fulfilling requests and can mobilize. Leaving the guildmaster to deal with the man, Leon and the bishop went into the slums to talk to Khan. To be honest, Khan's meeting with the bishop was not as dramatic as one might expect. Perhaps the elf's threat to put him on the list of heretics played a significant role in the fact that Khan agreed to fight them. Then only a rat hole on another continent would help. Damn it, the bandit leader cursed. He fell into his own trap. He wanted to exterminate the cultists and spite the guild, and look what happened, he thought with annoyance. Our offer concerns not only you, but also the Undertaker, the bishop continued with a menacing look. If you do not want to suffer alone, convey our words to him. Khan clutched his head, imagining that it would be just him and the Undertaker fighting, but the bishop dispelled his doubts. The elf explained that 2 were enough to form the main group. Everyone would find out about the rest later, when the evacuation of the residents of the 25th district was over and the cleanup began. You plan to cut off the snake's head with elite forces, Khan realized, and the elf thought that he was thinking pretty well. Leon watched the verbal duel with interest. The young man thought that everyone without exception needed to unite against the city devourer, even if an emergency situation arose. Otherwise, they would perish. 2 days later, he looked at the crowd of adventurers and mercenaries and never expected that so many warriors would respond to their call. There were about 20 archers alone. This was good, very good news for the free city of Blaine. Leon, Khan, and the bishop, who now did not take off his knightly armor, looked from above at the entire army gathered under the defensive walls. An urgent request was delivered to all guild members of rank C and above, and most of those gathered were adventurers, Lee explained happily. There are about 1,500 people here, Master Bernard announced the figure. One could say that we will witness a real battle. Thanks to the material evidence you provided, the man was able to convince His Excellency of the need for surgery. I think the garrison is already besieging the 25th district. He finished his information report without hiding his pride. Close combat will be left to adventurers and mercenaries. The rest of the troops will be responsible for rear support and carry out attacks from a distance. The bishop announced the plan. A wise decision, Elsidor praised, because if the attacker was inexperienced, he would simply become a victim of Satan's techniques in close combat. Leon agreed that rather than inflaming the enemy's rage with a direct attack, it was better to reduce his numbers from afar. Well, the plan is good, but in any case, we are the main forces here, Khan stated. Not without pride, it must be noted. Leon agreed and disagreed with his words at the same time. He felt in his aura that there was someone no less powerful in their ranks. And even if it was only one person, the Lord sent us his fighter. Believe me, this person is our reward, the guildmaster continued. I am pleased to introduce you to the senior knight of the Blaine Count family. He introduced the newly arrived man with red hair and a mustache. Kondrat, the knight, introduced himself and greeted the guardian of the goddess. He first extended his hand to the bishop, who was embarrassed, but blessed him with her name. Kondrat had become renowned for his martial skills while still a free knight, and his presence caused Khan to mutter that he felt out of place. Then behind the young man, someone's cold voice asked if he was late, and Leon's face became frightened. He realized that the Undertaker had arrived. The bishop glanced gloomily to the side, and Kondrat barked that no one dared to frighten them. Let the newcomer identify himself immediately, to which he received an immediate response. The man wearing dark clothes, a hat, and a plague doctor mask on his face, said in a loud voice that they had invited him here themselves, and now they dared to be insolent, his round bird-like eyes glowing. Khan hissed that in any case, they were all in the same boat now, so they needed to take matters responsibly and not disobey orders. The Undertaker stated that he was a murderer. Their approaches to the matter differed. He would act at his own discretion, and only that way. The bishop promised that if he fulfilled his role properly, no one would stand in his way. However, he added, if you follow us with faith in this secret sorcery, we will make you realize that there is nowhere to hide before the radiance of the goddess. The huge iron sword with spikes was raised threateningly from the ground. The elf's gesture was a more compelling argument than his words. Your words are a little scary, squeezing out each sound in syllables, the Undertaker answered, and then suddenly giggled nastily. Leon was thinking at this time that even by scanning the aura and using the foresight technique, he was unable to detect Undertaker. Only faint outlines sometimes appeared behind his back, and an unpleasant voice indicated his location. When the bishop asked where the last member of the squad, the warrior from the guild, was, a woman's hand in a fingerless glove appeared out of nowhere and waved in greeting. Following the hand, its owner, a gorgeous green-eyed blonde, appeared. The girl blurted out a greeting and apologized for being late. Without knowing the details, it was difficult to prepare. Karen, the girl introduced herself. and everyone present expressed bewilderment at how members of the same team could be so different. One gangster, the head of a gang, one of the three lords of the slums, the most dangerous area of the city. Two adventurers who carry out dangerous and interesting tasks for the guild, risking their lives for the thrill of it. Two knights, fighters for their own honor and the holy name of the goddess who bestowed her blessing on them. And the killer, whose identity was the most mysterious and sinister, no one even knew his name. Leon thought that there was no hope of a spirit of unity in such a composition, but there was nothing to be done about it. They were all united for one purpose, without taking into account individual characteristics. So there was no need to hesitate. Let's start, he commanded. In the evening, the 25th district of the city was ablaze. All residents were prudently evacuated, but they will never be able to return to their homes. Everything was burning. Archers sent volleys of arrows wrapped in rags soaked in a flammable mixture over the walls. It seemed that even at the entrance gate itself, marked 25, there was no chance to survive in this wall of fire. The sudden attack caught the cultists by surprise. They did not know where the fire came from or what to do. Immediately, one of the men tried to shout in panic to the main building, but at that moment a heavy shell fell right on him and the words froze in his throat, unspoken. One of the leaders in a black hood stood at a distance and looked at the fiery rain of arrows. The sight apparently did not frighten him. Right up until the moment when flaming arrows began to destroy their comrades, piercing their masks almost right through. "Quick, unseal the abomination," one of the cultists shouted, probably referring to the biomass in the impenetrable room. The pavement rose, cracks spreading in all directions, revealing corpses in white masks pierced by arrows. With a terrible roar, a monster appeared from under the ground. It was the same pink biomass with eyes and teeth, but of astonishingly huge size. The size of several houses, it hung over the archers, and they, dumbfounded, stopped shooting. What could an arrow do to such a monster? Perhaps, for example, pierce the eye, thought the bishop, and decisively and loudly commanded the archers to open fire. A huge hand-like thing shot into the air. The monster didn't like being shot at all, and this half-tentacle, half-hand swept away a whole row of shooters. Most of them fell from a height and could no longer shoot. "Arrows are useless," one archer whispered to another, and they began to crawl to the rear, away from the threat. Instead, the mercenaries rushed into the attack with passion. They ran, overtaking each other. Each wanted to strike first and hit as many enemies as possible. "Destroy everything in your path," the mercenaries shouted. But our heroes, who were still biding their time, noticed that the front line was not advancing. The countermeasure was executed brilliantly, but the abomination is not such a simple opponent, the blue ball muttered to Leon. "He will be able to resist their attacks for at least an hour." Elsider shared his thoughts. "Here it is, our turtle." Kondrat looked thoughtfully at what was happening and seemed to be thinking about the same thing. The most important mission was approaching inexorably. What is this? A tornado, Leon suddenly thought in horror, but then he realized that the resulting whirlwind looked little like a natural phenomenon. Elsider laughed and said that they shouldn't forget about the strength and fighting skills of their friends. This is an elite team rushing into battle. All of his companions had the ability of super speed and were so fast that a tornado formed. The bishop turned around and apologized for not waiting for him. And while the other heroes were flying forward, Leon also activated his speed skill and rushed to catch up with his own. Everyone stood and watched. Kondrat brought down his tornado on the remnants of the enemy's combat forces. But there were still others, elite ones. Phew, he finally caught up. Leon ran up to his comrades, out of breath. The young man realized how much training he needed to get closer to the skill of the others. "So I'll start first," Kondrat said. "I wonder how strong the barrier created by their satanic witchcraft is." He raised his sword, and it burst into flames. The Blaine family knight had a fiery aura that he wielded masterfully. A wave of flame engulfed everything around, and in the midst of it stood a red-haired man with a calm face. Another second, and the wave began to twist into a fiery tornado. Few had a chance of escaping from such a weapon. A powerful fiery aura, as expected from Sir Kondrat. Leon bowed to the knight without hiding his admiration. The cultist's protective wall was still active. The tornado of flame stopped in front of the invisible barrier. "Weaklings should step aside," Khan said pompously, casually placing his hand on Kondrat's shoulder. The bandit leader took a fighting stance and prepared his striking fist to strike, a white aura glowing in his eyes. Nobody expected such a jump. It seemed as if the sky and the earth had changed places and were spinning in a spiral. Khan's punch was twisted in a spiral, just like his predecessors, and he also hit an invisible wall and did not move any further. "Oh my God, what a magnificent blow!" The knight began to laugh, not hiding his glee, which further infuriated the bandit. While they were arguing, the bishop said that he could destroy the wall with a sacred technique, but he needed to conserve his strength, since it was unknown what awaited them inside. Leon stepped forward, rolling up his sleeves, and said that he had seen enough of the failed attempts. The elf looked at the young man with suspicion. Khan and Kondrat stopped arguing and also stared intently at our hero. They did not expect such an initiative. Karen, like everyone else, opened her beautiful eyes wide, not hiding her surprise. It made her look like a bird. The young man began to take out his sword and asked Elsid if he had accumulated enough strength. Of course, the energy was overflowing. The sword was overflowing with power thanks to the bastards they had mowed down last time, and it shone brighter than ever. Leon stood in a whole cloud of aura and holy power and sword. His appearance was menacing and terrifying. The young man possessed the power of such a level of strength for the first time. It seems that one heretic brings more benefit than 1,000 monsters. Don't drag it out, don't save your strength. Just hit with all your might, the blue ball advised the hero. Okay, but be careful not to let your disguise get ruined by your overexcited state, Leon reminded him. The young man prepared to strike. Discharges of power were scattered around him. His head was shining with the white light of an aura. What is this? The bishop suddenly asked himself while Khan simply cursed, looking at the young man in admiration. Leon swung his sword wide, the sword describing an incredible arc, and a powerful blow, reinforced by aura and accumulated energy, fell on the barrier. At first it was a dent in the wall, but streams of energy ran like cracks, destroying the barrier further and further. Leon struck again and the barrier began to crumble, revealing a strange light from behind it. The satanic barrier is destroyed, our hero shouted and headed towards the hole in the wall made by Leon. Not even a second had passed before the bishop was already flying straight down, jumping into the frightening unknown full of enemies first. Everyone else followed him and found themselves in a typical corridor of the city dungeons, with a puddle of unknown origin spreading across the floor. The bishop illuminated the space in a way that was already familiar to us, and everyone began to examine the territory. The Undertaker, he is here? The elf asked in a lowered voice. He was embarrassed to admit that the presence of such an ally was desirable. Of course, the shadow behind Leon spoke syllable by syllable, and everyone's backs trembled from that grave voice. The squad began to move slowly. Our hero noticed that despite their armor, both knights moved completely silently. This means that their basic movements occur on a completely different level, the ball explained to Leon. Look, there's a door down there. Karen pointed her finger and looked at the others, as if asking whether she should go first, or if there were others who wanted to go. The beauty lifted the hatch cover with a light movement. Not paying attention to the lock, our heroes saw that these were steps to the lower level of the dungeons. While everyone was wondering if it was a trap, the girl, who still hadn't received an answer, looked down again. Miss Karen, can you tell if there is a trap set here or not? The bishop asked with a frown. He remembered that the guildmaster had called her a tracker. The girl looked intently into the opening once more, squatting down. This would be quite difficult, she stated. Beyond the stairs and outside are two completely different spaces, so you have to go down to understand something, she explained. Then let's go down, suggested the bishop. If we drag the cat by the tail, nothing will change. So let's hurry, Sir Kondrat barked, his face full of determination to be the first. The entire team of heroes began to slowly descend the stone steps, the bishop lighting the way. Leon continued to wonder if Undertaker was following them or not. He was not visible and his presence was not felt. Step by step they descended into the dungeon. No one expected that the stairs would be so long. Suddenly Leon froze. He heard a strange sound under his feet, followed by a suspicious glow that became active. He didn't have time to figure out what it was before he began to fall into the additional space that had opened up. A few seconds later, he was already looking at an unfamiliar corridor, where he discovered the same glowing marks as on the step he had fallen down. Our hero was panicking and wondering why there was no one around, where he was, and what was going on. It was good that Elsidor was with him, who explained that this was what a portal to an additional room created magically looked like, a kind of labyrinth. This is a classic expansion of space, a special deceptive technique. The rest must have been thrown into other places, added the ball. Suddenly our hero heard Karen's voice, who called out to him and laughed that she had only just been thrown here, and the young man was already getting ready for the meeting. The girl assumed that her young friend was very worried that he was alone in an unfamiliar place. What a blessing that she came to help. Completely embarrassed, Leon muttered that she too was alone in an unfamiliar place. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful warrior alone. No, not alone, that vile bastard also followed me. The girl refuted his guess with displeasure. Vile bastard? Who, vile? Suddenly a familiar voice was heard from the shadows. The girl winced. Is there another vile scumbag here besides you? She asked, turning to the Undertaker. And it was he. If you don't like being treated like that, get out of my shadow and stop annoying me with that slow way of speaking, Karen added. The Undertaker retorted that he himself decided where to be, and Leon suddenly thought that he was glad of such company, especially the tracker. The girl asked if her younger comrade deserved her trust and suggested that they move on. The guy could have gotten angry, but he caught the right vibe and just proudly replied that he wouldn't disappoint, narrowing his eyes. Together they walked a considerable distance down the corridor without noticing anything suspicious or encountering any enemies. But our heroes faced a dilemma. The corridor ended with 5 completely identical doors. Karen didn't hesitate for a second and immediately indicated where they would go. How she managed to make a choice so quickly was unclear. Even if he relied on natural instincts, it was impossible to move that fast, Leon thought as he followed her. She's never made a mistake, so just do as you're told, the blue ball noticed as Leon began to doubt. This adventurer's tracking abilities were superior to those of the wood elves, and they are very strong. She became so gifted because of the aura, didn't she? Leon whispered to the mentor, to which the ball replied that the dark place was an advantage for Karen. Stop! The beauty suddenly commanded sharply and bent her arm at the elbow. It was a warning gesture. The adventurer clearly sensed the presence of enemies, and when Leon turned on the special vision, he also sensed 3 opponents around the corner. And there are 3 of them. We can't get around them. What are we going to do? Karen asked, looking back at Leon. The young man felt a stronger energy than that of the cultists he encountered on the 23rd level, so he thought for a bit. They were at a level where even with the power of the Holy Sword, they couldn't achieve an unconditional victory, the guy thought. He needed to get rid of them, he said. Karen asked if he would be ashamed to ask for help later. Since for a C rank it was quite a bold decision, Leon replied that if his senior comrade lost, she would be the one who would be ashamed. Well, okay, the beauty replied. Then let's have a competition, the girl added, pulling out throwing daggers. Leon looked at the beauty with admiration. She was beautiful in the light of the green aura. I wonder what kind of aura this is, the guy suddenly thought. At that moment, having performed some kind of pirouette, the adventurer found herself on the ceiling of the corridor. Only a white tail of radiance managed to flash. This is also an aura skill, Leon asked his mentor in shock, continuing to look at his companion upside down. Yes, considering the speed at which she does it, the skill has been honed over the years. Hurry if you want to make it, added the ball. Leon yelled that he knew it himself when he suddenly realized that Karen had stopped and was still on the ceiling, but no longer moving. She was right above the cultists' heads. Leon hid around the corner and watched what would happen next. Suddenly, one of them raised his head up. It seems their plan is exposed, the young man thought. He looked at the girl for a few seconds, who was smiling sweetly, and it seemed that in another moment she would wave her hand. There's an enemy there, the masked man yelled. Fear was evident in his voice. The other 2 cultists froze but did nothing. The next moment, their masks were pierced by the tips of daggers, and all 3 fell to the ground like sacks of straw. It was amazing, Leon marveled. She threw the daggers upside down, and with such speed. At this time, one of the cultists released his claws and hissed that this was a terrible and unforgivable impudence. Under the masks were mutants. One was a lion, the other was some kind of octopus-starfish hybrid reminiscent of Cthulhu. The third one had green skin and was screwing some kind of metal object into his eyebrow. What a company, our hero thought. Do you even know where you are? The lion growled, to which Karen asked what kind of stupid question it was. It was not comme il faut to ask. Of course, in the slums without a master, she added, and together with the daggers fell on the enemies from the ceiling down. The weapon flew at a breakneck speed. If it weren't for the aura, Leon wouldn't have been able to figure out what was going on at all. These trinkets won't harm us, roared the octopus, deflecting the daggers one after another. Suddenly, a strong rope wrapped around his leg, and the mutant didn't have time to think about what was happening before he fell to the floor for the 2nd time. He lay there, his tentacles spread out helplessly, and had no idea what awaited him in the near future. It was Karen who pulled the rope. The girl said that the daggers were a diversionary tactic, but the mutant didn't hear this. His severed head rolled across the floor. The satisfied girl nodded gratefully. The Undertaker did his job quickly and reliably. The tracker was absolutely satisfied. The second enemy was destroyed just as professionally. Leon stood proudly in the middle of the corridor, swinging his sword, but he still didn't fully understand what kind of enemy he had been dealt. And then he saw him. It was that same huge mutant with green skin. Oh my God, why him? The young man thought. What kind of bad luck is this? The guy thought. He is the strongest, so it's not fair. Why should he be the one to defeat him? At this time, the mutant came closer and closer, carnivorously baring his sharp teeth, and finally he stood right in front of Leon. The guy turned on his aura and started looking for a weak spot, then used foresight, but it didn't help. At that moment, Something flew past our hero's face and hit the wall with a loud crash. While the young man was trying to figure out what had been thrown at him, the mutant bared his torso and released a multitude of sharp spikes from his chest. Ah, so that's what it is, our hero realized. And he thought it was a sweet bun. Well, he'll have to fight this one too. At that moment, 3 more stone slugs attacked Leon with their streams of stones. Good thing he already knew what to do. But not everything was so simple. The mutant was not idle at this time either, and launched all the spikes at the same time. Our hero was really angry and started swinging his sword left and right like never before. All the spikes were knocked off or cut in half. All the stones flew at the mutant, painfully hitting his impenetrable skin. Leon leaned forward low, so the probability that the spike would hit him was several times lower. The mutant also bent down, resting on his knees. Launching the spikes took almost all of his strength. He didn't expect the enemy to be able to get close. "It can't be! You mean to say that you tore my thorns?" he cried out in anger, baring his sharp teeth. At that moment, the sharpest blade split his essence in 2, or rather his physical shell as well. The holy sword had never failed its new owner, and after completing its task, it shone dazzlingly. The materialized Elsider praised the student, saying that it was mainly because he had put in a lot of effort to cope with this power, although he was still far from perfect. Wow. Already finished, Karen was surprised. The girl stood smiling. One of her daggers had a mutant tentacle stuck on it, as if she was about to get some food. She did not leave Leon without praise, noting that although he had knocked out his opponent a few seconds later than her, the younger comrade was still a good fellow. The beauty continued to be surprised that despite the C rank, the youth had taken down the heretic. He seemed to be one of those who lacked achievements compared to skills, and Leon, embarrassed, thought about sashimi. "Think as you wish," our hero answered. At the same moment, he felt something strange near the dead mutant. The guy felt that the marks of the swords of 2 people who had nothing in common, Undertaker and Karen, were completely identical in aura. The mutant that the girl had laid down, and the cultist that Undertaker had defeated, looked like they had been destroyed by the same person. The glow of the aura and the trace were identical. Could it be? The young man began to guess, but he did not let the blue ball finish the thought, wondering if he had just noticed it. "Yes, my friend, it is indeed so," the mentor informed the student with a completely calm face. The daggers that Karen wore on her belt left exactly the same wounds and had the same energy as the weapons of their mysterious companion. "Hey," the beauty called out to the guy and winked. "Thanks to you, dealing with this gang turned out to be much easier," she said. She added that, to be honest, she wasn't sure about one vile bastard, but she didn't think the young man would be able to keep up with her. The girl admitted with a coquettish look that she seemed to have made a mistake, but Leon was in no mood for flirting. He was still pondering over what he had seen. "Show me," he asked the blue ball in a breaking voice, meaning that he wanted to see Karen's statistics. And here the data appeared in front of him. The title, profession, Undertaker Killer. Physical parameters and endurance at a high level. Aura and agility of rank A, special skill shadow clone. To say that Leon was in shock would be an understatement. The young man was ready to scream at the top of his voice, but was afraid of attracting attention. "So, little comrade, let's continue our journey, looking back and making eyes," the beauty suggested at that moment. "Yes, of course, respected senior comrade," our hero agreed with a slurred voice. He was struggling with cognitive dissonance. "What is this? Why is everything so complicated? How can I even understand this? She is so sweet and at the same time the Undertaker," the hero continued to think. In the sun, the A-rank adventurer Karen, and in the shadows, the elite assassin nicknamed Undertaker. Yes, this joker will beat all other cards. The young man realized that right now he was exploring the labyrinth with one of the 3 great evils of the slums, Leon, continuing to follow his companion, but he thought it was very risky. A beautiful adventurer who creates a cheerful and pleasant atmosphere around herself could be known as a flirt. But she was one of the sinister leaders of the slums. It is not surprising that no one knew anything about the Undertaker. Wondered if there was anyone else who had discovered the girl's dual nature. It felt like Khan wasn't in the know at all, and the guildmaster didn't seem to have any idea either. Okay, the rest. But if the bishop discovers the deception, then it's unlikely that the girl will cope with the consequences. Our hero mentally addressed Karen. The young man began to panic, that only he knew the terrible secret. Oh my God, what had he gotten himself into? Karen would never leave him alone. For the killer, his identity has always been the most secretive secret. It is an unspoken truth that no one will dispute. I think the girl uses all methods to ensure that it remains a secret. Leon decided to be extremely careful, to control his facial expression because the killer was watching him closely. Suddenly, the girl stopped abruptly and raised her hand again, asking for silence. "Here we go to the left. There are enemies ahead," she warned. Our heroes carefully looked around the corner and saw a huge mutant dog. He had 4 glowing eyes and 3 tails. The saliva that dripped from the slightly open purple mouth looked disgusting, but that was not the main feature. Falling onto the stone floor, this saliva left dents. It was some kind of powerful acid that corroded any material. Not cute at all. His appearance made him lose all desire to fight, Karen giggled, to which Leon noted that it wasn't just about his appearance. Then a ball appeared and said that it would be difficult for the girl to resist him using daggers. If the monster was summoned by Satanists, his regeneration capabilities are at their best. Having drawn his conclusions, Leon asked if there was any way to get around it, to which the beauty replied that it would take an extra half hour, and they didn't have it. The girl added that she could not say with certainty that she would not encounter the same monster on the way around. Well, let's fight. The bastards intended to stall for time until the city devourer was ready, Leon decided. If they succeeded, victory was in their pocket. Suddenly, the young man called out to the Undertaker and asked if he was there, if he was following them, if he could harm this creature. The terrifying shadow on the wall became more distinct, and the grave voice slowly said yes, and asked what if yes. My weapon can inflict a mortal wound on such a monster, the shadow killer added syllable by syllable. Leon explained that he and his older friend Karen would tie the monster's hands and feet, and the killer would have to be ready to strike, whether he liked it or not, but they were now in the same boat. So wouldn't it be more profitable to give us full assistance now, he asked, noticing that Karen pursed her lips. Okay, Undertaker said slowly, his shadow on the wall once again appearing brighter and then disappearing without a trace. Clenching his fist and assessing his condition, the young man realized that almost all the stamina expended on the previous fight and journey had been restored. Now I'll have to try my best, he thought, turning his gaze to the mutant dog, who had already become wary. But before the monster could rise to its paws, our hero flew at it in an incredible jump, swinging his holy sword. The dog's mouth opened, and a hefty amount of acidic saliva sprayed out in Leon's direction. The stream of acid, overpowered by the action of the creature's purple aura, flew in all directions and risked dissolving the young man completely. Everything happened very quickly, but the young man did not lose his head. He called out to Elsid, and the sword glowed with an orange light, creating a protective barrier. The shining rays from the holy sword also spread in all directions, preventing the drops of saliva from falling on the hero, which continued to fly at the dog from above to deliver his crushing blow. Time froze. It seemed that Leon was floating in the air. This is one of the functions of the holy sword, which erases any energy and substance that is dangerous to the owner's life. The monster was not dangerous, but by opening its mouth, it became vulnerable. Leon reached the ground, leaned on one leg, turned around and slashed his sword with all his might from right to left across the mutant's neck. To his credit, the dog was so huge that the wound inflicted by our hero was superficial. At this time, a strong white glow began to blind the young man, but in its light he saw approaching huge tails. With their help, the monster tried to nail our hero to the stone floor slabs, but missed. Leon managed to react and jump back. Damn, he might not have had time to dodge, the guy thought. He should use his insight skill. At least one more time, he added, watching the huge, ferocious mutant dog advance inexorably. Junior comrade Leon suddenly heard Karen's voice, who was rushing to his aid. Now hit that creature again, she commanded in a confident voice. Leon looked at her beautiful face and clear green eyes, wondering whether to trust her. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from the tension. He couldn't decide whether to do as she wanted, or whether this was a trap, but time was running out. Forward, the young man commanded himself and rushed at the mutant with incredible speed to deliver another blow. Leon almost reached his goal, but his path was blocked by the mutant's tails, raised to strike. Leon thought about stopping, but suddenly noticed daggers overtaking him. The girl did not deceive. Together, our heroes confronted the terrible creature, using the maximum of their abilities. It was an incredible sight. Another second, and the young man swung his sword and once again tried to cut off the monster's head. The sword sank into the mutant dog's neck, its mouth wide open, spewing streams of poisonous saliva, but the sword reliably protected it from it with its glow. And this time, too, he barely touched, Leon realized. He swung harder to hit again. The young man decided to move even faster and put more force into the blow. He watched intently as the huge dog continued to advance with an inexorable readiness to devour his enemies. But like any dog that bares its teeth in a menacing manner, this dog was also scared and felt cornered. Only Leon didn't notice. He only watched as in an instant the expression in the monster's eyes changed. The glow flickered. Its movements changed. The young man watched the approaching mouth with wide eyes and understood that he would not have time to strike again. But then he noticed the shadow daggers. or rather, first one of them, which hit the stone floor slab near the beast's paw. And then another and another, a multitude of daggers pinning all the deadly tails of the monster. It was a veritable rain of daggers. Leon had never seen so many weapons used at once by one person. Or maybe it wasn't a man, the young man thought, noticing a more clearly visible shadow in a hat near the wall. It was the Undertaker. He threw his shadow daggers one after another, seeming to have 1,000 arms. His voice uttered only one word, die, syllable by syllable. The daggers, having reached the monster, turned into huge black peaks, piercing the creature's body and leaving their shadow in it. Even the gaping mouth was pierced by a spear, as if by a huge needle. The dog's eyes still glowed, but with an otherworldly radiance. He let out his last roar and fell to the ground, his entire body riddled with pike holes, but the weapon itself was gone, a mere shadow. Amazing, this is an A-rank ability, Leon asked his mentor, but he didn't answer, only saying that wounds don't regenerate. The attack must have exceeded his ability to recover. The deadly thrust had defeated the enemy once and for all, the orb concluded. Leon remembered the rain of black daggers with a purple aura and thought that not many people possessed such a deadly weapon as this attack. As if to confirm this thought, he saw the Undertaker materialize against the wall, holding a dagger on his finger, his eyes glowing with a blue light. Such actions really do correspond to the image of a killer, Leon thought. At that moment, a woman's hand with a black manicure lay on his shoulder. For a hastily assembled group, we have pretty good teamwork, don't we? Karen asked, and the boy nodded. Thinking back on what happened, he noticed that throwing daggers at tails was really cool. Hey, come on! Compared to the attack of the vile bastard, this is nothing. The girl said that she had no idea that the killer could use such a grand martial art. Looking at the completely holed monster at their feet, she added that this could be considered the Undertaker's specialty. Isn't it true, she asked Leon, that it was not for nothing that he had set his sights on the position of king of the slums? Well, let's move on, Karen suggested. It looks like we don't have a second to breathe. Yes, we'll set off immediately, Leon agreed. Since when did he suddenly become so cheerful and resilient? The blue ball asked. This operation is based on a battle against time. We need to make it before the ritual starts, Leon thought. At this time, Karen looked around the corner and chuckled. There are 8 heretics here, she said, and it wasn't even possible to count them all right away because of the disguise. Leon also looked at the enemies and figured that this time he would have to sweat a lot. When it comes to being able to judge the strength of enemies, there is no one better on our team than her, the young man chuckled. Each of them is so strong that my body involuntarily shudders with horror, he noted. I think we should wait for our comrades to arrive, or go around. We have little chance together, Leon said. But Karen said that both options were problematic. If we arrive too late or miss each other on the way, it will all be over, she exclaimed emotionally. We've come all this way and we have to roll the dice again. She sighed and sat down on the floor. From the outside, she looks like a simple adventurer, Leon thought. He felt a little awkward, because he knew the true nature of this sweet beauty, but he had to keep quiet. At that moment, the guy felt a strange movement, and the sound of falling stones. What was that? Karen asked. The next second, cracks appeared in the wall nearby, small stones began to fall out, and soon a hole appeared. It's very close. A shockwave caused by the collision of enormous forces, Elsidor explained. Someone is fighting, Leon said, and began to think about who it could be and what the balance of power was. One of ours, Karen asked him with her eyes alone. It seemed that the girl also could not assess the situation, even though she was a tracker. The cultists behind the wall at this time behaved in the same way. There was no sign of excitement or alertness. Suddenly, one of them rose into the air and flew away quickly. 3 more followed him in the same direction. Leon became wary and began to feverishly think about what to do. In this situation, they had more options. Go to the rescue of those who fought the cultists, or attack the rest and break inside. Which one to choose was not an easy decision. The young man was ready for both, but he couldn't be torn apart. He decided that it would be better to unite with others. If the separated group of enemies won and returned, they would have to fight twice. And if ours were defeated, the chances of success were even smaller. Shouldn't we try our best to save all the heroes and gather our forces? He exclaimed decisively. Karen agreed that her younger comrade was right, and besides, the remaining 4 enemies didn't look like easy targets either, she added. Here the adventuress suddenly lay down on the floor and said that before returning there was one little thing. Leon was dumbfounded. The girl lay with her ear pressed to the stone slabs and listened attentively while assessing the space and the view. Leon guessed that she was now working as a giant locator, trying to calculate the route and location of forces using hearing and aura. Here we go. The beauty showed us the way. As soon as she got to her feet, she quickly walked in the indicated direction. A level of extrasensory perception that goes beyond human capabilities, Leon thought, and followed her. It was an ability that combined both insight and sound detection techniques, he concluded, looking at the empty corridor that ended in a dead end. What he saw next was shocking. It was a sharp thorn piercing a human body. Both Karen and Leon were dumbfounded, continuing to stare at what was happening right in front of them. It was not a dead end, but a sharp turn. A monster was moving towards them from there. But for now they saw only the shadow of the thorns, and one of them that pierced the man. The head knight of the Blaine family hung from a tentacle thorn. His body seemed lifeless. His head dropped to his chest. His face was covered in blood. His eyes were closed. Sir Conrad hung lifelessly on the monster's huge spike. The monster itself was still not visible. Leon screamed that it was Sir Conrad, and he rushed forward with fury, seemingly against any force that could stop him. The young man began to cut off the sharp thorns one by one, which turned out to be the ends of the monster's tentacles. A cultist appeared around the corner, from under whose robe these tentacles appeared. He raised his hands, calling on the satanic forces. The red glow grew. There was another one standing nearby. "Leave this kid to me," he said. Leon was a little confused. He glanced to the side and saw two more people approaching Karen. How many of them were there, the young man thought. There were a few more lying on the floor. It seemed that Sir Conrad had managed to deal with them before the irreparable happened. "You don't need to worry about that girl. It's better to focus on your opponent. He is extremely strong," the blue ball reminded. "Cast aside all extraneous thoughts and focus entirely on the one standing in front of you," he advised. One of the cultist's eyes glowed red. Energy of the same color flowed from under his hands. The strange passes that these hands made were a spell. Suddenly, the Satanist's figure was enveloped in a blue glow. Everything around was flooded with the magic of this color. He spread his arms wide to the sides. Leon lowered his sword a little. The young man didn't understand what was happening at all, so he froze in place. "Blue fog, what could that mean?" our hero continued to ponder, forgetting about the danger. The order was given to accept death for honor, to turn to dust, to touch the darkness. To use the wandering ghost on some small fry like this youth meant to grant a luxurious death. The blue ball parted, indicating that one of the cultists was a summoner, but Leon didn't know what that meant. Cultists have always been divided into two main categories, the first being mutants who use skills on their own bodies, and the second were summoners who pulled out energy or beings from other dimensions, like the one standing before them. "You say a luxurious death!" Leon shouted, and pointed the holy sword at his opponent. It seemed that he was not distinguished by prudence. Leon yelled that that was supposed to be his line as the cultist began shouting words like honor, courage, faith, and love, one by one. The young man, in a rage, used super speed and swung his sword with all the force he could muster. The masked man asked sarcastically if the young man was really so stupid as to attack a physical body. This sword was incapable of causing damage to him. "It won't affect spiritual powers," he continued, as suddenly the blade cut the stream of blue energy in two. The cultist's face was distorted by a grimace of surprise and anger. It seemed that it was not the enemy who was stupid, but himself. "There are always exceptions," our hero answered him in a calm voice. It became obvious that the enemy would be in trouble. "As long as I have the holy sword in my hands, I can cut through anything," Leon said. "What nonsense. No weapon, even one reinforced with aura, could defeat my satanic technology," the cultist hissed. He again folded his hands in a new pass and exclaimed that he would not forgive. No one dared to do such a thing. From the otherworldly dimension, he summoned a hellish monster, which emerged into our world from a red pentagram. The cultist raised his hands to the sky in a triumphant manner, standing in a bright red glow directly below the creature that had come to our world. Leon had no time to think or be afraid. He jumped and raised his holy sword for another blow. At first he cut the monster down. Its summoner stood rooted to the spot, not believing his eyes. Then it was his turn, and a second later he was impaled on our hero's sword. The summoner tried to remove the blade from the wound, saying that he was not so easy to defeat. His surprise was even greater when the man realized that his wound was not healing, and that the holy sword was stopping his regeneration. "A blow capable of reducing satanic art to nothing. How is that possible?" the cultist whispered with his last strength. "Could it be you?" he began. But before he could finish, our hero turned the sword in the wound, and his enemy gave up the ghost. Leaving behind a mountain of ash and cultist robes, Leon walked towards Karen, wondering if she was okay. No help was needed. The young man was surprised to discover that the girl was almost faster than him. The beauty folded her arms across her chest and began to lament that she had lost again. What a shame on her head. Behind her back, she could see the head of a cultist on a spike. "In fact, the fight was 1 against 2. I just got a puny opponent." The young man smiled affably and spread his arms. Here both remembered Sir Conrad and turned their heads in the direction where their friend remained around the corner. "How pathetic, he appeared before you in a deplorable state." "Forgive me," said the knight, clutching the huge wound in his chest with his hand. The man muttered that he was very sorry that he had let them down, but in this state, he would not be able to go further. Perhaps later, when the wound healed, he would be able to join the others. "Sir Conrad, how long do you have left?" Karen asked in a serious tone, looking at him intently. The knight sadly lowered his head and said that since she understood everything, it seemed that he had no reason to be cheerful. "You have spent so much energy that there is no hope left to heal the wound with the help of Aura," the girl said, almost crying. Leon's eyes widened. He didn't even expect that this was possible in principle, and now under such circumstances. Sir Conrad said he could hold out for about another hour, but had no idea what would happen next. 1 hour, Leon figured. Can we clear the city in an hour, he figured, putting his hand to the wound. If he wasn't able to do something, he wouldn't waste time thinking. But he had a holy sword, the young man happily remembered. Elcid, he quietly asked the blue ball for help, and the mentor agreed. "If you repeat after me word for word, the healing spell will be activated and the wound will heal. Continue pressing your hand," Elsidor continued. Karen looked at what was happening in surprise. She did not expect such a turn of events. "Goddess, let not the light of those who have dedicated themselves to justice tremble in the cold wind of the valley of death," Leon began. A pleasant warm glow appeared under the hand holding Conrad's wound as the young man continued repeating the words. Gradually, the glow under the hand became larger, and the wound healed literally before our eyes. The regeneration was successful. Sir Conrad's face lit up with divine blessing, and he looked down at the boy's hand in surprise. This was commensurate with the sacred reception of the bishop, Karen thought admiringly. The girl was pleasantly surprised. Finally, the wound on the knight's chest completely disappeared, and Leon took a step back, giving him the opportunity to calmly breathe deeply. "Right. Now it's clear why the bishop took the risk of planning this whole operation," Conrad said admiringly and shook our hero's hand. "Thank you." Suddenly, he asked if Leon was a candidate for cardinal, which caused a wave of embarrassment in the guy. The young man smiled. "Oh my God, that was so tactless," the knight realized. Even though he couldn't fight, he would be able to recover fairly quickly and then join the others, he said. He added that he didn't think revealing the hero's identity was what he wanted. Leon tensed. "But later, when he takes up his rank as cardinal, they will talk about this," the knight finished, and relief was reflected on our hero's face. "In the meantime, Sir Conrad will keep his mouth shut." He winked and Leon laughed as if he had won the lottery. Karen gave the knight a healing elixir, and he waved gratefully at our heroes who hurried to their goal. The young man followed Karen and felt that the girl really wanted to say or ask something, but was silent. Suddenly, the beauty stopped abruptly and turned around. Her eyes were shining with bright sparks. It seemed she had something in mind. The girl instantly pinned Leon to the wall, and putting her face close to it, asked if what Sir Conrad had said was true. She didn't look angry or displeased, rather delighted and inspired. Leon was embarrassed again. "To be a candidate for cardinal at your age is unprecedented," she added, looking into his eyes. Karen continued her onslaught, stating that he had a solar aura, had mastered the skills of a bishop, and was also an excellent weapon user. "Who taught you this?" the beauty asked. Leon apologized for not being a candidate for the post of cardinal, an answer that was spoken in a calm voice, but in reality it was far from easy for the guy. The girl assumed that he was a student of the Order of the Holy Iron Castle and asked him to teach her too, adding that she was simply burning with curiosity. If he hadn't known Karen's true nature, he might have given in to her persuasion, Leon thought as they moved on. Contrary to my expectations, he turned out to be an impregnable wall. "All the guys from the Order are like that," the girl playfully remarked at the end, but Leon did not answer. He only narrowed his eyes. The beauty did not calm down. She decided to fix her hair, putting an elastic band in her mouth, and continued that usually men rushed to fulfill her request at the drop of a hat. Who could possibly remain indifferent to such a brazen seduction, Leon thought, but he only said out loud that they should hurry. "Should we look for other team members, or try to break in together? What do you say?" he asked. Karen muttered, twisting her ponytail with an elastic band, that they didn't have to worry about that at all. The young man now understood nothing at all, neither in the girl's behavior nor in her words. It was literally written on his forehead. Karen smiled and winked at our hero in the most seductive way, declaring that he would soon understand everything himself. Without thinking twice, they began to move further towards their goal, walking side by side in complete silence. Suddenly, our heroes noticed the body of a cultist lying on the floor. It became obvious that their own were somewhere nearby. Karen and Leon turned the corner. "Oh, my brother, you have come," said the bishop, holding in his hands the bloody ball of the mace on a chain. Next to him on a mountain of corpses sat a tired but contented Khan. The elf continued that he was glad to see that they were safe and sound, and the bandit whistled that the kids had finally arrived. A slow and unpleasant voice from the shadows was heard behind the young man, which made the bishop wince. The undertaker asked why no one was happy for him. The bishop turned and walked down the corridor, muttering that he didn't even know the killer was here. That's how a slow and ominous sigh was heard. Just at that moment, our heroes reached another sharp turn in the corridor. Sir Kondrat was seriously injured, which is why he is now somewhat limited in his movements, Leon reported his news. We have no opportunity to wait. It was clear that Jizar was sad, but there was nothing to be done. They had to attack with 5 men. At this time, Khan pestered Karen by extorting a useful artifact, since she was an adventurer, or money, or at least a minute of attention. The girl retorted that he was simply a bloodsucker, pumping money out of ordinary people, and had no right to pester her. A fight was about to break out, but then the bishop intervened and reminded them of the purpose for which they had all come to this place. He, Bishop Jezar, who has the greatest resistance to satanic techniques, will be in the vanguard. The elf began to voice the plan of action. Khan and Miss Karen will go in the middle of the line, and Sir Leon will stay at the end to protect the rear. Besides, there is a greater chance that he will survive. After all, he is our trump card, the elf finished. Khan laughed when he heard that everyone was going to use the rookie adventurer as a trump card. Okay, have it your way, but what about the Undertaker? The bandit asked, pointing his finger somewhere at the wall. If no one objects, let him join me, Leon asked. On the way here, the killer turned out to be very useful to us. Yes, he had contributed to our reunion, Karen said with a tense smile. Leon noticed that she was nervous, being in a desperate situation. In any case, that bastard doesn't listen to anyone, so let it be as you ask, Khan summed up, and the bishop ordered them to move forward. The depth of the corridor around the turn was filled with darkness. It was so dense that it seemed thick. Suddenly, a blue glow appeared ahead, similar to the blue summoner mist we were already familiar with. The air is filled with vile energy. The head of the slum gang hissed through his teeth. No, it turned out to be not fog, but some kind of glowing blue ring of energy, like a portal. No matter how you look at it, this is clearly the work of Satanists. The bishop voiced the general idea and folded his hands in prayer. The bishop's ritual had strong protective properties. Having asked for the blessing of the goddess, he stepped into the middle of the ring and called the others to follow him. It was not an easy decision. After much thought, Khan decided to run into the portal. What an unpleasant darkness, Leon muttered, and gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. The main thing was not to be left unarmed. The young man felt the floor with his foot and moved forward very slowly, thinking about each next step. If we do not take into account the sense of aura, it is as if he is stuck in the quagmire of a swamp, does not feel, does not see, and does not hear anything, our hero thought. But then a light flashed under the bishop's hand. Finally he got out, the young man thought joyfully, and ran forward towards the light, but it was too early to rejoice. My brothers, the bishop cried out warningly, looking back, his face agitated. But our heroes themselves had already seen many cultists blocking the passage forward and the retreat back behind the portal. We are surrounded, Leon realized. It seemed they knew when and where we would come from. The young man was discouraged, but not afraid. Ouch, you're a bit late. You came much later than we expected, said one of the masked men, apparently the main and most powerful one. Of course, it is a great honor for us that you have visited our humble abode, but no one expected that you would be so slow. And I express my gratitude to you with all my heart. He concluded his pompous speech, disgustingly baring his teeth in a semblance of a smile. His white hand with long nails stretched forward made some incomprehensible gesture, either inviting or condescending. What? The bishop asked again in a voice full of indignation. Creature, you will have to pay for these words, he threatened again. Before us is a cleric, the cultist grinned. And he is a cleric too. He burst into laughter that made the blood run cold. That's a preacher, Jizar hissed. And the bastard confirmed his guess with surprise, adding that he didn't expect to be recognized so quickly. A preacher is someone who leads heretics, Leon asked the ball, to which he received the answer that it was so. Evil also has its own hierarchy. The lowest of all was the acolyte. He uses the satanic technique and energy he has acquired from others, but not for himself, but for the leader. Next came the believer, the one who chose this path himself, followed the satanic teaching and practiced it, luring others. And finally, the one who received the title of leader, the so-called preacher, was someone like a bishop, but from the evil side. It was the leader's mark that Leon noticed on the forehead of the man whom Jizar called a preacher. The villain still continued to smile disgustingly. Today is truly a wonderful day, the preacher said, raising his hand again. The ritual was successful. The worthless lives sacrificed have borne fruit, he said. Never thought that in the face of a narrow-minded servant of the goddess, he said, and the bishop bowed his head forward in anger, he would demonstrate the true teaching. The cultist finished. The preacher raised his hands to the sky, calling on his satanic god, and his minions folded their hands in prayer. Who is he, this crazy bastard? It's somehow scary, the remaining heroes of our squad thought, throwing these thoughts to each other like a ping-pong ball. You say the ritual was successful, but nothing happened, Khan yelled, unable to contain his anger. What a bunch of idiots. The process has already started. You can't fix anything, the cultist laughed. Until the second is over. All your efforts are pointless. He says the ritual is over. Our plan has failed, Leon asked Elsidor, but he shook his head, not yet. The principle of summoning the city devourer is similar to fishing, the ball explained. Using the life energy of the killed victims as bait, they lure the monster into our world. The otherworldly dimension, fishing, it all seems kind of stupid, our hero thought, but decided to listen to the end. In a word, until the fish is found and bites, we still have time. The blue ball finished its story. It turns out that it is absolutely unknown when the city devourer will take the bait, and whether it will take the bait at all, the young man asked. And the ball nodded. Looking at the face of the preacher and the rest of the cultists, our hero thought in panic that they could have either a few hours or a few seconds left. Bishop, Leon resolutely called the elf to action. There is no time to waste, but we still have a chance to win. The elf raised his hand and began his ritual, asking the heavenly goddess to send down her soft light upon them so that they would not be lost in the darkness, Jezar said. And at that moment a warm glow appeared. The ceiling seemed not to exist. Above the bishop's hand, a celestial body, the moon, shone softly and gave off a warm light. The cultists, one after another, began to lift their heads. The light became brighter and brighter. Their curiosity grew. The masks flew to the floor. Now only shadows are visible on the white background. The light that illuminates the room is so bright, but this light is kind only to those who bring goodness. Gradually, the monsters' faces began to turn from surprise to angry, but there was no turning back. With a terrible cry of pain, they began to cover their eyes and faces with their hands, but evil could not hide from the divine radiance. Leon watched with admiration as the ball explained that it was a composite technique that combined an aura and a sacred technique. This was enough to stop the satanic summoning technique. The preacher's face twisted into a grimace of pain and disappointment. Here Karen came into play with her daggers. The girl made a lightning-fast attack with all weapons at once, but the preacher managed to cover himself with the body of a mutant who died from the glow, and all the daggers went to him. Then it was the bishop's turn to use his mace. Spinning it at maximum speed, the elf performed his signature blow. Khan joined him. Heads of the cultists flew left and right. There was no mercy for anyone. Leon also joined his comrades and struck with his sword everyone he met on the way to the main goal, the preacher. He still hadn't entered the fight, but only stood on the stands and laughed ominously, watching what was happening. So the place he was protecting was the core of the ritual, Leon realized, and rushed there with renewed vigor. Realizing that the boy wanted to destroy the circle, the preacher muttered that they were fools and that it would not be possible to seal the spell that way. Here Leon saw red symbols on the ceiling, formed into a pentagram circle from where the monster was supposed to come. The young man began to think about what to do and how to get to the top, but he didn't have time to come up with anything. A bony hand with long claws emerged from the pentagram, and the otherworldly monster began its journey into our dimension. It wasn't the city devourer, just two other monsters, but behind them there were many more pairs of red eyes gathering to join the first two creatures. Why do they all look like dogs? Leon suddenly thought. Maybe because we managed to disrupt the satanic summoning technique, he suggested. It seems that these are imperfect creatures, so-called chimeras, the blue ball explained to the student. They will destroy themselves, don't worry. But even such imperfect monsters can help buy time, he added, and looked at the pleased with himself preacher, still standing at the podium. Did this mean that the activation of the ritual was inevitable, Leon thought, watching as Khan showed the chimera where the crayfish hibernate. With his fist, he developed such speed that he simply threw the dogs in all directions, and they disappeared in flight. And sometimes the bandit's fist would simply tear through the dogs' bodies and smash them to pieces. Apparently, this was some kind of attraction for the slum leader. But suddenly, his face was distorted by a grimace of pain and surprise. The man cursed and stopped fighting. He looked at his hand with complete incomprehension, holding his shoulder, steam literally pouring from his fist. At this time, Karen tried to kill the green monster that was attacking Khan with her daggers, but she also failed. Daggers don't penetrate green armor, the girl muttered with horror in her eyes. She was powerless. At this rate, we will face an endless battle, the bishop noted, Until our strength is completely exhausted, he added regretfully. We must speed up and come up with something. Leon thought that the best solution was to break through to the core of the ritual with the holy sword. Then everything would end quickly and safely. But he was afraid to show the sword at full power. If those creatures notice the existence of a hero with a holy sword, the situation will become worse, Elsidor confirmed his guess. He knew his role was to catch them off guard and deliver the final blow. Leon reassured his mentor. The preacher continued to stand at the podium and grin with his disgusting smile. I understood that something terrible was about to happen. I didn't even understand it so much as I felt it with my aura. The bishop and Khan also froze in tension. A sense of the inevitability of what was happening was evident on their faces. Karen froze in horror. She was the first to notice how the stone floor slabs cracked, and she waited with fear for what would happen next. In the center of the satanic circle, a hole appeared from which a red glow flowed. The preacher called a new creature from the other world. At last he appeared with a happy face full of awe and delight, said the Satanist. The city devourer has answered our call, he proclaimed, watching as a glowing red thing emerges from the hole, as large as a castle but still incorporeal. Leon clutched his chest. His heart was beating too fast, and seemed like it was going to burst out of him from the adrenaline rush. The preacher continued to feed the creature with energy accumulated from sacrifices in order to lure it into our world. Leon, Khan, and the bishop stood behind the cultist, unable to move, an all-consuming horror, previously unknown, gripping them. But then the heroes began to act. El Cid, our hero, called out to the teacher questioningly, but he sternly informed him that it was too early to use the sword. But we need to create a gap to buy time. Use the holy technique, using half the energy, the blue ball suggested. At this time, Jazar created a new moon to attack the enemy with the blessed light of the goddess. It will be difficult, but thanks to the moon that the bishop created, one idea has appeared, Elsidor added. In order for the symbol of the goddess to be fully recreated and to begin to work at full strength, both the moon, which the elf can summon, and the sun are needed. The mentor asked the young man if he remembered about the solar aura and what it could do. Right here and now we have people gathered who are complete opposites, with the auras of the sun and the moon, he continued, looking at Jazar. The bishop's aura was very powerful. The crescent moon is a symbol of military might, which is very beneficial to our heroes. Bishop and Leon, this is a combination that allows you to use a special sacred technique. Finished the ball and Leon's sword began to shine with a warm light. The necessary words flashed in front of him. Truly, this is a very unfavorable situation for evil, Elsidor chuckled as Leon began to read the prayer. The great goddess, who carefully watches the sun, the moon, and all that exists, the young man began, and new flashes of energy appeared in space. The bishop and Khan looked at what was happening in surprise. They did not expect that the young man was capable of such a powerful technique. He is reading the first scripture of the goddess, the elf whispered, and the bandit drew his attention to the fact that another celestial sphere had appeared. We are always grateful to you. Your divine eyes are your divine love, and your closed eyes are your heartfelt care, Leon continued, and Karen felt incredible warmth. On the day when the sun and moon rise at the same time, those looking at the sky kneel and pray sincerely. The young man concluded his reception at the sacred sanctuary. The sun created by Leon and the bishop's moon began to merge into a common energy node. Its radiance was blinding and its power colossal. All the energy enveloped our hero and he accepted it, spreading his arms. The monsters screamed terribly. The warm light wounded them and literally dissolved them into space. The rays of the united heavenly bodies did not spare any of the otherworldly creatures, forcing them to press themselves to the ground and die. The sanctuary is the perfect counter to Satan's techniques, the ball said with a stern face and slammed his fists together. Comrades now, shouted the bishop, and was the first to rush into the attack, delivering crushing blows with his mace. Khan and Karen followed his example, and very soon almost all the monsters were destroyed once again. I wonder if they will be able to regenerate again. These worthless offspring of the human race, worthless lackeys of the goddess, the preacher hissed, grimacing with annoyance and anger. He exclaimed that he would destroy them all, stretching his hand forward and trying to recreate the tentacle blade from his fingernail. What was happening somewhat surprised the two mutants, but they did not have time to understand what was happening. The cultists' two tentacle blades tore the hearts from the chests of their own minions. Fountains of blood gushed from the wounds. Now the preacher stood in flowing robes and performed a dark ritual, clutching a still pulsating heart in each hand. The blood of the victims became his blood, filled his body and gushed from his eyes, like tears for his dead comrades. But no. Behold, you fools, this is the true favor of God, the preacher shouted and clutched the hearts in his hands even tighter. He began to make rotational movements with his hands, and after them black ribbons with a red edge materialized, folding into something sinister. The black and red mass grew, becoming larger and larger, until even the preacher himself was no longer visible in it. But then an unknown creature appeared with a mountain of black muscles and sharp red tentacles blades. Leon, the bishop, and everyone else looked at this transformation of the cultist, struggling with anger and disgust. "Well, what do you think, Bugs? Our God who gave me this power is true," he proclaimed from above in a new guise. The preacher rose to his full height, showing muscular arms with dagger claws and many blade legs from under his cassock and behind his back like a spider. "The effect of the sanctuary that is activated at your current level is not very long-lasting," the blue ball whispered regretfully to Leon. "If he's capable of doing that under the influence of your technique, when it wears off, we won't have a chance against the preacher," he added. "Leon, we need to attack immediately." The bishop also realized this and rushed forward, making a wide, murderous swing with his mace. Khan followed his example, and it seemed that instead of one powerful fist, he now had 100. The monster stood there smiling, the flashes from our hero's blows being the only thing that happened. "Is that all you can do?" the preacher asked as the attack petered out and our heroes sagged, their strength spent, his eyes glowing red. "Now it's my turn." He grinned ominously, and in the form of a giant spider began his attack. The sharp dagger leg was the first to reach Khan. The man could not hold back a cry of pain. This was his first serious injury. Then it was the bishop's turn, but the elf managed to jump back, anticipating the blow. The entire force of the enemy fell on the floor slabs, destroying them and lifting the debris into the air. The difference in size was too great, Leon cried, and the young man realized that the bishop was planning a counterattack. "He has amazing strength and the ability to regenerate. We don't have a chance unless it's a holy sword," the guy thought, and squeezed the handle. "If he used the full force of the sword, he could defeat him with one blow," Leon thought as he watched his opponent straighten his arm again to strike with his claws. "Well, now we will check it." Leon made his final decision and prepared himself. He was filled with strength to the brim, the monster proclaimed at that time. Leon glanced at him, assessing the chances of ending all this here and now, at which time the preacher called him a bug. The bishop, who had fallen to the ground from a great height, continued to lie on the broken stones of the floor. Khan was also half sitting and half lying in the other corner. The leader of the slum bandits also no longer had the strength to fight. "Damn it, he's on top of all the heroes in just a few seconds," Leon cursed. He still doubted that the force of his blow was enough for such an opponent. At this time, he heard Karen coughing up dust and blood. The girl's temple was scratched, but overall she was holding up. "Senior Comrade Karen, are you okay?" Leon asked, and received the answer that it seemed yes. There was no serious damage. "What's worse is that both my attacks and the Undertaker's techniques are powerless against the preacher's power," the girl added angrily. Leon looked at her with regret, but then it dawned on him. Karen was a murderous Undertaker with a shadowy gait. "Senior Comrade Karen, I need your help," the young man asked, and the beauty quickly agreed to do whatever he asked. "We need to sneak up behind and destroy the magic circle, interrupting the ritual, because our main target is not the preacher at all," Leon explained. "It's impossible to break through that freak's defense and end up behind him." "Does she look like a sorceress?" the girl objected. It was possible to make a jump through space, Leon noted, but Karen asked sarcastically how he imagined it. The guy's lips pressed into a thin line, his teeth gnashed. It seemed like he was about to hit his girlfriend. Unable to bear it any longer, Leon shouted at the top of his lungs that she was an Undertaker and was quite capable of doing this. Looking at the frightened Karen, the young man added that he would not reveal her secret if she helped. "I don't know why we need to lead a double life, but if we fail the mission, everyone will die," our hero reminded. "We're all gonna die," he added. And Karen jumped to her feet and stood up straight, but it was unclear whether she was going to do what Leon asked or attack him. Her gaze was hard, her eyes flashed with a green aura glow. It seemed that the girl could not make a decision. Leon looked at her without taking his eyes off her and waited for the verdict. That was all he could do now. "Well, okay," Karen finally replied, leaning forward again, a trickle of blood running down her face. "It's not at all difficult to help her, but why didn't he immediately say that he knew who she was?" The beauty grabbed her head. "She's going to burn with shame," the girl added, and covered her face with her hands, almost crying. Suspicious sobs were heard. "Don't make me laugh. If I had said that, I would have immediately gotten a dagger in my throat if Leon hadn't fallen for her acting skills." "Naturally," Karen replied. She somehow ended up right in front of the young man, and the said dagger had already scratched his Adam's apple. The guy involuntarily swallowed, and the girl added that women's secrets were too valuable. At this time, the elf slowly turned his head to the side. It became clear that he was regenerating and already recovering. "Hey, Bishop, how much longer are you planning on lying low?" Khan asked. quickly pulling himself together and now sitting down next to his comrade. "Weakling," almost syllable by syllable with pressure on every sound, said the head of the bandit group. Thunder and lightning erupted all around. A stream of energy rushed right in front of Khan's face, almost ripping his head off his shoulders. At that very moment, the elf's eyes opened wide. A flash of anger flashed in them. He raised his head and asked if his comrade was tired of living. Leon and Karen were already rushing towards the preacher at this time to carry out their plan. The girl said that she would have to leave the guy here and stopped. Karen's mission was to distract the enemy. He would have seen through their plan if she had shown herself, the adventurer added, after which she intended to disappear. "Just be careful not to die," our hero added, and looked piercingly into Karen's eyes, making it clear that he was worried. The girl made a surprised face. She didn't expect that her younger friend was still concerned about her fate. A moment later, they turned in different directions and went their separate ways, each trying to complete their task as quickly as possible. Leon rushed forward through the darkness, determined to carry out his plan and stop the ritual by breaking the circle. He thought that the girl used the shadow walk for short distances, looking at the preacher. The guy was worried that Karen's magic would not be enough for such a distance. But suddenly he fell sharply into space and appeared behind the preacher. She succeeded. Once there, the young man saw a portal to another world, from which a bright red light was coming. In front of him is the core of the ritual to summon the city devourer, our hero thought, and took a few steps forward to get a better look. There, hanging in a stream of red light, there really was a round ball with several nuclei inside, moving in different orbits around the main one. "A clot of life force," the young man asked his mentor, who nodded, adding that it was the result of killing about 10,000 people. Leon's hand gripped the hilt of the sword with all his might. He would never forgive something like this, the young man said loudly. The sword began to glow with a blue light, and white discharges of energy accumulated in it, began to appear around it. The blow should have used it all up. "Leon, my brother," the bishop suddenly screamed in a voice that was not his own. The cry was so loud that pebbles fell from the ceiling. The young man's eyes widened. The elf had warned him too late. Yes, it was too late. At that very moment, Leon's feet left the ground. A huge blade pierced him through just below the shoulder and lifted him into the air. The scream froze in the throat, blood poured onto the ground, but the hands continued to hold the sacred sword tightly. "Leon!" the blue ball cried out in horror. Elsidor was not prepared for this outcome, but he knew that not all was lost. "Surrender," the preacher said. His voice was even and calm. There was no longer even anger in it. The creature considered itself the winner. "The goddess's cur turned out to be a whelp, so accept your inevitable death and may my God bless you," he added, lifting Leon even higher. "My brother," clenching his fists, the bishop exclaimed. "What a fool!" Khan echoed him in a voice full of love and suffering. They tried to attack, but the preacher stopped their attempt with one swing of his dagger leg. "Don't worry," the preacher either hissed or howled, bowing his head down. "Your turn will come soon." "This one is already dead, ha ha ha," he laughed, turning Leon, who was hanging on the blade, from one side to the other. "Death," whispered the young man's bloody lips. He thought that he would probably really die now, without having stopped the evil. At this time he noticed the mentor who, furiously clenching his fists, spoke, but not a word could be heard. "Elsidor, he doesn't hear a word, by the way. They agreed to go to the Titanium Mountains." The young man began to delirious from loss of blood. "Perhaps he will be able to keep that promise. The promise. He believes in the promise," the hero continued to mutter. Suddenly his imagination conjured up an image of a smiling lion extending his helping hand. "I am sure that you will fulfill it no matter what." Leon heard the voice, and his eyes shone, filled with warm energy that Elsidor transmitted to him through the holy sword. Leon grabbed the tip of the blade with his free hand to get a foothold. He already knew what to do. The next moment, the young man cut off the end of the spider's leg with his sword and freed himself, and the fall downwards began. The preacher winced in pain and rage. He clearly hadn't foreseen this. The bug turned out to be not so weak. The monster looked down and tried with all his might to smear Leon across the floor with a blow of the blade, but the young man managed to roll away, leaving streams of blood behind him. Leon leaned on his elbows but continued to lie there. He assessed his condition and realized that there was no chance of success. "But the destiny of a warrior is to fight and strive for victory by rising," he said. "So my mentor taught me, and he was always right." The blue ball, stunned by what was happening, hung in the air, feeling an incredible sense of respect and gratitude towards Leon. The young man took a fighting stance and prepared to use his sword for the last time, determination shining in his eyes. "Ha ha ha ha, bug," I must say his willpower. Even when he was twitching with his last breath, he didn't let go of the sword, the preacher laughed. "In that case, Try to resist this, and directed all your blade legs at Leon at the same time and from all sides. He was simply left with no choice. Rodrigo commented on what was happening from the sky. The hero was sad, but not too much. He had already done everything he could, he said, and Leon seemed to sense the hero's presence. It became easier for the young man to hold the sword. Therefore, the hero added, "So be it, he will help him. Look carefully, my stupid student." Leon actually turned his head in the direction where his image was. The young man looked attentively. The great chariot, the constellation of the Big Dipper, flashed under the ceiling. It was Rodrigo who activated the sacred technique. Merrick, the largest star in the constellation, has sent its first ray downwards, and it seems that everything will be decided now. The beam passed Leon without harming him, but when it touched the preacher, it pierced him, impaling him like a spider on a pin. What's going on? When did he manage to slip past me?" the preacher exclaimed, noticing that while he was distracted by the beam, Leon was behind him. The cultist's head was cut off by the blade of the sacred sword, and the same fate befell one of the paws raised to strike. He managed to damage this body again? Life teaches him nothing. Our hero heard the same voice, while the preacher's head rolled across the floor. Yes, he will patch himself up in the blink of an eye, the Satanist's head promised. He will regenerate in a second, she added. The preacher's body continued to stand on its feet, and then some movements began to occur in his neck. "What? Regeneration doesn't work," he said in surprise. And Leon asked that even with his head cut off, he was still alive and kicking. The youth's eyes shone with a warm light, and the glowing wings of the Holy Sword hero's mark appeared on his forehead. Gradually, only the core of the ritual was reflected in Leon's eyes, which turned red, but he continued to distract the preacher in every possible way, insulting him. "What? Your insults will not be washed away with blood alone," said the monster, the preacher placing a new mouth right in the middle of his body. Leon looked at his hand and realized that due to the injury, the sword's power might not work to its full potential. But still, luck is with me, he decided, feeling the sacred support of the hero next to him. The star in the constellation flared up again, a signal that a new sacred reception was being prepared. "Doobie!" Rodrigo cried out. Another star of the constellation shot out its beam and divided the preacher's body into two equal parts. The glow was so strong and the blow so powerful that Leon flew to the side, covering his eyes. What is it? Why isn't my regeneration working?" The remaining parts of the preacher screamed, falling to the ground. He began to turn into a shapeless mass and be dragged into another dimension, not a pleasant sight. "In that case, all that remains is to take you all along with me." The preacher, of whom only a whirlwind of biomass remained, continued to threaten. He knew that this would happen, so he didn't attack with full force, the Holy Sword informed Leon. The weapon shone blindingly brightly. The young man smiled. "Finally, he needs to be given a good kick in the ass," looking at the remains of the Satanist, said our hero. The ritual circle glowed red, and only a dot was visible in it, all that was left of the enemy. "Look carefully, don't miss anything," Rodrigo warned. He knew this wasn't the end. "The whole power of the Ursa Major technique is based on the connection between the stars. Leon is still inexperienced and may not be able to cope with such energy," he added. "Great chariot," the hero proclaimed, and all the stars of the constellation shone brighter, as if testing their readiness to strike. "Holy cross," he cried, and a mirror image of the constellation, traced with a stream of fire, shone on the floor. The blow hit the ritual circle, the preacher's biomass tornado, and the core at the same time. A second before this, the core had moved, the orbits in it had crossed each other. Nothing foreshadowed death. Aiming his shining sword, Leon saw nothing but that one target, his eyes burning with fire. The next moment, the core of life force was destroyed completely and irrevocably. Some kind of undefined entity flew out of him, looking for a chance to escape. What it was, no one could understand. A vortex of energy from the resolution swirled her and dragged her back into the other world. What nonsense, the preacher thought. It was him. His eyes looked at our world for the last time and glowed red. Everything can't end like this. He didn't have time to finish the sentence. Suddenly, a terrible mouth of a city devourer appeared at the bottom of the portal and swallowed him forever. Squeezing its mouth, the city devourer formed a ball and began to descend into another dimension. The portal closed. Leon stood over a pile of stones that covered the hole into another world, and he couldn't understand whether it was all over or not. We were on the edge. It was the absorber. Catching his breath, he asked the mentor and received an affirmative answer. If we were late even by a split second, we too would have become his victims, our hero realized with horror. The bishop and Khan sat clutching their heads, trying to comprehend what had happened, looking exhausted. Elsider wanted to praise the student, telling him that he had done an excellent job, but he didn't have time to finish his sentence because of the noise. Leon leaned on his knees, holding the sacred sword in his hands. The young man laughed loudly and couldn't stop. It seemed like he was having a nervous breakdown. My brother, the bishop, leaned towards him and asked him not to waste his energy on talking. He would immediately begin treatment. Jezar's hand reached out to the wound in his shoulder. It was huge. Disaster almost happened, the elf said gloomily. But his face instantly broke into a smile when he realized that it was all over. What a blessing that we managed to sort it all out in time, he sighed. Leon stopped him by saying that the others needed the bishop's medical help first. Junior comrade, we won, yes, winked Karen, who approached, as always, unnoticed. When she came to her senses, she saw a bright flash. It was the hero who laid out the monster. Exactly, screaming, Khan raised his hands. What happened with that bastard ritual? He screamed that he was waiting for at least some kind of explanation. Looking at the portal littered with rubble, Leon reported that the summoning ritual had been stopped. The preacher had been sucked into his own interdimensional portal. Bishop, he suddenly interrupted his story. Take care of me, I think I'm about to pass out. With these words, Leon fell on his back, and Karen screamed in fear. She still did not quite understand what was happening. The blue ball looked at his lying student with pride and gratitude. Well done, he praised, even though Leon couldn't hear him. The bishop finished healing. The wound on his shoulder was completely healed. An expression of calm and peace appeared on his face. The guy was sleeping. Leon! Suddenly, someone's voice sounded from above. It was the bishop who raised his head and looked at the ceiling. Cracks were running across it. The building was collapsing. We need to run away quickly. The main thing is not to forget to take Sir Conrad with us, everyone shouted in chorus. But the knight at this time was already making his way to the exit. Surprisingly, many buildings in the 25th quarter survived. Even the sign at the entrance was preserved. Phew, this time it was dangerous. He hadn't even learned how to work with the aura properly, Rodrigo thought. It seemed he was talking to someone who was also in heaven, trying to figure out why she hadn't helped if she had been watching. Well, the guy actually did a great job. If this continues, he'll soon get rank B, the hero sighed. Now, why didn't the goddess intervene? She could have helped at least a little, he continued to be indignant. He hopes that the boy will be able to advance at least 2 steps in the demonstrated sword technique, Rodrigo added. But he still has a lot to learn, because the Titan Mountains await him. And no one will joke there, so he hopes that the guy will be persistent in training, he concluded. Leon should be able to take care of himself without help, Elsider's hints and the goddess's protection, even though she did not interfere today. The guild building stood in its place, as always. The sun brightly illuminated both the coat of arms on the wall and the flag on the tower. It seemed that nothing had changed. There were several hospital rooms inside the building, and the guildmaster provided adventurers with the opportunity to recover and receive treatment. On the bed, in the middle of the sun-drenched room, lay Leon, his arms stretched out along his body, his eyes closed. The young man opened one eye and looked around the room, but he still couldn't figure out where he was. This led to a panic attack. Leon sat up in bed and screamed, but there was no one to answer. The sudden movement sent hellish pain through his entire body. His aura reacted, but more slowly than it should have. Leon screamed again, this time from pain and surprise. The pain shock caused flashbacks in the hero. His hands were wrapped in bandages. There was a plaster on his chin. The young man was sitting on the bed, leaning forward and making inarticulate sounds. Now he remembered how the prophet, in the guise of a hellish monster, pierced his body and lifted him into the air, and how he cut off the spider's leg blade with a sword, how he fell with a piece of this blade in his shoulder from a great height onto the fragments of the stone floor, and how a previously unknown flow of energy passed through his body thanks to the new sword technique, and how he performed the sacred act, releasing the warm glow of the goddess's blessing which neutralized the monsters, and how the bishop healed him, healing the wound, and how he told him that he would now leave. Yes, this was the last thing Leon managed to remember. Finally, the young man came to his senses and realized that he was in the guild's infirmary, which was quite luxurious for a C-rank adventurer, he noted cheerfully. Ah, Elcide, is he here? The young man asked, feeling a tickling sensation on his wrists under the bandages. An uneven stream of yellow light emerged from under the bandages, but the ball did not appear round, but rather somehow crumpled and fuzzy. What is this? What happened? Why is the appearance not as usual? Leon thought with wide eyes. Elcide appeared in full, blinking and changing colors, and suddenly a voice turned on and asked Leon to listen carefully if he received this message. The young man looked sadly at the teacher's hologram and began to listen. First of all, congratulations on your recovery, the ball began. I won't congratulate you on your victory because it was achieved thanks to me. Well, let's finish with the jokes and get to the main thing, the mentor continued. From now on, for 1 month, I'm not allowed to talk to you. This was a punishment for my unauthorized appearance. Leon looked at the hologram even more sadly. to which the ball, as if it knew that this would happen, asked not to be upset. Because he broke the rules, the sword power has placed a ban on his consciousness for this month. A kind of penalty, Elsidor finished. Was it because he used my body? Leon asked, to which he received the answer that it was partly yes, but mostly because his teacher was too good. The guy didn't understand these jokes. He was still weak. The ball reminded him once again that he would be gone for a month and disappeared. Finally, he looked long and hard at our hero, as if this were not a pre-recorded message, but Elsidor himself. Leon promised the teacher and himself that the next time they met, he would demonstrate to him at least the ideal formation of an aura. He would train. Here the ball appeared again and added that he personally showed the technique of the Big Dipper and Leon should finish learning it, but not overexert himself until he is fully recovered. He added, "Your body, which is at rank C, has a limit." A voice came out of nowhere, and Leon remembered how the lights of the sacred reception shone, and how a powerful flow of energy passed through his body, which he did not control, but was controlled by the previous owner of the Holy Sword. I can't even imagine what it must have been like when Rodrigo personally used this same technique in the past, Leon thought. The young man really worked hard. Being a teenager, he was involved in the destruction of the city devourer, and even succeeded. He praised the student of the ball. He did well and must continue in this spirit. The message is finished. The last words are spoken, and the ball has disappeared completely. Leave it to me. Leon smiled and raised his finger up. He knows he won't let him down, the guy assured himself, and the image of his mentor in his imagination. Note that this message will self-destruct in 5 seconds. A mechanical voice sounded, and the flashing image of the ball appeared again. Hey, Leon cried, but there was no explosion. Nothing else happened at all. The young man looked sadly at the sky outside the window. Then he looked at his bandaged hand. Could it really have been the sword that performed the heavenly chariot technique? The young man did not believe his memories, but he remembered the bright shining of the stars while he was performing the move as clearly as everything else. Truly a stunning technique of the famous hero Rodrigo. This is the very vision of the situation that appeared before me, Leon realized. When Else had controlled his body, after distracting thoughts left his head, his eyes became transparent as glass, the boy recalled. And before his eyes appeared a completely different world, just as spirits or gods see it. For example, he saw the flow of atmospheric air, transparent and smooth, like water in an underground source. I saw the curve of the vibrations from the rhythm of the prophet's heart when he was in his death throes. And he even gained the ability to see through the distorted space of a parallel dimension, our hero suddenly realized. Only by mastering the aura and using this vision technique would he be able to repeat the Big Dipper's technique, Leon decided. He needed a lot of practice. Here he remembered the message from the ball, which seemed to praise him, but more noted its contribution to solving the problem. His words echoed in his head like a dull pain. The young man felt a little offended and very sad. Well, I can't say that the mood is spoiled, but I don't feel so heroic anymore, Leon thought, when he suddenly heard footsteps. The young man looked at the door and tried to guess who was walking down the corridor and whether this person would come into his room. Then it swung open and the bishop appeared on the threshold with a basin of warm water in his hands. "And my brother, you have come to your senses," he calmly stated. The young man's face was joyful and confused at the same time. It seemed that he had imagined this meeting a little differently. He looked at his hands holding the basin. There were no wounds or calluses from weapons on them. How many days had passed since he lost consciousness? Leon asked. The young man looked at the bright blue sky. A bird of prey was hovering there. The bishop began his story. It all ended 3 days ago. 5 cult leaders tried to escape, but were captured by the guards and sent to prison. The satanic monster destroyed almost all the main buildings of the 25th district, and after its expulsion, even the surviving houses collapsed. The slum dwellers also suffered. 56 people died, 106 were seriously injured, many more lightly. In general, many victims were needed to defeat the Satanists. But the operation was successful, and we did not allow evil to realize its plans. Closing the curtains, the elf finished his story. He regretted the losses, but if the city devourer had been summoned, the number of victims would have been in the hundreds of thousands, the elf added, so their result could be considered a victory. Jazar looked at Leon and said that this victory was due to him. The guy was embarrassed and replied that nothing of the sort. The bishop did not continue the exchange of pleasantries. Now he was looking out the window at the bird of prey soaring in the sky. All members of the team had contributed, the elf thought. Each had fulfilled his assigned role. And again he followed the eagle with his gaze, to see if it was the same eagle that had followed Elsidor and Leon in the forest on their way to Blaine. Looking at him softly with his violet eyes, the bishop simply thanked Leon for not turning away from his goal and his comrades. The young man realized that the bishop knew everything even before the operation began. Sweat began to run down the boy's face. Leon's jaw dropped and he wanted to say something, but the bishop was so sweet that all the words froze in a lump somewhere in his throat. The elf looked out the window again and began by saying that he had a lot of experience in military affairs, so he understood that the solar aura alone was not enough to deliver such blows as the young man. After all, he is a knight of the Iron Castle, and he has lived for many centuries. Everyone remembers that the life expectancy of elves is high. Leon bowed his head. He was not ready to hear that he himself had become part of the bishop's plan, who had figured him out at the beginning of this epic. So, the bishop continued, he noticed that the abilities of the respected hero were not yet honed, but his blows were incredibly powerful. Leon remembered how he had delivered his crushing blow. He was once again overcome with trembling, the aura making itself known. The young man admitted that to his shame, he had to agree with him here, to which the bishop replied that there was nothing to be ashamed of. On the contrary, he admires his courage, and understanding his inexperience, he still did not refuse to participate in the operation. The man continued. And the blow dealt at the end turned out to be decisive, the elf suddenly said solemnly in a louder voice. He looked Leon in the eye and spoke the name of the sacred technique created by the greatest hero, Rodrigo. The technique of the Great Bear Sword, the heavenly chariot, that was the blow our hero performed, concluded Jazar. The bishop remembered the mention of this technique in the book about Rodrigo, but he had long since left this world. Therefore, the probability that he will show his face in our world again tends to 0, said the elf, and looked questioningly at Leon. The young man smiled and admitted that now he could no longer avoid answering the question. He would have to tell everything. If you remember the sword that was used in the labyrinth, then it's all about it. Our hero began from afar, trying to lead the bishop to the right thought. Yes, if my memory serves me right, at some point he suddenly disappeared, the elf replied. We looked but didn't find it. That's why you don't have a weapon on you. Else had said that in his absence he could use the sword. Leon remembered and made up his mind. He looked at his hand and asked the holy blade to show its true form. The next moment, from one of his hands, Leon revealed to the world a sacred sword, the radiance of which blinded even himself. The bishop's eyes widened. He certainly didn't expect this. It was probably the first time Leon had seen him in such a state. The young man drew his sword completely and held it up so that the mighty weapon could be seen in all its glory. Ah, was all the bishop said. He stood and looked, not uttering another sound, reverence reflected in his eyes. The next moment he fell to his knees and bowed his head in prayer, realizing that he was seeing the very same holy sword dedicated to the goddess. For the next few minutes, Leon sat on the bed with a sword in his hand, while the bishop asked for a blessing from his heavenly protector. He was so embarrassed. Forgive me for not immediately recognizing the divine blessing. The elf finally turned to Leon. The young man apologized in response for hiding his identity for so long. The bishop decided to ask our hero whether he intended to continue doing this, without taking his eyes off the shining sword, which was becoming invisible again. Yes. Looking at the sign on his hand, the young man said, "The seal on the sword has not yet been removed, and my skills are not fully honed," he added. When he's no longer ashamed to call himself a hero, he intends to reveal his true face, Leon said. In his eyes, he already looks like a worthy warrior, the bishop said, looking at the young man with a kind look. But the hero is very modest, noted Jazar, and promised not to reveal his secret with such respect that Leon was embarrassed again. However, could he share this information with just one person? The elf asked, looking intently into the boy's eyes. With just one person, our hero asked him again in surprise. He didn't expect that. The bishop explained that he was talking about the saint, although the ceremony of transfer of powers has not yet taken place. This news will help to lift her spirits. And if we are talking about a saint, he certainly has no objections, Leon thought. He said out loud that he would not be against it, and that he completely relied on his high-ranking friend, the bishop, in such matters. Thank you very much, hero. The elf raised his hands to his chest with a happy face. He was very flattered. At that moment, Leon heard footsteps outside the door again and fell silent tensely. He didn't need to be overheard. You can rest assured, the room has been put under a spell that completely isolates sound. No one from outside will hear us, the bishop reassured him. Not a single bug will know what we're talking about, he continued. And at that moment, the door swung open. Hello, junior comrade. We see each other for the first time in 3 days. Karen waved her hand, holding a basket of fruit in her hands. Leon and the bishop looked at the girl in such a way that she was a little taken aback and even confused. It seems my arrival was too unexpected. Then I'll come back later, she realized, and was about to turn towards the door. That's right, I completely forgot that we were on a mission together, Leon suddenly remembered. he didn't immediately recognize the adventurer. But now I remembered that Karen's true face was a murderer undertaker, so I tensed up again. But during the fight, he had promised to turn a blind eye to her double life, and he intended to keep his word, he decided. Karen came at a very inopportune time. Why did she come with the bishop? Our hero continued to wonder. It's all right, junior comrade, the girl said, thinking about the fact that he had caught her red-handed. Leon stared at the adventuress, at the shadow of the undertaker, and at the bishop, calmly sipping tea from the same white cup that was already so familiar to us. What? Our hero mentally screamed. Did he end up last again? Why is he thinking so slowly, the guy thought. It's all about my aura, the bishop calmly explained to the young man, correctly interpreting his emotions. Since you have a solar aura, it is very strong and attracts a lot of attention. It has its pros and cons, but that is not the main thing. It resonates strongly with my lunar aura. It is a kind of connection that forms a common information channel. Besides, what is the probability that two people with the rare attribute shadow will be in the same place at the same time? He asked Leon. And he and Karen looked at the young man as if he were an idiot. You must have understood everything when the jump through space happened, Karen asked. And Leon remembered his feelings about the Undertaker killer. You won't scold him, he knew who Karen was, but he hid it from everyone, Leon asked embarrassedly. He has no right to judge whether this secret was worth revealing to the world, said the bishop, and took another sip of tea. And how can he blame him for giving someone a chance to show their best side? Jazar looked at Leon. Initially, he was not eager to cooperate with the killer, the elf recalled, remembering all the participants in their special operation. But Miss Karen remained on the battlefield until the very end. She shed blood with us. She chose the side of good, he added, and looked into his cup. If the girl's essence was a cold-blooded killer, she wouldn't have done this. It's not a killer's choice. It seemed that the atmosphere had softened a little, the beauty thought, watching the faces of the young man and the bishop. She decided to joke and asked why they were smiling so strangely. Maybe they had already secretly set a date for her execution. Miss Karen, the bishop addressed her in a serious tone. It seems the joke was unsuccessful. Perhaps you would like to tell us your story first, the elf asked and looked at her carefully. Karen had to tell how she became a killer and why she carries out orders as an adventurer. The girl looked at the curtained window, through which bright sunlight was shining, as if looking for a way to freedom. Then she stood proudly opposite the bishop, who was sitting in the chair, and Leon, who was lying in bed, plucked up her courage and began her story. Who do you think is the most hated person in the world? Karen asked, bowing her head low. Leon and the bishop looked at her silently and in surprise, giving her the opportunity to answer on her own. This is an orphan, the girl said, her voice beginning to tremble from the tears that had accumulated somewhere in her throat. And add to that the mixed race. She raised her head and narrowed her eyes. The past she had decided to reveal did not seem like an easy story, Leon thought. She was not just an orphan, left without parents and without money. She was worse than a vagabond with a body full of mutilations, a representative of the lowest class. In the truest sense of the word, the lowest all possible dangers lay in wait for her in the slums. One day an orphan was saved by a man, but the helping hand he extended turned out to be the hand of evil. Leon looked at her with a warm gaze, and it seemed as if this story had found a response in his heart. So this man picked up orphans that no one cared about and raised them to be professional killers. One child out of 100 survived, Karen continued. But even he was surprised that she, the child of a human and a dark elf, had succeeded so much that for all her numerous murders she had received the nickname Undertaker. The faster and more accurately her daggers flew towards their target, the more the status of the organization that looked after her increased. And in the end the girl took the second step. Only the boss was above me. Karen finished her story. It was as easy as pie, she added. Well, it took only 7 seconds to finish what she started, and so she became the main one and took 3rd place in influence in the slums. But over time, Karen became an undesirable person. She committed murders that many did not like. But the main thing is that she didn't want to work as an undertaker anymore, the girl noted. After clearing the slums of garbage, she freed the orphans so that they wouldn't repeat her sad fate. Her work as an undertaker was reduced to a minimum, and she tried to live a normal life by signing up as an adventurer. Well, in the end, her deception was exposed in this way. Karen finished and looked at the reactions of the bishop and Leon. They were shocked, but not angry. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and said that she was not going to run away from retribution. But she immediately asked the bishop to soften the punishment in view of recent events and her participation in the operation. Leon and the bishop then listened to a long speech about how Karen hated prison bars. My brother, the elf suddenly turned not to the girl, but to our hero, with a question about what had caused the panic attack in both of them. No, he wasn't going to take revenge for him. He wasn't trained for that, the young man thought. But the bishop continued to look at the young man with a piercing, pleading gaze. He urgently needed to say something. His soul was torn into pieces. More than anything, Leon wanted to jump up and run out of the room. Eventually, he began to think that although such behavior was quite logical, the passing of the sentence was usually entrusted to the hero. Usually they trust the hero, and he is the hero. The excited young man suddenly plucked up his courage. The young man remembered how he and Karen had overcome enemies in the dungeon together, how the girl had given it her all and never let him down. She didn't become a killer by her own free will, Leon began, and his voice sounded clear and confident, leaving no doubt. And Karen proved herself to be an excellent fighter against evil, albeit under a false identity. He sees no need to point his sword at someone who is full of remorse, our hero concluded his speech. The young man looked at the girl and called her by name. Hope flashed in the beauty's eyes. Karen, there are two options. You can choose either one, and we will all respect your choice, Leon said. The girl could not hide her anxiety and surprise, but continued to listen silently without interrupting. At the same time, she thought that everything seemed like some kind of nonsense, and the decision should be made by the bishop, and not by this young man who had fallen on her head from somewhere. Leon caught this vibe and thought in a panic that just before this, he had told the bishop that he did not want to reveal his identity, so it was unclear how to get out of it now. The young man thought that while the bishop and the saint knew about his secret, in the long run, he had to stop. Could he tell his secret to the undertaker, that is Karen, or was that too much, the young man continued to think. At this time, the bishop seemed to read his thoughts and said that he thought it would be a good idea to tell Karen about everything. In the future, the girl could be useful to them. Leon was taken aback, and the beauty could not even figure out what was being discussed. The bishop added that it would be better to tell. Karen, Leon began to prepare the ground, preparing to show the sword. Make your choice after I demonstrate something. The girl's eyes widened again in surprise. She noticed the sword seal glowing under the bandages. Leon showed the holy weapon. It was reflected in Karen's beautiful eyes, which changed color from green to blue and back. We will find out later what choice the hero offered her. The young man fully recovered and left the infirmary only a week after fighting evil, but he visited the guild again a day later. Leon thanked the guild master for everything they had done, including the treatment, and in return received gratitude for saving the city and worthy of more. By the way, Bernard added, regarding what they had talked about earlier, is Leon really happy with this arrangement? The man asked. Yes, the young man answered, shifting tensely from foot to foot. It seemed that our hero was somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, it was nice to see such a fine young man again, Bernard added in surprise. If you change your mind, you can come to me again at any time, he suggested, and placed his hand on Leon's shoulder in a fatherly manner. As you can see, I have extensive connections. He even knows street singers if he wants. His name will be sung even on the other side of the continent, the guildmaster added. But Leon shook his head, went outside, and looked at the sky. This is a bit excessive, the young man thought, and looked back at the guild building. That's all, he sighed. Business is finished. The young man turned and walked down the street step by step, leaving everything that had happened behind, Leon choosing to continue to hide his identity from the public. Ah, little comrade, hello. Karen was waiting for him. The girl was leaning on a column and was incredibly beautiful in a long black dress with a slit. Karen, Leon was delighted. He also preferred total black that day. Glad to see you, the young man exclaimed. The girl looked at him with wide eyes, as if she was seeing him for the first time. It seemed that something had happened. What nonsense, during the time they hadn't seen each other, he had matured a lot. The beauty nudged Leon with her elbow, to which the young man responded with a counter-poke and laughed. Oh, by the way, she heard that right after being discharged, the young man met with the head of the guild, the beauty added. Yes, it was about a reward for the help provided. To be honest, it was the first time he found himself in such a difficult situation, the guy answered. The master offered to raise the adventurer's rank to A, but he refused. Leon smiled sheepishly. Karen was taken aback. It was clear from her face that she had not expected this, and was very surprised by both the offered reward and the refusal. The beauty was ready to explode with indignation, but then Leon added that the head of the guild also offered to introduce him to the Lord. But here too he said no, and our hero laughed again, embarrassed. And it seemed that he himself understood the curiousness of the situation. Maybe someone here is an idiot, Karen asked with a dumbfounded look. The girl no longer understood anything at all. Leon was silent, then she continued that it turns out he is a hero and also an idiot. It's like taking out a lottery ticket and throwing it in the trash. If he had taken up the offer, His role in the decisive battle would have become public knowledge, Leon explained. Karen remembered the vile Satanists and grabbed her head. She hadn't thought of that. This would mean that his existence would be known to other evil groups. He borrowed the power of the Holy Sword to confront the occultists. He is not sure he could deal with the enemies on his own, Leon clarified. He must train more and develop his skills to become a warrior worthy of the sword, the young man finished. That's why he made her such an offer that day, the beauty guessed, and the girl's face became mysterious. In the hospital room, the young man called himself the hero of the current generation, chosen by the Holy Sword, and invited her to become his ally, walking under the banner of the Sword El Cid. She asked for a little time to think. Now the answer has matured. The guy clarified and realized that during the conversation, they had left the city and were now climbing a beautiful green hill. Ah, this is the perfect place, Karen muttered. It seemed the girl had led him like an obedient bull on a string. They approached a tall tree, the leaves of which cast an open-work shadow, resembling a wonderful ornament. To the elves, forests and trees are sacred, as is the goddess. She is half-elf, and his question was like a choice between light and shadow, Karen declared. Before accepting this offer, she wants to say that she does not feel remorse for the blood already spilled. That is how she survived, the girl added. For her, born at the bottom of a ditch, the fear and suffering of those people gave her a chance to change her life for the better. The beauty continued. Leon was silent. I hope that no one else like me is born in this world, with pain in her voice. Karen almost cried. Under the beautiful tree, she could barely hold back her tears and complained about her fate. Just as beautiful. Leon looked at this magnificent picture and could not take his eyes off it. Karen's words touched him deeply. Junior comrade, promise me that there will be no more orphans killing for survival if the hero makes this world a better place. She is ready. The girl knelt down. She's ready to devote herself to serving Leon all her life. Karen finished and bowed her head before the hero. The young man stood rooted to the spot and did not believe what was happening. He was prepared for Karen to agree, but did not expect her to swear allegiance to him. This is the goal and duty of the hero. Elsidur's hologram appeared. To make today better than yesterday, and tomorrow better than today, he said in a mentoring and pathetic tone. For the sake of a future in which there would be at least one less person suffering like her, the ball finished, while Leon extended his hand to Karen, helping her rise from her knees. On that famous day, under the shade of a beautiful tree, the Undertaker was buried. Only Karen survived. Leon sat down on a root that stuck out of the ground like a bench and asked what was going on with Khan. The guy remembered the leader of the bandits sitting on a mountain of cultist corpses and smiled. It seemed that was where he belonged. With his fist, striking down enemies at a rate of 10 per second, it felt like there were 100 fists. With his bestial grin and bloodthirsty jokes about the bishop and the faith in the goddess. With his faith in a better future, even when he has no strength and it seems that everything is over, this is willpower. Could it really be that her younger friend hadn't heard anything at all? The beauty was surprised, explaining that Khan had run away. They say that the day after the decisive battle he gathered all his belongings and left the city, disappearing in an unknown direction. Since the bandit was a pretty nimble bastard, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to follow him, Karen added, and Leon laughed. Well, there is nothing unexpected in the escape itself. Because of the operation that was carried out, the slums were left half destroyed. Now the remains will be demolished, so it is understandable, Leon said. Despite his contribution to their common fight against evil, as long as records of his previous deeds remain, it is dangerous to remain in the city. He would not escape the punishment of the Knights of the Holy Iron Castle. It was either a sentence to hard labor or a huge prison term, the young man thought. Even if the odds were clearly not in Khan's favor, he didn't expect him to run away the very next day, the guy said out loud. I don't think he hesitated for a minute. He's got a point, Karen laughed, and the young man once again imagined the bandit leader in all his glory. He looked especially harmonious with a bottle of alcohol in his hand, which made Leon giggle stupidly. The guy also remembered the fear he experienced when he first met the leader of a gang in the slums. The young man smiled again. He was sure that fate would again bring him together with this extraordinary man. Karen stood up at this time and brushed off her dress, to which blades of grass had stuck. Leon looked at her. So it was time to tell her about all his goals, what he would like to do now. Karen asked her question. The beauty also asked Leon what they would do together next. Because the hero must have a good plan, the young man's heart sank into his heels. He was dumbfounded by the look, the question, and the fact that Karen called him not a younger comrade, but a hero, but began to think about an answer. There was a plan in itself, of course. Leon first thought about the Titanium Mountains, where he could go after receiving rank B. I think 100 days will be enough to polish your aura, he remembered Elsidur's words. Just enough to raise your rank. Leon was silent and thought intensely that he had plenty of time, but his mentor would be temporarily absent from training. Karen looked at his tense face and asked why the hero was silent and if everything was okay. Senior comrade, the guy suddenly folded his arms across his chest. His eyes sparkled with laughter. He was clearly up to something. What? What did he have in mind? She somehow doesn't like your tone, the beauty responded, but her face was interested. In front of me is Karen, an A-rank adventurer and also a professional killer. All 5 senses are heightened to the limit, the guy began. You also have access to shadow walking and other interesting skills, don't you think? Leon asked. For example, he clearly remembers how the girl moved along the walls and ceiling. He laughed and Karen smiled too. He will count on her for some time, our hero blurted out vaguely, and tried to smile even wider than before. The girl didn't understand a thing. In what sense to count? What does it mean on her? She asked again. First of all, we go to the bishop. Leon began to explain. We will need a spacious place. The guy headed towards the church. Karen, afraid that he was going to get married, ran after him. It would take about 3 weeks and 2 days before Elsid would wake up, our hero thought in the meantime. During this time, he should hone his aura and try to at least slightly repeat the Big Dipper's technique. Well, I look forward to your reaction, Elsid, Leon finished and ran even faster, listening to the indignant cries of Karen, who was trying to catch up with him. Prima, the 13th district where the boy and girl headed, was quite prosperous and prestigious. Luckily, we have food supplies, all thanks to the church and the bishop. Leon heard someone's voice and looked at the freshly baked buns stacked on the counter. A mustachioed man in an apron was handing them out to anyone who wanted them. Bottles of drinking water were visible next to the buns. Here, take another one. There are 2 kids after all. He handed an extra loaf of bread to a woman in a headscarf with 2 children. Did you have a hard time during the evacuation from the 23rd district? The man asked while his mother thanked him. The woman said that they were taken care of quite well and were even provided with temporary housing. The boy took the bun and also mumbled thank you, looking frightened at the one who supplied them with food and water. Don't thank me. The bread is not mine if you want. Go to church and thank the goddess. If it weren't for the church, your fate would be sad, he added. The woman looked at him in surprise. It had never occurred to her that this humanitarian aid was organized by priests. She promised to go to church and pray to the goddess, leaving with her children and simple food. Karen and Leon were heading to the church, or rather the other way around, Leon and Karen behind him. The building hadn't changed at all since his last visit. If they walked in right now, they would see the same woman who folded her hands in prayer and quietly said that the atmosphere here was much nicer than in her old neighborhood. At this time, the walls of the building shook from some terrifying sounds. It seems that not everything is as calm as one might think. The woman and all the other parishioners turned gray with fear. It was clear that no one had expected anything like this. The heavenly holy sword was still there, sealed with locks. Otherwise, he would not have refused to intervene in the situation. Leon, as we remember, was going to train to perfect the same sacred technique of the big bear that Elsidur used in the battle. He had already asked Karen for help, but then the girl did not understand what exactly he wanted. But now the situation has become somewhat clearer. After the beauty caught up with the guy right at the church, she was not just angry, but simply furious, which is what Leon was trying to achieve. The church shook from loud screams and dull blows. A battle was taking place in the garden between the hero and a professional killer. Well, an ex-killer. Leon struck one after another with his sword. The girl dodged and tried to throw daggers at him. Sparks and the grinding of metal on metal created a very tense atmosphere. Leaves and grass flew in all directions. Suddenly, the beauty planted her feet on the ground, spun around in place, and disappeared in an unknown direction. The young man looked for some time at the place where she had just stood, wondering what kind of trick this was. At this time, one of the sharpest daggers in the world was already approaching his throat from behind. But the hero would not be a hero if he did not notice the attack, even at the last moment. He pressed his foot into the ground with such force that a dent was formed, and a handful of stones fell from under the sole. In that same second, Leon found himself a meter away from the attacking Karen and her sharp weapon, using super speed. He can move his legs better than you might think. Karen praised the young man and stood on her toes. What kind of new trick is this, our hero wondered. He would have been more suited to the image of a killer, not a knight, bringing the dagger to his throat, Karen said with a completely serious face. She had a specific sense of humor. Leon was starting to get angry, and she continued that for now, his movements were like those of a talented recruit. The techniques themselves are not bad, but some problems are obvious, the beauty added, turning her head coquettishly. So let's go, she exclaimed and disappeared again. The young man remained standing with his sword raised to strike. What is this? The young man thought with horror. This simply cannot be. His eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. The young man was about to parry the blow, but suddenly he saw that he was attacked simultaneously by two completely identical Karens. He was dumbfounded. How was this possible? What kind of trick was this? Which one was real and which one was fake? Leon thought feverishly. Both girls looked exactly the same and they moved the same way. It was difficult to fight with two. Something had to be decided. Created an illusory double in 2 steps, that's skill, he thought. But he has a foresight technique, the guy remembered. The fake one was the one on the left, he realized, and he struck the real Karen, her pupil narrowing in anger. Ouch! You mean to say that you understood where the real one is and where the fake one is? She exclaimed, grabbing the place of impact. Who would have thought? Leon looked at her intently and a little reproachfully, making it clear that this was true. He really could. She used almost no aura and moved almost like she would in a real fight, Karen explained. Okay, let's check how perceptive he is, the girl suggested to the hero, raised her leg and disappeared from sight again. This time Leon realized that he would not be able to complete the task as quickly as the previous one. The beauty created a mirage, and now there were 6 completely identical Karens standing in front of him. Before, he could clearly see where the fake was. It was a double technique, but now he can't see it. It looks like she did some kind of cloning, the young man thought in horror. So, let's begin. He heard his friend's voice. She promised to be slower than last time. One grinned, and all 6 girls grinned at once. Then they split into 2 groups, 3 girls each, and began to slowly walk around Leon in a circle. The guy was completely disoriented in space. He couldn't decide in which group the real Karen was. At that moment, a dagger blade was pressed against his neck. Well, he couldn't handle it. He needed to practice in this. Poke, said the beauty. The younger comrade is already dead. Leon swallowed and imagined what would have happened if she hadn't stopped. So our score at the moment is 102 fights and 102 wins, isn't that right? She asked with a smile. He gives in. The young man raised his hands up. It's so fun for her to mock her younger comrade, who hasn't even reached rank B. Sure, it was great fun, but the aura was better at some things than the body, and that was what she was trying to teach him. All the conditions were favorable, especially since they fought in open terrain, and he never won. What a joke, Karen exclaimed. The girl's words were more frightening than the daggers, Leon thought, and yet he was not bad in their general battle with evil. The young man remembered how he tried to fight the preacher before the holy sword began to help him. Even the first cultist he destroyed was cool, and he turned him into a pile of ash and a pile of clothes. So I thought that I had achieved some success, but the break with Karen was colossal. Leon continued to wind himself up. It is also worth considering that she did not fight him at full strength, the young man thought, and the girl asked exactly about this. The last attack was strange, Leon asked, and she replied that the attack was quite bearable. In fact, he did a good job. If he recognized the double, then even a first-class killer is no longer scary. The girl raised her finger. The boy's abilities had already surpassed rank B, his friend noted, and Leon was surprised at how this was possible without the ability to materialize an aura. Aura is indeed a powerful weapon, but you need to dodge the blow and you're done. And your vision and body movements have reached such a level that this maneuver is possible. A tangible aura is capable of cutting iron and crushing stones. Here, of course, the young man is right, Karen began to explain. But the aura itself is in no way capable of pursuing and defeating enemies who evade attacks. Most assassins are one step behind adventurers of similar rank. The only way to defeat us is to outsmart them with a surprise maneuver. But this too is called victory, Karen finished, and Leon clearly imagined her on top of a mountain of defeated opponents. She, that is, the Undertaker, also hit targets from a distance, the girl admitted, and Leon said that he did not blame her. If we talk about pros and cons, then such foundations are very stable, the guy continued. That's why he recognized the double. Because he has such a keen eye, he is not easily deceived, and he does not allow himself to be deceived, Karen added, remembering how she had been treated. There are no skills to deceive the enemy, therefore, having reflected the blow, he does not take the initiative into his own hands. The beauty continued to list Leon's mistakes while he was thinking about what he heard. Don't rack your brains too much. The beauty laughed and hugged him around the neck, bending him almost to the ground. In the end, cheating is just filling a gap in skills. I don't know who your mentor is, but he must be either a genius or a monster, the girl suddenly noted. Leon imagined Elsador as a blue ball and thought that in his case, it was 2 in 1. It would be nice to bring a little creativity to the attacks, Karen continued. Try not to repeat after me, but to be inspired by the example. It's not a bad thing to have a few different cards up your sleeve, hero, she said forcefully. And Leon frowned. Perhaps it is true that one should not neglect various tricks if they can help one to achieve victory. Suddenly, an invisible hand fell on his shoulder, and a terrible voice said that for today, there were enough one-on-one fights. "Would you like to move on to the next lesson?" asked Karen in the guise of an undertaker. Leon almost had a heart attack and cursed. "Don't dwell on what you heard," said the real Karen, smiling sweetly and throwing her head back coquettishly. "Let's go, let's make your aura tangible." The wind swayed the light curtains on the window, flooded with bright afternoon sunlight. What was she talking about? Oh yes, about the connection of the aura attribute with the form of education. Karen's voice was heard. The girl was talking about how the aura is a force created by filtering the body, that is, revealing the essence of the owner of the aura, she explained, and Leon repeated this definition. The basis of the aura is the life experience and worldview of the subject. This must be taken into account immediately. Everything you do will be reflected in it. Some people boldly enter into battle, some hide behind someone else's back, and some run away, Karen continued. One only has to relax, and success will connect self-confidence and egoism. Training the aura means making its essence purer and more powerful, the mentor summed up. For example, to train the aura of the fire attribute, you need to constantly fight and exhaust yourself. Such actions lead to a pure consistency of such an aura. It burns clearly and does not burn those it should not. The difficulty of the training depends on the attribute. Her attribute is shadow, and she has always mastered various secret missions. As for Leon, the fire attribute symbolizes the goddess and appears from time to the hero. The young man listened silently and watched as the girl moved elegantly and gently tried to explain the basics to him. "So what comes to mind when you hear the word sun?" she asked, and the young man thought about it. "An endless light that brightly illuminates the entire world, or completely dispels the darkness around itself," the guy answered. "No, wait a second," he thought a little longer and added, "brightly illuminating, as if. Leon looked stunned. He looked at his bandaged hand, on the wrist of which was the sign of the holy sword, and Karen smiled that he quickly found a parallel. Perhaps it was because he was excited by the training, but he could actually feel the boiling energy spreading throughout his body, the young man noted. Using the power of the spirit, one should pull the flow and collect it with the help of concentration at the fingertips. Leon stretched out his hand forward. He felt the energy moving and burning, but he didn't know how to release it, so he looked at Karen in confusion. "Since we are talking about the sun, then without any doubt," he began. And then it happened, a burning ball began to form. Leon had to support his hand with his other one. So heavy was the heavenly body that had materialized in his hand. Karen's eyes widened and sparkled. It was all about the light. He imagined the sun, she breathed out in admiration. "Although the volume is not large enough to be used as a weapon, I was able to release the aura for the first time," Leon rejoiced. It was obvious that he was having a hard time maintaining concentration, and his energy began to run out quite quickly. The shining ball disappeared. The young man quickly grabbed his hand. It hurt. Karen asked if everything was okay. "Yes," the young man replied. He simply remembered how much energy Elsidor had managed to build up during the fight. It was incredible. If he wanted to repeat that Big Dipper move, he would need to train a lot, the young man realized. "Amazing, Leon. The basis of control over the material aura is control over the body, and you're very good at that," the girl supported him. Even though it was a small stream of light, he managed to release it and hold it, the guy confirmed. "There's not much difference between what he just did and using aura," Karen encouraged. "If he could improve the stability and increase the range, then it would be a done deal," she said. And Leon was very pleased. It is like recognizing the flow of the aura that touches all the nerves and spreads throughout the body. In order to come out of it in the right volume and at the right moment, stable circulation is important. "But the materialization of an aura based on just one image is some kind of gambling," the young people heard the bishop's voice. "It looks like you finished your inspection," Leon asked happily as the elf removed his camouflage cape and hung it on the hook. "Yes, I received a preliminary assessment of the damage you two caused to the temple some time ago," he replied. Karen and Leon looked at each other in confusion and pretended not to hear the reproach in his voice. "Well, we'll talk about the repair bills later. Now about the main thing." He picked up the envelope. It was a message from the saint. Leon stared with wide eyes at the piece of paper with the seal in his hand. For the first time in his life, our hero saw a real letter from a saint. If his memory serves him right, the title succession ceremony in the mountains is currently in full swing, the elf explained. Tall buildings with virtually no windows are hidden among snow-covered cliffs in a hard-to-reach place. Only two sources of sacred power illuminate the surrounding space, where the mystical sacred ritual of the goddess takes place. Its warm light is already visible among the stones, and soon it will descend into the sad structures to illuminate with its presence those who thirst for it. The saint is already taking her first breaths of the heavenly essence of her goddess, tasting her energy, accepting it. She has to obtain the life force of 10 bishops. This will require unprecedented skill. An unprepared person would simply explode. Who would have thought that this power would break through the body of the former saint during the succession procedure? Thus the 8th Saint Elahan came into our world, the bishop said, holding his breath at every word. Today, the most powerful saint who supports the hero was born, he solemnly proclaimed. After the procedure was completed, the bishops left the hall and each went to his own district. 300 years ago, the first saint supporting the hero Rodrigo realized that prayers were not enough. Physical strength and weapons were needed. She was given an iron mace to develop her fighting skills and be able to protect herself and the hero. Rodrigo received unprecedented support from the saint and all who joined her. Together, they were invincible. At first, only the saint had a mace, but over time the situation changed and all her supporters began to use this weapon. Thus, the Order of the Iron Castle was born, which has now become one of the strongest military groups on the continent, our church. Under the name of the goddess, saints from generation to generation received the rank of vice-captains in support of the hero. Young man, a great grace has just descended upon you. The saint in the hall heard almost the same words as Karen and Leon from the bishop. She said that everything was correct. So the last test of Elahan is preparation for battle. The saint, ready to fight, untied her sleeves. Then she took a few steps and threw off her robe so that it would not hinder her movements during the battle. Her body was illuminated by streams of powerful energy. The white aura glowed and sparkled, making it clear that the power was great. A magical armor created from aura materialized, designed to protect the saint's body from any damage. And the gentle maiden hand with thin white fingers firmly grasped the mace. The saint was completely ready for the test. The mace was huge, heavy, and terrifying. It was scary to imagine how many times before it had used its deadly power. She raised her weapon solemnly and looked at him menacingly, sparks of energy sparkling around her. Everyone present gasped. It was that same great mace, the weapon of all the previous saints and the very first of them. They left the room and went into the snowy mountains, where the final test was to take place among the rocks and ice. It was cold and scary even to look at the icy stones. I don't even want to think about what the new saint will face now. Her pink hair fluttered in the wind. Coral crosses shone in her violet eyes like a reminder of the goddess. The girl was full of determination. She rose up with the mace in her hands, needing to achieve full concentration to materialize the aura, as Leon had just done. Elahan, she heard a ringing voice and realized that it was the hero Rodrigo. I was told that you are conducting vigorous activity, the saint continued, bowing her head low, as if greeting him. An image of Leon, who had used Elsidor's energy to eradicate cultists not long ago, flashed through her mind. And the way the young man appeared before one of the summoned monsters, it was the first incarnation of the preacher. She also saw how the holy sword cut the monster in half and how much life energy it took. She also saw Leon in black robes when he was training with Karen, and when the bishop brought him a letter, the saint looked into the future. Elahan liked the young man. She closed her eyes with a satisfied face, trying to concentrate on him in more detail. The hero she will have to serve has already managed to accomplish many feats in the 6 months before the day of the oracle. She, who had only now become an official saint, would not make him blush, the girl thought resolutely. With the flow of her aura, the girl holding the mace at the ready rose up to perform her strike. Sinners will be punished, cried the new saint, and brought her sacred weapon down on the rock. It was a crushing blow, no worse than that of the previous saints, ancient kings and heroes. Such a powerful and pure aura the world had not seen for a long time. The woman with red hair's jaw dropped at what she saw. She had no idea such power existed in the young girl. Even for a saint, this blow was incredibly powerful. The bishops also could not believe their eyes. The girl stood by the crater left by her mace. The rocks cracked and split, her white cloak fluttering dramatically in the wind. Hero, even though she is not strong enough, please let her be by his side, the new saint whispered with her lips. The girl was a little embarrassed. She did not feel worthy of her new honorary status and was very worried. Her cheeks turned red. As the one who inherited the name of the Iron Castle Church, she would gladly dedicate her life to it. The bishop finished reading the letter. At the end, it says that the saint hopes to see you as soon as possible, the elf added and looked happily at Leon. The young man felt out of place and did not know how to react to such news. I feel like I've stepped into a vat of cold water, he said, much to Karen's surprise. Looking out the window, our hero thought he had a premonition of trouble, but he asked the bishop out loud what kind of person this saint was. She will be a good help to the hero, famous for her unshakable faith and other qualities, answered Jezar. Leon turned to the window and could not understand whether this was good for him or not. If the saint is the hero's companion for so many generations and is so excellent, he must be a skilled warrior, so as not to be ashamed to stand next to her, the young man thought. Leon decided not to think about it, and instead asked the bishop what image he was imagining to form an aura, since his aura was the moon. The young man explained that he was experiencing some difficulties with the formation of the aura weapon, which is why he decided to ask such a tactless question. The elf's pupils narrowed to the size of pinheads, and Karen's jaw dropped in shock. The girl tried to stop Leon with gestures and show that such questions could lead to a lot of problems. Telling about the image of the aura weapon means revealing your weaknesses. But the owner of such a strong aura as the bishop only laughed. He did not mind telling about the image of his aura weapon. As he correctly noted, the attribute of his aura is the moon. The elf started with the basics. He had to start somewhere. He imagines the phases of the moon in his head, a tiny, thin crescent moon, using a small amount of force, Jazar explained. Half moon in cases where a blow of medium force is required, or when he is not sure of the opponent, and the full moon, when he fights at the limit of his abilities. In addition, there are such transformations as a transparent moon and a lunar eclipse. The bishop finished his story. Wow, 5 transformations in total, Leon thought. I wonder how many years of practice it took to master all these options. The bishop spoke about such important things with such ease. He probably trusts us very much, Karen thought at that moment. 5 lunar forms, Leon repeated to himself once more, and began to try to imagine each of them. At first, he visualized the new moon in the first quarter of the month, but it took a little more effort to visualize the half. The full moon was also not difficult to imagine, but what about the sun? It does not have so many phases, the young man thought. The shape of the sun is constant. It will not be possible for it to construct exactly the same image as the bishop, our hero realized. However, if he imagines a bright sun blazing at full power, that would be the #1 suitable image. And then I will be able to visualize a solar eclipse, and it just happens to be in different phases. If we understand the image of an eclipse as an accumulation of power, then the sun, which shines always and continuously, will be the personification of eternity. The young man was close to solving this problem in his favor. All that remained was to figure out how to combine the existence of the sun with the eclipse. It seems that you have had an epiphany, my brother, smiled the bishop. At such moments, he looked like an ordinary, kind grandfather. Yes, the young man exclaimed and clenched his fists. He would like to demonstrate what had dawned on him right now, to try to give the thought a clearer form. The elf happily agreed, and they went out into the open so as not to cause destruction or harm anyone by chance. Leon took the sword in his hands and assumed a fighting stance. Karen gave the command to begin. The bishop stood opposite. He liked that expression. Come on, show me what kind of inspiration has come to you, the bishop suggested with a determined look, and announced that he was starting. Aura materialization, great. Let's try to do it properly once, Leon thought. At that moment, the bishop swung his mace on a chain with all his might and repeated that he would attack first. A huge iron ball with spikes rushed towards the young man's face. The elf didn't attack with half his strength. He hit with full force. The glow of the aura was reflected in his eyes. This is a real test, Leon realized. I can't touch the chain. It has a strong aura charge. It will tear me apart, the young man thought. But the blow had to be parried. He chopped the chain with his sword and redirected the ball. Its landing created a crater in the ground, and stones flew like hail for several meters around. The first pancake is almost lumpy. I need to adjust the power of my aura for successful materialization, the young man decided. The bishop will also adjust the force of the blow next time. He does not always attack the same way, which means I can make it in time. I just need to respond correctly to this attack. But for some reason, I can't actively materialize the aura onto the weapon, Leon thought. It's because the bishop uses aura on his weapon, and his aura attribute is the opposite of mine, the guy thought, but then decided that he was simply not focused enough. The ball was approaching again, and our hero decided to find a gap in the defense and strike. You can't constantly dodge and only block the enemy's blows. I need to calculate the trajectory correctly. If everything works out, I will win, Leon began to act. For a weapon like chains, keeping your distance is life, so you need to approach the enemy at super speed. But first I need to dodge, otherwise the chain will wrap around my neck and just rip my head off. There's no point in delaying. The chains began to move not only around Leon's neck, but around his entire body. It was a very complex technique. Are you sure you can dodge this time, hero? Asked Jazar almost sarcastically. Oh no, he shouldn't have played with Leon's emotions. Everyone knew how to get angry, but this time the guy held back. Is this possible, the boy thought? He pressed his foot into the ground, looking for a point of support to make a strike. Leon managed to materialize his aura onto the sword. Half the job was done, but the chains were wrapping themselves tighter and tighter, narrowing the circle. The The elf watched in surprise as the young man raised his sword to strike, but he was afraid that Leon would not have time to materialize enough energy to save himself. The young man decided not to go all out, but to conserve his strength by using the solar eclipse technique. Leon had been thinking about this blow for quite a long time and was now determined to try it out in battle. His plan was to summon the eclipse sword through the Big Dipper technique, a scenario that the bishop could not calculate. Elsidor did something similar to what he did in the battle with the cultists, but the amount of force expended was much greater. Or you can also use the Marek technique, the second in the heavenly chariot technique, the young man thought, and his sword shone with a slightly different hue. The aura began to flow from our hero's body onto his weapon. The process was quite fast. The main thing was not to repeat after Elsid, but to do it yourself. He would make this blow an expression of his own will, Leon decided, and he managed to materialize the solar attribute onto his sword. The bishop realized that the young man had managed to perform the eclipse sword technique by the characteristic flash. The first thing that was cut in half with Leon's aura weapon was a mace, or rather an iron ball with spikes. But our hero did not stop and continued to strike, chopping the heavy chain, reinforced by the elf's aura, like cabbage. "My brother, you have just devised and executed your own trick superbly," exclaimed the bishop. Yes, he took the Big Dipper technique as a basis, but the aura materialization is still unstable, so he simplified it and summoned the eclipse sword, the guy explained. Of course, it's dangerous to use technology in an unfinished form, Leon began to justify himself. But then the jubilation took over, and he shouted that now he had a technique that allowed him to attack an enemy with a weapon enhanced by aura. "It was my favorite weapon," the elf suddenly said with annoyance, and our hero had no choice but to ask for forgiveness in a breaking voice. "Look who's come!" Karen suddenly shouted towards Leon and the bishop. The girl was somewhat distracted from the duel by the guest. "Sir Leon, how many years, how many winters?" The red-haired beauty clasped her hands, looking at the hero with delight. "Ah, Lee, hello, I'm very glad to see you," the young man replied, smiling and a little embarrassed. "This is our first time meeting outside the guild walls, and she was a little worried," the girl continued, looking at the church. "How are you? Everything okay?" Lee continued asking as they walked inside and sat at the table waiting for tea. As I already said, she was worried about him, so she took with her a high-toning potion and this. The beauty handed Leon a bracelet. "This is a reward given to you by the Lord, a bracelet with spatial charms, not very big, but she is sure that it will be useful," Lee explained. "The charm of space," Karen exclaimed. Yes, they would have paid a lot of coins for it, if not for the simple design, then more than 1,000 in gold. "As expected, Miss Karen only knows about such things," the girl noted. "Your earrings have the same charm, don't they?" she clarified. "Since the capacity is small, she keeps all sorts of little things in there," Karen explained. And out of nowhere, one of her famous daggers appeared. Leon put the bracelet on his wrist. Now he had to figure out what to put there first. The young man decided to try the tonic potion brought by the red-haired beauty. He activated the bracelet, brought his hand to the bottle, a white magical glow appeared, and the deed was done. Moreover, the bracelet could tell what was inside it, a useful thing, the young man noted. Once he had played with his new toy to his heart's content, Lee announced that the second reason she was there was because he had been promoted to B rank. "Since you already have all the conditions for the rank, just show the weapon to Aura, and she will immediately give him the token," she smiled. Leon looked at her with wide eyes and could not believe that he had managed to achieve his desired goal so quickly. Elsidor had set a goal of reaching rank B in 100 days, but he managed to do it much faster. Oh, how happy his mentor would have been. Leon took out his sword, concentrated, and began to send streams of aura, collecting them throughout his body to his weapon. A second later, the sword was already shining with the warm light of the solar attribute of the aura, and Leon stood there filled with pride in himself. "The presence of an aura weapon has been confirmed," the receptionist announced somewhat surprisedly. It was clear that the guy had made an impression on her. She handed him the token and Leon accepted it, noting that the plate weighed a little more this time. Leon began to carefully examine the B-rank symbol engraved on the metal. He had never dreamed of such a thing when he was studying at the academy. "Congratulations!" the Bishop Karen and the red-haired beauty exclaimed in one voice. Everyone was incredibly happy for our hero. "And the last purpose of my visit," she suddenly remembered. "I received a request that you were interested in." "What does this mean?" Leon asked again. "I don't remember making any request." "Weren't you going to be responsible for guarding the guild?" Lee was surprised, then looked at him questioningly. What? He doesn't remember this at all. How could something like this happen right now? Our hero began to think. Karen also glanced warily at the young man, trying to figure out how this turn of events would affect her. A trade caravan is heading towards the Titan Mountains and has temporarily stopped in Blaine to replenish its supplies. They hadn't forgotten who she was. She had promised to help, and look, she had carved out a spot for him, Lee rejoiced. Leon tensed again. He didn't even need to look at Karen to know how angry she was. One place, the girl asked, looking at Leon. He imagined daggers in her eyes, and the young man hastened to explain that he had asked for a favor quite a long time ago. To solve the problem, Leon turned to the bishop, who had connections in the guild. For help, Lee promised to immediately inform him if anything changed. Until a response was received from the guild, Karen and Leon continued to train hard. Sometimes these training sessions helped the young man master new techniques, but more often than not, they simply made him scream in pain when he was hit by surprise. Still, the girl's past as a murderer-undertaker served her well. Her daggers were lightning fast. But Leon considered her speed to be much more dangerous than her skill in throwing daggers. Karen moved much faster than him. Sometimes it happened so quickly that time seemed to stand still, and you could see the dust falling. When sparks once again flew from the sword, attacked by daggers, the young man did not cope with the task brilliantly. Perhaps it's all because you're looking at the enemy the wrong way, Karen suddenly noted thoughtfully. Leon looked at her in surprise, completely not understanding what the girl meant and what was wrong with his look. You can't rely on your eyesight, she explained. The purpose of this training is to compensate for the shortcomings of the technique of foresight. You need to improve the ability to see the aura. One should also not forget about factors such as airwaves when moving, the beauty reminded. Yes, and the number and direction of steps can be calculated from the tremors of the earth, she added. While Leon was trying to concentrate and figure it all out, Karen managed to make her maneuver and again caught our hero off guard. The key words here are that she almost caught up. Leon managed to sense her approach at the last moment. He looked at Karen just before she was about to put a dagger to his throat and say her signature thump thump. The hero is dead again. Wow, he really succeeded. The girl was surprised and froze without raising her hand with the weapon. She spun around and jumped back to avoid being hit by the aura-enhanced sword that Leon was still holding in his hand. Wow, he mastered the aura weapon so quickly she didn't even hope for that. You feel it very well, Karen praised. It's all thanks to you, senior comrade. Thank you, the young man replied, smiling. He was proud. What did he say? The beauty asked again. At first the girl was embarrassed, but then it became noticeable that she was starting to boil. What did he just blurt out, this impudent boy? The adventuress pounced on the guy with slaps, and they started fooling around. If he doesn't forget this feeling of aura and uses it time after time, he will become much stronger, Leon thought, continuing to receive punches from the beauty. Congratulations, Sir Leon. You have again demonstrated magnificent growth. The bishop, who had just approached, applauded the boy. I have good news for you. I will meet with the head of the guild this afternoon. They have set up camp not far from here, the elf said. So I'm sure that today your little problem will be solved, he added with a reverent look. The dawn the next day was incredibly beautiful, as if it foreshadowed that everything would work out well. Leon stood on the hill and looked at the tents of the guild camp. Soon he would have to go down there and join the caravan. We arrived just in time. Let's go down, senior comrade. Our hero looked questioningly at the girl. You are the man from the guild we are waiting for, aren't you? The guard asked before letting them into the tent. Yes, he is a B-rank adventurer, Leon. The young man proudly showed off his brand new badge. He is Arnold from the Stom Guild. The man in the white turban introduced himself. His appearance was also quite oriental. We are a small guild, so I hope for our mutual cooperation. The man extended his hand to the young man. He, too, reinforced the firm handshake with words from our hero, who had already begun to get used to the fact that he was being taken seriously. During the handshake, the guy noticed that the man's hands felt different from the usual ones. The man was also attentive to details. His palms had undergone the deformation typical of a scribe. Leon suddenly realized this man was clearly not a swordsman. I think this man has lived conscientiously and sincerely much longer than he has been holding his sword in his hands, the young man decided. Your handshake exudes courage. The new acquaintance smiled at him kindly. It seemed that he really was a worthy person. Leon smiled back, wanting to make a good impression on the man he liked. Watching them happily bow and shake hands for the third time, Karen noted that the men had reached a complete mutual understanding. Further negotiations about further cooperation began in the tent, much more serious than all the previous conversations. We have a limited budget. We can't afford to accompany another adventurer, Arnold insisted. You know how dangerous it is to climb the Titanium Mountains, Leon insisted. You simply need another person. If you have an A-rank adventurer accompanying you on such a dangerous path, everything will go much better, the young man added. The man in the turban was puzzled by this message, but he continued to explain that he did not have the budget for a man of such rank. Besides, our guild is very small and modest. Why such a task would be given to such an adventurer, he did not understand. And a rank specialist needs a more decent daily ration, no. He doesn't understand why such a person would agree to accompany us. She'll explain it in no time, Karen laughed, showing off her badge on a shining gold plate. Sorry for not introducing myself right away and for taking a bit longer, said the girl, an adventurer of rank A. This is me. My name is Karen. A merchant must be perceptive, but my eyes deceived me. Very glad, Arnold replied. And he became even happier when Karen explained that she was accompanying Leon, so she would take payment at rank B. They agreed on the details. The man promised to provide the best carriage, and all the necessary documents were certified with a seal. In his joy, Arnold said a bunch of compliments, rushed to feed our heroes and get them the best equipment and things for the trip. And then he added an additional fee and next time threatened to pay the full cost of the services, just so the customers would pay him. Why was he being so fawning? Leon asked when they said goodbye, and received the answer that this was normal behavior for an ordinary person when meeting an A-rank hero. The deal was concluded so quickly that the morning clouds continued to shimmer pink in the sky, and there was a whole day ahead. Are you sure everything is okay? Leon asked again, and the girl repeated that the merchant was happy to snatch an A-rank adventurer so they could enjoy all the benefits in peace. The young man calmed down and began to look around. One man caught his attention, probably a mercenary. He sat leaning on an axe and looked away, pretending that he didn't care about our heroes. Another one stood nearby with a sword in a sheath. Why are you frozen? Karen poked Leon in the side with her elbow. Have you never seen mercenaries before? Leon nodded, only from a distance a couple of times. Even during the operation, I didn't have the chance to cross paths with other armed forces. The young man sighed. They all looked very strong, he noted later, looking at the bald mercenary with the sword he had seen earlier near the tent. But the numerous glances they cast in my direction could in no way be called friendly, he added. To be honest, mercenaries have some prejudices against adventurers, Karen explained. But if both sides avoid provocations, everything will go smoothly. After some time, Leon was again standing on a high green hill. He was already alone and deep in thought. Looking at the beautiful Blaine, the guy noted with regret that he would soon leave this city, which he had come to love. Whether he would return here again, Leon wondered. After he left the birdcage called the Academy, our hero reflected a lot had happened. A scary forest on the way to Blaine, where he and Else had got their hands dirty, destroying wild creatures, goblins, and orcs. Then they came to Blaine and he saw it for the first time. The guy remembered how beautifully the eagles soared over the city walls. He then trained hard, completed missions, destroyed various kinds of monsters, and received the C rank. I met Khan and learned that something strange was happening in Blaine and visited the slums. They had done a great job of freeing the city from evil, the young man decided, remembering the bishop lovingly pressing his mace to his heart. Even if other places are erased from my memory, it will be very difficult for me to forget this city, Leon realized. Of course, it would be better to leave these places after Elsider awakened, our hero thought. But if I drag out time, I will miss my chance to get into the Titanium Mountains. It is more suitable for a hero not to sit idly by, even if the mentor is temporarily absent. In District Number 13, everything was the same as always, calm and measured. The sun brightly illuminated the walls of the houses. May the goddess bless your path. She will watch over you during the day as the sun, at night as the moon. The bishop said goodbye to Leon and Karen. The young man bowed low before him and thanked him for everything he had done for him. Oh, come on. If it weren't for our fateful meeting, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the city devourer, the elf noted. With the blessing of the goddess, it took place, and by her will, we will now have to part for a while. And he would like to give you something else, this necklace, which contains a particularly powerful sacred power. It can be used for healing purposes. Use it in situations where it is difficult to get the holy sword. Thank you very much. I will keep it carefully. I carefully and respectfully put the received talisman on Leon's neck. And this relic also has one hidden function, the bishop added after a pause in a quiet voice. Function? Our hero asked with interest. He was very curious about what else the medallion was useful for. If you show it to someone from the highest church leadership, you can count on an urgent call for all the knights of the Iron Castle, the elf explained. And he will be the first among them, he added with a menacing look, showing how dear Leon had become to him. Order of the Iron Castle, Leon exclaimed. The young man did not expect that such a powerful option would be available to him. Use the necklace with caution, the bishop warned. Anyone who is not its owner can only use this opportunity once. Thank you for this valuable gift. Leon bowed his head. The chance to summon all the knights of the Iron Castle is worth a lot, the guy continued to thank, looking at the medallion. If a situation like the one we faced in Blaine ever came up, it would be a huge help, the young man thought, looking up at the blue sky above the city. Soon he and Karen set out for the campsite and found the caravan ready to leave. "Good morning," Arnold greeted them. "You've already finished your morning chores. I invite you to breakfast," the man added in an ingratiating voice. Leon hadn't had such a luxurious breakfast for a long time. There was bread, cheese, fruit, and even meat on the table. "You didn't have to show so much concern," our hero replied in shock. He had never eaten meat in the morning before. "Ah, how he ate. The merchant is overdoing it a bit," Leon's satisfied voice was heard from the tent 10 minutes later. Was this the first time he had encountered such attention? He had a guilty face. Karen teased the guy, to which he noted that it was all because of her. The girl glanced at him sideways and thoughtfully said without a smile, perhaps a younger comrade. But later she laughed loudly and added that they might have some new troubles. Leon looked at her in surprise. He couldn't understand what Karen was getting at and why she was behaving so strangely. He followed the girl's gaze and suddenly realized what kind of trouble she had in mind when she repeated the word perhaps for the second time. The two mercenaries sat nearby and stared at them using aura vision, their eyes glowing. Moreover, they were all mercenaries, the bald one, the bearded one, and even the man in the beret with a huge sword who had looked quite friendly before. "Well, I don't know about a little, but it's guaranteed to be a hassle," our hero muttered in a puzzled voice. "There seem to be quite a few here who have already had enough of us," Karen commented. The girl looked back at Leon, but there was no fear or worry in her beautiful eyes, rather excitement. Our hero once again thought that he was grateful to fate for bringing him together with such a girl. The caravan was climbing the slope of a low mountain. Several more peaks were visible in the distance. The sun was beginning to approach them. But no one was planning to stop yet. Everything was going as usual, and there was still a solid stretch of road ahead. They were moving faster than he expected, Leon informed his fellow traveler. They had their own separate carriage, quite comfortable, it should be noted. "It's all because two horses are pulling a wagon with a spell carved into it," the experienced A-rank adventurer explained. "What kind of spell is this? I've never heard of it," Leon was surprised, to which the girl explained that the lightweight spell is very common, inexpensive, and useful. Although there is a drawback, when placed on carts, it makes them shaky and vulnerable to impacts. In areas with many ups and downs like the Titan Mountains, this spell would have to be turned off, so the caravanners are currently racing at full speed while the spell is working. The evening was getting closer, and it was decided to set up camp for the night before it got dark. Feeling that the carriage had stopped, Leon assumed that it was time to stop and suggested that they get out and look around. Karen refused and sent him alone, deciding to rest. She didn't feel like eating, and she didn't really want to walk. Leon liked what he saw. The camp was set up quite quickly, the horses were fed, and food was being prepared in huge cauldrons to feed the people. Everyone tries to get as much rest as possible during the halt. People have been working together for a long time, so the small guild functions as one organism. Suddenly, the young man felt unpleasant glances on his back and tensed up. It was unlikely that anyone would attack here, but anything could happen. When Leon looked back, he saw 3 mercenaries looking at him with undisguised displeasure. "I knew they would come as soon as they saw me alone," the guy thought, and asked out loud what business they had with him. "Damn it," he swore. "You say it's like our employer," the thin red-haired man said through his teeth. "Well, if they think so, then he really does act and talk like a boss," our hero retorted. The mercenary chuckled that he was acting like a big shot, because he was traveling in the company of an A-rank adventurer. It was very childish, but he was a baby after all. Leon didn't even know what to say. The mercenaries rushed at him in a crowd, so who was acting like a child here? "I just get colic at the thought of some suckers ignoring my skills and experience," Leon said. The mercenary cursed. They stood opposite each other for a few seconds in complete rage, miraculously not hitting each other. "That's enough." Another mercenary approached them. The verbal altercation was getting more and more heated. At this time, Karen appeared and asked, "Since when big boys fight only in words? If you don't believe in his abilities, then have a duel," she suggested. Leon was completely shocked by this proposal, and the mercenaries weren't exactly thrilled either. "What is it? Are you afraid that since she is on his side, she might intervene at any moment and then things will be bad for them?" the girl asked. The men looked at each other. It was clear that they were very tense and did not want to escalate the conflict with the A-rank adventurer. "No way," one of them finally answered. He was ready to fight her friend if the adventuress guaranteed a fair trial. "Okay," Karen said with an incredibly pleased look. She was already bored on the road and was glad to have some fun. "He wouldn't mind fighting right now, yes?" the girl asked Leon sweetly, and he nodded. Well, what else could he do? Events are developing exactly as Karen said, the young man thought, and began to consider where it would be best to hold the duel. Thinking about the girl, he imagined her with a dagger in her hand and realized that here everything was decided by skills, and the only way to fight prejudice was with force. Our hero looked at the bracelet where the tonic potion was kept. Then his gaze fell on the sign of the holy sword. If Elcid were here now, I wonder what he would say. The guy was sad, but he quickly pulled himself together. All three mercenaries lined up and announced that they were ready to begin the duel. They were B-rank veterans. The young man looked at them carefully, assessing them. For some reason, it seemed to him that he would not lose. The friction between adventurers and mercenaries is a specificity of the professions. And besides, he is a newbie, but he has already reached rank B, travels with the beauty of rank A, and behaves impudently, Leon realized. At this time, he noticed that Karen had organized the bidding. She announced that there were 10 seconds left until the bidding closed. There were quite a few people willing. They were betting on the adventurer just as willingly as on the mercenary. Leon caught himself thinking that he was not happy. The beauty had started this for fun and profit. But the guy stopped being angry as soon as Karen smiled sweetly at him and waved her hand, not without coquetry. "Listen, Guildmaster, would you like to place your bet?" the girl asked Arnold. "Ahem. Well then, okay," the man said and leaned toward the adventurer, whispering something in her ear. Leon immediately understood who he was betting on. He began to get really angry, but there was nothing he could do. He had to endure it. "So let's begin the duel," Karen screamed at the top of her lungs. "Adventurer Leon versus mercenary. What's your name?" she whispered. Against the representative of the mercenary squad Steelclaws, Hansen, the girl finally presented herself as our hero's opponent. They stood opposite each other, and Karen reminded them that direct hits from aura weapons were prohibited, as were magic scrolls and unregistered weapons. "You must follow the instructions. There is no time limit. You cannot leave the wasteland if you harm the spectators. You lose at that very moment," the judge finished. "Yes, senior comrade," Leon replied and planted his foot on the ground to quickly attack first. "I understand everything," Hansen replied, making exactly the same movement with his foot, and his aim was mirrored. "Let's start," the girl screamed, but contrary to expectations, none of the opponents made a swift attack. Leon stood with his sword at the ready. His opponent, armed with a spear, hid behind his huge shield, hoping to strike unnoticed. Leon began scanning the enemy with his aura and suddenly realized that the enemy in front of him wasn't even a C rank. And besides, a shield wasn't used at B rank. But then he took a closer look and realized that not everything was as simple as it might seem. These silver scratches on the shield indicate that this is not just a defensive weapon, but something much more interesting. Straining all his abilities, our hero tried to solve the riddle of the shield, but it was not easy. Here he was right. As if reading the young man's thoughts, the mercenary suddenly said that, although in small quantities, mithril was added to the alloy. "Several years ago, I risked my life and health to save a gnome and received this shield as a token of gratitude," he explained. "Is it possible to share such information so easily?" Leon was taken aback, to which he received the answer that what was the point of secrecy? After a couple of blows, everything would have become clear anyway. "Well, and most importantly," he added, frowning, "he had no intention of being cunning in a duel with a child from the very beginning." To put it simply, the man considered him a worthless rival. Leon pursed his lips. He was amused, but also angry. "He'll make him regret this," our hero whispered, and began to prepare his crushing blow around the shield. "I think I should start with a lightning-fast lunge," he decided, and repeated that same characteristic movement with his leg. At that very moment, Leon disappeared. The enemy simply stopped seeing him, but he didn't have much time to think. Leon appeared on the left flank and rushed into the attack at maximum speed. The skill demonstrated by Karen came in handy. He saw the shield and the spear sticking out from behind it, so he planned his blow in such a way that the enemy would not have time to get his bearings. It was necessary to sneak up unnoticed and with all your might chop with your sword behind the shield, to the side of the shield, or from above. Our hero chose to attack from above and brought down the full force of his sword on his opponent, who barely remained on his feet. Holding Leon's sword with his shield, Hansen couldn't figure out where the young man got such strength from. But there was no time to think. It was much wiser to attack, and he made several lunges with his spear. The guy jumped back in time and blocked the blow, which did not come as a surprise to our hero. The spear and shield worked well together, allowing one to defend and hold off enemy attacks, keeping a distance and attack if necessary. But Hansen's main focus was on defense, trying to wear his opponent down to the point of complete exhaustion. Leon realized that when he attacked, he was primarily damaging himself because he was getting tired and getting hit by spears. He decided to try to get rid of the shield using the eclipse technique, but he had to do it carefully so as not to cut the mercenary down along with the shield. He continued to fight back and strike with his spear, so the young man began to lose patience. But Hansen left no choice. He had to attack with all the cunning and resourcefulness available. Leon abruptly squatted down, resting his hand on the ground. This maneuver surprised his opponent. And the spectators froze, not understanding what was going on and why the swordsman was performing such manipulations. Karen looked at her friend with wide eyes. She just guessed what was about to happen. In an instant, there was no one in the place where Leon had just sat down, only marks on the grass. The next second, our hero's foot hit the shield with all its might. The blow was incredibly strong. Hansen almost fell over, but looked out from behind his shield in surprise. He didn't expect Leon to break the canon of a classic sword fight. At this time, Leon dove under the shield with his foot and knocked it out of his opponent's hands, leaving him without a weapon of defense. The leg flew at the mercenary again. He dodged a little, but still began to stagger, waving his arms. Leon's sword soon joined the leg, making it even more difficult to dodge. Leon disappeared again and appeared from an unexpected direction, developing super speed to deliver another blow. Hansen, who had managed to raise his heavy shield and hide behind it, prepared for a frontal attack, but in vain. Leon suddenly appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere, and thus caught his opponent off guard. These were the steps of a killer, Karen noted with satisfaction. She was pleased that the young man was using the technique she had taught him. Another disappearance and another unexpected attack from the flank completely threw Hansen off balance. He was about to fall to the ground when our hero sped up the process and, sneaking up, delivered the final blow, knocking the mercenary off his feet. Not just knocked down, but thrown up and turned over in the air, to be absolutely precise. He sat on the ground with a terrifying grin on his face, the glittering blade of Leon's sword hovering in front of his nose. "I lost," our hero heard. A calm and satisfied expression appeared on his face. It seemed he had no regrets. "The fight is over. The adventurer Leon is declared the winner," Karen proclaimed, and the crowd began to roar. Karen's technique had been very useful, Leon mused, but Elsid would not have approved of him imitating a killer. The guy remembered how his mentor advised him to learn more different techniques, but not to use all of them, and to try to attack head-on, like Rodrigo. The other mercenaries were quite tense, especially the bearded man, whose turn it was to fight next. Enough! Suddenly a booming and resonant voice sounded. It was the mercenary commander Gustav who appeared. "Even after seeing him fight, you don't see a gap in his skill and yours?" he asked his subordinates menacingly. He came right up to Leon. The young man was exactly half his size, and he was also wilting from the awkwardness of the situation. At that moment, the huge commander of the detachment bowed to Leon at the waist and asked for forgiveness for his men. "Your skills deserve a B rank. We were just blind. It's our fault that we started blaming our age for causing such a stir," Gustav explained. Leon looked at him with wide eyes, the way children look at Santa Claus, with adoration, doubt, and gratitude. To be honest, it was a little sad to admit that he was so young and they, veterans, were at the same level of skill. Besides, they, 4 men, are riding in one carriage, and he is traveling alone with such a beauty. Moreover, the girl turned out to be ranked A, which upsets our feelings even more, since we are all lower. That is why they were blinded by envy. Forgive them for being petty and narrow-minded. Gustav finished his speech. Leon looked at him kindly, and Karen began to giggle behind our hero's back. "From now on, let us live in peace," said the young man, and extended his hand to Gustav for a handshake. "Too bright, this is self-confidence. Why are they behaving this way?" The 3 mercenaries could not understand the actions of the youth and the commander. Shaking hands, Gustav admitted that they were now in Leon's debt, and that they would one day wash away this stain of shame. That is, they will help him in battle with the enemy. If such a need arises, they will fight on his side. "Oh, what debt?" Leon began. To which the commander of the mercenaries replied that a man's duty was above all else, and that someday they would repay him in full, but for now they would knock back a glass at dinner. The full moon had already risen and was beginning to hide behind the clouds. Evening had come. Darkness would soon fall, as always in the mountains, quickly. The mugs of ale were raised one after another. The mercenaries treated Leon to dinner as an honored guest. But the young man initially refused. He had never drunk alcohol before, and besides, he felt awkward. Eventually, the resistance was broken, and our hero drank a couple of mugs. And from being unaccustomed to it, he became very drunk. Karen didn't take much part in the feast, but she had fun watching her younger comrade begin his path as a sinner. The girl suspected the possible consequences, so in the morning she was not very surprised by the picture she saw. Leon lay with a compress on his face and groaned. The girl jokingly asked him how he liked the story about the great hero who kicked the bucket because of alcohol. Leon didn't answer a word. He wasn't in the mood for jokes, and in general, at that particular moment, he didn't feel like a hero at all. After reconciling with the mercenaries, the atmosphere within the guild improved greatly. Everyone became friendly. Leon even got some benefit. Hansen, with whom he fought, turned out to be from the northern regions and told about an interesting technique. With this technique, you can fight mountain orcs, as well as trolls, because there are a lot of them in the Titanium Mountains. Other mercenaries also rush to share their exploits in the fight against monsters, as well as secret techniques. Leon happily thanked for the information, but one day in response to his thanks, he heard a request to ask a question. "What is your real relationship with Miss Karen?" the huge bearded man asked him, looking intently into his eyes. Our hero did not expect such a turn of events. His thoughts at that moment were occupied with combat techniques. He imagined the beautiful and peaceful face of his sleeping girlfriend and asked again what she had to do with it. "What are you talking about, guys?" the young man repeated, and the mercenaries, scratching their beards, declared that he was definitely hiding something. "The very fact that you are riding in the same carriage," one of the men continued. But Leon did not let him finish, exclaiming that everything was not so at all. "Well, if that's not the case, then we should consider you two as teacher and student," the red-haired man clarified. "What I mean is that your movements are quite similar, but you communicate without ceremony, so it's not clear who's in charge," the mercenary continued. Leon looked at him and remembered that this was a former forester, Hamill. He was distinguished by his observation skills. "We became close through mutual requests. This is not the kind of relationship you are hinting at," the young man finally muttered. Still not having arrived, the mercenaries began to laugh loudly, to which they received the answer that they were very much mistaken. Karen lay under the covers and was angry. She heard this conversation, and she didn't really like it. Not only is the caravan accompanied by an A-rank adventurer, but there is also a B-rank boy riding in the same cart with her. Apparently for fun, they think, Leon thought. Doesn't he really deserve a better opinion of himself? Our hero was indignant and clenched his fist. "I can't relax for a second. Not when we're riding in a cart, not when we stop to rest, not even at night," he decided. At that moment, he almost ran into the mercenary commander, who turned around with a displeased look. The next moment, something happened, something as swift as lightning and just as unpredictable. Drops of blood appeared on the ground. Was it our hero's blood, or was it Gustav who was wounded? No, after all, it was the young man who was attacked. He barely managed to draw his sword and was now trying to parry the second blow of the huge enemy. Gustav's weapon was an incredibly large sword with an extra long handle, and he knew how to use it. What? A duel with the mercenary commander Gustav? That guy is no pushover. The witnesses of what was happening began to talk. "Strong," Gustav hissed through his teeth, never expecting him to withstand his direct attack. "I can't say that he survived, since he barely stayed on his feet. But how many people does he know who would have reacted just as quickly?" Leon asked. "He didn't use any technique. He just decided to hit with all his might. But he couldn't even think that he wouldn't dodge, but would take the blow." Gustav straightened up and placed his giant weapon on his shoulder, looking somewhat puzzled. "He was a little disappointed too," said a rumpled Leon, sitting on the ground in a hole left by his own feet. "What?" the mercenary commander laughed. "He's joking, but he likes the guy more and more. He's a great guy. Reacting to force with force, and to speed with speed, is a rather stupid tactic." The young man began to raise his sword, realizing that if the fight were real, he would already be dead. "Thank you for fulfilling my request. It was a very good lesson," he thanked the departing Gustav. "Feel free to contact me at any time. I would also be pleased to cross swords with such a talented fighter," the mercenary commander replied. "Ah, damn, we won't be able to fight each other for a while," the man suddenly added. Leon looked questioningly. "This evening we will cross the forest line, and there any noise will provoke an attack of all sorts of creatures," Gustav explained. Leon looked at him a little displeased. "And how long it would take to cross the forest?" he asked. "In a good scenario, this will take about 3 days, but if something goes wrong, it could take 5 or 6 days. It turns out that we have to fight monsters," the young man clarified. And in response, the mercenary commander nodded and noted that how could we do without it? "We have a small caravan, and trouble may pass us by, but the forest has a medium level of danger. If we suddenly encounter a mid-level monster on our way, it will definitely attack," Gustav explained. The young man did not know what this meant, and received the answer that there were trolls in the forest. The face of the man who had reached rank B and was close to reaching rank A showed genuine fear. "Trolls," the young man exclaimed joyfully and decisively. "Adults reach 4 or 5 meters and are quite agile." In our hero's mind, a plan scheme of the scale of a man and a troll, as well as combat options, was already presented. Despite the fact that many of them have a decent-sized belly, they can even climb trees, Gustav said. Those who haven't seen it themselves rarely believe it, but forest trolls can safely be called ape-like, he added. And Leon cried out in surprise. Then they sat down by the fire, and the man told everything he knew about trolls. They attack in groups, often use goblins or orcs as subordinates, and much more. Nothing like this is taught at the academy. This is knowledge that can only be gained in battle. Leon thought with a happy face. Then he heard Arnold's voice saying that the caravan was about to enter the forest. Those responsible for security, please carry out your duties properly. The movement began. The carts, one after another, drove along the night forest road, their speed not decreasing at all. Ah, finally the adventure begins. We've been idle for so long and now we're heading into the forest, Leon rejoiced. Finally, he found himself in the forest where the monsters lived. The young man took the sword and leaned on it, for some reason starting to summon an aura. Great, I need to concentrate, he thought, looking out of the cart. Only Karen, who had woken up, asked what was going on. So it's time to work? The girl asked cheerfully, watching as Leon huddled up and peered intently into the bushes. The younger comrade is a newbie, so he doesn't know much. Those creatures will appear at dawn or even tomorrow afternoon, she laughed. The adventurer calmly and relaxedly lay down on the bed, putting her hands behind her head, and suggested that they just rest. Karen knows better. I won't argue and I'll rest. I'm very tired after the fight with Captain Gustav, Leon agreed. Before fighting the monsters, it would be a good idea to get some sleep and get yourself in order, the guy decided. As the morning approached, the stars began to gradually disappear from the sky, and the troll attack never happened. The caravan of travelers moved through the forest quite quickly. It seemed that the sun would rise in a little while. Leon suddenly heard our hero Karen's muffled voice and instantly woke up, sat up and began to listen. A red-haired mercenary, I think his name was Hamel, who used to serve as a forester, climbed onto the roof of the carriage. He peered closely into the thicket and sniffed actively, which plunged the young man into genuine bewilderment. Suddenly, he jumped to his feet and drew the string of his elven bow, apparently a trophy taken in battle. The arrow shot by the mercenary flew vertically upward, right up to the starry sky, illuminating it. Soon the light from it fell down on the man standing on the roof of the cart and on the entire caravan that he was assigned to guard. In its light, it became clear that a whole horde of green, vile orcs was emerging from the thicket, their eyes blazing menacingly. "It's an attack!" someone screamed heartbreakingly loudly, and Karen and Leon quickly jumped off their cart. "Forward, junior comrade," the girl commanded, watching as the mercenary launched one after another arrows of aura. The aura arrows released by Hamel flew faster than lightning towards several targets at once. They were so powerful that they left round holes in the orcs that looked exactly like holes in cheese. "Great job, Hamel. Now it's our turn to join the fight," Gustav praised enthusiastically and gratefully. "To the attack!" the commander commanded. But the monsters attacked first. Several orcs jumped on him at once. The mercenaries were good. They cut the creatures to pieces with one blow. It was clear that the experience of teamwork was bearing fruit. A young guy with an eye patch was especially good at chopping hornet meat. His weapon was a sword, like Leon's. Leon looked at what was happening and thought in panic that this battle was significantly different from their operation against the cultists. Then we made our way through the enemy lines using individual qualities and techniques. You will die immediately if you do not act in conjunction with others. This is a completely different way of conducting a battle, he muttered, which surprised Gustav, who in horror assumed that the guy had not participated in such battles before. "Hey, Leon," he called out to our hero. "Is this his first time in a fight like this? He hasn't had this kind of experience before," Gustav asked. Having received an affirmative answer, the mercenary commander grabbed his head, both literally and figuratively. But there was no time to grieve. He had to save himself and the caravan. "Leon on the right," he warned his younger colleague. The young man looked at him with gratitude and finally remembered that he was holding a sword in his hands. "Yes, I understand," he shouted, and as usual he rushed head-on at the orcs. They were much slower than our hero, so he managed to take down a couple of them quite quickly. The young man literally cut his way forward, chopping the creatures in half as he ran. He struck with a swing, in a turn, flat, trying out different directions of movement of the weapon. This feeling on the tip of the sword, the guy suddenly felt a special vibration. If we are talking about goblins and orcs, then he had already met them in the forest with Elsidor. The young man remembered how, just a few seconds ago, he had cut his opponents into pieces with one movement. But now he was much more able to deliver chopping blows, the young man noted, once again gripping the hilt of the sword more firmly. It turns out that he became much stronger, our hero realized, and his eyes shone with joy and excitement. "Keep in line, archers. Kill the monkeys in the trees, Commander. The enemies who attacked the caravan from behind have been destroyed," the mercenaries shouted at each other. Amazing teamwork, Leon thought as they worked together to finish off the enemies in the center. They all turned out to be excellent fighters, but there were a few that stood out, such as Gustav. His huge sword cleaver cut through 2 or 3 orcs at a time, sending them flying in different directions like balls. At the same time, there was no feeling that it was difficult for the warrior to wield his giant weapon. He did it naturally and quite easily. If he wields a sword so magnificently in the thick of the forest, what will happen on the plain, the young man thought, and suddenly realized that it was time for him to return to battle. At that moment, one of the mercenaries, a rather young guy, bumped into him from behind. Leon apologized for running into him by accident. "Banda, you almost ran into my sword," the mercenary exclaimed, delivering a spinning blow right over our hero's head. Leon felt like a clumsy person. He struck out a few more times without aim, stepping on the mercenaries' feet and pushing them. Then he sat down on the ground, deciding that it would be less of a hindrance. "I need to learn to keep a stable distance from my comrades, and for this, the vision of the aura must become more stable," he realized. "You need to concentrate so as not to intersect with the trajectories of other fighters' strikes," Leon presented an approximate diagram. He needed to stick to his space and find gaps that he could fill with himself, Leon decided, looking at the guy in the bandage. Finally, he managed to calculate the trajectory and cover the enemy, cutting down the orc who wanted to attack him from behind. "Thank you." The mercenary thanked, and "Sorry for yelling," he added, to which Leon replied that thanks were unnecessary. "You're growing up before our eyes, Leon," Karen muttered thoughtfully, smiling. The girl saw the last scene and was pleased. And now the last of the orcs who had attacked them lay sprawled on the ground, like a dot in the battle that had taken place. "Excellent, we destroyed them all," Gustav rejoiced. "The attack of the goblins and orcs was repelled. He hopes no one was hurt," the commander asked. "The scouts will have to work a little longer. The rest can disperse to their wagons," he commanded. And Karen and Leon were glad of the opportunity to rest and discuss the battle. But then the commander of the mercenaries called out to the young man and asked him to help a little more. There was still a small matter left to do. What other job?" our hero asked, and Gustav proudly replied that he was talking about hunting a troll. "What?" exclaimed the young man. "What other troll hunt?" He was already determined to quickly go to the cart and go to bed. "It looks like the security team is determined to catch the troll. Great experience." Karen put her hand on his shoulder. "That's right," nodded the commander of the mentors. "He's already discussed this issue with the head of the guild, and he's also interested." But as they know, he turned to the girl. "Trolls treat the strong and the weak very differently. If you, A rank, demonstrate your strength, it is very likely that all the trolls will leave this area, running away without looking back. Therefore, he suggests that she not interfere," Karen asked him, narrowing her eyes. "It was just a recommendation. If you don't like this idea, we'll just give up on the idea of catching the troll." The man began to fawn. Leon, what do you say? What should we do?" the girl asked the guy. He was surprised why the question was addressed to him. This is a troll. He has never encountered them before, so he may not be aware of the specifics of the threat, Karen explained. Leon remembered a lecture at the academy about how trolls were medium-sized creatures, but they gained a dominant position over other monsters due to their incredible strength and regeneration. The troll appears at least once in every adventure story, and is also different from the satanic monsters. Leon introduced everyone in turn, especially remembering the reincarnated preacher, whom our hero cut in half. "I think this will be a pretty useful and interesting experience that will teach me something new," the guy decided. "I agree. I will take part in the troll hunt," the young man exclaimed enthusiastically, which pleased Gustav quite a bit, and Karen seemed to be glad that he didn't back down from possible troubles. The girl walked away with a satisfied look. "I can't complain that on an expedition I am insured against any threats, and instead of fighting, I am resting. There is one condition, however," she said before finally walking away and going to bed in her carriage. "Give Leon a chance to fight a troll one-on-one," she demanded. Leon looked at her with wide eyes. He didn't expect to have such a chance to test his strength. "Oh, and if Leon kills the troll, pay him properly for the work he's done," she added, poking her finger into Gustav's chest. He agreed, saying that he had already made arrangements with the guild. There was only one star left in the sky, and it was soon destined to fade. Dawn was approaching. The caravan followed its route. The mercenaries tracked down the trolls, but over the 4 days in the forest, they did not encounter them once. Leon rode in the cart and listed all the enemies he encountered on the journey. They were orcs, goblins, gnolls, kobolds, but not trolls. "I have no idea what kind of monsters could attack us besides this," the young man continued his thought, remembering the orcs. He imagined some kind of disgusting werewolves and mutants, but it was doubtful that such creatures lived in the thick of the forest. "Monsters also know fear," the hero summed up. "But be that as it may, we have been moving almost nonstop for the 4th day, and we have not yet overcome even half of the forest." "Maybe it's the work of the trolls," he asked, presenting the map. "The trolls have sent all the monsters of these places at us." The attacking forces did not cause us much damage, but I would like to defeat the one who set them on us, the one who began this manipulation from the shadows. Or could it be that the trolls are so scared that they won't attack? Leon asked Karen. The girl wanted to answer that this was also possible, but she fell silent mid-sentence. Her eyes became huge and our heroine began to listen intently and peer ahead. Senior comrade, what's wrong with you? Leon asked. He hadn't yet seen a huge piece of rock fall right on their caravan. It wasn't just huge. The closer it got, the more obvious it became that the rock was the size of a house. Don't ask what happened. Instant death. We didn't lose anyone on the last raid, but here in a second a boulder destroyed 3 of us, the frightened travelers shouted to each other. What, this eye patch? Leon suddenly remembered the mercenary with whom he fought side by side. He felt sad. The young man clenched his fist very tightly. He was very angry at the enemy and wanted to avenge his comrade. Get ready, they're here, Karen commanded in a low whisper, looking ahead and up. Another piece of rock was rushing down the mountain straight at their caravan, risking crushing not only the cart, but at least a couple of travelers. Panic began. People began to rush about screaming that they didn't know where the next stone would land, while the mercenaries prepared to attack. This was the trolls' tactic. Leon also realized that these were trolls. He hurried to prepare for battle, quietly taking the holy sword out of its sheath. It looked like another stone was flying straight at him. Did our hero decide not to dodge but to take the blow? The young man began to think whether he would be able to cut this stone into 2 parts using the eclipse technique. While he was thinking, there was no time left as well as no choice. He had to do it. But then Gustav came to the rescue. The commander tried to stop the boulder with his huge sword, so that's what such a weapon is needed for, our hero thought. The man was incredibly strong, and he used all his strength, and for a moment it seemed to everyone that even that would not be enough. However, the very next second, the huge and heavy stone was cut into 2 almost identical parts. People gasped in horror and delight. The mercenaries froze in surprise. Someone called out to Commander Gustav. The man landed quite successfully and immediately began giving orders, commanding everyone to form Formation S. The 3 mercenaries hide the carts in the shelter. The adventurers avoid the monsters that can appear out of nowhere. Leon heard his commands. At this time, suspicious sounds and growling were heard from the thicket of the forest. It was not the trolls who attacked first, but their minions. These were werewolves and mutants, not such dangerous opponents, but a good distraction. Gustav saw through the tactics and commanded that the trolls would remain a priority. The rest of the monsters would disappear, left without leaders. Hamel Hansen, the commander, called out. Take 4 mercenaries with you and go on reconnaissance. See trolls, join the battle. Finish off these damn creatures so they can no longer throw their stones, Gustav shouted. Commander, we're going to go to the troll that's furthest away from all the others, Karen said. She'd already figured out his location. Forward, Leon, the girl screamed and rushed into the thicket. Our hero followed her at maximum speed. The first to jump out at them were several orcs with axes. Dealing with them was not difficult. Karen also got into the swing of things, destroying the little creatures in droves, as if they were just annoying bugs to her. Leon didn't even try to help her, realizing that he would rather be a hindrance in this lightning-fast fight. Karen, having finished off the last one, rushed further in the direction of the trolls. The girl reported that she had warmed up well. Suddenly she announced that they were almost there and Leon needed to concentrate as much as possible. There he was, standing on the dais before them, a huge muscular troll, his eyes glowing red. The monster held a huge boulder in his hand like a ball, and a wooden club was visible behind his back. He did not expect to encounter an enemy here. I'll block his escape route, so fight him as much as you like, Karen said. You haven't forgotten about the one-on-one fight with the troll, the girl asked, which puzzled Leon a little. Taking advantage of the distance from the other mercenaries, we approached him first. He didn't expect to notice us, the guy thought. Monsters have night vision, and this can be used to some advantage, he concluded. Leon summoned the cleansing light technique he had learned from the bishop onto his sword, and it worked as expected. The troll screamed in pain and tried to cover his eyes with his hands, but it didn't help much. Done, Leon thought, and rushed towards the target, intending to destroy it with one blow. Small stones and all sorts of debris flew around, flying out from under the feet of the rushing monster. Soon arms were added to the legs, and the troll dug his fingers into the rock to tear off another huge boulder and throw it at the enemy. But I had to cover my eyes with my other hand to avoid going blind, so I couldn't pick out anything significant. Leon, covering his face with his hands, gradually closed the distance to get within striking range of the sword. The cleansing light blinded him, and this is my chance, the young man thought. I need to attack as soon as possible. But then a red eye appeared from under the monster's fingers. The monster regenerated quickly, restoring its vision in less than a couple of seconds. Now the huge and clumsy troll noticed that the enemy was small. His hand reached for the wooden club. Snatching it up, he began swinging it to crush Leon like an annoying green fly on a summer day. The young man examined the enemy's weapon. It was a log, so heavy that he could handle it with one blow. The boy remembered the fight with Gustav. Then he managed to reflect the giant sword, but he learned his lesson well. You weren't supposed to reflect the blow, but avoid it, the mercenary commander was surprised then. Well, this time we'll follow his advice, the guy decided. That fight wasn't real, but this one is completely real. He has no right to make a mistake, Leon realized. At this time, the troll's huge club was rapidly approaching from above, threatening to crush his head. "Let's go!" the young man cried out and quickly jumped back at the last moment, giving the troll the opportunity to use up as much force as he could on the blow. It was not possible to hit the enemy right away. He turned around and turned to follow our hero. Leon decided that he needed to make a few more feints from different sides. He rushed through space like a whirlwind, his sword cutting the air, his club making blank strikes. It seemed that while the guy was attacking from above, the troll did not see. But at the last moment, the monster managed to react. Then Leon tried to sneak up from the other side, but a blow of enormous force fell on him. Every now and then the troll realized that the club was ineffective, and so he scooped up another handful of stones to throw at Leon and keep him away from himself, preventing him from being struck with a sword, blinding him with dust and stones. Leon was no less exhausted than his opponent. It took him incredible effort to jump out from under the club that was striking him down. Damn, how he annoys me. Literally just 2 or 3 more steps are missing, our hero thought desperately. The young man leaned his back against the tree and once again tried to concentrate as much as possible to strike. Our hero gradually began to direct the aura towards the tip of his sword, thinking that the enemy simply left him no choice. Tension gripped Leon, as he had not yet learned this technique well or practiced it sufficiently. But there was nowhere to go. A second later, the troll noticed the strange glow of the sword and became wary. He had seen this before when the guy blinded him. To avoid a repeat, the monster had to do something. The troll swung his club and rushed to attack, intending to leave not a single wet spot of our hero. The young man concentrated on his task as much as possible. He needed to use an unpracticed but effective technique. It was the eclipse technique that the bishop had once suggested to him, a technique using the aura attribute. The sword flared up with solar fire. It was difficult for the young man to even hold his own sword, but he intended to deliver a blow with the maximum force and power of his aura, bringing down all its might on the troll. Our hero managed to swing his weapon not once but several times while the technique was still in effect. He himself did not expect that he could do that. At first, a huge troll foot fell down with a roar. It was almost the size of our entire hero. A hand, comparable in size to a lower limb, landed nearby. My aura's weapon attribute is the sun. How do you like the combat power and super strong heating of my eclipse? Leon asked the enemy. The troll lay flat on the ground, screaming, a column of white light shooting out of its severed leg like a spotlight. But the creature was not ready to give up. With an incredible effort, it jumped up and quickly rushed to run away. No way, thought our hero. He didn't come all this way just for him to run back to the mountains. The troll continued to make huge leaps to get as far away from the enemy as possible, preferring opponents he could defeat. Now the monster understood that he needed to urgently save his life by hiding in the forest as quickly as possible. But Leon was determined. He was disgusted by the fact that when he realized the real threat, such a giant would run away like a puppy. The young man remembered the mercenaries who had treated him in a friendly manner and had become his comrades. Our hero also remembered the guy with the eye patch crushed by a cobblestone who saved his life. Leon's fists clenched in determination. He wanted to take full revenge on the troll. There would be no mercy for him. "No one deserves such a needless death, vile scum!" our hero screamed at the top of his lungs. He began to prepare the reception of the great chariot. The first discharge of energy had already been launched into the bushes. In pursuit of the fleeing troll, the guy was preparing the next one. This technique, under the auspices of the second brightest star in the Big Dipper, Merak, works over long distances. It was in the sky among the mountains that the young man noticed the necessary constellation. The stars were shining, shimmering with different shades. Soon the hillock was illuminated by a flash that moved along the mountainside from one end to the other. Gradually, this stream of fire began to expand and flare up, and the flames engulfed nearby trees. It was Leon who was racing after the troll with his mighty flaming sword, leaving a trench in the rock, and now he caught up with the enemy, cutting him in half. Raising his sword with his arm outstretched, the young man flew a few more meters by inertia, and only then braked. He fell to his knees in exhaustion, the sword still burning, realizing that it was all over, and revenge had been accomplished. Leon began to laugh. It was not a laugh of joy, but rather a belated hysteria in response to all the events of the last few hours. But he had no idea that unlike the eclipse, which focused only on the blade, Merrick was capable of such long attacks and such a drain on energy, he thought. Wow, he really defeated him as expected. Mr. Hero is great, Karen exclaimed as she approached silently. Just in case she blocked the monster's escape route, the girl said, and Leon flared up, declaring that it turned out that he had worked in vain. It was done just fine, junior comrade, she assured him. While the guy was examining his sword, the technique was not ideal. There was some work to be done, but the hero did it. He did it without Karen's help, that's the main thing. He succeeded, Leon rejoiced. The guy was extremely proud of himself. At this point, his strength ran out. His body was not yet physically ready to use such a powerful technique. The young man smoothly sank to the ground. Karen leaned over him with concern. At first, the girl was worried, but quickly realized what was going on. Don't worry, junior comrade. Your senior colleague will take care of the rest, the beauty promised. Well done, Leon, she praised the sleeping youth, placing her hand on his forehead, as if calming a child. Leon was not quite asleep. He lost consciousness and felt himself disembodied, floating high in the sky among the stars. What did the guy think when he managed to fall asleep, not realizing that he had not regained consciousness until now, at least physically? At first, Leon felt a relaxed serenity, but then he suddenly tensed up. He realized that he had no right to relax like this. Time is equally unfair to everyone. He was sure that the guy had become much stronger, but he would never lose to him, the young man thought. There was only one opponent our hero could turn to in this way, only one reason not to give up and to improve his skills. It was Lion. It was his image that flashed in the mind of our hero and made him fight again, train again, live again. Walking through the starry sky, Leon found his way back to life. He had a purpose, and now he remembered it again. The young man's eyes opened wide and looked at the ceiling of the carriage. He remembered everything and yet nothing. Someone carefully laid him down on the mat and covered him with a blanket. Probably it was Karen, who promised to take care of her younger comrade. Oh right, yesterday the guy began to finally come to his senses, threw off the blanket and froze in horror, trying to get up. A terrifying sharp pain pierced his body, so strong that our hero could not restrain himself and screamed at the top of his voice. Lying down again, he thought that he had not been able to heal in one day, and most likely would not be able to do so in two either. Ah, I have this. The young man looked at the magic silver bracelet given to him by the Lord. He remembered that a healing medallion was kept there, given by the bishop for just such purposes. At the mere thought of the bishop, a warm light filled the room. The young man put the amulet to his chest, and this alone made him feel better. When he put it on his neck, a complete recovery took place. Leon did not expect that he could feel so good in an instant. How dare the bishop say that this is a mere trifle, I feel so good. Even the fatigue has gone away. Our hero was surprised and mentally thanked the elf. Oh, our hero is already on his feet, he heard Karen's voice, and soon she herself appeared, only for some reason, upside down. The girl sat on the very top of the roof of the cart and leaned down to see how her younger comrade was doing. Soon the caravan set up camp for a rest during a stop, and our heroes decided to go look around. On the way, Karen said that they managed to neutralize 3 of the 4 trolls. The escaped troll also received serious injuries, so everyone is sure that he will not go into this forest again. The girl added that they turned out to be surprisingly cowardly and faint-hearted creatures. Leon completely agreed with her. Here they approached the clearing, and the young man gasped in surprise. Yes, Karen dispelled his doubts. These were the corpses of those very trolls. 3, if you count the one he killed. And if we're talking about money, we're talking about 9 dozen gold coins, she added. Wizards even buy up their bodies immediately. Troll blood is the basis for many valuable potions, and their heads are also highly valued, Karen explained. But here's the thing, added the adventurer. We won't get even half the price. The troll's body is cut in half. There's almost nothing left of the precious blood. Leon felt guilty for some reason, although he didn't know that he should destroy the enemy in the most careful way possible. Karen turned around and walked on, steam practically pouring out of her ears with displeasure, which made Leon laugh so much that he instantly calmed down. The young man began to examine the defeated trolls. The first of them was defeated by at least 4 types of weapons, which meant that the mercenary scouts had gotten to him. The second met his death at my hand, and the third did not get along with Gustav's giant sword, the young man thought. Having imagined how this must have happened, Leon became convinced that it could not have been anyone other than the mercenary commander. Ah, they finally arrived, Miss Karen, Mr. Leon. I'm so glad, so incredibly glad to see you. A voice came from behind the trees. It was the head of the guild, followed by another guy. Apparently the treasurer or something like that. He looked like a serious bookworm beyond his years. You did a great job, and Leon, who killed the troll, and Karen, who blocked all the creatures' escape routes, Arnold began, but the girl noticed that they were just doing their job. But Leon was interested in something much more important. He looked gloomily at the guild leader and asked what our losses were. Karen and Arnold turned to him, unsure of how best to respond, because the losses had indeed been there and they had been considerable. Finally, the man voiced the numbers. 9 killed, 21 injured, no seriously wounded. But several people would still have to be left behind in the next settlement, he added. The guild would help with the funeral and pay compensation to the families of the deceased, Arnold assured the adventurers. But Leon's fists involuntarily clenched in rage. Karen looked from her comrade to the head of the guild and remained silent. It was obvious that she had something completely different on her mind. Finally, the girl couldn't stand it any longer and asked how much money she and Leon had earned. Arnold was a little embarrassed, but replied that he would pay in full. 1 troll costs about 30 coins. Yours is cut in half and there is almost no blood left, the man began to count. I will give you half, that is, 15 gold. Oh no, let it be 30 as a bonus, he suddenly realized. But Karen insisted on the originally announced amount, saying that they didn't need other people's money. When they had walked away a little, Leon asked her why she hadn't taken the 30 gold pieces, since it would be stupid to miss the chance to earn more. To this, Karen responded that if someone shows you excessive kindness, be prepared to repay it, and not necessarily with money. But now that she accompanies the hero, there is no need to remain in debt to others, the beauty added, and Leon was confused. He could not understand what she meant. At this time, a huge tanned hand was already descending from above to firmly and friendly pat our hero on the shoulder. It was Gustav, who grabbed the young man in his arms and began to lament that he was glad to see him, that the boy had recovered very quickly and was generally a great guy. Commander Leon greeted him joyfully, but he noted that outside of work it was better to call him by his first name. By the way, Leon, tell me about that troll he took down, the mercenary commander asked, continuing to hold the guy tightly in his arms. What kind of technique did he use? I've never seen anything like it. Gustav leaned towards the young man with interest. It didn't look like a normal sword cut. The commander was simply dying of curiosity. Oh, that's my secret fencing art, the guy mumbled uncertainly. The commander understood everything and apologized for the tactless question. Tell me, Leon asked the man, is everything okay with your comrades? It was obvious that he was worried that any of the mercenaries had died. Gustav was silent for a while. He felt embarrassed about the casualties among the participants of the journey. But then he collected his thoughts and replied that everything was okay. Hansen has a couple of scratches, and Hamel is a little dented. Leonek is blooming and smelling as usual, so our hero learned the name of another comrade, the bearded one. Don't take what happened too seriously, the commander advised, placing his hand on Leon's forehead in a fatherly manner. All those who decided to take part in such a dangerous journey were well aware of the risks and were prepared for possible death. There are many of us who carry a will with them, continued Gustav. Death is a sad thing, but don't you dare burden yourself with responsibility to such an extent that everything inside you will burst at the seams. He turned and walked away, giving a final farewell salute with his hand. After all, the mercenary commander had his own unique style. Leon remained standing, thinking about his words. The guy was really very grateful for such wise advice. It is quite natural to mourn someone's death, but it is not the dead who need it, but the living, Karen noted. The goal here is one, to force yourself to develop further. Even if he was a hero to everyone, that principle would not change, she reminded the young man, smiling warmly. Well, did my words console you at least a little? Suddenly the beauty became cheerful and began to ruffle the guy's hair, as if he were a lapdog. Leon was seething and silent. Oh, by the way, maybe he heard something about the desert area, Karen asked, raising her index finger. Our hero thought about it, began to remember something, but nothing really came to mind. About the desert, he asked again. Well, to begin with, a desert is a territory covered with sand, not soil. There is almost no rain, and the night temperature is inversely proportional to the daytime temperature. This natural environment is especially merciless for living beings, because it is not easy to survive in such conditions, purely physically. And if you add to this the cruel nomads, sandworms, and countless monsters, then no one would want to end up in the desert, Karen finished her story. That's the story, she added. And Leon realized that no one wanted to end up in the desert, but apparently they would have to. But don't worry, the beauty reassured him. We'll only be moving a small piece of the way along the border itself. Considering the speed of the carts, we'll get there in a week. But he still had to get to the desert. How long would it take, he asked. and received the answer that it would take 3 or 5 days, depending on the circumstances. The carts are moving pretty fast. If we don't get delayed in the next village, we'll make it in time, Karen added. Leon looked at his sword and found himself thinking that he didn't want to be in the desert without Elsidor. And by the way, there were 5 days left until his release. I haven't heard him chatter for a month now. I didn't think I'd miss it so much, the guy thought. Then Karen looked out of the cart and exclaimed that they had finally left the forest. She had been waiting for this very much. The surrounding area was flat, the last trees of the thicket were left behind, and this inspired optimism. After some time, the landscape changed completely, and a few days later, the camp had to be set up among the sand dunes. Where did the map go? Leon muttered, trying to find a folded sheet of paper with a map of the area in his things. At that moment, the hilt of his sword activated and a slight glow appeared, but our hero was too busy searching. The sword lit up again. It seemed that something extremely important and serious was happening. Would the young man really not notice? With a cry that he was finally back, Elsidor was freed. He jumped out into our world with his fists raised menacingly and beside himself with joy and happiness. Leon just yelled something unintelligible. He was also incredibly happy. Only a couple of seconds later, he also exclaimed that the mentor had finally returned. Leon sat down more comfortably and began to listen to the Blue Ball's story about what this month of confinement had been like for him. Then they couldn't stop looking at each other for a long time and both understood that Leon's colorful story was about to follow. But instead, Elsidor decided to be a bit of a bore and asked why he had to shout like that when they met. I have only one desire now, to stretch and warm up well, added Elsidor. Forgive me, but everything else comes later. That's why you showed up with a loud scream, Leon asked, but no one bothered you for that scream. I already want to go back to when this month was just beginning, our hero muttered with a displeased look. The mentor put his soul into his training, and he behaves like this. The ball was indignant and added that the teacher must be treated with the utmost respect, just as he had once treated his own. When asked what kind of mentor this was, the ball replied that it was himself, because he had learned everything himself. Then Leon indignantly declared that it was much easier to treat oneself with respect than someone else who shouted and was boring. Eventually the jokes ended and the young man briefly told about his adventures over the past month. It turns out that from the very beginning, the bishop figured out your true identity, and the man who called himself an adventurer became your comrade and dropped his jaw. Don't worry, Karen is reliable, Leon reassured him, mentally returning to the memory of how the girl swore allegiance to him under the tree. Even though she was a killer, her personality was not distorted, and he believed she could be trusted. Elsidor agreed. I think she can compensate for your shortcomings with her skills, and by the way, her skills have improved, the ball asked. He did not indulge in gluttony and fun for the entire month. The guy suggested checking the results of the training. Wow, someone is really oozing confidence, the teacher exclaimed and snapped his fingers to call up Leon's stats. They both looked at the table and literally couldn't believe their eyes. The young man's progress was unprecedented. Our hero had already surpassed all of Leon's stats. He realized this slowly and stunned. It took several minutes. Having imagined his opponent, the young man suddenly realized that now he could only test who was stronger by meeting and crossing swords. I don't think Lion has been indulging in fun all these months either, but the thing is that you can't really have fun within the walls of the academy, our hero thought. It looks like the system has failed. He simply can't have such data, the ball said, and the guy mentally called him a bastard. It seemed that the student had worked significantly on Rodrigo's technique and the aura and the technique of the Big Dipper, the ball said. It seemed to him that someone had slept for 2 months instead of 1. Seeing the technique of the first-level Great Chariot before his eyes, I can assume that the student has mastered the first step, Elsidor asked, and the troll he had cut up appeared before Leon's eyes. Then he remembered how much energy this stage of technology had consumed from him, and admitted that this was only the beginning of his journey. Even the fact that he mastered Mirak already exceeds all expectations, the ball praised. Perhaps Leon has a talent for learning. But in the end, all his successes are entirely and completely my merit. Elseed continued to show off, saving the careless student. He performed a miracle. Leon was silent. It seemed as if his thoughts had gone for a walk in another dimension, just so as not to hear how his teacher attributed all the achievements to himself. Finally, his patience snapped, and the guy said expressively that he simply had no words to thank his mentor properly. The ball didn't listen to the end. He sniffed the air and said that he felt a strong smell of sand. Were we in a desert? He exclaimed. Since we are moving in a cart, it means the path lies somewhere very far away. Elsidor continued to make his assumptions. Leon noted that he himself had spoken about the Titanium Mountains. That was where they were heading. He had accepted the request to protect the guild. Well, that sounds good. But why did the caravan head into the heart of the desert, the ball wondered. What is he saying? They only deviated slightly from the direct route, the young man objected. The guy finally found the map he was looking for and began to examine it, remembering what was blocking their path, the mountains, or the canyon that they had to go around. Elsider asked to look at the map. His face began to look suspicious. The guy became a little nervous, but did not interfere with questions. Finally, the mentor exclaimed that there should not be a desert here, so either the map was wrong or they had completely lost their way. 300 years ago, this place was a vast plain. Why is there a desert here? This simply cannot be. Elsider continued to be indignant. Beautiful trees and gardens could not have turned into a desert in 300 years. The blue ball continued to bend its line, which means someone specially turned them. They disguised artificial desertification as a natural process, but you can't fool him. He saw through them. The ball summed up. If they can use magic to summon a creature capable of devouring an entire city, then they can turn gardens into a desert. Leon finally realized that Elsider believed that the artificial desertification of the area was the work of Satanists. But he did not at all share his mentor's speculations. The guy decided that he was having an attack of paranoia after a month's absence. Shar sighed. He realized that he had been talking in vain, so he asked Leon to forget about this conversation, because it was an old matter, and therefore he just needed to do his job and move on. Then why did he even start this conversation? The young man became indignant and threatened his mentor with his fist. It was amazing. Only half a year had passed since they had met Elsider, and he already couldn't imagine life without him. Leon caught himself thinking. Welcome back. The young man greeted his mentor as if he had just returned, and they smiled at each other like best friends. Karen watched her younger friend. His behavior seemed very strange to the girl. The guy was talking and smiling, as if he was communicating with someone, but she could not see the ball. The caravan continued moving through the desert. The sun was shining brightly, and even the horses could barely move their legs from the heat. Karen was half lying in the cart and was also languishing from the heat. It was so hot that she could die, she complained to Leon. He didn't answer, and the girl looked at him with a displeased expression. The young man's strange behavior did not stop. Leon sat with a happy face, polishing his sword. He smiled and muttered something under his breath, completely ignoring her. Leon, I see you're in a great mood. Something good happened that I don't know about, the beauty asked, losing her patience. Leon turned away from the girl and looked at the mentor. Maybe it was because Elsid had returned, our hero thought. At this time, the blue ball was carefully studying the area through which the cart was traveling. His face was calm and businesslike. Gustav, riding on horseback at the head of the caravan, suddenly gave the command to stop and set up camp right where they were. Put the carts on the side where the wind is blowing, make a fire, and cook dinner. The commander continued to give instructions, and Leon was surprised that the halt was so soon. The nights in the desert are much darker and colder than he can imagine. Karen put her elbow on his shoulder. The girl had already put on a hooded cape to go out. If you take the temperature change lightly, problems could arise, she added, and invited them to follow her. Elsid, we need to go too. The guy turned to the mentor, who continued to peer intently into the distance. It's a desert, the blue ball muttered sadly. Not even a tiny clearing from my memories remains. He sighed bitterly. He never thought that 300 years later, everything would turn out this way, he complained to Leon, who had already started to catch up with his friend. Ah, excuse me, it seems they are calling you. He looked at the young man, as if returning to reality from memories. Leon, come here quickly, Karen shouted, the incredible smell of freshly cooked meat stew spreading across the desert. Sister Karen, Leon, come here. It's dinner time. The mercenaries invited them to the table. It was clear that they were really happy to have the opportunity to eat well in good company. Elster looked at how willingly the men who had been through fire, water, and copper pipes invited his student. Then he looked at his young charge, who was smiling happily, having let Karen have another joke, and he felt uneasy. A minute later, Gustav put his arm around our hero's shoulders, and his comrades were happily devouring the aromatic meat stew. The picture was almost idyllic. The blue ball bit his lip in resentment for indulging in sad thoughts while there was joy and peace all around. What difference did it make in the end, whether it was a desert or a meadow? Elsidur decided for himself, and decided not to return to this topic in his thoughts anymore. The man living in this era is not him, but Leon, and he is glad that the guy has finally found the opportunity to have a good time for his own pleasure. He looked at the young man's happy face and thought that in reality his student had not had such an opportunity many times in his life. Soon the night became dark and impenetrable. The coals in the fire were dying down, and everyone decided that it was time to go to bed. The travelers dispersed into their carts and tightly closed the entrance with cloth so that the cold would not interfere with their rest. Leon slept soundly, dreaming something disturbing, but not so much that he woke up from a nightmare in a cold sweat. However, he still managed to wake up. The young man heard some extraneous sounds and opened his eyes. What was going on? What was that sound? And what was that unpleasant feeling of discomfort he felt? The young man wondered as he sat up in bed. "Shh," asked Karen, who had not slept for a long time and had even managed to dress warmly so that she could jump out of the cart if necessary, for silence. "Senior comrade." Leon looked at her warily. The girl's eyes flashed with green fire. She felt the imminent danger. Looking out into the street, the girl did not notice anything suspicious. All the carts were standing as they had been in the evening. There were no people in sight. But then some strange movements appeared in the sand. Their vector was directed towards the caravan camp. "There is an enemy outside," Leon asked, to which he received an affirmative answer. The girl added that there were quite a lot of them. "They don't emit any deadly energy, so she didn't notice until they got close. It seems no one intends to fight," the beauty explained. "And what about the sentries?" Our hero suddenly remembered about the 2 sentries appointed by Arnold. Karen replied that the enemy was moving under the sand, therefore not visible to those who do not feel vibration. "Look, they're heading like a load," the beauty exclaimed. "It looks like they're going to commit a theft and escape. Leon, what do you say? How we will act? The decision is yours." The girl turned to him for advice. "We could raise the alarm and stop the thieves. But we were at a disadvantage by allowing them to enter the camp," the young man thought. "I don't think that people who are fast asleep will be able to immediately bring themselves into proper combat readiness," he decided. "Those bastards also know that if they go against the guild's guards, they won't win," the blue ball commented on the situation. "That's why they came here quietly, not intending to kill anyone. If we wake everyone up, we'll fight back. But then there will be casualties," Elsider added, and the guy doubted again. "You seem to be having a lot of fun," Leon muttered, looking at the excited face of his mentor, who explained that he finally had a chance to see his students' progress in battle. "Senior comrade, what is the exact number of enemies?" Leon asked. Karen replied that 14 people were heading towards the cargo, and another 22 were standing at a distance. "That's all who are in my detection zone," the girl said. "Maybe there is someone else further, but she hasn't noticed him yet." Even if the enemy's strength was not great, 36 people in their usual desert could pose a significant threat, Leon thought. A clumsy first move could play a cruel joke on us, he decided, and called out to Karen again. She understood him without words, nodded silently, and began to act immediately, moving silently, like a lynx. At first, she headed towards the nearest carts with cargo, where the robbers had almost reached. On the roof of one of the carts, the girl took up a fighting position, watching as the attackers got closer and closer to her under the sand and waiting for the right moment. Just a little more and the heat will start, Karen thought, and her face became joyful. No matter how you look at it, she also missed the battle. Her movements were lightning fast. Here the girl is sitting on the roof of the cart, and in a moment there is no one there. Only the glow of the aura remains. Shadow jump is an assassin's technique that has been practiced thousands of times and has never failed the heroine. Another second and the girl will land next to the cart below, and then not a single robber will remain alive. Karen found that the cart was enchanted, which she found interesting, and she remembered her earrings, which worked in a similar way, and the daggers came into play. Our heroine's aura weapon always worked flawlessly, and all the daggers flew down to their targets at the same time. With flashes of aura, they landed on the robbers making their way under the sand. Not one of them missed. The enemies could no longer hide in their shelter. They came to the surface to understand what was going on and who was attacking them. At that moment, they saw Leon standing on the roof of the carriage, a sword in his raised hand. Another moment, and the weapon began to shine with a blinding warm light, illuminating everything around. Every intruder was discovered. The valuable cargo was also in plain sight. "Enemies!" the young man shouted at the top of his lungs. "Thieves are targeting the carts with cargo," he continued to sound the alarm. Gustav woke up in his bed and opened his eyes with lightning speed, his face expressing complete bewilderment. Arnold also sat up in bed, trying to figure out what it was that he had just heard and whether he had dreamed it. The attackers, wearing gas masks and special metal caps for moving under the sand, froze as if rooted to the spot. At that very moment, a crowd of mercenaries rushed at them. Gustav commanded to maintain formation and remember the priorities, protecting the guild leader and the cargo above all else. The battle was fast and productive. The hats of the attackers flew into the air. Why would someone who lost their head need a headdress? But while most of the thieves took the brunt of the blow, two, one of whom had a red glowing eye, still managed to steal something. "If only it weren't for that bitch's daggers," the red-eyed man muttered, and ordered an immediate retreat. He raised his fist up to make himself more visible and shouted again that they were retreating from their positions. Those who survived sank back into the sand, but Gustav gave the order not to let them escape, and the mercenaries began to pursue the thieves. "Hey you bastard with a load on your shoulders! Put down what's not yours and get lost!" Karen shouted threateningly. The man with the red eye didn't even look back. He continued walking with the bag on his shoulder as if nothing had happened. Then the girl's aura weapons, merciless and lightning-fast daggers, flew after the thief, but he caught the one that was supposed to hit the target with his hand. The others were also caught or beaten back. Leon realized in horror that with one hand the bandit had completely parried Karen's attack. The young man froze with his sword at the ready. He had never seen anything like this before. And what's more, he couldn't even imagine it. The boy and the girl stood silently and thoughtfully watched as the enemies dug into the sand and disappeared from sight. Karen watched them go, and it was obvious that this was a challenge thrown down to her personally. The adventurer had a clear intention to meet the red-eyed man and test him in battle. "The man with the bag on his back will now haunt her nightmares," the young man muttered without losing his sense of humor. "And the fact that someone is able to catch a dagger, flying at a deadly speed, will also go down in the annals of history and become a parable that grandchildren will tell each other." "The enemies are trying to escape on your side, Leon!" Gustav suddenly shouted. He noticed the movement of sand and under the sand. Leon, and with him the mentor in the form of a blue ball, looked at each other. They were ready to act, but had somewhat lost the habit of doing this quickly and without advice. Our hero listened carefully and began to peer into the desert dunes to see the direction of the enemy's movement. Elsider materialized nearby and asked if it was time to take a look at the fighting skills of his wayward student. "He wasn't such a bad guy after all," Leon said. The boy was determined to show his mentor what he was made of. His hand tightened its grip on the sword. Our hero concentrated and began moving his aura towards the weapon, preparing to strike. The stars shone in the sky. The young man intended to use the secret technique of the Big Dipper sword. However, if he did it right here, our hero suddenly thought, then at the same time, he would be able to finish off another 10 enemies who had managed to move away to a decent distance. But they don't look like monsters or Satanists, and they didn't have any intention of killing anyone, the guy suddenly thought. "We are dealing with the most common thieves. He sees no point in carrying out a bloody massacre unilaterally," the student told his mentor. "Leon, there is nothing wrong with doubting." Elsidur supported him. "There is no solution to this problem. The hero is not a bandit. That is why he hesitates when anyone else would have left them in bloody shreds," the teacher added. "Whether he will burn everything in his path or punish evil in the name of justice, he must make this choice himself." Yes, he must find his own answer, the young man realized. There are universal standards of good and evil. He imagined a scale in front of him, as if to help himself visualize the choice he had to make. No one can set their own standards, choosing who to punish and who not, whether to stab a thief or stop a theft, but spare a life. And you can still try to re-educate with words and deeds, Leon thought. Every decision comes from a righteous heart. But each person has his own opinion about which path is righteous, our hero decided, and pulled the sword from its sheath. Well, he himself will find the answer one day, the guy decided, and set out to help his comrades, who, incidentally, were doing quite well themselves. Almost all the thieves were captured and neutralized. Their hands and feet were tied to avoid trouble. It is interesting that the mercenaries were in no hurry to remove the gas masks from the bandits, as if it was easier for them to see the enemy without individual characteristics. Soon all our heroes gathered in the guild leader's tent to discuss what had happened. Due to the unexpected attack, part of the cargo was stolen. Arnold stunned them with his very first phrase. How could it be that the thieves, taken by surprise, were not even able to defend themselves or escape? How could they steal anything? Exclaimed Gustav. There was one bastard with a load, twirling a dagger on his finger, Karen reported. It looks like he's their boss. Introducing the red-eyed bandit, the girl added that he was acting relaxed. Apparently the cargo was stolen before the fight began. They acted very secretly and quietly. It's strange that they don't look like people with such skills. Perhaps it was an artifact of power or something like that. We were lucky that we caught them. They were caught because they came in a crowd. If they had come one by one, they would have remained unnoticed. The mercenaries began to express their opinion. Even if they used artifacts to remain unnoticed, it was worth remembering that their boss had caught Karen's daggers with one hand, Leon reminded him. He wasn't that simple. In a trembling voice, Arnold said that the most valuable cargo had been stolen, and he wanted to ask adventurers and mercenaries to return it by tracking down the thieves. Track it down. Gustav asked again. What do you think about this, Hamel, he asked, while the head of the guild howled that without this cargo, he was lost. If you plan to go in pursuit, you need to set out right now, Hamel voiced his opinion. We are in the desert. Tracks are erased instantly, he explained. He was a mountain tracker and believed that the probability of tracking them was only 50%. The later we start, the less chances. She can track down the thieves, raised her Karen aura weapon. Don't forget that this is a murderer in the past and an A-rank adventurer now. She waved the weapon and it began to glow brightly with a green aura. The same glow extended from the hilt, showing the way. There was a mark from my dagger on that bastard's hand, so he won't be able to escape pursuit even in the desert, the girl explained. Oh, if so, he will see to it that you are properly rewarded, Arnold fawned, and Karen agreed. Leon, of course, will go with me, the beauty added half-questioningly, and our hero nodded affirmatively. And also, I need Mr. Hamel's help, Karen asked, to which she received the answer that the ranger was ready to give even his life. You'll definitely need a compass, Arnold said and handed the device to Karen, but she noticed that it was broken and asked why. The stolen box is very difficult to distinguish from the rest of the cargo, and this compass is enchanted to point exclusively to it. Once you are within 10 meters of the item, the arrow will indicate its exact location. Hamel headed towards the exit of the tent, announcing that it would be a race against time until sunrise, so Karen and Leon should hurry. The three of them set out from the camp and then developed quite a decent speed in pursuit of the thieves. Looking at their retreating figures, Gustav thought that since they had an A-rank adventurer with them, everything would go well, and the victory would go to the pursuing squad. The only question is whether you will catch the enemy or whether he will manage to escape, the commander added to himself, and then shouted to the subordinates remaining in the camp to be on the alert. The pursuing party moved very quickly, and soon only the sand dust indicated the direction in which they were. Karen peered ahead intently and reported that the trail was becoming clearer and clearer. It meandered far ahead and then suddenly ended, as if someone had erased it with a huge eraser, or the travelers had disappeared into thin air. The pursuit squad moved behind the green glow, as if following a ball of thread unraveling among the dunes. Let's speed up a little more, the girl suggested, and suddenly ran forward at a rapid pace. Catching up with her turned out to be not so easy. Wow, the guy's endurance has increased. He's almost keeping up with the others, Elsador praised the student, although he was already barely breathing. Suddenly, Karen stopped abruptly and raised her fist up. This was a sign that she should freeze and not make noise. It was here, the girl reported, that our heroes stopped at the edge of a deep crevice that formed a quarry. And how could it not be covered with sand? It was hard to believe that there was such a valley in the middle of the desert, Leon thought. He had rarely been anywhere before leaving the walls of the academy. Senior comrade, he understands correctly that this is not a creation of nature, but the work of human hands, our hero asked. Yes, that's right. This crevice is artificial in origin, although it was created a long time ago, the girl answered. Leon couldn't believe his eyes that such a huge area could have been carved in stone. He looked once more at the starry sky and the canyon as if through the eyes of a bird. From above, the scale was truly colossal. Suddenly, Karen noticed an inscription carved into the stone and said that it happened about 100 years ago. Hearing this, the young man shuddered, because it was around this time that the first cultists became active. Yes, your guess is correct, the blue ball informed him, and he thinks that this inscription is the reason why the flowering groves turned into a desert. The boy asked if a hole in the ground could be the cause too, to which the teacher laughed, since not all mines on Earth are located in deserts. He began to explain that there used to be a spiritual energy vein in this place, which seemed to flow through the forests and meadows. No matter how much he tried to notice at least the remnants of that energy now, it was all in vain. It had completely disappeared. The soil had turned into dead earth, on which nothing could grow. But who dug up the spiritual vein and for what purpose? Leon asked, although he already had some guesses about this. We can talk about this for a long time, but it is much more useful to try to figure it out now, he received the answer from his mentor. Our heroes continued their pursuit, moving forward along the very bottom of the gorge. Human footprints were already clearly visible in the sand. Suddenly, Karen stopped again and froze, and very quietly the girl asked Leon if he felt the same as she did. There are 3 guards ahead and more than 100 enemies behind them, the adventurer reported. You probably only sensed the first 3. When the guy imagined this horde of opponents, he felt sick. He couldn't understand how they could all fit here. What should we do, she asked, and explained that most likely the thieves found the quarry and began to use it as their base. Behind those gates, guarded by guards, she senses both a multitude of people and hidden artifacts, the girl added. Should we kill them all, Leon? The adventuress pressed, as if she knew of his previous doubts. Killing about 100 people is not at all what our hero wanted, because he wanted to consider himself a hero. Should he complete the mission by killing every single one of them? Is this need to massacre haunting me again? The young man was taken aback. Here Leon heard the guard's dialogue and was temporarily distracted from his grave thoughts. I heard that today's sortie was in vain. Half the squad was caught red-handed and ended up in captivity, one man told another. The chieftain was so angry that in a fit of rage he killed 2 people. There was no need to attack the guild caravan. There are always guards there, he continued. Yes, the leader is cruel, remember. We attacked a family, and the father asked to spare the child, so the child was left alive, alone, in the middle of the desert. Wow, that's quite an inventive method of execution. Good torture, I like it, replied the second guard. Gradually, under the scorching sun, this child should gradually wither away and die in agony. Excellent entertainment, he added. The men, without knowing it, signed their own death warrant. After hearing their words, our hero stopped doubting. He realized that these bastards deserved a quick death and clutched his trusty sword in his hand, ready to organize it as soon as possible. He remembered what the ball told him. There is no permanent solution to this problem. Every time you will have to choose, so the guy chose. The warm glow of his sword reached the guards a little earlier than the blow of the sword itself, but not by much. Leon cast the eclipse technique. It was now his favorite technique, which had not yet been perfected, but was still superior in effectiveness to others. It was even better because it didn't take too much effort, since they still had to return to camp. The mentor looked at the student approvingly. He realized that he would finally see his progress in action. "Okay, let's attack," Karen exclaimed, and they broke through the doors separating the outer space from the inner rooms. They may be weak, but they have a numerical advantage, so we will quietly eliminate groups of 5 or 6 people, the adventurer explained her plan. "I'll take the lead, so just try to keep up," she smiled at her companions. Hamel and Leon only had time to track the flashes along Karen's path and examine the corpses left behind by the girl. It seemed like his sister was seriously going crazy, the red-haired mercenary noted with undisguised admiration. The entire space was enveloped in the glow of the green aura of Karen's weapon. The girl was a master of her craft, and the opponents were indeed weak, and what could they do against a silent master killer even in the past? Karen, like a superhuman, made enormous leaps, killing everyone she met quietly and with lightning speed. Using shadow techniques, she simply disappeared from sight and appeared only after she had taken out another bandit, or even several at once. However, if the girl worked silently, then the hats and gas masks flew in different directions, creating quite a soundtrack. One of the attackers heard her approach and assessed her in action. It was necessary to warn the leader as soon as possible. However, he did not have time to do this. Instead of the adventurer Karen, a killer nicknamed the Undertaker took over. The girl sometimes returned to her usual role, but only to catch her breath and happily note that such work was incredibly refreshing. Until now, all she did was ride in the carriage, her whole body turned to stone. The beauty straightened her shoulders and smiled happily. "To keep life in full swing, you need to constantly warm up like this," she happily explained her delight to her companions. "She was like that from the beginning," Hamel asked Leon. And having received an affirmative answer, he sympathized with the young man. "Oh, senior comrade, there's blood on your face," the young man suddenly noticed, and reached out his hand to wipe away the drops. From the touch of his fingers, the girl felt incredible warmth and care. It was strange, but pleasant. But this could not be demonstrated openly. Karen turned sharply and again commanded to speed up. She walked down the corridor so quickly that a second later she disappeared from sight again. And it was oh so difficult to catch up. "Oh, it turns out you're a professional. Well done." The mercenary hugged Leon's shoulders approvingly. Looking at the young man's uncomprehending face, he added that he would understand everything later, in the distant future. After some time, the squad of pursuers came across closed doors with 2 guards in front of them. "That's where," Karen whispered. "Head that way. The stolen cargo is behind the next door. The compass points straight to it. I'll sneak in there as a shadow and find out everything, and you 2 work openly and eliminate the guards," she added. Not a second had passed before the Undertaker killer had materialized again, and Hamel and Leon had begun to carry out their part of the task. Although he knew that the A-rank had special abilities, but his sister was doing a great job, the mercenary muttered. "Well, we'll start too," he added, and took aim with his bow, his intention being to start a little fire. Hamel fired a special incendiary projectile, and in a few seconds the real fun was about to begin under the doors. The sentries did not immediately realize what kind of glowing stream it was that flew past them and crashed into the still closed door. At this time, the criminals were just trying to open the stolen box, but all their efforts were in vain. Their boss, and this was the same young man with the glowing red eyes, was indignant. He didn't like the fact that the bandits weren't coping with the task at hand. Another characteristic feature of the bandit leader was purple hair. He was about to try to open the box himself, but then the lock gave in. The robbers never got to find out what was inside. A strong explosion knocked down the doors and threw them back almost to the place where they were sitting at the table. What kind of sudden attack? The guy with purple hair jumped up in bewilderment. He didn't expect that they could be pursued. He tried to see who dared to attack them, but it was difficult to see anything in the clouds of smoke and dust after the explosion. Only a few seconds later, Leon and Hamill entered the room, and they also needed to look around before they could act. The robber boss noticed them, noticed the fallen sentry. He didn't expect that at all, but he realized that they were pursuers from the guild he had just robbed. "Hey, thief, we've come to get our stuff back," Hamill said in a cheerful voice. But the bandit was assessing the balance of power at that time. The swordsman and the archer reached this gate without a single scratch, which means they are definitely of a rank higher than B, so it is better to refrain from fighting, the bandit decided. Now escape is the best solution. He didn't have time to finish his thought before he almost got a blow in the back from the shadows. It was Karen in the guise of an undertaker. Dodging at the last second, the thief boss still tried to escape, but since he didn't quite understand who was attacking him, it wasn't easy. Blood gushed from his leg, which had been raised first to escape and then to take the blow and save vital organs. The bandit fell to the floor, but the attacker managed to escape, and he still hasn't gotten a good look at him. The undertaker struck again with his short sword, but the robber managed to roll to the side. "A good dodge," the killer commented. "According to the plan, your body should have cooled down by now," he added. "I see you're now making a living as a thief. If we had collided 4 years ago, he wouldn't have given me a chance to even hit his ankle," the undertaker continued. "He knows about my past. It's impossible. Everyone who knew about it is already dead," the bandit thought. But he only asked out loud what the enemy was talking about. The guy continued to peer into the shadows and thought that someone had still survived after all these years. "The one who is still alive despite knowing about my past. Long time no see," he exclaimed. Karen took on her usual appearance. She looked at the enemy from under the mask of the Undertaker killer and uttered only one word, or rather, a name, Mole. "Undertaker," the purple-haired boy exclaimed, his voice filled with both fear and surprise. At this time, the rest of the attackers tried to fight off Leon and Hamill, who also did not waste time. Our hero still doubted whether to kill everyone, but they left him no choice, attacking first. The skirmish was quite active. One could say that the battle was raging, but our heroes quickly ran out of opponents. Before this, the young man had wielded his sword well, and the mercenary was not far behind him. "It seems we've dealt with everyone," Hamill stated, standing amid scattered hats, gas masks, and dead enemies. "What about the leader?" the tracker asked Leon, and the young man nodded in the direction where Karen was settling the matter in the guise of an undertaker. It looked rather strange because the opponents were not fighting, but were engaged in a dialogue. But the burden decided not to interfere. He noticed that the attacker's ankle was quite seriously injured, and the thief was simply unable to escape. "Does the enemy remember what she said then?" the girl asked the enemy. "Get out of this sphere forever, or she will kill him with her own hands," Karen reminded, twirling the dagger on her finger. The next moment, the tip of the weapon was pointed straight at the neck of the seated opponent, aimed but not used. It was now or never, the girl thought gloomily but optimistically. She was determined to keep her promise. "Die," said Karen, and brought the dagger even closer to the thief's throat. But he suddenly exclaimed that he didn't believe it. "Are you serious, Undertaker?" asked the young man with purple hair, looking closely into Karen's eyes. At the same time, his hand raked sand and stones from the floor, apparently with the intention of throwing them in her face and blinding her. "He is no longer the same as she knew him," the attacker said, and suddenly disappeared into the shadows. He also had this skill. In the shadows, he encountered the Undertaker in the very form that had cemented his title as ruler of the Dark World during his reign. Seeing this, Mole realized that even if he had changed, the difference in strength was too great. All that could await him in a duel was death. The winner was obvious, and the young man, looking at this spectacle, once again admitted himself defeated and said that he was ready to die. "This is a protest," Karen asked. She ordered to die. It was a clear order. She began throwing daggers at the enemy. At first he tried to dodge, but over time they began to reach their target. And now Mole's shoulder is seriously damaged, and daggers continue to fall around like rain. "How many times can he withstand my attacks?" the girl asked the attacker menacingly. He didn't answer, but used his aura weapon. The ends of his fingers began to turn into glowing claws like a mole. They stood opposite each other. The Undertaker threw daggers at his opponent at breakneck speed, and the latter batted them away with his claws at about the same pace. But still, our heroine's skill and speed were much higher than that of the guy with purple hair. He could barely stand on his feet. Soon the thief fell to his knees and his hands also stopped repelling attacks. It seemed that in another second he would simply give up the ghost. Leon and Hamel watched what was happening carefully, but still did not dare to intervene. Karen's daggers turned into menacing black swords and she was ready to use them immediately, but her opponent suddenly chuckled. "What are you giggling about, mole?" The girl's eyes became surprised. She did not expect such behavior in such a situation. "She is really very strong, incredibly strong. Yes, she is a real monster," said the enemy and fell to the ground. The guy asked why the girl was doing this to him and Karen froze. What kind of questions, she thought. No one killed your parents. No one kidnapped you from your family. You lived well. Mole suddenly screamed in a voice that wasn't his own. An orphan who was no longer needed by anyone was simply picked up from the street and made stronger, he continued in a calmer tone. He extended a helping hand to her, and more than once he was the same as she was. So why did so much resentment accumulate in her soul, the bandit asked. But even if she killed the boss, the attacker continued, remembering how the girl got even for her grievances. There was no need to destroy the entire organization. The thief finished and began to crawl little by little towards Karen. The girl was seething with righteous anger. "Did she ever ask to make me stronger?" she asked. "Ah, yes, she's completely spoiled. If the organization hadn't given you shelter, she would have died long ago in some sewer," answered Mole. "Yes, perhaps everything would have been like that. But avoiding the worst-case scenario does not cancel out everything that happened," the beauty retorted. She did not want to be a killer. She did not want the power that she now possesses. "That's why she decided to get her hands on what my heart longs for," the girl continued, extending her hand forward. "And what did she want?" the attacker screamed in a loud voice. He no longer understood what was happening at all. "Freedom," Karen replied, her face serious and inspired as if she had made some kind of decision. For a moment, the enemy's face expressed genuine bewilderment, surprise, and interest. But then he laughed, asking again what kind of freedom this was and what it could give her in this life. If she wanted freedom, she could have just quietly gone along. Why did she make a decision for them and destroy the organization? He started yelling. None of them give a damn about freedom. They are not Karen, and they have different desires. But she threw one insignificant dagger, and that's it. They didn't have another chance to survive. Karen's eyes widened. This time she was the one in shock, because it really hadn't occurred to her that not all orphans were like her. Yes, in the end, he's just a ghostly darkness. The purple-haired guy sadly finished his monologue. Karen extended her hand to him. It was clear that the girl was really moved and ready to change everything. She approached her opponent and intended to console him, hug him, somehow express the emotions that overwhelmed her. "Sorry. Perhaps it's the result of her turning away from them," said the adventurer, and Mole's face again expressed extreme surprise. Karen looked sad and unhappy. It was obvious that she was going through a very hard time mentally and that she needed to speak out. Leon watched this scene without taking his eyes off. He didn't expect that his girlfriend was so sensitive and vulnerable at heart. But then he remembered how she had sworn allegiance to him under the tree, and he realized that it had always been like that, Karen, a man of honor. "If you had the same chance as me, a new order, survive, Mole," the girl suddenly said harshly. "Survive and find me," Karen added, turning around and heading towards her comrades. They were glad to see her, but did not expect the boss of the thieves to remain alive. "What's up with the box?" the adventurer asked. "Sorry I was late. Something didn't go according to plan," she explained. "First of all, let's get our things," she continued, and held up the compass to figure out which of the boxes they needed. "Yes," the beauty exclaimed when the device showed the right thing. "Let's go back," she commanded. At this moment, Hamel and Leon heard strange sounds. Karen also listened carefully and frowned. What's going on?" the girl muttered and looked towards her recent opponent, who was left nearby. He crawled to some red button and already put his hand on top of it to press it. It was hard to say what this would lead to. "Look carefully, here I am," said the mole, addressing the undertaker. The girl froze in place. "This is the self-destruct button," Leon realized. "We need to get out of here as soon as possible," he shouted. The first explosions began around the mole, who was sitting on the ground, raising columns of stones and dust into the air. Soon a series of explosions rolled across the entire gorge, partially filling it and collapsing it. The roar could be heard for many miles. The commander there began to excitedly say something to Gustav, his bearded subordinate, but the commander only nodded understandingly, not letting him finish. It was clear from the man's face that he recognized the three figures approaching the camp and was confident that they would bring good news. The closer they got, the more the confidence of the mercenary commander and all the other travelers grew stronger. Less than half an hour later, all three of them, Leon, Karen, and Hamel, returned safely and brought back the stolen goods. "By the way, Now you can forget about exploring the canyon forever, because everything was destroyed because of that bastard, the mole," Leon muttered when the caravan set off again. "Although the fact that we managed to get out of that trap in one piece was already a great success," he added, and the mentor advised not to dwell on it. "I don't know who created that canyon, but I'm sure he didn't leave a single clue," he added the ball, suggesting to talk about it later. "Leon, come here!" Karen suddenly called out, sitting on the roof of their carriage to watch the scenery and keep an eye out for possible enemies. "Just look at how beautiful it is," the girl exclaimed. "There ahead, look, that's a city," she told the guy who looked out of the carriage. We reached the fortress city, Barcus. The beauty did not hide her joy. The fortress walls stretched out right in front of them. "Wow!" Leon exclaimed, taking in the scale of the spectacle. It was the first time he had seen something like this, the young man noted. He had never seen such huge fortress walls. Our hero was surprised when the caravan drove up to the city gates. "It's not surprising, it's a border town, protecting the border and the territory that is directly governed by Marquis Barcus. He is very rich," Karen explained. "That's why it's a city that was granted the right to have independent troops by the king," she added, watching Arnold shake hands with the guard, having negotiated passage. The trading caravan was allowed inside the fortress walls and was even given permission to set up camp there. "We will stay here for 3 days to rest, stock up on provisions, and put the carts and horses in order," the guild leader announced. "And what are you two going to do?" he asked, looking intently at Leon and his beautiful companion. Both were taken aback by the way the question was put and did not know how to answer it, so they simply asked again what he meant. "You don't have to leave our place to stay, or you can go anywhere. The main thing is to return to the cart before we continue on our way," the man explained. There is one thing she would like to find, but it will appear from time to time where you are staying. Just dictate the address," the girl asked. 3 blocks from the main street to the left is the Goat Song Tavern, where rooms were rented for the top management," the guild leader said, "including me. By the way, you two can stay there too, in which case use the large room on the top floor," Arnold added. "The pride of this room is the huge double bed," the man announced, and Karen and Leon stared at him. "So you mean to say that we will have one room for 2? Leon asked, to which he received the logical answer that it is more convenient for everyone. In the same room with Karen, our hero was taken aback by this information, but did not continue to develop this topic. "What is it? Why is he suddenly embarrassed?" As if nothing had happened, the girl put her hand on his shoulder. "You have some expectations and—" She looked at the guy with a mischievous look. It seemed that a little more and he would wink or kiss him on the cheek. "Nothing of the sort," Leon blurted out, almost stuttering, turned sharply and walked quickly in an unknown direction. "Damn, it seems he did something wrong again," Arnold complained to the adventuress, but she only laughed and assured him that everything was fine. "In any case, I won't be able to sleep tonight." She smiled coquettishly at the head of the guild and turned around to leave. "I'm leaving," Karen said goodbye, followed by a ton of questions about whether another room was needed and what was going on. The girl shook her head and waved goodbye, seeming not to be interested in either rest or bed. As the questions continued to overtake her, the adventuress once again clearly and loudly declared that no, they would not need another room. "Well, in that case, bye," said the guild leader, and stood looking after her with a puzzled look. "Phew," Karen breathed out as she turned the corner and was left alone, seeming to be quite tired of the whole situation. The girl sat down in the shade on the fortress wall and began to think about what was troubling her, namely, her relationship with Leon. Powerful allies always gather around a hero. She was the first of them for him, but there is no guarantee that I will always be able to be there, she thought. If someone with a greater talent than me suddenly appeared, would she be needed? Karen realized that she had to try harder. This city is a chance for me to prove my worth, a place where she can demonstrate her skills and show that Leon simply can't do without her. It's somewhere nearby, the girl thought, looking carefully down from the city wall at the interweaving of alleys. She found it. Her eyes widened a little and shone. It seems that Karen had come up with a plan that only remained to be implemented into reality. At this time, Leon complained to Elsador that he would have to bother Karen again. Even at the academy, boys and girls live separately. He can understand when it comes to a cart, but a room is something completely different, the hero complained, to which the mentor called him a fool. Then he heard an awkward cough behind him. It was Arnold. It seemed he had come to smooth over the conflict. "Look, Leon," he began, "I'm really sorry that I unknowingly put you in an awkward position." No, there's no need to apologize," our hero answered. "But by the way, what kind of cargo was it that was stolen and we returned? It must have been something very valuable," the guy asked. The man seemed to suspect something was wrong, because he replied that the cargo was something special, and secret at that. Leon clenched his fists in delight. He adored everything secret and special. and everyone who knew him noticed this. Since you are willing to risk your life to get back what was stolen, he will tell you what it is. But promise not to reveal the secret, Arnold asked. Lowering his voice to a barely audible whisper and covering his mouth with his hand, the guild leader said only 2 words, black crystal. So this is what was inside the box, a black crystal, a high-grade product without impurities, the cost of which is about 1,000 gold coins. But the most important thing is that this item was ordered by Lord Rubin, the governor of the city we will pass through next, the head of the guild explained. Lord, he is a high-ranking nobleman. He has the title of count. If someone like our small guild falls into disfavor, he will punish without distinction, he added fearfully. So that's why you said that the cargo must be returned. Your life depends on it, Leon realized. After saying goodbye to Arnold, our hero went to his cart, hoping to find Karen there. But he found only a note pinned to the table with one of the adventuress's sharpest daggers. I'll be right back, the young man read, and thought that since the girl had said that she needed to find something, she had already started to act. Are you alone? A question suddenly rang out from behind him. The guy turned around and saw several figures in cloaks and hoods, worn so low that their faces were not visible. But then another moment, the hoods were thrown off, and almost all the mercenaries appeared before Leon in full force, although for some reason they looked menacing. Yes, it seems that the older comrade went somewhere, the young man answered, trying to understand what was going on and whether he should be nervous. Damn, what the hell, my sister is gone. It turns out the men were upset. So what now? Should we go alone? They started asking each other. Leon listened to these shouts and broke out in a cold sweat. The guy became more and more uneasy. Here, Gustav approached Leon and grabbed him in an armful. No, Karen, you will come with us, young gentleman, he laughed. The young man asked, stuttering where, to which he received an immediate answer. To the tavern, of course. Hey, you bastards. You said yourselves that you would go with the young gentleman, he reminded his subordinates. But kid, don't you dare pass out again after the 3rd mug. Karen, as we remember, was on the fortress wall and was looking out for the place where she was supposed to go. When she saw the end point of the route, the girl immediately decided to act immediately. A full moon rolled out into the sky, and at a full moon, as we know, everyone becomes a little nervous and anxious, including the adventurer. A stranger was lying on the pavement. His face was covered in blood. His head was pressed to the ground by a woman's foot, and foul curses were flying from his mouth. He saw several more of his comrades scattered across the street as if by a hurricane, and lying on the ground, doubled over in pain. A few minutes earlier, they were sitting outside the tavern and, in their usual manner, picking on the girls passing by. Only one of them turned out to be Karen. While the men were using words, everything was okay. But as soon as one of them put his arm around the beauty's shoulders, well, anyway, it was he who was lying on the pavement now, and the leg pressing his head to the cobblestones belonged to Karen. Hey, uncle, the girl leaned her beautiful face towards him. I have a question I need an answer to. The man looked into the girl's eyes and realized that he couldn't hesitate. He had to answer. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Yes, of course, ask. I'll tell you everything, he bleated in a broken voice. It seemed that it was true. The girl let him go and watched as he tried to crawl on all fours to a safe distance, but he had no intention of running away. Where is the main gang in this city? Not the swindlers like you, but those who work on a large scale, are involved in smuggling and matters of state importance, the adventurer asked. The man looked at her and realized that if she answered, he would die, but if he remained silent, he would perish, so Karen had the information she needed. So that's how it is, the girl thought, walking further along one of the city's quarters towards her goal. The man looked after her with obvious relief and the hope that he would never see her again. I knew the area was controlled by the Owl Gang, Karen thought, moving away from the worthless street scammers. The Golden Owl Gang was well known to her, an organization that dealt in black market sales of stolen goods and smuggling. Moreover, most of this organization of traders have so much money that they have managed to occupy important government posts. But there are rumors that the Marquis, who is the owner of the lands here, also provides them with support. Karen's steps quickened. Karen became determined to immediately carry out her plan. This was adding to the trouble she thought about her role in the Marquis' case, but she was not going to back down. Here, finally, was the place that the man who had managed to get to know her shoes better that night had named to her. On the wall of the building, there was an emblem with a stylized image of an owl's head, resembling a coat of arms. It seemed like the last time she was here was 10 years ago, our heroine thought, stopping in front of a modest-looking door to a modest-looking house. But her legs still remember the road, the girl added, and remembered Leon asking her how she got the nickname Undertaker. She explained that it was because of the coded communication method, which puzzled the young man no end. All secret organizations use their own secret method of exchanging information, she explained. In the case of the spider organization she belonged to, it was mandatory to visit the local funeral home and place the request details in the coffin. So that's what it's all about, the young man answered then, and listened to how, more often than not, organizations don't complicate things that much, but work according to a simplified scheme. For example, when a client comes to them, they use a lantern that creates illusions to create a fake entrance. Only those who have access to the secret code will know where the real entrance is. Then the portal will open. With these memories, Karen placed her hand on the wall of the house in front of which she stopped. Her hand began to slowly sink into the plane of the wall. The girl had shadow vision, so optical illusions could not deceive her, and knowledge of the code was not required. The very next second, Karen began to sink into the wall of the house. It looked quite ominous. A staircase opened up before her, illuminated by fairly bright torches. All that was left was to begin the descent. The adventurer was so busy with her memories that she lost her vigilance a little and did not notice the trap on the floor. Hearing the characteristic sound and noticing the discharges of the aura, the girl remembered where she was and that she should be very careful. A few minutes later, she would enter a small room, which was lit only by a candle, and there stood a man in a red cloak with a hood. At first, he stood with his back to the entrance, but at the sound of footsteps, he turned slightly and glanced sideways at the stairs. The door creaked open. The man didn't know who would enter the room, just as Karen didn't know what was waiting for her behind the door when she opened it. But the girl was not scared. She looked inside with a welcoming smile and waved her hand to the stranger, saying hello. "Welcome, intruder," the man greeted. He was smiling and somehow managed to find himself at the table. "Did you enjoy our warm welcome?" he asked. Karen remembered the trap and all the weapons that had been used against her on the way down the steps. "Well, so-so," she muttered, sitting down on a chair. The man asked why she came here without following the special procedure. "I want to buy information," the girl answered, after which she heard a few more clarifying questions, and answered that she wanted to know about Rubin. The man's face twisted. "I'll pay for the information, so don't try to hide anything. And besides, the no-selling option is against your rules, isn't it?" the girl asked, looking at the candle. "Our principles," the man mimicked. "Well then, 800 gold coins from you," he announced the price. "That's expensive," Karen countered. "I suggest you give me a discount for the information he can offer." In that case, we can make a discount up to 700, the stranger answered, but the girl asked to think about it some more. "Come on, butler, don't break down." The beauty pressed, and the man made a surprised face. He didn't expect his identity to be revealed. "Your disguise skill is not bad, but my eyes cannot be deceived," the adventurer said. "You are the executive director of the Golden Owl, in charge of the black market, and at the same time, you are a trusted person of Marquis Balkus. Butler Glenn," she finished, and the man narrowed his blue eyes slyly, trying to figure out who was in front of him. "You are very impudent." Glenn threw off his hood and threateningly clenched his hand into a fist as if to make it clear that he should not be overly familiar. Yes, so whether you will sell or not, you looked very interested in the information that I have," Karen urged. "She has such a sharp eye that she saw through me in no time. She is at least an A-rank adventurer. If you try to get rid of her, you can get into trouble," the butler thought. "We don't need any trouble," he decided, and announced the final price, 260 gold pieces, which was exactly the amount the girl had been counting on. Rubin is like a hole in a sewer pipe now," the man said, and Karen asked him what he meant. "Yes, that means that whoever enters there cannot leave," the butler explained and winked. At this time, Leon was having a good time over a glass of beer, although of course it was not limited to just one glass. The drink had to go in like water down a drain. If it all came out, he'd lost. The mercenaries egged him on. When the young man finally finished drinking and grimaced, Hamill joyfully shouted, "Keep it up!" and everyone else began to praise and encourage our hero. At this time, the waitress brought the food and asked what the next destination of such cute mercenaries would be. Rubin, answered Hamill, and the girl was dumbfounded. "God, you are heading there. Others avoid this place. You are brave," she stammered. "It seems you haven't heard the rumors," the girl added, and Gustav looked at her tensely, not understanding what she was talking about. "About the monster that rules the night streets. He means a vampire," was the answer, and Leon and Elsidor also listened to the conversation. A vampire is a race that is no different in intelligence from humans, but has superior magical abilities. Vampires also have immortality comparable to that of demonic monsters of medium or even high level. There is a possibility of coexistence with humans, but it has been rejected for many years due to the vampire's habit of drinking the latter's blood. Only a few bloodsuckers remain, although the church has not officially declared them extinct. At the same time, None of the rulers recognized their existence on their territory. Don't talk such nonsense, Gustav asked the waitress. Vampires are not the kind of people who can be easily seen. In any case, if a vampire showed up here, we would cut his throat, the mercenaries shouted menacingly in chorus. Vampire, Leon continued to think. This topic had been bothering him for a long time, even during his studies. A monster that has strength comparable to that of a mid-class demonic monster, that's a challenge. As a hero, shouldn't he first take on eliminating them, the boy thought, imagining himself with a sword. The next image in his mind was of the vampire standing in front of him, ready to give something in exchange for his life. Elseed, do you think the problem can be resolved through conversation? The guy asked, and received the answer that even 300 years ago, there were very few vampires left. Because all the strong individuals joined the Demon King's army, and he personally killed them, the mentor explained. As for your thoughts, he continued, I have not met a single vampire with whom one can come to an agreement. Leon, after some thought, decided that there were exceptions to every rule, and he would deal with everything on his own, like a hero. He will see for himself what is good and what is evil. Let's postpone the trial of the vampires for now, the young man thought. At that moment, someone's fist slammed into the wall with all its might. The sound of the impact was threatening. Listen, Gustav, did they rent this whole tavern? Why are they cackling so much? Someone's voice asked. And Hamel, Leon, and the blue ball became wary. A huge, fair-haired man in mercenary clothes with 2 cleavers on his back appeared in the doorway. This is Jerome, and he is here too, so a storm is inevitable, thought Gustav, taking another sip of beer. Putting the mug on the table, the commander of the mercenaries of the small guild said that this was a wonderful place and that they should not make noise. At this time, Jerome approached him from behind and said that he should not be ordered. He was not one of Gustav's henchmen. Leon and his mentor realized that things were getting hot, but it seemed unwise to them to interfere in the situation. I won't allow anyone to give me orders left and right, especially not to you, Jerome added, looking down at the man. If my tone seemed commanding to you, then he will simply repeat his request again. Get out of here, answered Gustav. Without making any more noise or shouting, Jerome spat directly into the mercenary commander's mug of beer. All his subordinates began to roll their eyes in horror. They understood that the boss would never leave something like this unanswered. What if he doesn't want to? Jerome asked cheekily, continuing to grin, either in a smile or a smirk. Gustav stood up, leaning his hands on the table. You can't feed bastards like you with bread. Just let them ruin everyone's mood, he stated. If you want to test your strength, come outside. You won't escape my hand today, the mercenary commander threatened. The night was dark, the moon was full. We have already said that in this form, the heavenly body makes people somewhat more unrestrained. All the mercenaries, together with Leon, poured out into the fresh air in a crowd. They were determined to support the commander. The opponents stood opposite each other. A crowd surrounded them in a circle, and Leon asked the mentor if fights between mercenaries were always so spontaneous. Yes, mercenaries are those who prove their worth by force. If they look down on you but do not prove it by force, their authority will fall, the ball explained. So essentially, these are people who always jump into an argument and strike back, he added, as if contrasting Gustav and Jerome. That's suspicious, Hamel suddenly said. It seems like Jerome came to the tavern specifically to provoke this fight. But isn't this too reckless? They have started quarrels many times before, but never before has it happened so brazenly, because it is obvious who will win, added the red-haired ranger. However, Jerome demonstrated with his whole appearance that this time victory would be his. Everyone knows about Gustav's abilities, but Jerome was always looking for easy work. Something is wrong here, Hamel noticed, watching as the commander's opponent takes out his cleavers. I have a bad feeling about the fight, the man shared his fears with Leon. Could Commander Gustav really do it, Leon said. But at that moment, Gustav turned to them and said not to worry. He would win. The cheeky turkey asked Jerome what the rules were, to which he received the answer that it was the same as always, either die or surrender. This is a high-level battle between mercenaries. Watch carefully. Leon asked for the disciples' blue ball. Well then, let's begin, the opponent replied, and both took a fighting stance, deciding whether to attack or fight back. Jerome was the first to attack. He was very fast. Gustav, with his huge sword, could not move at the same speed. At the same time, Jerome made his cleavers into aura weapons, something he had not been able to do before. Such dimensions were alarming. Gustav barely managed to dodge and now looked in shock at his opponent, who had become much more skilled than the last time. The mercenary commander stepped back, and Jerome asked in a cheeky voice if he liked it. I still seem like a small fish to you, the rival continued to tease Gustav with a satisfied look. Isn't that a falcata in his hands? A sword with the center of gravity at the end? Leon asked, to which Elsador noted that Jerome was the second one to have such a sword. and it turned out to be not so simple. Your skills have improved greatly, Jerome, Gustav said as he took an attacking stance. The enemy noticed that the mercenary commander showed his aura. It was white with the steel attribute. Aha, he knew that Gustav wouldn't make such a move. But his aura attribute is water, and he recently mastered a secret technique. Jerome was delighted and flew to attack first once again. Gustav barely held back his onslaught, but his opponent did not let up, promising that this time he would bring him to his knees. The mercenary commander finally got the chance to attack and did so beautifully, delivering a crushing blow. But the enemy somehow miraculously managed to recapture it, although it was clear that it was not easy. A whole sheaf of radiance rose above the city from the collision of two powerful aura weapons, and the sounds were corresponding. What a powerful blow, Leon thought. I myself was almost knocked down, but what a result. Through the dust, smoke, and glare, our hero noticed that Gustav was still standing on his feet, while Jerome had dropped to his knees. Blood was streaming down the face of the commander's enemy, but he did not look defeated. Anger was evident in his face. Gustav said that he had no idea why he had challenged him to a duel, but suggested that they stop. Otherwise, one of them would have to die. Good, Jerome grinned. Does it ever occur to you that you might be the one who dies? He asked. One way or another, this was just a warm-up, and now he will demonstrate his real power, the man said. He still has the strength to compete with him. Stop this cheap bragging, Gustav responded, but his expression began to change. The enemy leaned his hand on the ground, and now it began to transform. Black claws grew, and a red glow appeared. Jerome's eyes also turned red, fangs grew in his mouth, and his entire appearance changed rapidly. Gustav realized with horror that there was a vampire in front of him, and why was there one? Because the enemy had disappeared from sight. The other mercenaries also looked in amazement at the place where Jerome had just been. They did not understand how this was possible. Gustav turned around sharply, but there was no monster behind him either. No one present could say where he had gone. No one except Leon, who used a special vision skill. His eye glowed with a blue light. While everyone was looking ahead and around, our hero looked up and his pupils narrowed at what he saw. Above, against the backdrop of the moon, a vampire hung in the sky with a glowing red eye and swords prepared for a deadly blow. Gustav stood right below him, his face reflecting confusion, but he still didn't see his opponent. A shrill battle cry suddenly tore through the space and almost deafened those present. The vampire was preparing to attack. Beams of aura began to flash around the mercenary commander. These were the trajectories of the blows that only Leon could see so far. But Jerome was already flying down on Gustav from above, and very soon all these blows would become real, our hero realized. The mercenary commander's sword was stained with blood, but his fingers continued to grip the weapon, despite the fact that it was now difficult. Seeming to be torn apart by hundreds of different enemies at once, Gustav screamed out a cry of pain and frustration. This can't be. He cut through the steel aura. No one has ever managed to do anything like this. Where did Jerome get such strength from? The mercenary commander thought, leaning on his sword with the last of his strength. What the hell is going on? Everyone thought as they watched Jerome approach Gustav, his red eye flashing. I only had time to see the commander fall. The mercenaries began to whisper. No matter how fast Jerome was, he only had a B rank. No, it doesn't look like it, Leon thought at that moment, remembering how Karen had taken on multiple forms to confuse him during training. He had the same speed as Karen, he told Elsidor, but the technique itself was different. Here Jerome reached Gustav and stepped on him as if he were not a living person but a piece of dirt. The mercenary commander screamed in pain. The enemy was specifically aiming at the wound he had already managed to inflict. Commander, what a bastard! The mercenaries who had taken part in the journey rushed forward, cursing. At that moment, a clawed hand appeared in front of them, and an unfamiliar voice gave the command to stop. What to do if a third party interferes with the duel? The mercenaries who came with Jerome asked, their eyes glowing red. Are these really the mercenaries we know? The guys from Gustav's team asked each other in shock. Their commander also closely watched what was happening and made certain conclusions, although he did not voice them yet. Well, there he was, waiting, Gustav, Geronimo looming over him with a hideous grin. The full moon looking especially ominous against the backdrop of his huge figure. You're already on your knees, the opponent added and grinned again, as if rejoicing in his power. So start begging me for mercy, he added, and saliva flowed from his slightly open mouth in which suspicious fangs were visible. Jerome's eyes also became completely red and inhuman. The changes that happened to him were demonic in nature. Elsidor looked at this picture and frowned. Leon, draw your sword and raise it as high as you can, he commanded. What? The young man asked again. The ball repeated and added that the light of the student's aura should disperse as far as possible. Yes, the young man obediently reported and began to pull his weapon out of its sheath. This alone was enough to make the opponents tense up. When the young man drew his sword completely and raised it high above his head, the glow from his solar aura filled the surrounding area for many meters. Jerome didn't even see but felt the sun's rays on his skin. He didn't even have time to turn his head towards Leon, but he already understood that he was finished. When the red-eyed monster looked at what was causing him such discomfort, it was too late to retreat. Steam began to pour out of him, as if the rays were burning him alive. With a terrible cry, Gustav's opponent grabbed his face with his hands. His eyes, which were sensitive to sunlight, suffered the most. My body is burning hot, so hot, his subordinates began to scream, grabbing random parts of their bodies. Soon, all that was left around Gustavo were a few smoking remains spread out on the ground. Leon and the rest of the mercenaries looked at this scene in shock. What does this mean? Why do they react to my aura like that, Elsid, really? The young man began to ask and received an affirmative answer. Yes, they are all Dampiers, the ball said, and the guy looked again at the mercenaries spread out on the ground. Dampiers? What is this? And why not vampires, our hero asked, because he thought he had guessed the nature of the phenomenon. Dampiers are not vampires, but could soon become so, the mentor explained. The concept of Dampier is rather conditional. This is the name given to people who have drunk vampire blood, the so-called reagent, but have not yet managed to fully transform. The process remains unfinished. It's something between a human and a vampire. It's weak in the sun, but at night its strength triples. It's not a vampire's equal, but its regeneration is already quite strong. Silver weapons inflict mortal wounds on the Dampier. He hasn't mastered black magic either. It's very difficult to deal with them at night. Fortunately, there is a holy sword and your aura, the ball explained. Leon, what is this situation? Asked Gustav, who had come up to him. The young man asked if he was okay, to which he received an affirmative answer. He is not well. He has serious injuries. We need to arrange treatment as soon as possible. Explain everything in a few words, Elsidor interrupted. These bastards vampires, Leon reported to the commander of the mercenary squad with a dramatic look. At this time, Jerome came to his senses a little and began to crawl along the ground with terrible groans. Regeneration worked perfectly. He saw that all his colleagues were already tightly tied up and awaiting their further fate. Gustav asked Jerome in a cheerful voice if he had come to his senses. It seemed it was his turn to tie him up too. Would you like to discuss one little question with us? Asked the commander of the caravan mercenaries, and his opponent felt a strong fear. Wait, this is a violation of the rules, he began to plead, but no amount of persuasion would help. The city was filled with loud screams. After a while, everything became quiet, and the area where the tavern was located was filled with long-awaited peace and quiet. As Jerome had admitted, Count Rubin was the root of the problem, Leon thought as he sat on the bed in the spacious room he and Karen had shared on the top floor. He remembered that the next destination of their caravan was the city of feud Rubin, and the Count was organizing an army, making adventurers and mercenaries from all over the world his subordinates. If the church found out, the shock would be enormous. What the hell was he up to? Our hero wondered. Besides, why is he so eager to prematurely obtain the black crystal that we are supposed to deliver to him? Tomorrow early in the morning, he and Gustav would go to talk to the head of the guild. So it was time to go to bed, by the way. Where was Karen still? The young man thought. She needs to come as soon as possible, and they go to bed. The guy was worried. Then a blue ball materialized and asked if they would sleep together. What? What is he talking about, Elsid? What does this mean? Yours together? Leon asked, looking at his mentor with a puzzled look. A huge double bed. The guy remembered the guild leader's recommendation and realized that this was the bed he was sitting on now. What kind of nonsense is the mentor talking about? He's just... The young man began to make excuses in a fit of panic. He's just waiting for her to arrive because he's worried, Leon added, and at that moment he heard familiar footsteps behind him. It was Karen, who exclaimed that she was looking for our hero everywhere, and he was just chilling here. The girl's voice was full of enthusiasm. Having flown into the room, the girl announced that she had obtained very important information. The young man was not prepared for it to be so swift. Just don't be surprised, or rather be surprised, but not too much, our heroine continued. Karen, what is this important information? Tell me. He is listening attentively. The young man smiled. I don't even know where to start. The beauty was trying to raise her price. Oh, he just can't imagine what incredible information this is. This is the information she managed to extract from the head of the Golden Owl Guild, Karen continued, hoping to surprise Leon by showing that she was not only strong, but also smart. She managed to find out that a vampire had appeared in Count Rubin's fiefdom. The adventurer finally blurted out her news of the day. For greater effect, she spread her arms out to the sides so that her cloak fluttered like that of a real Dracula. But for some reason, Leon was not impressed by what the girl said. She repeated it again, spreading her arms even wider, moving even closer. But the reaction Karen expected still did not come. Leon continued to stand with a calm face, and then realized that in another second he would have to say at least something, just to stay alive. He is really very surprised. The young man squeezed out of himself, and the girl began to loudly complain, asking what was wrong with him, and why his reaction was so rotten. But Arnold's reaction was the most violent one. The man screamed and grabbed his head with both hands. Karen looked at Leon and began to cry, saying that this was exactly the reaction she expected from him. Having occupied one of the best rooms in the tavern, all our heroes gathered for their small meeting. There is a vampire in Count Rubin's fiefdom, and in addition to this, there is a process of active buildup of military power. Gustav, Leon, and Karen reported to the head of the guild. And the one behind this is none other than Count Rubin, Arnold repeated and asked again if the information was reliable. Based on recent events and confirmed facts, that's exactly what's going on. And there are dampiers in the city, Leon added, remembering Jeremy. For such a monster to appear, there must be a connection with a real vampire. In other words, there is clearly someone behind Jerome, the young man added. And there is a high probability that we are talking about Count Rubin himself, the mercenary commander summed up with a sullen look. Fortunately, we learned of this before we arrived at Rubin's fief, and can take action, he continued, to which Arnold agreed that this was indeed the case. But they still won't be able to avoid meeting Count Rubin. It would be better if the thieves in the desert stole that box. Then there would be at least some justification. However, if he says that he cannot deliver the item, being at the very borders of the fief of Rubin, then the Count will take this as a personal insult, Arnold continued. For nobles, their own reputation is more important than life. We can simply be killed for disrespecting the authorities, he added, to which Gustav suggested stepping forward to meet the danger. Since there was nothing to be done, he added. But from a strategic point of view, this was the worst possible outcome, the guild leader objected. But even realizing this, we can't just up and abandon what we've started, Karen summed up. If we refuse to carry out an order just because we fear for our own skin, we will forever undermine trust, ruin our reputation, and be known as weaklings, Gustav added. The mercenary who took the request must be responsible until the very end of the mission, he explained, to which Arnold suggested spending all his money and hiring even more mercenaries. If we give the mercenaries silver bullets and holy water, we will defeat the vampires and I will not have to beg for my own salvation, the man suggested. It seemed like the guild leader and Gustav had come to an agreement. Both of them looked quite satisfied and optimistic. To seal the agreement, the men shook hands firmly and smiled. They seemed to be quite capable of handling the problem themselves without our participation, Karen noted, and asked Leon to devote some time to her. She smiled and looked calm. The young man agreed and asked what exactly she needed. Karen offered to follow her and went ahead. Leon tried to catch up, but it was not so easy. Finally, the girl stopped and turned around. It turned out that she was angry. The adventurer exclaimed that it really was a big surprise, and it took her a lot of effort to get the information. Our hero was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. He couldn't justify himself for having already learned something, and without making any special effort, but by chance. If she hadn't put in so much effort, it would have been impossible to guess what was happening, insisted Karen, who didn't know about yesterday. The mole, the reason why he attacked us in the desert, the girl continued her monologue. The reason is that most likely Mole received clear instructions from Count Rubin. The blonde raised her index finger. Here Leon was surprised in the most sincere of all possible ways and shouted in a voice that was not his own what she meant. Karen folded her arms over her chest with emotion. This was exactly the reaction she'd been looking for from the very beginning. Think about it. Where else would Mole have learned about the valuable cargo? Besides, if such a huge group simply and regularly ran amok in the desert, everyone would already know about them. It turns out that they attacked quietly and unexpectedly because they knew that we were carrying the box. They only needed it, Leon realized. That's exactly how I think Mole actively collaborated with Count Rubin and did all the dirty work for him, Karen added, posing as an undertaker. He was just extremely unlucky that he met me that day, the girl added, and Leon remembered how it was. So, Count Rubin wanted us not to arrive in his domain. They both thought at the same time placing an entire caravan, especially with security, is a troublesome matter. The Count would not have been able to take everything into his hands without being noticed. So he decided to entrust this business to the bandits. Even if the Count had been planning something in his fief, he had tried to divert attention from the city as much as possible by doing dirty work in other people's lands, Leon realized. That's probably why he tried to steal the cargo he ordered. so no one would know that he actually got what he wanted. But not only did the guild manage to protect the cargo, the gang of bandits was also defeated. As a result, we came close to the borders of the feud, the girl noted. The Count probably thinks that he has more trouble than usual, that things are taking a dangerous turn, our hero thought. The danger increased several times at the moment when the guild exceeded the Count's expectations. Now he will prepare for a more thorough war in his fief. In that case, perhaps it would be worth resorting to any tricks. The young man thought about the necklace given to him by the bishop. Senior comrade, the boy called out to Karen respectfully. I think there is a place we should visit. Leon looked straight ahead and determined, but explained that they would not leave right now, but a little later. The full moon was still on. The night in Rubin was as beautiful as ever. A light wind carried black smoke, somewhat reminiscent of a spirit or a demon. There were no people on the street. The buildings exuded peace and tranquility. They were beautiful and majestic. Rubin fully deserves the title of a night city. You won't find such beauty here during the day. Everything is spoiled by noise and crowds. The smoke gradually approached the window of one of the modest houses and penetrated inside. Someone was sitting on a chair in a small room, holding a book in his hands. Are you back? Asked the seated man without turning around, feeling with his back that someone had appeared in the room. Roman, added a ringing voice, and an elderly man with a neat mustache and glasses materialized from the smoke. Yes, your highness, he responded, to which he received the answer that the clan was completely destroyed. Titles were no longer appropriate. You will always be a prince to me, a member of the vampire nobility, who has inherited the blood of Wallachia through 3 generations of Nosferatu, your highness Tepes. There are no count's men within a radius of at least a kilometer. You can stay here for at least 5 days, Roman said, looking out the window for insurance. Okay, the prince replied, but then he clenched his fist in anger. How could it have happened that everyone from the clan except for the 2 of us were destroyed? He shouted. His sins are great, and all because he tried to find a place to live, but never expected to bring such disaster to his clan, the prince continued. Your highness, this sin belongs to the wicked, Roman objected, to which the young man replied that even if so, he himself must save his clan and no one else. Here the vampire's eyes flashed red, his face changed expression. It seemed that something had made him very wary. Your highness, the man with the mustache tried to find out what was going on, but the prince held out his hand with his fingers spread out, calling for silence. His eyes became surprised and very large. His fingers reached towards his mouth, as if Tepes had a habit of biting his nails. Roman realized that the master used force, the art of sharing feelings with those with whom he shared his blood, even if it was blood that he did not give of his own free will. It was about Jerome and 2 other mercenaries from his company. The vampire, thanks to his blood, understood what happened to them. Watching the prince's eyes turn red and angry, Roman thought that as long as Tepesh was alive, the minds of all these people, that is, the Dompiers, were connected to him. Just at that moment, the vampire saw through Jerome's eyes Gustav kneeling, a huge pool of blood spreading around him. He seemed to possess the body of his Dompier and raised one of the 2 swords, preparing to attack. In the reflection of the sword, the prince saw not himself, but Jerome. But his eyes were almost identical to those of a vampire. The next thing Tepes saw was Leon with the holy sword raised above his head, illuminating everything around him with the sunbeams of his aura. The guy's face was calm and determined. It seemed like he didn't even suspect that a secret enemy was watching him. Ha 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 ha, laughed Tepesh. He was so sincerely happy that it looked more like a fit of hysterics. Continuing to laugh out loud, the vampire muttered that everything was wonderful, just couldn't be better. Roman, it seems the goddess hasn't left us yet, he squeezed out laughing, to which the man asked what he was talking about. Under the moonlight, he saw the bastards who had become the Count's puppets, the Dampiers he had created from my blood, and they were confronted by someone with holy power. Seeing how he dealt with the non-pure bloods in one fell swoop, he can assume that this man occupies a high place in the church hierarchy, the prince added. If someone like him is here, then he has information related to me, Tepesh added, to which Roman replied that in that case they have a chance. Yes, this will be the key to the counterattack, the vampire said with a satisfied look. It was clear that he had already begun to form a plan. Andre Rubin, you vile bastard, wait a little longer and he will come, Tepesh said, releasing the aura and claws from his hand. As the limb transformed into a weapon, the prince promised that with his bloody claws he would tear Rubin apart. A day later, Leon listened to Elsidor detail his battle with the vampires in the past. He invaded the vampire lord's castle alone. 90% of all these creatures were destroyed then, and since then, they have practically disappeared, added the ball, and the young man had almost run out of patience. If some managed to escape and thus be saved, Then why did they appear only 300 years later, the ball asked, and our hero began to roll on the floor, unable to bear it any longer. All week that we have been going to feud Rubin. The ball has been told these heroic stories. He is already fed up with them. He cannot train. He cannot do anything, the young man exclaimed. Besides, the mentor was chatting all the time. It felt like he was riding with a talkative sword king. The guy was indignant, but the mentor didn't listen to him, but only asked where he had stopped. "Stop it! I don't have the strength to listen to you anymore," Leon shouted with the last of his strength. His head was ready to explode. Then, from the very top of the roof of the carriage, a joyful Karen looked inside and cheerfully announced that they had arrived. "We are entering the Rubin residence," the girl explained, and our hero could not hold back a joyful cry when he saw it with his own eyes. Of course, the residence cannot be compared with Barcus, which is called a fortress city, but it is also quite beautiful and majestic. "It's quite large for a castle on the outskirts of the country," Karen added, and Leon suddenly noticed that the city's walls were sparkling. The glow covered the central part of the fortress wall, but small sparks were visible in other places as well. Leon expected his friend to tell him what it was all about, but he heard an annoying voice that was already making him nervous. "This is a barrier," Elsidor explained. "In order to protect the residents, certain measures were taken. Using a huge amount of silver, a spell was engraved on the walls of the castle to prevent vampires from entering. It seemed to have other uses, but he was not familiar with such subtleties." The ball continued, and Leon wondered if this meant that their theory was wrong. If Count Rubin was a dark horse who controlled the vampires, then why was it necessary to put such a barrier on the fortress wall? The young man could not understand. Here they drove up to the entrance gate, and the guards ordered the carts to stop immediately. "What kind of guild are you?" the guards asked, and Arnold introduced himself as the head of the Stom Guild, after which he heard that they were just waiting for them. The head of the guard asked one of his subordinates to accompany the caravan to the castle in order to avoid misunderstandings. The carts began to enter the territory of the Rubin residents one after another, overcoming the protective barrier. At the moment of passing the barrier, Leon felt as if he had come into contact with the sacred power of the church. Karen didn't like these sensations. She shuddered unpleasantly and assumed that if they were vampires, they would have been baked by now. One way or another, the knights who guarded the gates were neither vampires nor dampers, that's obvious. "It's a relief, really, that he can tell them apart," the blue ball exclaimed mockingly. "But from now on, we must be on our guard. It is not known from which side we can expect a blow," he added instructively. Leon drove around the city and tried to spot traces of vampires using a special vision, but there were none in the city. He decided that perhaps the sun was still high, so the creatures simply did not show themselves on the streets. Soon the caravan arrived at the forged gates of the palace, and there they were stopped by the senior knight Brand. The man looked rather funny. He was thin, had a big nose, and the feather on his helmet added even more to his resemblance to a bird. Only the guild leader and adventurers with mercenaries of B rank and above can go further. This is the order of the Lord. Karen and Leon were surprised to hear this. Even if the head of the guild should bring the box, why did they even invite the guards inside, the guy thought, looking at the window of the throne room. The furnishings in the palace were truly luxurious. Our hero had never seen anything like it before. The mercenaries also found themselves in such a place for the first time. They did not know how to behave and how to greet the nobility. Finally, our hero stopped in full force in front of the doors to the count's chambers. The knight asked them to wait. He knocked on the door and informed the lord that the guild leader had arrived with his guards, which looked rather ridiculous. A command to enter came from behind the doors, and they slowly began to open, without making a creak or any other sound. Count Rubin himself greeted the guests looking menacing and displeased. Arnold knelt down, bowed his head and placed the box next to him, and the man launched into a long series of greetings and explanations. Leon looked at all this and could not understand why the count did not look like a vampire. This contradicted their theory. He quietly called out to Elsid, and the mentor confirmed that Rubin was not who they thought he was. Now the young man was completely confused and seriously nervous. If this was so, then their theory was wrong. Continuing to examine the local ruler, our hero felt that a special energy was emanating from him. "Who is he?" Leon asked his mentor, if not a vampire, and the answer was that the count was a much more annoying creature. The guy looked at Rubin again, but couldn't find anything irritating in the count's personality. Straining his vision, special vision with the help of aura, the guy scanned his interlocutor. At this time, the blue ball put everything in its place with one phrase, but this phrase infuriated Leon. "He is only a man," Elsidor said. "And all the knights in this room are not vampires, but ordinary people," the mentor informed the student. "If neither the count himself nor any of his subordinates are vampires, Then the assumption that the city is ruled by bloodsuckers is a lie, Leon asked. There is indeed a threat looming over the city, but for now it is only a shadow left by evil. It has not become reality. Sir Arnold of the Stom Guild, welcome, Count Rubin said in the meantime, nodding and greeting. I don't feel any of the arrogance that is typical of nobles in his face. His eyes are filled with a warm light, Karen noted. He didn't look like a villain at all, Leon thought, as the Count asked for the item he had ordered before they continued their conversation, Arnold handing him the box. When the guild leader opened it, the black crystal began to shine, illuminating half the hall with sparks, and those present were dumbfounded. The Count took it in his hand without any ceremony, and without any reverence, as if it were an ordinary cobblestone. Then he brought it to his eyes and looked at the light, saying that he was completely satisfied. The Count ordered a reward of 1,000 gold pieces and provided a 20% discount on goods in the city. Arnold bowed his head in gratitude. He did not expect such generosity from the nobleman. Ho ho, no need for ceremony, said Rubin. There is no need for formalities, he informed. So let's get to the main thing, the Count demanded, and it became noticeable that the head of the guild was very nervous. Rubin looked at everyone present with an arrogant and somewhat satisfied look, as if evaluating them. Noticing that the mercenaries did not expect anything like this, he asked them not to be surprised and to react calmly to what they were about to hear. Now there are vampires hiding in Rubin. The Count finally voiced the problem that his guests were supposed to help solve. Leon and Elsidor did not expect things to turn out this way, because they believed that Rubin himself was involved in vampire affairs. Karen and Gustav made angry faces. They had a special attitude towards such creatures, caused by previous experience. Hamel and the other mercenaries could not understand how to react to this shocking information, and most importantly, to the fact that they wanted to drag them into this matter. And only the head of the guild, Arnold, was unable to cope with his fear and screamed in horror, clutching his head. I beg your pardon, forgive me for my tactlessness, the merchant realized when he felt the Count's gaze. The guild leader might well have been surprised. Who would have thought that Rubin would personally bring up this topic, Leon thought. Although we searched the citadel day and night, he came to the conclusion that the knights will not be able to find the vampires. These creatures are very good at hiding, Rubin continued. He is also concerned that the knights have never encountered monsters before, so I would like to suggest that you take up vampire hunting, the Count finished. All the guests of the palace, led by Leon, frowned. This was not the job that the mercenaries or Karen dreamed of. Looking at their dissatisfied faces, the Count promised a huge reward, as well as access to silver weapons and holy water. But even this did not change the effect too much. Our heroes continued to frown and think that all this was very strange. In fact, while they were the Count's guests, there was only one answer they could give to the situation. All the travelers were accommodated in a luxurious mansion, and that evening they gathered in the hall to discuss the matter. It was not without reason that we were placed in a house for important guests. We are being watched, Gustav voiced his thoughts. What is the likelihood that everything the Count said is true? And it is also alarming that he was the first to mention vampires, Karen added. The fact that he is acting suspiciously is only our assumption. There is no evidence. I beg you, just do as he says, Arnold began to beg. Elsidor understood his fear. For the Count, the merchant was just a rich commoner, and it would have cost him nothing to behead him in front of everyone just on a whim. Having assessed the situation, Leon realized that it was in their interests that Count Rubin was not their enemy. Otherwise, there was little chance of survival. We were on his territory. But what if he himself is a vampire? The young man continued to think, to which he received a hint from his mentor that the old man was not a vampire, but a high-class magician. Count Rubin is a magician of such a high level that he can disguise himself so that no one even suspects it. A high-ranking mage, the young man muttered, to which Elsidor noted that he had little understanding of this. But the protective sign on the walls of the fortress was the work of its ruler. I felt it because the wave of magical energy from the old man was the same as the magical barrier we passed through when entering the city. Leon was puzzled. If that was the case, the ruler had no need to hire them. He could change the defensive spell to an offensive one, and all the vampires in the fortress would be burned to the ground. So he either wants to capture the creatures alive, or he wants to silence the Stom Guild forever, using the vampires as a pretext, our hero realized. The Count is clearly up to something in his fiefdom. He is manipulating and trying to play an underground game. All that remains is to understand what role we can play in all of this, whether we have even the slightest chance of winning, the guy thought. The Stom Guild is very small. No one would even notice if they all just disappeared forever, never returning from their journey. Be that as it may, the Count was definitely planning something in his fief. Otherwise, he would not have hidden the fact that he was a high-ranking magician, the young man realized. Besides, it was not by chance that he separated the guards and the head of the guild from its ordinary members. If we remember the Dhampir mercenaries, there is a possibility that they want to make something similar out of us. I can't let this happen at any cost, our hero thought, clenching his fists in rage. But now the biggest problem is that the Count is our enemy, the blue ball voiced his thoughts. He is our enemy, that old man is our enemy, Elsider tried to shout to the merchant and to Gustav, but they could not hear him. Leon clutched his head, trying to figure out how to explain the Count's true nature to his comrades without revealing Elsidur's identity. The only one who will take his word for it is Karen, our hero thought, and decided to start with the girl. But this had to be done one-on-one, the young man decided, looking at the tense faces of his friends, each one intensely thinking about his own thing. Enough, Karen suddenly exclaimed. We can't make a decision now. It's better for everyone to get some sleep and rest. Otherwise, in the morning, instead of a decision, we will accept death. Everyone looked at her with joy. Such a simple thought did not frighten, but rather brought relief that it could be decided not now. But in the morning, everyone said goodbye and went their separate ways. What? Count Rubin is a magician! Karen exclaimed in complete shock. Leon shared the information with her as soon as they were alone. And besides, high-ranking, the guy added with a worried look. He didn't expect that for the adventurer it would be such a surprise. They continued walking down the hallway to their room, and the girl reasoned that it was very dangerous to get involved with a mage of such a high level that she didn't even recognize him under his disguise. There is no guarantee that we will win with the current balance of power. The main thing now is to gain time, Karen noted. How fortunate, Leon thought, that he had sent a request to the Order of the Iron Castle via the bishop's medallion just before they crossed the border of the fief of Rubin. However, the young man did not know when to expect help and in what numbers the knights would arrive. It's not pleasant to be in a situation where you don't know whether a whole legion will arrive or you can count on a couple of people, Karen continued. She noticed something suspicious. What's wrong? Leon asked, but the girl replied that everything was fine and wished him good night. The guy walked into his room and started hanging his coat on a hook in the hallway when the doors suddenly opened. Karen walked inside and closed them behind her, quietly lowering the handle down, trying as little as possible to make noise. Despite this, our hero felt her presence and looked around to find out what was going on. The girl pressed her back against the door. She also took off her outerwear. Her face was somewhat embarrassed. "Senior comrade," Leon muttered questioningly, but the beautiful hands of the adventuress were already reaching out to him. The next second, she carefully and gently, but quite decisively pushed the young man toward the bed. Lying on his back, Leon had no idea what was going on, but decided that his more experienced friend knew what she was doing. He looked at her questioningly, but did not understand what exactly Karen wanted, so he did not take any action. The girl looked at him with a gentle and kind look and asked him only not to make unnecessary noise and not to say anything. In some rooms of the luxurious mansion for special guests, the lights were still on, but in Karen and Leon's rooms, the windows were dark. On the windowsill outside sat a man in a hood, trying to eavesdrop and see what was going on in the adventurers' quarters. When he looked inside the room, his face took on a displeased expression. He grimaced as if he saw something unpleasant. At this time, Karen was just carrying out her manipulations on the bed, immobilizing Leon and asking him to be quiet. The next moment, she kissed the young man. At least that was the impression the spy outside the window got. His face stretched out in surprise and his mouth dropped open. Apparently, no one expected to see a romantic scene. The man turned and rushed away, realizing that he would not be able to obtain any important information today, and Count Rubin's guests were not busy talking. Leon himself had already guessed what was happening. From a certain point, Karen began to use his double. The girl who kissed him was also a double, but the spy didn't need to know about that. "Excellent, it seems he's gone," the adventuress whispered, as she heard the push of feet from the windowsill. "Everything immediately seems suspicious to me," the girl added. "They simply couldn't help but put surveillance on us, by the way. Did you like it?" she asked. "It all looked pretty realistic," Leon muttered. "Although how should I know?" he added, to which the girl replied that she didn't know either. The blue ball looked at both of them, raised an eyebrow in surprise, and muttered that they were real fools. "So isn't it time for us to go on a reconnaissance mission too?" suggested Karen, and the young man was surprised that they had only just entered. "The enemy has been spying on us, so we must respond in kind immediately," Karen explained her plan. "Besides, they are now sure that we have more interesting things to do than follow them, so they will not be cautious," the beauty added. "But there are eyes everywhere in the castle. How can we leave unnoticed?" our hero doubted. "What? Leon has already managed to forget who she really is," Karen exclaimed and began to materialize the image of the Undertaker from the shadows. "Dear hero, where should I take you?" As if saluting Leon, the adventurer awaited the order. The moon was shining brightly. There was enough light from the full moon, and besides, the clouds had dispersed and the sky was clear. Soon, against this beautiful background, a black silhouette appeared from the heavenly body, wearing a cloak spread out like wings, a plague doctor's mask, and a hat. On the street, Karen continued to cast shadows over herself and Leon so that they could continue to move around unnoticed. They say that the city at night is better than the daytime. There are no people on the streets and you can see the architecture. But it scares me that it's not even midnight yet. And it's so quiet here, the girl noted. She looked at the window of one of the houses where the light was on and reported that she clearly felt someone's presence inside the buildings. It could be the vampire rumors, or it could be something else entirely, as there are many other factors, Leon said. He also added that there are more guards and patrols on the city streets than ordinary people and local residents. He noticed the silver bullets on the knights' belts and reported that they were openly demonstrating their readiness to fight the vampire. "What is the Count's relationship with vampires in general?" asked Elsador's boy. "For enemies, the confrontation is too awkward, and for allies, it looks ridiculous." "As for me, the answer to your question has already been given," the blue ball said thoughtfully. The young man looked up at it and began to listen. After all, the world is not always divided into enemies and allies, and this option should not be overlooked either. Neither enemy nor ally, he hadn't even thought of it that way. Looking back, vampires had always been considered enemies without good reason, Leon mused. The vampires and Count Rubin might both be our enemies, or maybe we should join one side or the other, he thought. While he was thinking, he managed to walk a considerable distance, and only after hearing Karen's call did our hero look back. The girl said that further on there was a slum area and asked what he intended to do, continue on his way or go back. Leon doubted whether vampires would really hide in such a place and decided to ask Elsid for advice. Vampires are quite arrogant and extravagant. They can rightfully be considered the aristocracy of the night. As he already said, this race looks down on humans. Such a wretched place would offend them. If any of them were really hiding here, it would mean that they had reached the edge and were truly dangerous. "Come on, big comrade," the young man commanded loudly, and he and Karen walked forward into the slums. Oh, how gloomy. The guy couldn't contain his emotions as they walked several blocks. "Why is the air so heavy?" the girl suddenly asked. "It's strange, but she doesn't feel the presence of people." Despite the maximum spread of aura sensitivity, no signs of life could be detected, she reported. However rich the feud of Rubin was, we did not meet a single poor person. Although there are poor houses, this is very strange, Leon noted. If there are rich people, there must be poor people too. Why are the mansions full of people? But not a soul here, he thought. The slums are completely deserted. There's not a single resident left. This is not just frightening. It gives rise to bad thoughts. What the hell did Count Rubin do to the poor people of the feud? Why are these dwellings now empty? The boy exclaimed. "I don't want to stay here. Let's go back," suggested Karen. Our heroes felt so uneasy that both of them got goosebumps. Some kind of black smoke or even odorless haze, similar to a disembodied spirit, enveloped the young people. Both felt something was wrong. Instinct and a good sense of aura kicked in. The feeling of danger became completely real. "What is this? An attack?" Leon tried to understand. He felt some movement nearby, but still did not see anyone. Even Karen couldn't notice. The young man was surprised as he grabbed his sword and took a fighting stance. The girl pulled out a dagger and prepared for battle. She, too, could not figure out where the enemies came from and who attacked them. Suddenly, the smoke began to thicken, and after a few seconds, two people materialized from the shadows. The man with the mustache and pince-nez, Roman, who was already familiar to us, and his master, Prince Tepesh. Leon didn't understand who was in front of him were magicians or high-class killers. He prepared for the attack, trying to understand how they moved, dispersing the body in a black haze. "These are vampires," the blue ball stated without a shadow of a doubt. He was surprisingly calm. "Vampires," the young man whispered, his voice shaking and his legs weak. This was not how he had imagined meeting monsters. The hero recognized us immediately. Among 3 generations of Nosferatu, he is the last representative of the royal family of Wallachia. "Tepes," the prince introduced himself. Leon continued to silently look at him and assess his chances of survival. Everything indicated that they were not high. With such a terrifying arsenal of techniques, they could have attacked us earlier, the young man thought. His imagination was already painting pictures of Tepesh biting into his neck with his huge teeth. The vampires could attack, but they still haven't done so. It's not that easy to figure out whether they are enemies or allies, Karen and Leon thought. They didn't feel any hostility. The bloodsuckers clearly abandoned the surprise attack and began a dialogue. The young man decided to take advantage of this chance and reached for the sword. The full moon brightly illuminated the street. Our hero nevertheless decided to talk first, and then, if necessary, defend his life. "You do not intend to fight, so what is the purpose of contact with us?" Leon asked the vampires. "Reveal the essence of the matter at last." Tepesh smiled. He ignored the young man's words, but happily informed Roman that he was not mistaken. "He will ask only one question." The prince turned to Leon. Through the Dhampir, he saw that he was the owner of sacred power. "Our hero, he is a man of the church?" asked Prince Nosferatu, and looked menacingly straight into the eyes of the dumbfounded guy. Karen and Leon now didn't understand at all what was happening, and most importantly, they didn't know how to react to such a question. They looked at the vampires standing opposite them and could not understand how they had risked contacting the church representatives on their own initiative. If the vampire had any evil intent, he would have simply fled as soon as he noticed the church's coat of arms on any of its representatives, Elsidor said. "Well, I've already posed as a church representative in Blaine, so what the heck," Leon thought, confirming the vampire's guess. "Hooray!" exclaimed Prince Tepes, and joyfully grabbed our hero by the hand and began to shake it in greeting. "How long have we waited for you?" the vampire blurted out, not hiding his joy, continuing to squeeze the guy's hand gratefully. Leon was covered in beads of sweat from the tension. He did not understand at all what was happening and asked to repeat what was said. Karen and Roman looked at what was happening with undisguised relief, both realizing that they would not have to fight anytime soon. The next day, all the heroic travelers gathered in one of the halls of their guest mansion. They listened to the news and reacted differently. The mercenaries were horrified. They couldn't comprehend that such a thing was even possible. Finally, the mercenary commander slammed his fist on the table with all his might and blurted out that this was a very unexpected turn of events. "The Count uses the poor as food to breed several dozen vampires." That's what Tepesh told Karen and Leon, and they passed it on to their friends. "Yes, she heard it with her own ears and saw it with her own eyes," the girl confirmed, folding her arms across her chest. Leon stood silently and thought that Karen's presence made everything easier after all. There was more trust in an A-rank adventurer. The mercenaries were thinking that Count Rubin was a high-ranking mage, whom even an A-rank would not defeat, and that information from vampires could not be trusted. They had doubts. To sum it up, the Count is plotting something, and he is keeping us here so that the information does not leak outside the fief. "We have to hurry," Karen concluded. "He also knows that keeping us here for more than 10 days is problematic under any circumstances." "This means that something is definitely brewing here," the mercenaries muttered, looking menacingly ahead. "But we must not forget that all this could be a blatant lie," Gustav exclaimed furiously. "How can one trust bastards who live by absorbing other people's blood?" "We're not exactly thrilled about drinking someone else's blood to survive either," Prince Tepes' voice came from behind him. Everyone froze in horror. The vampires were right there, in the same room with all of them, and those present didn't even suspect it. When asked how he got here, Tepesh greeted everyone and replied that it was an intangible body, so the sun and spells did not harm it. "I'm not here to fight," he continued, adding that he understood how difficult it was to believe his words. "I can't risk my life and the lives of my people just by taking someone's word for it," Gustav shouted. "I need proof." "Your words are quite true," replied the prince and unfolded an ancient document, yellowed with time, in front of the mercenary commander. "This is proof issued by the church itself that the term of service of the Wallachian clan church has ended," he added, and the faces of the mercenaries lengthened. "The vampires were in the service of the church," they muttered, to which Tepes replied that it was 300 years ago. Part of their clan joined the army of the Demon King. They refused to coexist with humans and broke their oath to the goddess. As a result, all of them were destroyed by the hero Rodrigo. However, one priest stood up for those who did not break the oath, in exchange for 250 years of service to the church. The surviving vampires agreed. "His words correspond to what Elsidor told me," Leon thought. The young man trusted Tepes. Shar remarked to this that for those who possess immortality, a period of 250 years is nothing at all. Aside from damage from sunlight and injuries that regeneration does not work against, there are no weapons. Apart from wounds caused by silver and holy water, vampires can live for thousands of years. "After our term of service was over, we began to look for a place to settle down," continued Prince Tepes. "In the end, they decided to settle in Rubin, but the Count, Gustav, interrupted the vampire, noticing that the Count had stabbed them in the back, not literally, of course. After seeing the document of the Holy Church, he believes them, but then they fell into a quagmire from which it is difficult to get out," the commander of the mercenaries noted. "Leon," he turned to our hero, Someone said that he had called the Knights of the Iron Castle. When approximately will they be here? The man asked. Well, I don't know, the guy muttered uncertainly. He still hadn't figured out how quickly the amulet was supposed to work. Then we have no choice. We will fight on our own, decided the commander of the mercenary squad of the Stom Guild. That's impossible, Karen objected. Even Tepesh, who is not inferior to us in strength, is forced to hide and conceal himself. Wizards are much more powerful in their own territory than is commonly believed, especially a wizard prepared for battle, the girl continued. Looking out the window, she also reminded that when a wizard lives for decades in his territory, one cannot be sure of victory even if a swordmaster comes. I propose to gradually undermine the enemy's strength in order to later achieve superiority over him, said the adventurer. By superiority, you mean? Gustav began his question, but Karen did not let him finish, saying that superiority is in holy power. All our hope is in the church and the help of those to whom the goddess has given her blessing, the girl finished. Albert concluded that in that case, it was necessary to wait for the Knights of the Holy Iron Castle. Until they arrive, we will try to reduce the Count's power as much as possible, Gustav supported, to which his subordinates noticed that they were being constantly watched. How to implement the plan when they were under constant scrutiny, everyone gathered began to think. Listen, how about we pretend to fight, the guild leader suggested. The vampire and Gustav tensed up greatly. Nothing like this had ever occurred to them. The plan did not look very encouraging. Karen and Leon looked at him as if he was crazy. It was unclear what the man meant, but it was really possible to simulate a battle with vampires. The plan was put into action a few hours later, and first an explosion of incredible power was heard in the city. He destroyed several structures near the fortress wall, and Rubin's guards rushed there, trying to understand what was happening. Soon Leon's cloak began to flutter heroically in the wind. A black haze appeared, hinting that there were many bloodsuckers here. The boy stood there, determined to fight. The Count's knights didn't even bother to ask if he was okay. It was obvious that the young man intended to defeat the enemy. "Who are you?" asked the security guard who had been injured by the explosion and was told that there would now be a battle with vampires. "His name is Leon. He accompanies the caravan of the Stom Guild and is currently carrying out an operation to destroy the bloodsuckers," our hero added. "Go away," he commanded the guards, and Count Rubin's knights looked up and saw a figure in the sky hovering against the moon. "That bastard is a vampire," Leon explained to the guards, and they looked at Tepesh with horror. The vampire tried to make the necessary frightening impression, for which he specially made his eyes even redder than before. "Go away and trust everything to him. He is a master of such battles," Leon said. He did not need any extra witnesses. The guy took on an even more heroic appearance and held his sword forward, demonstrating that he was in complete control of the situation. Tepesh laughed loudly and raised his clawed hand, causing a blood-red glow from his aura. He remembered how he had initially reacted to the merchant's suggestion to pretend to fight, especially Gustav's reaction. The mercenaries liked the idea, because it would never have occurred to Rubin that our heroes could be in league with the vampires. "If we pretend to fight, we can choose the place and time of the fight at our discretion." Karen supported the idea then. The girl had experience in such matters, and she added that inside Rubin's fortress it would now become very interesting. That evening everyone agreed and looked at each other conspiratorially. But now that very moment had arrived, the imitation battle was in full swing. Raising his giant weapon, Gustav walked towards the blood-red vampire glow with a determined look. He shouted loudly and swung his sword from side to side, which in itself looked terrifying. "Take that!" the mercenary yelled, and Tepesh added more and more streams of red light so that casual observers would get the feeling that rivers of blood were being spilled. Here they moved a little around the territory of Rubin's fortress, and Roman and Gustav noticed that Karen and Leon were right. They discovered buildings built around the perimeter of the city, with spells making them accessible only to the Count himself. These towers turned the entire territory of the Rubin fief into a huge magic circle, so the wizard was very skilled. Karen also warned about this. She explained that such towers are made to enhance the sorcerer's magic. Gustav then suggested destroying them all, but the girl explained that some were not necessary. They were decoys, so as not to reveal the existence of the magic circle. "So from this pile of towers, only the real ones need to be destroyed?" the guards asked again. Leon disagreed, explaining that then Count Rubin would definitely suspect something, and he would have to be more cunning. It should look like the structures were hit by accident, they decided then, and now they set about implementing their plan, blowing up the first of the magical towers in a simulated battle. "It seems Roman and Gustav are doing well looking at the explosion," Elsidor said. "The shortest time for the arrival of the Knights of the Order is 4 days. The longest is 10, we have a chance to prepare. But the Count must not see through the plan, so let the vampires be especially sinister and noticeable, the ball advised. Prince Tepes liked the idea. He had been hiding for so long that now he was happy to put on a show, demonstrating all his capabilities. At the last moment before Leon was to engage in a show fight with the Bloodsucker, Elsador reminded the youth that he must not use his aura. "What?" our hero exclaimed in horror. He hadn't thought about this at all and was already intending to summon the aura weapon, out of habit. At this time, the vampire had already sent an energy strike of red light in his direction. Although the fight was not real, it was not a complete imitation either. Leon stood with his sword at the ready and could not decide what was the best way to act in this situation, because he still had to parry the blow. At that moment, a deafening explosion thundered behind him. The enemy's blow had reached its target behind the young man's back. "You say you can't use aura in battle, but why he might just not survive?" Leon asked his mentor, almost breaking into a scream. "That's right," the ball replied. And then the young man screamed at the top of his voice that the destructive power of the vampire's blows was enormous, and he needed to somehow protect himself. "Your aura is sunny. It is the complete opposite of a vampire's. Even a slight touch will cause irreparable damage to the prince," the ball explained, and Leon was struck by an idea. "You say to carry out an attack of the same strength as him, to destroy the tower without using aura, and also to make it look like just a coincidence?" the guy asked sarcastically. "He can only use physical force while he destroys houses and towers with a snap of his fingers," Leon continued to complain, dodging the explosions. Tepesh rolled up his sleeves at this time and decided to focus all his attention on the enemy. He sent one after another aura strikes at our hero. Dodging turned out to be the only way to survive, but the sight was amazing. The vampire stood over the ruins and enjoyed the picture he had created. It was truly a work of theatrical art. He no longer expected Leon to attack, but suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. Prince Tepes froze in place. It seemed that he didn't even have the thought of somehow defending himself. He simply stopped seeing the one he had been actively attacking until now. The attack was carried out from the shadows. Fortunately, Karen taught her younger comrade the techniques of an assassin. The vampire turned out to be not so simple. He rose into the air and turned on the vision technique. His red eye scanned all the space on the ground. Leon at this time was waving his sword where the enemy had been just a second ago. Due to the glow mixed with the haze cast by Tepes, the guy could hardly see anything. He also didn't see that a vampire was hovering above him, already stretching out his hand to release a new energy blow at his opponent. Somehow the young man sensed where the attack was coming from and he jumped up, parrying the blow with his sword. The flow of power was directed to the side and, by a lucky, although depending on who, coincidence, it destroyed another of Rubin's towers. More than half of it fell off. The structure could no longer perform its function. The spell was broken. The second tower was hit about halfway. It tilted significantly and also lost all its magical properties. Leon continued to hold tightly to the sword, managing not only to reflect the vampire's blows, but also to assess the situation. "Wow, this looks like a pretty good endurance workout, doesn't it?" the blue ball wondered. He is mistaken, or the mentor was not joking when he warned me not to use the aura. The young man suddenly sensed a catch. "What are you wrong about? He doesn't understand what we're talking about at all." His teacher pretended to be a fool, trying in every way to hush up the topic. At this time, new explosions were heard around our hero. Tepesh finally launched his energy projectiles. So 6 days passed. On the 7th, the weather was clear and sunny. Leon, exhausted by endless battles, sat down to rest. He was exhausted beyond measure and still could not understand why there had been no help from the Knights of the Iron Castle for so long. "Fortunately, the process is going very smoothly," Elsador commented on the situation. "We have destroyed at least 10 towers. The fortress defense has suffered greatly." Looking at the city, which had lost a significant portion of its structures, the ball was glad that the magical network had practically ceased to exist. "Strength has dropped significantly," Count Rubin thought, looking out the window at the same ruins. The man clenched his fists in impotent rage. He didn't like this situation at all. Everything needed to be fixed. An idea came to Rubin, and he stopped being angry and began methodically twisting the rings on his hand, as if it helped him think through the decision. "They will pay in full for their amusements," muttered the nobleman. It seemed he was beginning to suspect what was happening in his fief. At this time, the guest house gathered almost all the heroic travelers in one of the rooms. Gustav, crossing his arms over his chest, sighed that he was tired, but everything was going according to plan, to which Leon noted that the situation looked suspicious, because the Count did not notice what was happening. The fact that he hasn't shown his true face yet only shows that the right moment hasn't come yet. But the longer we wait, the more dangerous the situation becomes, the mercenary commander muttered. There is still no news from the Knights of the Holy Iron Castle, the man asked, to which Leon answered negatively. His confusion was visible. Leon, suddenly a clear and cheerful girl's voice was heard from the shadows. It was Karen who had entered the room in the guise of the Undertaker's killer. The young man and Gustav turned around. The girl assumed her usual appearance and joyfully announced that they had arrived. They were the ones everyone was waiting for with such impatience. She lowered her voice. The long-awaited meeting with the Knight of the Holy Iron Castle was scheduled for the evening for the purposes of conspiracy. Leon and Karen were invited to an expensive restaurant, and even a table there had to be booked in advance. The girl pressed his hand to hers, and our hero asked if it was necessary to go so far. "It's just a game. We're like spies on a special mission. They'll think we're a couple and won't spy." The beauty laughed, making the young man feel awkward. Inside the restaurant, the manager met them and asked in whose name the table had been reserved. Noel, laughing happily, answered Karen and Leon in unison, both of them already quite well into their roles. "Your room is on the 4th floor. What will you order?" the man asked, and Karen asked for the dish of the day for all 4 of them. There were already 2 people in the room, a man and a girl with pink hair. Both looked quite young, but at the same time experienced fighters. When our heroes appeared, the man stood up as if he was going to repel an attack, and even after realizing that there were no enemies in front of him, he continued to look menacingly at those who entered. The girl looked more friendly and calm, but some wariness was noticeable in her. Leon also for some reason felt threatened and began to get very nervous. He was so expecting the Knights of the Holy Order, but they turned out to be not quite as he imagined. As expected from the most powerful military organization on the continent, they haven't even pulled out their weapons yet, and are already demonstrating superiority, Elsador noted. "Glad to meet you." Karen finally broke the tense silence. Leon introduced himself, and all 4 of them sat down at the table as if nothing had happened. "Yes, my brother. We have heard a lot about you from Bishop Gizar. My name is Demian, and this is Angelica." The man introduced his companion and himself. The girl lowered her eyes, nodded. Her companion said that she could not talk, so he asked to be understanding about this peculiarity of Angelica. The conversation in the restaurant was not intended for prying ears, which is why a separate room protected by a soundproofing spell was booked. "How much do you know about the current situation?" Leon asked. And the knight reported that Teps and the hero had probably committed sabotage under the guise of a battle. "You know Prince Teps?" The young man was surprised, to which he received the answer that the vampire was from the Wallachian clan, known for its church volunteer activities. "After 250 years of honest service, to find yourself in such a situation is a great misfortune. Please tell me everything else that might be important," continued Demian. Leon told the whole story, without missing the slightest detail, and it took just over an hour. He imprisoned the vampire clan and raised them like cattle. The knight clenched his fists. "There is only one kind of magic that uses life force in this way, and that is black magic." He realized what the Count was up to, the man said. "Judging by the expression on his face, the situation is more serious than we thought," Leon asked his mentor, who replied that it looked like it. "Vampires are a race in which there is no distinction between body and soul, which is why they have access to tricks such as dispersing an image in space and moving voices over distances. He tries to use them to accumulate energy. Black magic draining is the method that works best for spiritual bodies," Demian explained. "The Count uses the poor as food to squeeze all the juices out of the strengthened vampires again." "How is this even possible?" Leon slammed his fist on the table, to which the knight replied that this was an extraordinary case. If drinking large amounts of blood made vampires infinitely strong, they would have conquered the world by now. Consuming large amounts of blood is taboo, tantamount to self-destruction. But the Count does not care what state the vampire is in. His goal is to absorb the maximum amount of energy through him. At this moment, Angelica attracted attention to herself and showed 3 fingers on her hand. What this meant, the adventurers did not understand. Karen and Leon looked at Demian silently, waiting for him to explain why he was making such a gesture. "The current situation will be classified as a level 3 threat, so we are counting on your full cooperation," explained the Knight of the Holy Iron Castle. "3rd level, you say?" Leon muttered. He didn't expect things in Rubin to be so serious. "This is the same threat level that was assigned to the city of Blaine due to the emergence of the city devourer." As if eavesdropping on his thoughts, Demian explained that the 3rd level refers to cataclysms at the city level, the 2nd when the threat affects the continent, and the 10th when it can destroy the entire world. Until now, apart from the invasion of the Demon King 300 years ago, the 1st level threat had not arisen, the knight explained. "However, if the situation reaches the 2nd level, we will be forced to call half of all the orders of the Holy Iron Castle here," the man added. Leon looked at him and thought that if something like this happened, the world would be in complete chaos. Since everything has turned out this way, then this very night we will interrogate Count Rubin, Damien said with a determined look. If he refuses, he will be judged in the name of the church. At the same time, someone appeared in the prison camp in Rubin's fief whose presence there was supposed to remain unnoticed. It was Tepes who inspected the prison the Count had created for his clan, but the vampire was not the only one. Angelica also decided to scout out the situation before going to interrogate Rubin. Roman and the prince noticed that someone besides them had come to this gloomy place, but they could not yet identify who. At last, the vampire recognized her. "Nice to meet you in person, Miss Angelica," he said gallantly. "Our role is to help you escape the prisoners of this camp so that they can join Leon's squad," the vampire explained. "This prison is an object that we have been targeting for a long time, and there are reasons for that," the prince continued. "But the Count has surrounded the prison with a barrier that imitates sunlight, so our attacks are ineffective," Roman explained. "If only the foundation of the barrier made up of these walls could be destroyed," Tepes continued, watching as Angelica began to act. "Although we could have approached the wall, there would have been only one blow," he continued. But Angelica had already risen into the air and was heading towards the target. "Miss Angelica!" the vampire called out, not understanding what the girl, who had risen quite high, intended to do. Angelica stopped near the barrier and began to make some strange movements with her hand. In reality, the knight was preparing her sacred fist strike, but vampires did not know such a technique. Concentrating her entire aura around the knuckle duster with the image of the holy symbol, the girl was determined to get rid of the barrier once and for all. Here she stopped in front of a huge black wall and struck. The scale was incomparable, and it was hard to believe that she would succeed. The sounds and sparks after the impact were as if a freight train carrying dynamite had rammed the wall. The girl accumulated incredible strength and energy, bringing it all down on the barrier. It not only couldn't withstand it, it was completely destroyed. The vampires could not hold back their cries of delight. Firstly, they were delighted by the power of the blow, and secondly, the goal was achieved. Now it was possible to penetrate the prison and free the prisoners. Having done her job, the girl rose into the air again and went to meet the travelers near the Count's chambers. All the city's buildings began to shake, and the roar of the collapsing wall echoed throughout the city. "What is this, an earthquake?" Hamel asked in a frightened voice, to which he received the answer that it was just Angelica. "In terms of pure strength, she is more than twice as strong as me, and in general, many of the senior knights are inferior to her in strength," Damien explained. So to settle the issue concerning the prison, one Angelica would be enough, Leon realized. "But the problem connected with the punishment of Count Rubin is precisely us," the young man added, and they remembered why they had gathered. "I don't see a problem. There are 5 B-rank adventurers, 1 A-rank adventurer, and a knight of the Holy Castle Order. I don't see a problem with capturing him." Gustav was surprised. "At best, we will fight on equal terms. But if even one of us dies or loses fighting ability, then he cannot guarantee victory," our hero muttered gloomily. They finally approached the Count's palace. It was dark, and practically not a single window was lit. 2 guards at the entrance crossed their spears in the dim light of one lantern, not allowing the squad to go inside. "If you have even the slightest idea of etiquette, then you will leave," said one of the gate guards. "The ones who have to go are you," Damien said in a calm voice and walked quickly towards the gate. The man took out his insignia, which shone golden even in the dim light, and introduced himself as a knight, ranking 38th in the Order of the Holy Iron Castle. "He claims that he entered this territory to ask a question regarding heresy," the knight continued, which almost threw the guards into a panic. "Put away your spears," a voice was heard from the steps of the palace. It was the Count's butler. He was elegant and polite as usual. "I apologize for the unacceptable tactlessness. My lord is waiting for you. Please follow me," the man invited. He invited the knight who accused him of heresy to come to him. What a presumptuous guy. Leon tensed up. They entered a hall they had been to before, but when the windows were dark and there was virtually no lighting in the room, the impression changed. Luxury items no longer created the impression of a magnificent interior, but rather acted as silent witnesses to the tragedy that had unfolded here. The atmosphere was completely different from the day, Hamel whispered, and the other mercenaries shuddered, confirming that they were shivering. "Is this a trap?" Leon muttered, to which Karen ironically suggested that he leave if he was worried. "Now that we are here, no one will be able to leave," Gustav said, looking down at the floor. He was scared, although he hid it. "Isn't that right, Leon?" he asked, looking at the young man, his face gradually becoming calmer and more determined. "Yes," our hero answered. "There is no way back. Forward and only forward," he commanded others to himself. He slowly brought his hand to the door handle and opened it. wondering where the butler had gone, the guy thought. "Come in quickly," came the majestic voice of Count Rubin. He stood in the middle of a huge hall, dressed in a red cloak. The only source of light in the room was the moon. The Count had a glass in his hand. Our heroes did not dare to come closer. They stood in the doorway and listened to his apologies about the fact that due to the late hour, he had not organized a proper reception. "You mentioned that you wanted to ask questions regarding heresy. I don't think you have any desire to drink tea with me at the same table, do you?" "Knight of the Iron Castle Damien?" the Count asked. "Don't even think about dodging the question, Rubin. He didn't come at such a late hour to joke around." The knight grimaced. "You are accused of detaining the Wallachian clan, which has already served its sentence in our holy church," the man began, "and of abusing power, using the blood of innocent inhabitants of the fief." "Where did these facts come from?" Rubin asked, not even trying to justify himself. He took a sip from his glass and said that he saw no reason to waste time on such a cheap comedy. The man rolled his eyes, as if mimicking Damien, who spoke with expressive facial expressions because he was not used to hiding his emotions. Leon, the knight, and the mercenaries made similar grimaces of anger. This behavior was like a bone in their throat. They wanted to punish the scoundrel. "And you fooled me quite well," the Count addressed the young man, smiling unpleasantly. "You united with the vampires and destroyed my barrier. Brave nobodies. Well, I give you my word. The reward will be worthy. You will all die in terrible agony." Rubin laughed menacingly. "Not a funny joke," Gustav replied. The mercenary commander did not fully understand how dangerous a mage of such power was. "What?" exclaimed the Count. An unpleasant blue glow appeared in his eyes. Nothing good. The fact that he does not try to justify himself in the face of the accusations brought forward by the Order of the Iron Castle indicates that he wants to play in the box. "Leech." Gustav continued his line. "You bark well, you wretched thing," replied the Count, to which the mercenary replied that they seemed to be on the same level, since they understood each other so well. "It looks like senile dementia," Gustav continued, and the Count shuddered from the anger that overwhelmed him. "You bastard, because of your filthy tongue you all missed your last chance to survive," the man muttered and raised his hand, on each finger of which there was a ring. But it wasn't about the rings. The Count took off a purple amulet in the form of a crystal from his neck, which emitted a slight glow. At first he showed it to the guests, and then he squeezed his hand and only fragments of the crystal flew around the room. "Right now you will all die," Rubin growled, his eyes turning red and his hair standing on end. The Count turned into a monster. He cast the spell completely unnoticed, without saying it, and rose into the air, spreading a threatening, infernal pink glow. Powerful energy strikes rained down on our heroes, but none of them hit the target. Gustav commanded to scatter along the perimeter. Leon was seriously worried. He took out his sword and continued to dodge the attacks, but he also needed to think through his attack. Rubin was hovering in the air. His appearance was completely demonic. It seemed like the Count had just decided to play. At the same time, energy flowed towards the palace from all corners of the city, and a spell hung in the air above the building like a fatal sword. "Incredible magical power," Karen whispered. "At this rate, the damned old man occupies at least the 7th place. She didn't expect that he was hiding such power. It's the magic of the necklace, right? Once it was destroyed, the palace barrier disappeared and the energy was released," Damien asked. "Without knowing anything, you dared to stand before me. Your ignorance and insolence will lead you to death," answered Rubin. "I'll start," he shouted and extended his hand forward, in which a magical projectile was already glowing red. "From you," the magician added and threw a projectile which left behind a stream of radiance in flight. The blow was intended for Gustav, who had seriously inflamed the Count's rage with his words. The man stood in a fighting stance and did not try to dodge, since Rubin's speed was high. The mercenary reflected the energy flow with his sword. At first, the red glow flashed past Damien, then headed towards the others. Karen froze in place. She had never met a magician with such devastating power. Gustav, although he parried the blow with his sword, was thrown back by inertia with such force that he lay flat out, arms outstretched, a grimace of a scream frozen on his face. "You can use magic without even casting a spell?" Damien asked the Count, who was frozen in midair and about to attack the next enemy. "It seems he made sacrifices. The blood of the poor was not enough. He also profited from their souls," the knight continued menacingly. "So what?" Rubin asked, smiling happily. "He didn't repent, and he wasn't scared at all." Leon at this time ran up to Gustav and discovered that the mercenary was alive. He was groaning in pain and would hardly be able to fight now. But he did not die. "He will answer for this," the young man promised his friend. Our hero was determined to take revenge as soon as possible. He looked towards Rubin, who was arguing with Damien. calling him a church dog. "I was going to bury you all from the very beginning," Rubin declared, addressing our heroes. "You ask why, Knight? Because for some reason you damn churchmen forbade the use of black magic," explained the Count. "Behold my power, created from the energy obtained during the sacrifices," he proclaimed, and the faces of the mercenaries were distorted with fear and disgust. Gustav continued to writhe from his fate on Earth, and the Count, looking at this, asked how it was possible to declare something so great heresy. "With a few measly lives, one could gain power that took decades of labor to achieve," Rubin continued, and Leon shuddered with rage. "By putting useless rabble into action, one can gain power and eternal life," the Count said, and Demian's face also flared with rage. The knight asked if he wanted to confess now and then looked seriously at the Count, and the only answer he got was a rolling wave of laughter. They thought he might buy into idiotic sermons and bow his head before them. Raising his hands, the magician asked. His spell over the palace began to activate, red flashes of energy piercing the space. The discharges of light left reflections on Hamel's stunned face, and the mercenary was seriously scared. Leon stood there, clenching his teeth in anger, but it was clear that our hero was also struggling with fear and disgust. The hero's cloak fluttered in the wind. Lightning bolts of red energy streams flashed around, and the situation became seriously tense. Now at last the young man began to advance forward with his sword at the ready, Demian following him, both full of determination. Leon concentrated all his aura on the blade of the sword. He prepared a blow of such force that it would kill Count Rubin instantly. The magician covered himself with his hand from the glow of the sacred hand, and the stifling air that had been hanging in the room until then evaporated. "This is what the bishop was talking about," the knight asked himself, looking in surprise at the sword in the hand of our hero. Our hero took a fighting stance and commanded his comrades to begin, reserving the decisive blow for himself. "Gotta send your light to the dark and cold shadows." The knight of the Order of the Sacred Castle began his battle prayer. "Send them light so that they may know their iniquity," continued Demian, raising his hands to heaven. The blessed radiance that answered him made the man young and beautiful. "So that they may know the mercy that we have bestowed upon them," he continued, and at that moment, in addition to the red spell of the magician, a flash of warm divine light appeared above the palace. It grew larger and larger, spreading rays all around, and now dark magic has no power over this territory. Count Rubin raised his ringed hand, realizing that he was left without his main source of strength. The flow of energy became less and less. The magician stared out the window in fear and anger with his red eyes. "Don't stand in my way, you damned insects. The power he's absorbed will be enough to destroy you all," the Count exclaimed. And once again everything was flooded with the red light of his spells. "Die!" Rubin yelled. It became obvious that this time he was attacking the weakest, the mercenaries, but Leonic remembered his protective sword in time. The blow was so strong that even with their feet pressed into the ground, the men could barely hold on to the shield. Stones fell from under their boots, and the floor collapsed. Our heroes hid behind the shield. At that moment it was their only way to survive. They held on to each other with all their might. The shield withstood the attack, but the elven precious mithril in its composition made it resistant to black magic. The shield became an excellent cover, and although small cracks appeared along the edges, the weapon still did its job. The mercenaries tried their best to hold him back, hiding behind a sacred wall, but the attack continued. More and more streams of red energy emitted by the magician's spells pushed them back little by little. And despite such an onslaught, the shield continued to remain intact and practically undamaged, fulfilling its role. The dark magic pressed forward, seeming to want to go around the cover and reach the mercenaries from the flanks. Leon noticed this and called out to his friends in warning, but their efforts were focused on maintaining the defense. The men's eyes glowed with an aura. They used all possible resources to survive, but there was not much strength. "Hiding behind a shield like rats, you thought you could survive?" Count Rubin asked with a satisfied look. "Complete idiots," he added, but at that moment an arrow flew into his red, angry eye. The mercenaries were not as simple as he had assumed. The mage threw his head back in a silent scream. It was clear that the possibility of losing an eye was not taken into account by him in any of the battle scenarios. Leon and Demian watched in surprise as the Count stood there, staggering with an arrow in his eye socket. It was a surprise to them too. "What is he still blabbering about, the vile leech?" Hamel asked smugly. "This unexpected attack was his doing." "Got caught after all," the mercenary exclaimed, lowering his bow. He was sure that the Count had no chance of surviving. "Hey, are you all okay?" Leon shouted to the mercenaries. He was seriously worried during the attack on them. The guy still remembered how the shield was cracking at the seams. "Yeah, absolutely," the men answered in unison. And the young man laughed. noticing that you couldn't tell from looking at them. "What scum?" Our heroes heard the voice of the Count. They looked closely at the enemy who should have been defeated, but continued to talk. The ring on the magician's index finger was smoking, the stone on it had crumbled, but the sorcerer's eye began to regenerate little by little. "Because of some ordinary mercenary, I had to waste my ring." Count Rubin was indignant, examining the jewel with his remaining eye. "There's no way he survived." Hamel was taken aback. "It was a mithril arrow of the pursuit type, and it hit him right in the eye." "That's what I thought," Damien muttered. "Those rings are a first-class artifact that eliminates any damage, but only once." "The Count lost such a precious artifact because of an arrow, so he was really angry," the knight added, watching as the magician rose into the air again, his red eyes flashing. "None of you will survive today," Rubin shouted, raising his hands and casting a spell, and many red portals to the other world formed around him. Another moment, and the creatures summoned by the magician began to crawl out of them. They looked like black slugs with many glowing eyes. "No, it would be more correct to say that even after death your souls will not find peace," the Count shouted, flashing his evil eye. "You will all become my slaves," he promised menacingly, and for a moment Demian and Leon thought that with such power he might be right. But the mercenaries were not afraid. They continued to hide behind the shield and tried to predict how they would repel the attacks of new opponents. From all the portals behind the magician's back stretched what seemed to be umbilical cords, connecting the black demons with their world. They started to approach our heroes. It seemed impossible to count how many monsters continued to arrive from another dimension. The summoning of enslaved undead, this is magic of the 5th level and above, did not hold back Leon's stunned cry. He did not stop being surprised by the enemy's strength. At this time, the mercenaries began to attack the evil spirits. But with each new attack, their faces became more and more elongated. The weapons had no effect on the creatures. Neither the arrows, nor the spear, nor the axe did the slightest damage, simply passing through the immaterial essence of these black monsters. Someone's black hand was already approaching the edge of Leon's cloak. Another second and the guy would also be forced to repel the attack, but he didn't suspect it yet. As soon as the undead's fingers closed on the cloak, suspicious smoke began to billow out from under them, and there was a smell of burnt wool. Leon realized with horror that any touch of the creatures would leave burns, and could even burn to ashes if it was massive. Our heroes stood in a circle back to back. The evil spirits summoned by the magician crawled towards them from all sides. The weapons were powerless. The ring of creatures narrowed, threatening to burn everyone on the spot. "The spiritual body is difficult to destroy even with an aura weapon," Elsidor stated what Leon himself had already realized. "Then can he use the technique he used when fighting the phantom armor?" the young man asked. He remembered how the holy light had quickly blinded the spirits that had taken up residence in the armor and rendered them practically powerless. No, in the current situation, he must carefully use the trump card called the Holy Sword, because it is unknown what other artifacts that bastard has hidden away, the ball replied. Leon remembered about the mage's rings and how powerful he was. The guy agreed that there could be many unpleasant surprises ahead. Here the dense ring of black undead opened, as if someone had made a hole in it, and a suspiciously familiar dagger was thrust into the floor of the room. "What is this?" Demian asked Leon with a puzzled look. He didn't know about this type of weapon from anyone in their group. Holes appeared in the bodies of the evil spirits. They were cut into pieces and shredded into pieces like cabbage salad, scattered in the corners. A whole shower of daggers rained down on the creatures, and although they did not destroy the black evil spirits, the ring around the men was destroyed. On the ceiling, ready to attack again if necessary, stood Karen, using her skills as a shadow assassin undertaker. Leon looked at his friend and happily answered Demian that it was Karen. His voice sounded very encouraging. The next moment, the girl landed on the floor not far from our hero. She was just as determined as before. But the black evil spirits collected themselves piece by piece from the scraps into which they were chopped by daggers. The holes in the immaterial bodies began to heal. Damn, I knew it wouldn't work. How I didn't want to fight such ugly creatures. The adventurer reacted to this turn of events. Well, nothing can be done, the girl decided, and leaned her hand on the ground, preparing for a new attack. After all, the hero is in danger. It's time to show all his abilities, thought Karen, her face brightening. The new type of attack was quite interesting. From all sides, hands woven from Karen's aura began to reach out to the black monsters from the shadows. They grabbed and held the monsters, preventing them from advancing to burn our heroes. The trick was excellent. As if in a vice, the shadows wrapped around and bound the evil spirits, depriving them of the opportunity to do anything. Excellent! The shadows do not allow them to move, Hamel exclaimed with delight. He looked at the adventurer with admiration, giving the girl her due. Oh, I really like her trick, Elsador exclaimed joyfully. She had to think of connecting the spiritual body with the help of a shadow, he admired. Now it's my turn to act, Demian exclaimed enthusiastically and stepped forward. The knight had one weapon, but it was already tested. Let the light shine upon those who wander in darkness. He began his prayer to the goddess, and a warm light appeared in his hands raised to his chest. The same light illuminated all our heroes. It descended on them straight from the heavens. The mercenaries looked up in surprise. Now their weapons also emitted a similar glow. This could only mean one thing: they had become sacred. Arrows, spears, axes, and even shields could now easily destroy evil spirits of any origin. Leon's sword also began to shine, and the young man looked at it with admiration, but his feelings were rather mixed. My holy sword became holy. Our hero laughed and looked joyfully at Damien, who, although he could not appreciate the joke, also smiled. Temporarily, all weapons received the attribute of holiness, nothing special, just the grace of the goddess, the man shouted. Leon and Elsa exchanged joyful glances. Well, that's for the best. That way we can hide the fact that you have a holy sword in your hands, the ball muttered, and Leon got to work. Our hero rushed to swing his weapon with such zeal that he literally cut the black monsters in half. Due to the long wait, the sword had accumulated a lot of energy. In Gustav's hands, his huge cleaver now shone brightly like the sun. It looked terrifying, but everyone was happy that the man had come to his senses and could fight. You slackers, why are you standing there like you're rooted to the spot? You're not going to attack the enemy, the mercenary commander addressed his subordinates. Commander Gustav, glad to see you. That means the wound wasn't fatal, Leon exclaimed in delight when he heard a familiar voice. So he didn't die, haha. He praised his body day after day, but he himself left the game with one blow. One of the commander's men teased. Heh, Gustav winked at him, letting him know that enough jokes, it was time to show himself in all his fighting glory. The mercenaries were actually very happy that the commander was with them again. They were already rubbing their hands in anticipation, preparing for battle, binding those that can't be attacked, then switching to the one who controls those creatures, and then immediately attacking with a weapon of the opposite attribute. Not bad, Gustav praised. Forward, let's show what a squad of mercenaries steel claws is like. The commander shouted at the top of his voice and rushed into battle. The subordinates joined the commander. All this time, Damien maintained the holy glow with prayer. Without this, the weapon would have quickly lost its attribute of holiness. The first attack was with arrows, followed by mercenaries, ready to engage in close combat with spear and axe. Leon was ahead of them, his sword shining, the young man preparing a series of attacking blows to clear a path to the count. Rubin watched what was happening and seemed not to believe his own eyes, his face frozen like a plaster mask. Nobody's, was all the magician could say, but he didn't yet know that a master killer was lurking behind him. Karen had already raised her dagger, preparing to pierce the enemy and end the battle in one fell swoop. The girl acted quietly and with lightning speed, but the enemy turned out to be no simple one. At the last moment, Rubin managed to put his hand out to meet the weapon, protecting his throat from the blade. A protective spell was cast on his hand. It turned out that he had managed to protect almost everything about himself. Karen sighed sadly, but was not going to stop. The girl went into the shadows and was already hovering over the enemy on the other side, preparing a new blow with a dagger or a short sword. Damn it, because of this adventuress he is constantly distracted from the battle. Count Rubin was indignant, putting up another protective spell against the beauty. At this time, an arrow shining with a blessed light was already flying in the direction of the magician, which he did not suspect. Hamel joined Karen's attack, and now the mage had to defend himself against two annoying and determined opponents at the same time. Damn it, another arrow, Rubin growled. But at that time, he managed to look in the direction where the battle had been going on before. His surprise knew no bounds. Instead of a huge number of summoned incorporeal creatures, there was nothing. All the evil spirits were destroyed as if they had never existed. Our heroes stood in the middle of the room, which they had cleared of spirits, ready to attack the one who had summoned them. Hamel, Leon, and Demian were determined to take revenge for all the atrocities that Rubin had committed. Low-grade creatures make me throw away even this card, the magician growled. It turned out he still had something to surprise his opponents with. The magician snapped his fingers several times and rose into the air. Red beams of energy began to emanate from him, leaving the room and flowing out into the city. Gradually, they emerged from the palace and headed straight to their new goals. It was a spell, but no one understood what kind yet. Damien raised his head and tried to follow where these streams of bloody energy were heading. But for some time, nothing happened either in the room or outside her window. Everyone froze in tense anticipation. Nothing is happening, Leon Elsader reported puzzledly. The young man, like his friends, trying to figure out whether to use the pause to attack or to prepare to defend himself. At this time, the door to Count Rubin's meeting room quietly opened. Almost no one noticed because everything happened quietly and silently. "You're just in time," Count Rubin hissed with a nasty smile. It was obvious that he was extremely pleased with what was happening. How glad he was to see them. His loyal servants, the magician, greeted the former guards, knights and soldiers who entered the room. They were still wearing their uniforms, but they were no longer people. Wait, that man in front with the mustache, Leon recognized as the same knight of the guard who had met them first in the city. In his memory, the man remained smart and cheerful, rather harsh, but generally a kind person. Now it was a crazy zombie. Leon looked and could not believe his eyes. "You have no forgiveness," he turned to Count Rubin. It turns out that the streams of red energy that the magician released were the first to reach the corrupted guards who were standing guard. The spell entered their bodies through their mouths, destroying absolutely everything human that was in the essence of the knights. The rest of the palace guards came running to their screams. They could not understand what was happening, and soon they too became victims of the magician's spell. More and more soldiers and knights came running to the noise and shouts, and they all gradually lost their self, turning into something like zombies. At first, the knights fell face down on the ground, going through the process of rebirth, and then straightened out completely mad. With terrible screams and moans, their red eyes flashing, they began to attack their former comrades. In the end, they too suffered the same fate as their predecessors. After there were no people left, the zombies moved towards the call of the master inside the palace. The mustachioed man Leon had noticed was the last one to remain conscious in the chaos. But soon his mind too was captured by Count Rubin's spell, which slowly but decisively captured more and more minds. It was a spell of madness, Demian explained to Leon when he saw who was coming through the doors and the state of these formerly human beings. "It is a black magic that temporarily turns a living person into a monster of enormous power by using all available reserves of strength," the knight explained. "To reach the point of turning the knights who protect you into spineless monsters, you need to be on the verge of insanity yourself." "You are a fucking bastard heretic who uses forbidden magic," Demian screamed, and in his rage he seemed ready to strangle Rubin with his bare hands. "Forbidden, isn't it because you yourself decided so? I don't understand why the church, at its own discretion, binds somewhere and frees from the fetters of wizards somewhere," the magician objected. "Forbidden witchcraft became such by the unanimous decision of the entire continent. The Knight of the Holy Order of the Iron Castle minted. We never gave our consent to this kind of nonsense," the Count answered angrily. It was obvious that this topic touched him to the quick. "The church was simply afraid that we, with our power and potential in black magic, would rule over you, the unworthy," Rubin continued. "Church dog, die right now," the magician commanded and sent several maddened soldiers under his control towards the knight. But Leon, with his sword shining with righteous fire, and the mercenaries, whose weapons also retained the blessing, also came to the defense of their comrade. To repel the attack, Gustav stepped forward with his giant weapon. But the man did not expect the opponents to be so strong. He was sure that they remained at the level of the guards. Barely maintaining his balance under the onslaught of the attackers, the mercenary commander advised his men to be extremely careful, noting that these creatures were incredibly strong. But the most important thing was that fear was unknown to the monsters. Their consciousness was controlled by Count Rubin like a puppeteer. Those who are under the spell of madness feel no pain at all and display strength beyond their natural limits, being in a state of life force release, Demian explained. "If it is not a fatal wound, you will not be able to kill him, and the enemy's aura emission will increase even more," the knight continued to describe the spell. "Damn! All that's left is to fight to the death!" Gustav exclaimed, although that's almost always what the mercenary commander did. Like his subordinates, who tried to follow their commander's example in everything, Hansen, Hamel, and Leonik fought desperately. At some point, Hansen stumbled. His shield was heavy, and the man had already spent almost all of his strength fighting the evil spirits. One of the former guards noticed this and took the opportunity to make a lightning attack while the shield was slightly lowered. The blow hit the mercenary just below the shoulder. The enemy pierced his body through and through, and due to fatigue and pain shock, the man did not even understand how it happened. Leonik saw the scene and screamed loudly. He wanted to warn his comrade, but did not have time, and in the process, he himself was distracted from the battle and lost his vigilance. With the second blow, the same monster dealt the mercenary a blow of incredible force. There was so much blood that it seemed that there was none left in the hero's body. Leonik threw his head back lifelessly. It was impossible to say for sure whether he was dead, but he could definitely not fight now. Leon was nearby and was amazed at how easily the monsters literally took out two of his comrades in a matter of minutes. The guy was furious, but he remembered that he had to be careful now. That's it, he thought. But it wasn't the end. The young man noticed that Hansen continued to stay on his feet, hiding behind the shield, and Damien, using holy power, held back the attack of the evil spirits. And what about Karen? The young man suddenly remembered his older comrade and immediately noticed that the girl had taken on the count, fighting to the limit of her strength. Even if he tried to come to her aid, it would be difficult. But he couldn't move himself, Leon thought, trying to fight off the sword of the attacking guard. Calm down, Leon. Our hero suddenly heard the ball's voice, but for some reason it didn't help him calm down at all. Look closely at their movements. Even if they have lost their common sense, the fencing skills honed over years of service will not go anywhere. The ball continued. So maybe it makes sense to deal with both at the same time, he finished. And Leon noticed another monster trying to attack him. What did he mean? The young man asked his mentor again. And he replied that if he found a gap in the defense using the skill of foresight, the enemy would be easy to predict. Remember the fight in the forest when he stood back to back with the young mercenary? They were comfortable working in this technique, the blue ball explained. Now remember how the young man in the bandage almost killed him because he miscalculated the amplitude of his movements. If everyone takes their assigned place and you fight using only the fencing skills of the former knights, they will be much easier to defeat, Elsidur advised. If it's a one-on-one fight, it won't work, but if there are two opponents, taking advantage of their stunned state, you can successfully attack. The ball finished, and his student finally understood. The young man took a running start and tried to knock down the two guards who had attacked the mercenaries, and Damien with the weight of his body. The result was that all three of them ended up on the floor, but knocking down two grown men was quite physically exhausting. Leon came to his senses quickly because this move had been planned by him, and the evil spirits needed much more time to get their bearings. "Mr. Leon," the Knight of the Order of the Holy Iron Castle exclaimed half-questioningly. He also did not fully understand what was happening. At this time, the young man clenched his fists and began to shout at the guards to get up and fight him, but all to no avail. The former knights, under the spell, continued to crawl on their knees and moan, unable to take a fighting stance. But finally the attack went in the right direction, raising their swords. Both guards ran and jumped to strike Leon. They knew neither fear nor caution. Military tactics did not matter at that moment. The monsters just wanted to kill. Both were armed with spears, and our hero had to very carefully calculate the appropriate distance for a strike. Finally, he muttered that another second, and he gave himself the command to attack. Our hero's face was completely calm. He planted his foot on the ground as hard as he could, preparing to use the technique he had learned from Karen, practicing his evasion and speed. And finally, in the place where two former guards were aiming for their attack at the same time, no one was standing anymore. The guy was behind them. And then, of course, he swung his holy sword wide to deal a crushing blow to his opponents. The next moment, they both flew back to the opposite wall of the room, completely incapacitated. Leon, behind him, suddenly shouted Damien, who was trying not to lose sight of any of his comrades participating in the battle. The young man glanced back and realized what the Knight of the Holy Order of the Iron Castle was trying to warn him about. The same guard with a mustache, whom Leon especially liked and remembered, was approaching the young man. The guy wanted to hit him with a sword, but for some reason he couldn't. His moral qualities didn't allow him to raise his hand against a good man, even one overcome with madness. While Leon was thinking, his hand with the sword was grabbed by the hand of this mustachioed knight in white gloves. Now it was impossible to wield the weapon. With his other hand, the former knight grabbed the young man by the cloak. He was so strong that he lifted our hero into the air without any problems. Leon hung in the arms of the man, whose mind was covered by a spell, completely immobilized. He did not understand what to do in the current situation. At this time, some other spell flashed red over the knight's shoulder, or whatever it was. The young man did not understand. He looked there and could not look away. At that moment, someone's disembodied and unfamiliar voice called out the young man's name. Now both he and the guard who attacked him were plunged into the bright red fog of some unknown magic. At that moment, something strange happened to Leon. He panicked and focused all his aura on his gaze, not on his weapon. His eyes began to shine. Count Rubin gritted his teeth. Somehow Leon's aura reached the mage through the fog of the spell he had cast. The holy sword shone, and the young man seemed to attack the count from a distance. He himself did not fully understand how it happened. The sword continued to shine, and suddenly Leon heard Rubin scream, shouting that the guy had attacked his true self, just like that A-rank adventurer who had already gotten on his nerves. The young man looked with his special vision and could not believe his eyes. An incredible picture opened up before him. He saw Rubin's true nature, naked, dry, rather unsightly, and most importantly, overcome with pain from his, Leon's, attack. Another ring on the mage's finger self-destructed, meaning the young man managed to inflict significant damage with just his aura. Or maybe it was Karen's doing, our hero suddenly thought. Maybe it was his older comrade who attacked Rubin with a fatal blow. Here he saw her silhouette. The girl was tied hand and foot, hanging in the air next to the magician, who again took on a menacing and determined look. Karen was very exhausted, perhaps even unconscious because she had her head down and her eyes closed. Leon grabbed the sword tightly and quickly rushed to attack the magician in order to save his friend. He could kill him with one blow. But then Rubin raised his hand with the last ring artifact and ordered the young man to stop. Leon realized that Karen was being held hostage. When the sorcerer's hand moved, the girl winced in pain but did not utter a sound, showing incredible courage. The magician offered our hero a deal. If he agreed, Rubin promised to leave this bitch hanging next to him alive. It seems to me that he has already lost the opportunity to make any proposals, our hero answered. He understood that time was needed to decide what to do. As expected, you have no shortage of stubbornness. The Count grinned. I like it, he added enthusiastically. For his young age, the guy is very experienced. He has more dignity than these dirty mercenaries, so I will give him a chance to survive. The magician continued, and Leon squeezed the sword even tighter. Stand by my side and kill these boars along with the church dog, Rubin continued, and Leon involuntarily glanced at his friends. Then I guarantee that this girl will live and he will build a brilliant career, the Count continued. If she refuses, then he will finish off this bitch right now. Well, what will be your answer? It seems that such an offer will be difficult to refuse. Rubin became smiling and polite again. Leon remained silent, and the Count continued that he expected an immediate answer of no, so why pretend that you couldn't make a decision? Everything he's thinking is written on his face. His strategy of tricking the Count into agreeing and then using Merrick's technique won't work, Elsidor said. Leon's jaw dropped, but the ball explained that the skill of using Merrick was not yet fully honed. So when you start preparing for the blow, the Count will understand everything. And does he really think that the magician will buy into a lie so easily? He will demand that the agreement be backed up with an oath or a ban. This is very risky, the mentor continued. Damn it, what should I do then? Karen is in danger, Leon exclaimed, clenching his fist and stamping his foot in rage. We don't have time, and this is the only option that comes to mind. The young man continued shouting, stamping his feet, which somewhat puzzled the enemy. Count Rubin was simply shocked when he watched this scene and came to the conclusion that our hero must have a split personality. Calm down, Leon, Elsidor continued. But the boy exclaimed that in such a hopeless situation he could not be calm. It seems he forgot something, the ball answered in an even voice. Leon tried to guess what he meant when he heard strange sounds. His opponent also heard them and immediately grouped himself and prepared to repel the still invisible attack. Leon looked in the direction from which the cracking sound came. Small cracks began to appear on the ceiling of the room. Then the upper part of the palace separated from the walls with a terrible roar, and the roof was simply torn off with one strong blow. Leon looked up at the place where the ceiling had recently been and saw a familiar figure hovering in the sky. Oh, just in time, Elsidor said, and it was clear from the mentor's face that this was precisely the factor that his careless student had forgotten. A second later, a pink-haired beauty, a knight of the sacred iron castle, Angelique, landed on the floor next to the stunned Leon. Miss Angelica, our hero cried joyfully, now understanding what Elsidor had meant when he said he had forgotten something. The girl stood up after the jump and looked at Count Rubin, as well as at her comrades, to assess the situation. Her gaze was completely calm and focused. Angelica did not feel a drop of excitement. She was only calculating the trajectory of her next blow. You're late, Demian said with a hint of reproach and regret. He felt sorry that many of his comrades had suffered. The girl looked at him. At that moment, several former guards rushed in her direction. Beware, Angelica, one of her friends cried, but she needed no warning, knowing exactly what to do. While two monsters with raised weapons jumped in an attack, the beauty continued to stand calmly, assessing the situation. The next moment, she summoned an aura weapon. The knuckle duster on her hand glowed with a blessed light, and Angelica swung. The glow and discharges of the aura were clearly visible even from the side. The expression on the knight's face remained just as calm and focused. Finally, her eyes began to shine with the light of an aura, and the girl rushed to repel the attack of the creatures that attacked her. Count Rubin looked at what was happening in surprise and tried to understand who this was and why she appeared in such a spectacular way. When both former guards were neutralized, the magician took a few steps forward to get a better look at Angelica's weapon and herself. The girl took a defensive position and raised her fist with a golden knuckle duster. showing that she was able to stand up for herself. To all of the Count's cries, Angelica responded with silence, and not because she was poorly brought up or she had nothing to say, but simply because she did not speak in principle, but the magician did not know about this. He looked at her, continuing to collect his thoughts. Rubin was filled with anger and incomprehension of how someone could ignore him. At this time, Angelica wasted no time and assumed a fighting stance, preparing to deliver the next crushing blow, this time at the sorcerer himself. She summoned the aura weapon again and gathered all the accumulated energy into her fist, while Rubin screamed that she couldn't be such an arrogant bitch. Several more former guards were defeated by Leon and the mercenaries. They lay on the floor, but the magician's attention was focused on the new enemy. Our hero looked at Angelica. Now he was finally calm and confident in victory, as never before. The young man told Elsider that he seemed to know why Miss Angelica preferred to fight alone. The girl was so strong that it was simply impossible to adjust to her rhythm.